Chapter 1. Foundation, Mindset, and Origins. The Mindset of a Builder. You deserve to be broke. If you are a contractor ignoring the leverage available to you, dismissing social media and AI technology, neglecting targeted marketing, passing on MWBE mentorship programs, then you are operating with a self-imposed handicap. You deserve every consequence that comes with that operational laziness. This book is not for excuses. It is for execution. Now, understand the source of that conviction. Everyone knows the tale of Icarus, the boy who flew too close to the sun on wings of wax, melting them in his hubris, plummeting to his death. I'm not Icarus, and I'm not Greek, but I know what it means to have everything and lose it all in an instant. My wings were real estate assets in Florida. The sun was the 2008 housing meltdown. My fall? Going from luxury cars and high-class dinners one week to couch surfing in abandoned houses, eating sardines with my girlfriend the next. Eventually, my mother had to rescue me with a flight back to New York. I lost my car, I lost my house, but what hurt most was my pride. I was 32 years old, broke, and living in my mother's house. I found myself in a depression, asking the wrong question, why me? This is the story of how I bounced back from one of the world's hardest economic collapses. Before Florida, I was a heavy-duty equipment technician, a diesel mechanic. But I was tired of the grease under my nails and the sweat on my neck. I swore I'd never work in a mechanic shop again. So, when I returned to New York in 2008, broke and humiliated, a friend offered me a job as a mechanic. I had a car, I had a roof over my head, but the crushing feeling of being at zero when I'd been at 100 was devastating. I refused the wrench. I wasn't going to sit on my ass moping all day. Because I had my CDL license, I found work at a scaffolding company instead. It paid $15 an hour. To support my family, I worked overtime, sometimes 100-hour weeks. It was grueling. But if there was anything I'd learned from working as a mechanic, it was grit. As a CDL driver delivering scaffolding equipment to job sites across New York City, I became mesmerized by the constant installation of scaffolding and sidewalk sheds blanketing the city. That's when I started investigating this industry, an industry booming in the middle of a recession. That was the business I wanted to be in. That's how Erector Masters was born. I learned about NYC Department of Buildings law, the mandate requiring property owners to inspect their buildings every 5 years. Most of the time, sidewalk sheds and scaffolding were needed to conduct these inspections. That explained the continued growth of the scaffolding industry. I also learned about scaffold law and the liabilities placed on business owners. What shocked me most was the disconnect in safety. The companies I worked for held mandatory weekly safety meetings with scaffold installers in English. But most of the scaffolders were Spanish-speaking workers who didn't understand a word. The safety measures were lost in translation. Companies did the paperwork to comply with OSHA standards, but the actual safety? Non-existent. My experience as a CDL truck driver on different job sites exposed me to how foremen, supervisors, and workers failed to conduct job hazard analyses or toolbox talks before starting installations. It was always a rush to get the job done. The reason was clear. Excellent, hard-working foremen with deep knowledge of scaffold installation were equally ignorant of the training needed to conduct the job safely. Ego and ignorance were the main perpetrators. They say you can only catch good fish in troubled waters. I got ready to catch as many as possible. I learned that scaffolding installation cost $3 per square foot on non-union jobs and $6 per square foot on union jobs. But what really excited me was the rental model, usually 5 to 8% of the total job cost. Coming from a dying real estate industry, the math made total sense. Renting houses in Florida had given me a 5 to 10% return. Renting equipment in New York meant no broken toilets, no nagging tenants, no leaking roofs, and rental periods that lasted 1 to 5 years. It was a no-brainer. Once I learned the tools I needed to become a scaffolder through hours of observation and rigorous work, I did a nosedive into knowledge. I found one of the keys to success in every book I opened. I remember holding As a Man Thinketh by James Allen and thinking, this isn't just philosophy, it's a blueprint. Every thought, every belief shapes the actions we take. If I wanted to rise above being just another driver, I had to train my mind to see opportunities where others saw obstacles. After observing scaffold installation, dismantling, sidewalk sheds, and erections, I asked myself one question: what's stopping me from doing the same? I devoured The Magic of Thinking Big by David Schwartz and The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. They were my first mentors. They taught me that daring to dream is the first step toward building anything worth building. On nights after long shifts, I stayed up until midnight, reading by the glow of a desk lamp, scribbling notes about strategy, leadership, and life. It wasn't easy. Doubts crept in. Who am I to start my own company? Can I even manage people? But I remembered one line from Atomic Habits by James Clear. Small habits make a big difference over time. I started cultivating tiny daily routines, arriving early, taking meticulous notes, checking safety measures, learning one new skill each day. Those small disciplines became the foundation of what would one day be a Rector Masters. Blueprint lesson number 1. Mindset is the scaffold of success. Build it first, or everything else will wobble. The apprentice years. I didn't start at the top. I started at 6 a.m. on a freezing January morning in the Bronx, hauling 20-foot planks up 4 flights of stairs while a foreman screamed about pace. My hands blistered, my back ached. I made mistakes: crooked railings, misaligned frames, forgotten tie-offs. Each error was a public humiliation and a private lesson. Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink became my operational manual. The book's central thesis, that leaders must own every outcome, good or bad, hit me like a hammer. I stopped blaming weather, bad supervisors, or slow material deliveries. I owned the crooked railing. I owned the safety violation. I owned the rework. And in owning my failures, I earned something more valuable than praise. I earned trust. One afternoon, a scaffold shipment was delayed on a $50,000 project in Midtown. The site superintendent was ready to shut us down. I didn't panic. I organized a temporary solution using leftover materials from another job and coordinated a double shift with our crew. We finished on time. The superintendent called my boss and said, "That kid saved us." That moment taught me what Ryan Holiday meant in The Obstacle is the Way. Every obstacle contains the seed of an equal or greater advantage. You just have to see it. But the most transformative lesson came from Jim Collins's Good to Great. Collins writes about getting the right people on the bus before you decide where to drive it. I watched supervisors with decades of technical skill fail because they lacked discipline, integrity, or hunger. They knew how to build a scaffold, but they didn't know how to build a team. I made a mental note. When I build my company, I will hire for alignment first, skills second. I will find people who share my standards, my values, and my refusal to accept mediocrity. By my 3rd year as an apprentice, I wasn't just learning scaffold, I was learning systems. I studied how the best crews communicated. I noted which foremen inspired loyalty and which ones bred resentment. I tracked how small inefficiencies, a missing tool, a poorly planned delivery, a vague work order, compounded into costly delays. I began to see construction not as chaos, but as a system that could be optimized. Those years were hard, but they were necessary, because everything I would later build, the contracts, the certifications, the reputation, rested on the foundation I laid as an apprentice who refused to stay one. Blueprint lesson number 2. Apprenticeship is more than learning trade skills. It's a masterclass in accountability, resilience, and observation. The cost of ignorance. The stupid tax. Most contractors don't fail because they can't build. They fail because they can't run a business. They fail because they don't know how to run a business. I've watched master craftsmen, men who could erect a scaffold blindfolded, who knew every load calculation, every OSHA regulation by heart, lose everything. Not because their work was substandard, but because they couldn't read a contract. They didn't understand line law. They operated on handshakes, hope, and the dangerous assumption that good work guarantees payment. I know this intimately because I was one of them. Before Erector Masters became what it is today, before the certifications, before the systems, before the discipline that now defines us, I paid what I call the stupid tax. And I paid it in full on a project that nearly destroyed me. PS 58X. This is the story of how ignorance almost killed my company before it could begin. This is the cautionary tale I tell every contractor who thinks relationships matter more than paperwork. This is the expensive education that taught me the most brutal lesson in construction. Trust is not a business strategy. Documentation is. The setup. When relationships replace contracts. PS 58X was a public school renovation in the Bronx. The general contractor was someone I'd worked with before, multiple jobs, good history, mutual respect. When he called saying he needed scaffold work immediately, I didn't hesitate. "We're behind schedule," he said. "I need your crew on site Monday. We'll get you the contract by the end of the week." I should have said no. I should have demanded the signed contract, the detailed scope of work, the payment schedule, every piece of paper locked down before deploying a single worker. But I didn't. I trusted the relationship. I believed the paperwork would follow the work, that my cooperation would be remembered, that doing him a favor would pay dividends later. That belief cost me $47,000, and it almost cost me everything else. The scope creep, death by 1,000 quick favors. The original scope was straightforward. Erect scaffold on the building's east facade for masonry repair. 2 weeks of work, maybe 3 if the weather delayed us. My estimate was $28,000. Tight but fair. Then came the first request. "Hey, can you extend the scaffold around the corner? Just 20 feet. The brick guys found more damage than expected." It was Tuesday. We'd been on site for 3 days. No signed contract yet, but it was coming. The change seemed minor. Maybe $2,500 in additional material and labor. I told myself it was the cost of being flexible, of being the contractor who solves problems instead of creating them. I said yes. 2 days later, "We need access to the third-floor windows on the north side. Can you add another level?" Another $3,000 in labor. Another decision made in the moment, standing in the cold, the GC looking at me like I was either going to be reasonable or difficult. I thought about the relationship. I thought about future work. I thought about how saying no might mark me as inflexible. I said yes. The following week, "The inspectors want fall protection extended to the rear entrance. It wasn't in the original plan, but you know how DOB is." Now we're talking about an entirely new section of scaffold, different access points, additional tie-ins, more material, more labor, more time. This wasn't a minor adjustment. This was a scope expansion that should have triggered a formal change order, a revised contract, and a new price. But there was still no signed contract, and I had already done $5,500 in extra work without documentation. Stopping now felt like admitting I'd made a mistake. So I rationalized. Once the contract comes through, we'll reconcile everything. They're not going to stiff me. We have history. I said yes. Add another bay on the south corner. Masonry is running behind. Can you leave the scaffold up for an extra 2 weeks? We're waiting on materials. Each request was presented as urgent, necessary, and temporary. Each one was small enough that refusing felt petty. But together, they compounded into a nightmare. The scaffold that was supposed to cover one facade now wrapped around 3 sides of the building. The 2-week job stretched into 7. My crew, which should have moved on to the next project, was locked into PS 58X, burning labor hours I hadn't bid for and couldn't bill. I kept a running tally in a notebook. Every extra day, every additional section, every change that wasn't documented. The number climbed. $32,000, then $38,000, then $43,000, and still no signed contract. I told myself I was building goodwill. I told myself the GC would take care of me when the paperwork came through. I told myself that walking away now would mean losing everything I'd already invested. What I didn't tell myself, what I refused to see, was that I had lost control the moment I started work without a contract. Every yes after that was just me digging deeper into a hole I'd created myself. By the time I finally demanded a meeting to reconcile the scope changes, I had completed $47,000 worth of work. I had documentation, my notes, my crew's timesheets, photos of the expanded scaffold, but none of it was signed. None of it was approved in writing. None of it was legally binding. The GC looked at my tally and said, "That's not what we agreed to." And technically, he was right, because we hadn't agreed to anything. Before Erector Masters became what it is today, before the DASNY certifications, before the MTA contracts, before the systems and the discipline, I paid what I now call the stupid tax. And the bill came due on a project called PS58X. The 3 financial failures of PS58X. Looking back, I can break down my stupidity into 3 distinct failures. 1. Working without a signed contract. I deployed labor, equipment, and materials based on a verbal agreement and a promise that the paperwork is coming. The paperwork never came. Without a contract, I had no legal standing to demand payment for the work performed. I had no scope of work to reference. I had no terms to enforce. Stupidity law number 1. Never start work without a signed contract, no matter how good the relationship. 2. Performing extra work without change orders. Every time the scope expanded, every additional floor, every extra tie-in, every delayed dismantling, I should have stopped and said, "That's a change order. Let's document it, price it, and get it approved before I proceed." I didn't. I kept working, kept saying yes, kept assuming that my cooperation would be rewarded with fair compensation. It wasn't. Stupidity law number 2. Every scope change must be documented and pre-approved. Your labor is not a gift. 3. Lack of clarity on payment terms. Even if I'd had a contract, I never clarified the payment terms. Net 30, net 60, progress payments tied to milestones, retainage, none of it was discussed. When I finally invoiced, I had no idea when to expect payment, or if payment was even guaranteed. The general contractor's cash flow problems became my cash flow problems. His disputes with the owner became my disputes with him. I had made myself a variable in someone else's accounting spreadsheet. Stupidity law number 3. Payment terms are not a detail. They are surviving. The consequences. The real cost of the stupid tax. The financial loss was brutal. I invoiced for $47,000. I was paid $28,000, and only after months of phone calls, threats, and eventually a lawyer's letter that cost me another $3,500. But the financial loss was only part of it. The operational cost. I had to pull my crew off other jobs to chase this one. I burned through my equipment rental budget. I delayed other projects, damaging relationships with clients who had actually signed contracts. The reputational cost. Word got out that I was in a payment dispute. Other GCs started seeing me as risky. My crew started questioning whether I could make payroll. I lost a major bid because the bonding company flagged my outstanding receivables. The psychological cost. I lost sleep. I lost confidence. I started second-guessing every decision. I felt like a failure, not because I couldn't do the work, but because I couldn't run the business. The stupid tax wasn't $19,000. It was closer to $60,000 when you factor in the legal fees, the lost opportunities, the reputational damage, and the time I spent trying to collect instead of building. The lesson: discipline is the only defense. PS58X taught me something that no book, no mentor, and no business course ever could. In construction, your skill is your product, but your systems are your survival. You can be the best scaffold erector in New York. You can have the fastest crew, the safest record, the most efficient operation. But if you don't have contracts, change orders, and payment terms locked down, you are one bad client away from bankruptcy. After PS58X, I instituted 3 iron mandates for erector masters, non-negotiable laws that would govern every single project, every single time. Mandate number 1, no signed contract equals no deployment. Not a handshake, not a verbal promise, not "we'll get you the paperwork next week." If the contract doesn't exist in writing with signatures and dates, the crew does not move. The truck does not roll. The scaffold does not go up. This is absolute. Mandate number 2, every scope change stops work until documented. The moment a client requests anything outside the original scope, no matter how small, no matter how friendly the relationship, we halt operations, document the change, price it accurately, and obtain written approval before proceeding. If they refuse to sign, we refuse to execute. No exceptions, no favors, no trust. Mandate number 3, payment terms are law, enforced without mercy. Payment schedules, retainage percentages, and dispute resolution mechanisms are negotiated before the contract is signed and enforced the second they're violated. No exceptions, no favors, no trust. Miss a payment? Work stops immediately. No second chances. No, let's work it out. The contract is the relationship. These mandates cost me clients. Some relationships ended. Some people called me difficult, inflexible, and paranoid. I didn't care, because I never paid the stupid tax again. Building the dream, founding Erector Masters. The $47,000 loss at PS58X didn't just teach me what not to do, it showed me exactly what I had to build. A company where discipline wasn't negotiable, where systems replaced handshakes, where every project operated under ironclad mandates that protected both the business and the workers who depended on it. That company became Erector Masters. Founding it was equal parts calculated strategy and controlled terror. I knew construction. I understood scaffolding, rigging, safety protocols, and the brutal physics of working at height. But the business infrastructure, permits, insurance, bonding, government compliance, union regulations, was a labyrinth designed to crush the unprepared. I didn't have a mentor. I had books. Built to Last by Jim Collins and Jerry Porras became my blueprint for organizational DNA. Collins taught me that great companies aren't built on charismatic founders or lucky breaks. They're built on core values that outlast any individual. I established Erector Masters around 4 non-negotiables: safety, integrity, precision, and respect for every worker. Every project plan, every job site meeting, every crew briefing reflected those principles. They weren't slogans on a wall. They were the operating system. The Slight Edge by Jeff Olson kept me grounded when progress felt invisible. Success wasn't about one heroic bid or one perfect project. It was about executing the fundamentals every single day. Showing up on time, following OSHA protocols without shortcuts, treating workers with dignity even when budgets were tight. These small, unsexy decisions compounded over time, turning a fledgling operation into something credible. Delivering Happiness by Tony Hsieh taught me that culture wasn't a luxury, it was infrastructure. Happy workers build better, safer, and faster. Valued workers stay loyal. Respected workers become advocates. I couldn't compete with the big firms on capital or connections, but I could build a team that actually wanted to be there. Still, all the principles and culture in the world meant nothing without a proving ground. I needed a contract. Not just any contract, a government contract. Something that would validate the systems, test the mandates, and prove that erector masters could operate at the level one claimed. That opportunity came in the form of a job most contractors wouldn't touch: water tank number 3 demolition for the New York City Department of Environmental Protection, subcontracted through Gramercy Group USA. The scope was brutal. We had to erect non-stop scaffolding, a crank-up system that allowed the demolition crew to dismantle a massive steel water tank from the top down, section by section, without ever stopping to reconfigure the scaffold. Non-stop scaffolding wasn't commonly used in New York City at the time. Most contractors didn't have the equipment, the expertise, or the nerve to bid it, but I did. The technical challenge was extreme. The scaffold had to be secured with custom ties anchored directly into the body of the tank. That meant hiring specialized oxy-fuel torch operators to cut precision holes into the steel structure, holes that had to be perfectly placed to support the scaffold's load without compromising the tank's integrity during demolition. One miscalculation, one weak tie, and the entire system could fail. The liability was staggering. The scrutiny was relentless. I spent 2 weeks preparing the bid. We didn't just price the labor and materials. We engineered the entire sequence, mapped every tie point, calculated load distribution, identified every potential failure mode, and built redundancy into the plan. We documented everything in a proposal that read more like a technical manual than a bid sheet. When I submitted it, I knew 2 things. Either this would launch erector masters into the big leagues, or it would expose me as someone who had no business playing at this level. 3 weeks later, I got the call. We won the contract. The execution was flawless. My crew erected the non-stop scaffold with surgical precision. The custom ties held. The demolition proceeded on schedule. The NYDEP inspectors found nothing to cite. Gramercy Group was so impressed, they started referring us to other general contractors. That first government contract wasn't just a financial win. It was proof of concept. Proof that the mandates worked. Proof that systems could replace chaos. Proof that a small, disciplined firm could compete with established players and win on merit. It was the spark that ignited everything else. Blueprint lesson number 3. Principles, consistency, and culture are the pillars of a business that lasts. Without them, even skill and ambition crumble. But principles alone aren't enough. You need a proving ground where those principles are tested under fire. That's where credibility is forged. The science of success: systems, discipline, and strategy. By the time Erector Masters had a handful of employees, I realized that passion alone would not sustain growth. I had to systematize everything from project management to payroll, safety inspections, and client communications. Ray Dalio's principles, life and work, became my operating manual. I built rules, workflows, and decision-making frameworks so the company could function reliably even if I wasn't on site. Every project had a checklist: permits verified, materials logged, labor schedules coordinated, safety protocols in place. These systems minimized mistakes, maximized efficiency, and built credibility with government clients who demanded precision. Gina Wickman's Traction, Get a Grip on Your Business, taught me to track measurable goals relentlessly. KPIs were not optional, they were survival tools. Crew productivity, equipment utilization, project timelines, and safety metrics were reviewed weekly. By turning every aspect of the business into a measurable system, we were able to scale without chaos. I also learned the subtle but crucial lessons from Atomic Habits and the compound effect. It wasn't the dramatic interventions that mattered. It was daily, consistent effort. Training workers properly, documenting everything, and following up meticulously compounded into a reputation for excellence that opened doors to bigger projects. Blueprint lesson number 4. Systems and discipline turn talent and ambition into repeatable success. Breaking barriers. MWBE certification and government work. Securing government contracts was a steep learning curve. Government projects require compliance, transparency, and thorough documentation. Initially, I felt overwhelmed by the bureaucracy. That's when the lessons from Beyond Disruption and Blue Ocean Shift hit me. Instead of competing in the same pool as every other contractor, find an underserved niche where you can excel. Erector Masters became a minority business enterprise in New York City. That certification was more than a label. It was a strategic lever. With it, I could access contracts specifically set aside for minority-owned companies, but only if my operations were airtight. Built to Last reinforced that enduring success requires more than opportunity. It requires consistency, ethics, and professionalism. Every government project had union workers, safety inspectors, and strict regulations. I applied the lessons from extreme ownership and The Obstacle is the Way to navigate delays, inspections, and labor disputes. Taking full responsibility, no matter the problem, earned respect from unions and city officials alike. A memorable project involved installing sidewalk sheds across a busy Manhattan corridor. Delays threatened to halt traffic and frustrate stakeholders. I coordinated overtime shifts, implemented a safety-first workflow, and personally communicated updates to inspectors. The project finished on time, and I earned a reputation for reliability, a critical currency in government work. Case study: compare and contrast non-union versus union in the scaffolding industry. Introduction. The construction labor landscape, specifically in the scaffolding sector, is sharply divided between union and non-union companies. This study focuses on the trajectory of Amin Soriano, who began his career in non-union firms like Everest Scaffolding and Colgate Scaffolding, and how that grit prepared him for opportunities in union powerhouses like Metropolitan Scaffolding and All Safe Scaffolding. The trade-off: non-union versus union one. The non-union landscape. Advantages: quick entry. Companies are often more accessible, allowing immediate entry into the workforce without bureaucratic delays. Flexibility. Lower training barriers and flexible scheduling appeal to those needing immediate work or work-life balance. Disadvantages. Financial instability. Wages are significantly lower. Amin's initial salary was a fraction of the industry standard. Vulnerability. The lack of collective bargaining means fewer benefits and virtually no protection against unjust termination. 1. The union landscape advantages. Economic security. Wages are strictly regulated by scale. Comprehensive safety net. Access to robust health insurance, pensions, and continuous safety training. Protection. Collective bargaining ensures job security and safer working conditions. Disadvantages. Barriers to entry. High dues and rigorous entry requirements make it harder to join. Rigidity. Seniority rules and regulations can limit schedule flexibility. Amin Soriano's journey. The bridge between worlds. Amin's career illustrates the ideal progression through this dual system. 1. The proving ground. At Everest and Colgate, Amin faced low pay and difficult conditions. However, this environment forced him to learn fast. He mastered the practical mechanics of assembly and disassembly in a high-pressure sink-or-swim environment. 2. Skill acquisition. The non-union sector taught him raw survival skills and technical agility, while he self-educated on safety. 3. The ascent. Armed with that grit, he transitioned to Metropolitan and All Safe. Here, his raw skills were refined by union standards, and he finally secured the financial stability and benefits he deserved. Conclusion: Amin's journey demonstrates that the non-union sector, while financially difficult, often serves as a boot camp that builds the resilience needed to succeed in the more lucrative, secure union environment. Understanding this labor progression gave me the perspective I needed to lead. I knew that to keep the best guys, I had to offer the culture of respect I read about in Xi's book, backed by the standards of the union. With my philosophy set and my understanding of the workforce clear, I was ready to bid. The Union Code. Leadership through respect. Managing union labor is an art. You can't just impose authority, you earn it. I drew heavily from The Five Dysfunctions of a Team by Patrick Lencioni and Emotional Intelligence by Daniel Goleman. Trust, transparency, and communication were everything. I made it a priority to listen to workers, understand their grievances, and mediate conflicts fairly. I led by example, showing up early, respecting safety rules, and acknowledging achievements. Relentless Tim Grover reminded me that leadership requires stamina and patience. You can't cut corners when morale and trust are at stake. One day, a local 1556 carpenter, Chop Stewart, challenged my divestment of paychecks. He wanted his check to be delivered to the job site because he did not feel like driving to our office where the checks were made, foremen's, and our staff. The incident compromised the production of the work being performed that day for at least 3 hours, creating a financial burden. Instead of continuing arguing or stopping the job, I paused, listened, and asked for alternatives. Together, we revised the check delivery scheduling. Make peace, return the work, and complete the project, ahead of time despite the 3-hour previous loss. That moment reinforced that leadership is not about ego, it's about collaboration and mutual respect. Blueprint lesson number 6. Union labor thrives under respect, fairness, and open communication. Leadership is earned, not demanded. Innovation in construction, technology, culture, and growth as Erector Master scaled, I realized that getting bigger didn't mean getting softer. If anything, the risk just got louder. Scaling wasn't about people, it was about the machines they used and the culture that drove them. You can read all the management books you want, delivering happiness, unreasonable hospitality, but the street truth is, technology is the only partner that never complains. We locked in. Digital checklists, mobile reporting, and project tracking software weren't luxuries. They were hard armor against the stupid tax. This wasn't about being fancy, it was about efficiency. When you are managing multi-million-dollar government contracts, you can't be waiting on a foreman's handwritten note to know where your money is. But a flawless machine breaks if the grease is dirty. Culture was the only way to retain the real killers. We weren't running a therapy session, but we recognized performance. We instituted programs not to pat backs, but to reward the grinders who showed up and took ownership. Tribe of Mentors and The Law of Success are fine reads, but the real loyalty is built when a senior guy, a grizzled veteran, takes a young apprentice under his wing. That's not mentorship, that's transferring the fight. It creates a lineage of grit, not a department of soft hands. Innovation wasn't a whiteboard exercise, it was survival. While competitors were slashing prices to win bids, we focused on unbreakable quality and finding the creative angle. We explored novel methods and materials that reduced both cost and risk, creating a competitive gap where clients didn't shop for the lowest price, they sought us specifically. We gave them a reason to pay our price. By the end of that push, we weren't just over 100 employees. We were a battle-hardened crew managing the city's biggest contracts while keeping a zero-tolerance policy on safety and bullshit. Good to great and extreme ownership weren't just titles on a bookshelf. They were the rules of engagement we drilled into every meeting, every checklist, and every job site decision. Growth requires constant innovation in both culture and technology. Invest in people and systems, and the results will follow. Chapter 2. The Silent Scorecard, Understanding EMR and Safety. Before we step into the world of innovation and industry disruption, I need to talk about something far less glamorous, but far more lethal to a construction company's survival. Your EMR. Your experience modification rate, the silent scorecard every contractor has, even if they don't know it. When I first launched 809 Solutions and later Erector Masters, I was obsessed with building, bidding, and delivering. I thought success came from hustle, quality, and relationships. And while all of that matters, I learned quickly, painfully, that your EMR can make or break your business long before your skills ever get judged. What exactly is EMR? Insurance companies use the experience modification rate to evaluate how risky your company is based on your injury history. Think of it as your company's credit score for safety. 1.0 equals industry average. Below 1.0 equals safer than average. Above 1.0 equals riskier than average. If your EMR drops, your premiums drop. If your EMR rises, so do your costs and your bids. Why it matters more than most MWBEs realize. How competitive your bids are. Whether primes want to subcontract to you. How government agencies score you. Your profitability on long-term contracts. That 20% doesn't come out of insurance. It comes out of your bids. Meaning, a high EMR can price you out of work before you even show up to the pre-bid meeting. How EMR is calculated. The formula is complicated, but the idea is simple. NCCI compares your injury history to similar companies. It examines 3 years of data, excluding the current year. It weighs your frequency of injuries heavier than the severity. One big accident hurts less than 10 small ones, because 10 small accidents imply you have systemic problems. Your payroll, classification, expected losses, actual losses, and claim patterns all blend into the final EMR number. How you lower EMR? This is where most small contractors fail, and where I made sure 809 Solutions and Erector Masters would never fall. You lower your EMR through a real proactive safety program, hazard elimination, not just hazard reaction, accident prevention training, a structured injury management plan, accurate reporting and return-to-work strategies. Perfect safety? Impossible. Preventable injuries? Very possible. Every prevented injury is a claim avoided. Every avoided claim lowers your EMR. Every lower EMR lowers your insurance. And every lower insurance premium makes your bid stronger. Why I'm teaching you this now? Because before we talk about innovation, disruption, or scaling your business, you must first understand the invisible economics of survival. The innovator's dilemma will show you why industries collapse and how leaders fail to adapt. But in construction, especially government union construction, companies rarely die because of bad innovation decisions. They die because of poor safety, bad paperwork, high EMR, and the rising costs that bleed them dry. Higher labor costs. Understanding EMR isn't exciting, but not understanding it is lethal. This is where the business begins, not in the field, not in the office, but in the foundation of risk, safety, and cost structure. Now that we've stabilized the ground, we can step into the bigger, industry-shaping ideas ahead. The first line of defense, JHAs and toolbox talks. When I first learned how EMR actually works and how one bad year can punish a company for the next 3, I realized something. Insurance companies aren't really measuring injuries, they're measuring discipline. Lowering your EMR isn't just about surviving claims, it's about proving that you run a controlled, predictable, and professional operation. And in construction, especially public, union-heavy work, nothing demonstrates that level of control more clearly than a strong job hazard analysis program. As a contractor who built Erector Masters inside some of the toughest safety environments in the country, I learned early that safety isn't paperwork. Safety is a strategy. Safety is culture. Safety is cost control. And most of all, safety is the first line of defense against a rising EMR. It's simple math. Fewer hazards, fewer incidents, fewer claims, lower EMR, and more competitive bids. That's the domino effect that keeps your company alive. But preventing injuries doesn't happen by luck, talent, or good intentions. It happens through a structured, disciplined approach to evaluating every task before it begins. That's where the most underestimated tool in construction comes into play. A tool that separates the companies who hope for a safe day from the companies who engineer one. And that tool is the job hazard analysis. Case study: the blueprint for safety, completing the pre-task to generate a job hazard analysis. In high-stakes construction, the difference between an accident and a productive day is often decided before a single tool is lifted. This case study outlines the non-negotiable process of completing a pre-task plan. This isn't just administrative busywork. It is the strategic rehearsal that generates the job hazard analysis, the document that keeps your crew alive and your company compliant. On the next page is a display of a pre-task courtesy of Shondi Shepherd. The objective. The goal is to move from abstract safety concepts to concrete preparation. We do this by following a 9-step protocol that ensures every worker is credentialed, equipped, and informed before they step into the danger zone. The 9-step execution plan. 1. Check credentials before work begins. The foreman must verify the team. Do they hold the necessary site safety training cards? Is their OSHA certification current? Are they wearing the correct personal protective equipment for the specific task? If the answer is no, they do not enter the site. 2. Conduct the pre-task safety briefing. Organize the crew to discuss the specific mission of the day. This isn't a lecture, it's a strategy session. Emphasize the specific hazards of this shift, not generic advice, and utilize a targeted toolbox talk to reinforce the message. 3. Assign tasks to the team. Confusion causes accidents. Clearly delineate roles based on skills. Who is the flagger? Who is the operator? Who is on the tagline? Ensure everyone understands their specific piece of the puzzle and the overall sequence of the job. 4. Assess job site conditions. Walk the ground. Evaluate the environment for dynamic hazards, weather changes, other trades working overhead, or new debris. Gather real-time intelligence on the site layout. 5. Gather equipment and tools. Ensure all necessary tools are present and inspected. A worker searching for a tool is a distracted worker. Confirm that safety guards, kill switches, and brakes are functioning correctly. 6. Start planning and scheduling. Develop a timeline for the shift. When are the breaks? When is the crane arriving? Identify dependencies between tasks to ensure efficient workflow and prevent rushing, which is the enemy of safety. 7. Finalize and document the JHA. This is the critical moment. Complete the JHA document by writing down the specific hazards identified in Step 4 and the specific controls agreed upon. This document is the script for the day. 8. Conduct a safety training session if the JHA reveals a specific risk. Provide a micro-training session on that topic immediately. Use OSHA resources to back up your protocols. 9. Obtain signatures. The final step is the blood oath. Every worker must sign the JHA and training log. This signature is their legal acknowledgement that they understand the plan and agree to follow it. Key takeaways. Documentation is defense. The JHA serves as both a safety roadmap and a legal shield. Communication is key. A silent job site is a dangerous job site. The pre-task forces communication. Safety is planned. Accidents are often the result of poor planning, not just bad luck. Suggested action. Review the JHA not just at the start of the day, but after lunch. Conditions change. If the plan changes, the JHA must be updated and the crew rebriefed. Mastering the job hazard analysis taught me something every contractor eventually has to face. A perfect safety plan on paper means nothing if your crew doesn't live it in the field. You can break down every task, list every hazard, engineer every control, but once boots hit the ground, the only thing that protects your team is what they remember, what they practice, and what they repeat. And that gap between planning and performance is where most companies lose money, raise their EMR, and expose themselves to the kind of risk that shuts doors. As I grew Electromasters, I realized the JHA is the blueprint, but the toolbox talk is the voice that brings it to life every morning. The JHA tells you what the hazards are. The toolbox talk reminds your team why it matters today. It's the daily recalibration that keeps workers alert, aligned, and accountable. It's the moment each morning when the crew pauses to confirm, we know the risks, we know the plan, we're locked in. And in an industry where one rushed decision can undo years of progress, toolbox talks are the difference between a safety program that exists and a safety culture that breathes. Think of it this way. JHAs manage tasks. Toolbox talks manage people. JHAs identify hazards. Toolbox talks reinforce awareness. JHAs reduce risk on paper. Toolbox talks reduce risk on site. Case study, a tale of two frameworks. Erector Masters versus Renan Construction. Image courtesy of 809 Solutions. Core comparison of JHA frameworks. The JHA protocols for 809 Solutions LLC and Renan Construction and Scaffolding share a foundation of administrative oversight, but they diverge significantly in their environmental focus and level of granularity. Similarities in Safety Foundation's credential verification. Both firms prioritize ensuring only qualified workers are on site. Erector Masters verifies that credentials are up to date and not falsified, while Renan focuses specifically on OSHA and SST card verification. Public safety controls. Both organizations recognize the hazards posed by external traffic and pedestrians, utilizing cones, flaggers, and barricades to establish recognizable work zones. Administrative rigor. A shared priority is the mandate for toolbox talks or pre-work safety meetings to address potential miscommunication before work begins. Personal protective equipment. Safety gear requirements are nearly identical, mandating hard hats, eye protection, gloves, and steel-toe boots. Fall prevention. Both firms identify fall hazards as a primary risk, requiring personal fall arrest systems and the secure tying off of ladders. The following image is an example of a toolbox talk. Erector Masters provides an extremely detailed component-by-component breakdown of the scaffolding structure. It assigns specific hazards to individual parts, such as bridge legs, header beams, junior beams, girts, and corrugated tins. Renan Construction uses broader categories like site setup, material handling, and operational safety, focusing on the general project flow rather than specific structural components. 1. Environmental and demographic hazards. Erector Masters is highly site-specific. For projects like Lehman College, the JHA emphasizes the risk of students passing under the site, requiring specific controls to lead them safely and locking the site overnight to prevent unauthorized student entry. Renan Construction focuses on broad environmental threats, explicitly listing weather-related hazards such as rain, snow, and extreme temperatures. 1. Administrative and emergency procedures. Erector Masters integrates human resource management by including specific steps for signing in and out of timesheets to prevent fraud or legal disputes over unpaid hours. Renan Construction emphasizes emergency response, explicitly empowering workers with stop work authority and requiring a formal evacuation plan with emergency contact information. Strategic conclusion. The Erector Masters HA is a tactical document tailored for high-liability educational environments, ensuring every bolt and beam is accounted for. The Renan Construction JHA is a process-oriented document providing a wider safety net for environmental conditions and worker empowerment. To understand how high-level JHA theory translates into on-site reality, we must look at how different firms structure their primary safety documents. While the fundamental goal of mitigating risk is shared, the execution often reveals the specific strategic focus of the organization. Track each session with sign-ins, topics covered, and observations. Documentation isn't just compliance, it's proof of a living safety culture and a tool for reviewing trends and improving your program. 1. Follow up in the field. After the talk, watch your crew in action. Praise adherence. Correct unsafe practices, and connect the talk to real-world behavior. This closes the gap between planning and performance, turning knowledge into action. The high cost of labor, managing union wages and productivity. Key themes: wage breakdowns, time tracking, and geofencing. The toolbox talk is the moment you secure the physical battlefield, mitigating risk, dictating procedure, and keeping the blood off the concrete. It saves your crew from injury, which saves you from the massive human cost of a site failure. But physical safety is only half the war. The timesheet is where the battle for financial compliance is won or lost. You demanded ruthless accuracy in the JHA to protect the body. You must demand the same precision on the timesheet to protect the balance sheet. An inaccurate hour log is not an error. It's a self-inflicted fraud that will trigger prevailing wage audits, freeze payments, and destroy your margin. The discipline you deploy to build the scaffold must be the same discipline you deploy to sign the log. Case study: the administrative leak, standardizing time reporting across NYC agencies. Introduction: the invisible profit killer. In the gladiator stage of construction, profit isn't always lost on the job site. Often it leaks out through the office. When dealing with multiple New York City agencies, a contractor quickly discovers a chaotic lack of uniformity. New York City Housing Authority, the Department of Design and Construction, and the Controller's Office each maintain disparate time tracking systems. This inconsistency creates a fog of war regarding work hours, break times, and labor compliance. To survive and scale, a professional enterprise must advocate for and implement the most rigorous standard available. In the NYC landscape, that gold standard is the New York School Construction Authority Daily Signature Log. The current state: a fragmented system. 1. The agency silo problem. NYC, NYC DDC, and the Controller's Office utilize distinct formats for time reporting. These systems often lack uniform criteria for documenting the most contested part of the workday: break times. Without standardized data points, the calculation of billable hours becomes a point of constant friction and potential audit risk. 2. The SCA standard. In contrast, the SCA daily signature log is built on the principle of extreme ownership. It incorporates granular fields for employee roles, project codes, and mandatory verification signatures. It doesn't just record time, it creates a legal audit trail. Critical discrepancies identified. The break time void. Unlike the SCA log, which forces the documentation of break starts and finishes, other agency forms leave this blank. In a high-stakes union environment, unrecorded breaks lead to miscalculated overtime and payroll grievances. Classification chaos. Different agencies use varying nomenclature for labor roles. This complicates compliance with Davis-Bacon Act requirements and prevailing wage laws. The verification gap. Many systems lack a double signature requirement. This honor system increases the risk of ghost loading hours and opens the door for fraud that can bankrupt a small firm during a city audit. The solution: adopting the SCA framework. Standardizing the SCA timesheet across all operations provides 2 levels of protection for the contractor. 1. Forensic compliance features granular classifications. Forces precise role identification to ensure payroll accuracy and labor law compliance. Breakpoint tracking. Designated fields for breaks minimize errors in overtime calculations, ensuring you only pay for the work performed. Signature accountability. Promotes a culture of integrity by requiring daily physical or digital sign-offs from both the worker and the foreman. 1. Operational velocity uniformity. Streamlines the onboarding of new hires. When every worker across every agency uses the same sheet, the margin for administrative error drops to 0. Data aggregation. Standardized sheets allow for easier data entry into accounting software, enabling real-time labor versus budget analysis. Conclusion: discipline is scalable. The discrepancies between NYC agencies represent a classic administrative obstacle. By adopting the SCA's rigorous daily signature log as your internal company standard, regardless of which agency you are working for, you insulate your business from audits, protect your margins, and demonstrate to city inspectors that your firm operates with the discipline of a Tier 1 contractor. Key takeaways. Standardization is protection. The SCA timesheet eliminates the gray areas that lead to payroll disputes and audit failures. Culture of accountability. Mandatory signatures remind every team member that time is a finite, billed resource. Operational peace. A uniform system allows management to focus on the heavy lift rather than chasing missing break time data. Next, we're going to show SCA timesheet compared to NY Controller DSL timesheets. Above will show a sample of New York City's Comptroller's time tracker. This next case is the cold, hard proof of what happens when you treat the DSL as a formality rather than a financial security protocol. In the next page, we show Ps 194Q showing sidewalk shed installed. Chapter 3, Case Study, the DSL Death Blow, NYS-SCA Compliance Failure. Background. The SCA tax. The New York School Construction Authority operates under zero tolerance. The daily signature log is the legal record used to enforce prevailing wage laws. It tracks every worker, every hour, and every signature. It is your ultimate accountability document. Fail to complete it accurately, and you hand the state a guaranteed weapon to use against you. Scenario: ABC Construction's self-destruction project, renovation of XYZ High School. Contractor: ABC Construction Company. The negligence: the site supervisor, overwhelmed or negligent, allowed workers' hours to be routinely misreported, recording 6 hours instead of the full 8 for multiple workers over several days. The signatures were rushed, the hours were a lie. The collapse: consequences of systemic failure. The $50,000 fine. The SCA's audit wasn't a warning, it was a raid. Finding the discrepancies in the reported hours and wages, they slammed ABC Construction with an immediate $50,000 fine for non-compliance with labor laws. This fine is the cost of systemic negligence. The $200,000 payment freeze. Due to the audit and the proven inaccuracies, the SCA immediately withheld a $200,000 payment. Your cash flow, the lifeblood of your operation, is instantly choked. Labor mutiny. Employees, seeing the fraud reflected in their paychecks, revolted. Worker dissatisfaction spiked, leading to high turnover and a poisoned work environment. The fallout: financial restraint and career death. The failure to accurately manage a single piece of paper, the DSL, triggered a cascading failure. Debt cycle. Delayed payments forced ABC to take out short-term loans at predatory rates to cover immediate payroll and supplier costs. They traded profit for high-interest debt. The reputation kill. The non-compliance incidents and fines created a damaged reputation that made securing future public contracts nearly impossible. Your firm's name is now flagged in the system. The final tally. Legal fees, fines, interest on loans, and rectification costs blew out the project's margin. The DSL is not bureaucratic overhead, it is mandatory financial protection. Treating it with anything less than ruthless accuracy is signing your own company's execution order. Prioritize documentation or watch your cash flow die. The SCA DSL case study proved that paperwork is a live weapon. You saw how a few inaccurate signatures instantly triggered a $250,000 financial collapse, fines, held payments, and a destroyed reputation. That penalty wasn't random. It was the cost of failing to respect the mandate of documentation for every hour of prevailing wage labor. You must manage the books with the same precision you manage a lift. But simply being compliant is only the floor. Mastery is the ceiling. The next challenge is mastering the union code. You now know how to document your men flawlessly. The question shifts: How do you lead them? How do you manage the high cost and high skill demands of the union environment to ensure that every dollar you pay for labor translates into maximal operational force on site? You must move from avoiding legal punishment to dominating the relationship, because the union is either your strongest strategic asset or your greatest operational liability. In New York City, we pay our crews exceptionally well, and the fringe benefits we contribute are substantial. This investment demands equally high standards of financial accountability. We can't afford to lose thousands of dollars a week to time theft, long breaks, or late starts. The moment a skilled worker clocks in, a meter starts running at over $75 an hour per person. On the next page, we show an illustration on how the total labor cost is calculated for NYC Local 1556, image correspondence of my construction payroll. Therefore, the same discipline we apply to safety planning, we must apply to financial planning. Impact of delays and breaks on profitability. The combination of high wage rates and substantial contributions creates significant financial obligations for employers in both mason and carpenter roles. Factors like late arrivals, extended breaks, and early departures can exacerbate costs, as discussed previously. These issues can lead to increased labor costs due to overtime payments, project delays that necessitate additional resources and management, potential penalties associated with contract terms and deadlines, modern time clock devices with geofencing capability. To counteract these losses, modern timekeeping solutions integrated with geofencing technology can be instrumental. Here's how they can enhance operational efficiency. Accurate time tracking ensures precise recording of hours worked, reducing payroll discrepancies. Geofencing capabilities ensures workers are on site during recorded hours, minimizing time theft. Break monitoring tracks and regulates break lengths, helping to maintain productivity standards. Real-time reporting provides immediate insights into workforce attendance, allowing for quick decision-making. Compliance assurance supports adherence to union contracts and labor regulations, providing documentation for audits. Conclusion: in New York City, the union payroll is a loaded gun, and you are holding the trigger. Understanding the financial implications means this: every carpenter and mason tender on your scaffold is a significant investment, and every minute they're late or every unregulated break they take is a direct theft from your bottom line. That's not a jeopardized investment, that's a leak that drowns the business. We don't manage this with trust, we manage it with cold, hard data. We use advanced timekeeping and geofencing for one reason: to draw a digital fence around the job site and lock the clock down. If you're standing outside that geofence, you're not on the payroll. This isn't about micromanaging, it's about stopping the bleed and safeguarding every dollar that keeps the lights on. To show you how fast the trap springs, let's look at a real fight. A job involving a local 1556 carpenter and a local 79 mason tender on a NYCHA scaffold. This contract wasn't covered by an OCIP, which means the risk was all ours. This isn't a theoretical example of collaboration, it's a detailed breakdown of how two separate trades, two different sets of wages, and one lax timesheet can sink an entire project. This is where we learn how to manage the clock like it's currency. Case study: Scaffold Construction Project for NYC Project Overview. Location: NYC Development, New York City. Scope: construction of scaffolding for exterior maintenance work on a multi-story residential building. Unions involved: Local 1556, Local 79. Carpenter: John, a journey person from Local 1556. Wage rate: $47.14 hour. Fringe benefits: total contribution per hour, approximately $28.32. Total hourly cost: $75.46. Mason tender: Mike, a journey person from Local 79. Fringe benefits: Total contribution per hour, approximately $37.04. Total hourly cost, $78.84. Hourly cost analysis. Total hourly cost for carpenter, $75.46. Total hourly cost for mason tender, $78.84. Combined total cost per hour for both workers, $154.30. Work dynamics and challenges. On-site coordination. John and Mike needed to work closely to ensure the scaffolding was built safely and efficiently. Coordination was crucial, as scaffolding requires precise measurements and timely assembly to accommodate the masonry work that would follow. Time management issues. During the project, there were several instances of late arrivals and unregulated breaks. Both workers tended to take longer breaks, resulting in a loss of productivity that affected the overall timeline of the project. Mike frequently arrived late, citing traffic issues, while John often took longer coffee breaks, leading to reduced hours worked overall. Impact on project budget. Due to the delays caused by these inefficiencies, the project manager had to extend the work schedule, resulting in overtime costs. This increase not only affected the immediate labor costs, but also jeopardized the project's profitability. Implementation of modern timekeeping solutions. To address these challenges, the project manager decided to implement a modern time clock system with geofencing capabilities. Time tracking. Both John and Mike were required to clock in and out using the new system, which ensured accurate recording of their hours worked, including breaks. Geofencing. The system alerted supervisors if either worker attempted to clock in or out when not physically present on site, thus minimizing time theft or inaccuracies. Break monitoring. The system established and enforced break times, which were communicated to both workers, ensuring that they were aware of the limits and the need to return promptly. Real-time reporting. The project manager received daily reports on attendance and productivity, allowing for immediate adjustments to labor allocation and scheduling. Results and outcomes. Increased productivity. After the implementation of the timekeeping system, both John and Mike's efficiency improved significantly. They adhered to scheduled break times and arrived on time. Cost savings. The reduction in unproductive hours allowed the project to remain within budget. The combined labor cost for both workers decreased as productivity increased, ultimately saving the project about $2,000 over its duration. Enhanced accountability. The geofencing and time tracking fostered a culture of accountability among the workers, leading to improved morale and work ethic. Conclusion. We just dissected the cost of complacency, the payroll hemorrhage that happens when you don't keep a digital leash on your crew. That scenario was the basic math of survival. Now we level up. This next case study isn't about simply tracking a local 1556 carpenter and a local 79 mason tender. This is about operating inside the machine of a major public works project under an owner-controlled insurance program, like those run by the NYSCA. Under an OCIP, the rules change. The prime contractor and the owner are carrying the insurance risk for everyone. This sounds like a safety net, but it's a financial cage match. Your labor cost calculations, your efficiency, your safety record are now under a magnifying glass, affecting far more than just your own bottom line. They affect the entire project's leverage. We are moving from stopping the leaks to mastering the system. This environment demands a different kind of vigilance, a different kind of operational brutality. This is where we learn how to leverage the OCIP structure to our advantage while dodging the constant scrutiny of a high-risk, high-reward government contract. Case study: Scaffolding construction project under OCIP for NYSCAP. Project overview. Location: NYSCAP project site, New York City. Scope: construction of scaffolding for exterior renovation on a PS 109 Brooklyn. Unions involved: Local 1556, Local 79. Participants: carpenter, Sarah, a journey person from Local 1556. Wage rate: $47.14 hour. Fringe benefits: total contribution per hour approximately $28.32. Mason tender, Alex, a journey person from Local 79. Fringe benefits: total contribution per hour approximately $37.04. Hourly cost analysis: total hourly cost for carpenter $75.46. Total hourly cost for mason tender $78.84. Combined total cost per hour for both workers $154. 30 OCIP. Context and Owner-Controlled Insurance Program provides a streamlined approach to managing insurance for all contractors and subcontractors on a project, which can lead to potential savings on insurance costs. However, it also requires strict adherence to safety protocols and performance standards influencing labor management. Wage rates: certified journey person, $59.05 hour. Foreman, $62.05 hour. General foreman, $65.05 hour. Fringe benefits contributions: welfare fund, $15.25. Pension fund, $13.14. Supplemental pension, $1. Annuity fund, $10.10. AJRIF, $1. Vacation fund, $8.39. Supplemental fund, 5 cents. CCA Metro, 28 cents. International Training Fund, 15 cents. IAP, 40 cents. Total wages and contributions: certified journey person, total, $108.81. Foreman total, $111.81. General foreman total, $114.81. Journey person wage rates: journey person, $47.14 hour. Total wage and contributions for journey person, $75.46. NYC Local 79, detailed wage breakdown. Wage rates: mason tender journeyman, $41.80 hour. Mason tender foreman, $47.18 hour. Mason tender deputy foreman, $47.65 hour. Fringe benefits contributions: vacation fund, $3.45. Welfare fund, $13. 70 pension fund, $7.70. Annuity fund, $8.45. IAP fund, 52 cents. Training fund, 25 cents. NYS Health and Safety, 10 cents. Greater NY Lesset, 34 cents. Complete labor cost calculation example. Work dynamics and challenges. On-site collaboration. Sarah and Alex worked closely to ensure that the scaffolding was built to safety standards and ready for subsequent masonry work. Effective communication was vital, particularly under the stringent safety regulations of the OCIP. Time management issues. Initially, the project faced setbacks due to late arrivals and extended breaks. Alex often arrived late, and Sarah took longer breaks than allowed. Given the OCIP's focus on productivity and safety, these delays led to financial penalties for the contractor. Impact on project budget. The delays not only increased labor costs due to overtime, but also jeopardized the project's timeline, risking the potential for additional fines under the OCIP for not meeting completion deadlines. Implementation of modern timekeeping solutions. To address the challenges posed by labor inefficiencies and ensure compliance with OCIP standards, the project manager implemented a modern timekeeping system with geofencing capabilities. Accurate time tracking. Sarah and Alex were required to clock in and out with the system, ensuring that hours worked were accurately recorded, including compliant break times. Geofencing capabilities. The system established a geofence around the project site, ensuring that workers could only clock in when physically present, reducing the risk of time theft. Break monitoring. The system regulated breaks to ensure compliance with the OCIP's labor productivity guidelines. Workers were notified of scheduled break times and were required to return promptly. Real-time reporting. The project manager received real-time reports on attendance and productivity, allowing for immediate adjustments to labor allocation and schedules. Results and outcomes. Improved productivity. After the implementation of the timekeeping system, both Sarah and Alex improved their punctuality and adherence to break schedules, which led to an increase in overall productivity. Cost savings. The reduction in unproductive hours allowed the project to remain within budget. The efficient time management resulted in a savings of approximately $3,000 over the project's duration. Enhanced safety compliance. With the emphasis on safety under the OCIP, the proper documentation and adherence to protocols minimized the risk of accidents and potential penalties, contributing to a safer work environment. Stronger accountability. The geofencing and time tracking fostered a culture of accountability, leading to improved morale and work ethic among the crew. Conclusion. This case study illustrates the complexities of managing union labor costs within the framework of an OCIP, such as that offered by NYSCA. The collaboration between Local 1556 and Local 79 on the scaffolding project highlighted the importance of effective time management and operational efficiency. By leveraging modern timekeeping solutions, the project team mitigated financial risks associated with labor inefficiencies while ensuring compliance with stringent safety standards. This proactive approach not only protected the project's profitability, but also enhanced the overall work environment. Overcoming resistance. Do the work. Key themes. Pressfield's lessons on starting and finishing projects. We have established the essential groundwork for a professional construction enterprise, a safety culture built on toolbox talks and the operational efficiency of the JHA. This discipline prevents catastrophic financial losses and keeps our crews safe. But the question remains, why do so many capable firms, armed with perfect plans and skilled crews, still hesitate? Why do project managers delay bid submissions, crews stand around waiting for the perfect moment to mobilize, and contractors allow fear of failure to paralyze their pursuit of large, complex government contracts? The answer is simple, yet insidious. Resistance. The enemy of every ambitious contractor is not a bad economy or a strong competitor. It is the internal force that pushes you toward delay, overanalysis, and procrastination. It is the fear that tells you the job is too complex, the bid is too detailed, or the risk is too high. We must master the art of execution, not just the art of planning. We must stop letting the fear of the work stop the work itself. This psychological barrier, this self-sabotage, is what Steven Pressfield defines in his essential guide for pushing through the invisible forces that stand between you and success. This leads us directly to the most powerful book on professional discipline, Do the Work. In Do the Work, author Steven Pressfield is hell-bent against procrastination, fear, and resistance, the invisible forces that sabotage creative and professional endeavors. Though the book is primarily geared toward writers and artists, its core principles are universally applicable, especially to industries that deal with complex, high-stakes projects like construction. For construction companies involved in government contracts, Do the Work offers surprisingly valuable guidance. It shows how disciplined action, resilience, and focus can help firms overcome internal and external obstacles, deliver on time, and survive in a highly regulated, risk-heavy environment. The core message of Do the Work. At its heart, do the work is about identifying and overcoming resistance, a term Pressfield uses to describe the internal force that stops us from completing important work. Resistance shows up as fear, perfectionism, procrastination, self-doubt, or even over-planning. Pressfield argues that the only way to win is to start, keep going, and finish, no matter how uncomfortable or uncertain the process feels. For construction companies, the parallels are striking. Bidding on government projects, navigating contracts, managing compliance, and staying on schedule all involve massive resistance, both psychological and procedural. But the same solutions apply. Lesson 1. Start before you're ready. Pressfield says, don't prepare. Begin. In government contracting, it's easy to get stuck in endless prep, writing the perfect bid, waiting for the right moment, or holding off on decisions until every detail is clear. But often, this results in missed opportunities or paralyzing delays. Construction application. Act early. Submit proposals before you feel ready. Adapt fast. Don't let over-planning delay mobilization after contract award. Prototype project workflows. Use past projects as templates and refine along the way. Lesson 2. Resistance will show up. Expect it. Pressfield explains that resistance is a constant, especially when the stakes are high. It disguises itself as fear, hesitation, or red tape. Construction application. Acknowledge fear of failure, but move forward anyway. Expect bureaucratic delays, scope changes, and inspection failures. Instead of panicking, build delay buffers into your timeline and prepare countermeasures in advance. Lesson 3. Stay out of the overthinking trap. Over-researching, over-analyzing, and endless second-guessing are signs of resistance. In construction, this shows up as teams overestimating risk, delaying purchase orders, or waiting too long to deal with issues on site. Construction application. Use checklists and decision trees for quicker approvals. Empower your project managers to make real-time calls without red tape. Trust your team's field experience instead of waiting on perfect answers. Lesson 4. Finish the job. The hardest part of any job, Pressfield says, is the final 10%. This is where many give up. Construction application. Closing out government projects can be a bureaucratic nightmare. Don't let paperwork delays kill your cash flow. Make final inspections, compliance audits, and change orders a priority. Assign a closer team whose sole job is to finish strong and get you paid. Perfectionism is resistance in disguise. In construction, chasing perfect can blow budgets, delay deliverables, or trigger contract penalties. Construction application. Focus on contractual definitions of complete, not perfection. Avoid scope creep unless the change order is signed. Deliver what's required. Then improve on the next job. In government contracting, the stakes are high. Long timelines, heavy regulations, and tight margins. But the lessons from Do the Work are clear and actionable. Start before you feel ready. Push through fear. Don't overthink. Finish strong. And most importantly, do the work. The Standard, True Professionalism Case Study, Baruch College Library. Image courtesy of Howard Shapiro Engineering. By applying Pressfield's mindset, construction companies can stop sabotaging themselves with indecision and delay. Instead, they can execute with confidence, complete projects successfully, and build the kind of discipline that keeps them in business no matter how tough the contract or complex the client. The critical lesson of Do the Work is simple. Action trumps everything. Pressfield taught us to push through fear, abandon perfectionism, and just get the job started and finished. This mindset is what turns a hopeful entrepreneur into a respected contractor. You show up, you deliver the hours, and you get paid. But as a firm grows, showing up and doing the work is no longer enough. If your company remains a reflection of the founder's capacity for hustle, you hit an invisible ceiling. You can't personally oversee every site, you can't personally vet every sub, and you can't personally check every piece of paperwork. You have to shift from a focus on hustle to a focus on systemized excellence. This is the moment when the do-it-all entrepreneur must choose to evolve into a true professional. We must embed standards and values so deep that the quality is guaranteed, whether the owner is on site or not. We must stop chasing volume and start prioritizing the integrity of the operation. This shift from the high-energy solo doer to the disciplined, standards-driven firm is the transition to true professionalism. True professionalism, the blueprint for enduring quality. In True Professionalism, David H. Meister outlines the essential attitudes, behaviors, and commitments that separate struggling businesses from thriving ones. Though the book is aimed at professional service firms, lawyers, consultants, and accountants, its core ideas are deeply relevant to construction companies, especially those examining the intricacies of government contracts, union labor agreements, and MWBE compliance. For contractors trying to survive and grow in this high-stakes environment, the path forward isn't just more work, it's better work rooted in professionalism. 1. Commitment to standards, not shortcuts. Meister argues that true professionals hold themselves to high standards even when no one is watching. In government construction, the temptation to cut corners is everywhere: delayed payments, low-bid contracts, complex labor rules, and political friction. But cutting corners leads to failed inspections, lawsuits, or blacklisting from future bids. To survive, companies must embed quality, safety, and transparency into their culture. This means training teams on compliance and union rules, creating documentation systems that are always audit-ready, never submitting a bid they can't realistically perform. By committing to these internal standards, rather than simply reacting to external pressure, firms protect their reputation, attract better partnerships, and stay in business longer. Treating the work as a calling, not just a job. Meister emphasizes that professionals aren't just in it for the money. They take pride in their craft. For construction companies, this means building with purpose. Whether renovating a public school, repairing infrastructure, or upgrading affordable housing, public work has a civic impact. Firms that treat their work with respect and seriousness stand out in the industry. This professional mindset encourages consistency and accountability, even on tough jobs, improves communication with government agencies, attracts higher-performing workers and subcontractors who want to be part of something meaningful. In contrast, firms that chase quick money, treat jobs as disposable, or burn bridges often collapse under the weight of bad contracts and lawsuits. Relationship over transaction. A key idea in true professionalism is that professionals focus on long-term relationships, not one-time wins. Many small or MWBE construction firms fall into a trap of chasing every government bid, underbidding to win, and then struggling to deliver. Meister's insight? Focus on building trust-based relationships with agency representatives, union officials, and even competitors. This means being honest in negotiations, even when the truth is uncomfortable, following through on change orders and promises, building alliances with reliable subcontractors and consultants. Over time, firms that do this become trusted vendors, get invited to exclusive RFPs, and weather economic downturns better than the ones chasing volume without connection. 4. Investing in talent and culture. Meister argues that professionals are always growing. Construction firms, especially small ones, often neglect employee development. But professional firms treat every employee, laborer to estimator, as an extension of the brand. Surviving government work means investing in training field staff in labor compliance, safety, and PLA rules, teaching project managers about public contract administration, developing leaders who understand cash flow, insurance, and risk. Companies that build a learning culture don't panic when new rules drop. They're already equipped to pivot. 5. The courage to say no. Finally, true professionalism makes clear that real professionals have boundaries. Many construction companies go out of business because they take on work that is too risky, too underpriced, or too far outside their expertise. Meister teaches that it's more professional and more sustainable to turn down a bad opportunity than to take it out of fear. Construction firms should say no to underfunded government bids that will lead to cash flow problems. Avoid labor agreements they don't fully understand. Decline partnerships with unreliable subs just to meet MWBE quotas. It takes courage to say no, but that courage protects the firm and makes room for better opportunities. Conclusion: just do the work. True professionalism isn't just a philosophy, it's a strategy. For construction companies working in the difficult world of government contracts, it offers a blueprint for long-term survival. By committing to quality, treating construction as a calling, building long-term relationships, investing in people, and learning when to say no, firms can avoid the common traps that lead to failure. In a sector where low margins and high risk are the norm, professionalism isn't just nice to have, it's the only way to win. Case study: Baruch College, operating in the fishbowl. Scaffolding installation for temporary work platform elevations and sections. We've moved beyond the hustle and established the internal integrity of the professional firm. True professionalism demands that our commitment to quality, safety, and long-term relationships is absolute. But commitment is only a value until it's tested in the field under pressure. The most complex challenge in modern government contracting is not simply meeting the contract specs, but managing the client's deepest anxieties: their fear of public disruption, safety failures, and bureaucratic complications. The following case study illustrates how we took our commitment to professionalism, specifically safety protocols and coordination, and applied it to one of the most sensitive job sites in New York City, the occupied Baruch College Library. This project was a perfect test of our professional discipline, demanding not just technical skill, but the ability to deliver flawless execution while ensuring the continuity of the client's daily operations. Project overview: the high-stakes assignment. The Baruch College Information and Technology Building project was not just another government contract. It was a surgical operation performed in broad daylight under the constant scrutiny of thousands of students, faculty, and DASNY officials. This was the ultimate test of our professionalism and coordination under the stringent eye of one of New York's most demanding authorities. Project title: Skylight Replacement at Baruch College's Information and Technology Building. Completion date: July 2019. Authority: Dormitory Authority of the State of New York. Scope: complete skylight replacement, atrium panel restoration, and critical asbestos abatement. Environment: fully occupied academic library, zero tolerance for disruption. The challenge: building in a fishbowl. This wasn't a vacant construction site where mistakes could be hidden or corrected quietly. This was an operational university library, a living, breathing academic heart, serving thousands of students daily. Every hammer strike, every material delivery, every crew movement was visible, audible, and subject to immediate complaint. Our primary challenge was executing complex, high-risk construction, including asbestos removal and the erection of massive scaffolding within an operational, occupied library. The stakes were absolute. Occupied environment. The library remained open throughout construction. Our work schedule, material movements, and noise levels had to be negotiated and controlled to ensure minimal disruption to students and staff. One complaint to the university administration could halt the entire project. One safety incident could end our relationship with DASNY permanently. Sidewalk shed and space constraints. Installing the necessary sidewalk shed for public protection was hampered by the tight, active urban surroundings of Lexington Avenue and East 25th Street. This required innovative, precise engineering to maximize public safety without obstructing essential campus access. The shed had to protect pedestrians from falling debris while maintaining ADA compliance and allowing emergency vehicle access, all within a footprint that left almost no margin for error. Interior scaffolding complexity. Erecting interior scaffolding had to be done around existing architecture and library infrastructure without disrupting study spaces, computer labs, or book stacks. This was a three-dimensional logistical puzzle that required absolute coordination between local 1556 carpenters and project management. The scaffolding had to support the weight of workers, tools, and materials while being erected in phases that allowed the library to remain functional. We were building a construction platform inside a working library, the equivalent of performing open heart surgery on a marathon runner mid-race. Asbestos abatement coordination. The skylight replacement required asbestos abatement, which meant creating containment zones, managing negative air pressure systems, and coordinating with certified abatement contractors, all while maintaining the building's HVAC systems and ensuring no contamination reached occupied spaces. The liability exposure was staggering. One containment breach, one fiber release, one failed air test would trigger an immediate shutdown, potential lawsuits, and the permanent destruction of our reputation. Erector Master's critical role. Proof of professionalism. Our prime contractors didn't hire us because we were the cheapest bid. They hired us because we were the solution to their risk profile. Our contributions were pivotal, and our execution had to be flawless. Expertise in union labor. We deployed highly trained local 1556 union carpenters whose experience ensured all scaffolding and shed work met the highest safety and structural standards. These weren't laborers, they were craftsmen who understood that every connection, every brace, every tie-in had to be perfect. DASNY's inspectors were watching, and there was no room for rework or shortcuts. Surgical coordination. We coordinated directly with DASNY project managers, the library administration, campus security, and facility staff to develop a construction schedule that minimized disruption. This meant night shifts for noisy work, phased installations to keep study areas open, and constant communication to manage expectations. We held weekly coordination meetings and daily toolbox talks to ensure every crew member understood the mission: execute perfectly, invisibly, and safely. Logistical mastery. Material deliveries had to be scheduled during off-peak hours. Equipment had to be moved through narrow corridors without damaging finishes. Scaffolding components had to be staged in designated areas that didn't block emergency exits or disrupt foot traffic. We created a detailed logistics plan that treated the library like a living organism, every move calculated, every impact minimized. Safety as non-negotiable. We maintained a perfect safety record throughout the project, validating our commitment to risk mitigation in the most challenging environment. Every worker was briefed daily. Every hazard was identified and controlled. Every near miss was documented and addressed. We knew that one accident, one fall, one injury, one OSHA violation would not only shut down the project, but destroy our credibility with DASNY forever. Project outcomes, our unassailable record. The result was a victory for professional discipline and foresight, a case study in how to execute high-risk work in a zero-tolerance environment. On-time completion. The project finished on schedule, despite the complexity and constraints. We delivered what we promised, when we promised it. 100% safety record. We maintained a perfect safety record throughout the project. 0 accidents, 0 injuries, 0 OSHA violations. This wasn't luck. This was the result of relentless discipline, daily safety briefings, and a culture that treated safety as the primary mission. 0 disruption complaints. Not a single formal complaint was filed by students, faculty, or library staff. We operated so cleanly and professionally that the construction became nearly invisible. The library remained functional, and the academic mission continued uninterrupted. Enhanced client value. The completed skylight replacement revitalized the library environment, improving natural light and energy efficiency. But more importantly, our flawless execution strengthened our reputation with DOSNY, securing us as a trusted partner for future government bids. We didn't just complete a project, we earned a relationship. Strategic positioning. This project became a cornerstone of our portfolio. When DOSNY evaluates contractors for future work, they don't just look at certifications and insurance, they look at past performance. Baruch College is our proof that we can handle the most sensitive, high-stakes environments with absolute professionalism. It's the project we reference when bidding on hospitals, occupied schools, and other critical facilities where failure is not an option. The lesson: professionalism under pressure. The Baruch College project taught us that true professionalism is not about what you do when conditions are ideal. It's about what you deliver when the stakes are highest, the constraints are tightest, and the scrutiny is relentless. It's about treating every project like your reputation depends on it, because it does. This is the standard we hold ourselves to. This is the level of execution that separates elite contractors from the rest. And this is why, when DOSNY needs a contractor who can operate in the most challenging environments, they call Erector Masters. Chapter 4. How to Read a Book. Strategic Understanding. Key Themes. Decoding Complex Contracts and RFPs. The Baruch College project was a victory of true professionalism. We demonstrated meticulous planning, achieved a 100% safety record, and successfully navigated the constraints of an occupied environment. We proved we could execute a difficult plan under pressure, and that our systems, our crew, our safety logs, our coordination were flawless. But execution is only half the battle. Our success in the field comes from the strategies we learn off the field. The books we've covered, from finance to leadership to psychology, are the foundation of our strategic advantage. Yet simply reading them is not enough. You can read every book on this shelf and still fail if you do not know how to extract the true value from the text. In this business, we cannot afford to be passive learners. When we read a contract, we must understand its subtext. When we read a blueprint, we must understand its structural demands. And when we read a book, we must engage with the author's deepest ideas. We must become masters of analytical reading. The final, absolute skill that separates the true leader from the average reader is the ability to thoroughly and completely comprehend complex material, making it an actionable part of your business blueprint. This is the ultimate discipline of the mind. This brings us to the manual on mastery itself, How to Read a Book. As the owner of 809 Solutions and Erector Masters, I've seen firsthand that winning government contracts, especially those under PLAs and union labor requirements, is as much a mental game as a logistical or financial one. Psycho-Cybernetics teaches MWBE contractors that self-image and mindset shape performance. Confidence, resilience, and focus determine whether you show up as a capable partner or shrink in the room. But mindset alone isn't enough. Once your mental framework is strong, the next step is understanding the work you're bidding on, and that's where Mortimer Adler's How to Read a Book becomes critical. In the world of government contracting, especially for MWBE firms bidding on union labor, PLA-mandated projects, success isn't just about who can do the work. It's about who understands what's being asked. Too often, business owners treat government solicitations, union agreements, and compliance manuals as checklists, when in reality, they're complex texts full of nuance and hidden risk. Mortimer Adler's How to Read a Book teaches a timeless skill: how to read deeply, critically, and strategically. Far from being an academic relic, this book is an underrated playbook for MWBE contractors navigating the bureaucratic, legal, and strategic documents that dominate public sector work. More than reading, strategic understanding, Adler breaks reading into 4 levels: elementary, inspectional, analytical, and syntopical. For contractors trying to win government jobs with PLA requirements, this framework is more than useful, it's essential. Elementary reading is about basic comprehension. It's the first step in reading a bid or PLA document. Inspectional reading allows you to quickly assess whether a project aligns with your firm's capacity or strategic goals. Analytical reading helps you deeply understand labor obligations, wage schedules, bonding requirements, and union jurisdiction clauses. Syntopical reading is the ability to compare multiple documents, such as labor codes, union agreements, and city ordinances, to form a complete picture of a project's demands. Most contractors stop at the first level. The winning MWBE firms master all four. Why it matters for MWBE contractors. For MWBE contractors, the stakes are higher. They are often newer to the public sector game and may lack the institutional knowledge or networks that large firms have. That makes accurate interpretation of project documents even more critical. Adler's book teaches contractors not just to read a contract or RFP, but to analyze it like a strategist. For example, can your firm legally and logistically meet the union hiring ratios outlined in a PLA? Are there risk clauses buried in subcontractor scopes or wage escalation schedules? Do you truly understand how the prevailing wage rules interact with your internal payroll systems? Reading with precision could be the difference between landing a profitable job or being trapped in a loss-making contract. From information to action, Adler emphasizes that true reading leads to action. It transforms information into decision-making. MWB contractors must become proactive readers who use what they've learned to ask better questions at pre-bid conferences, clarify vague terms in RFQs or solicitations, prepare compliant strategic bids, protect themselves contractually before signing. This is especially important when dealing with union contracts, where verbal misunderstandings or undocumented assumptions can lead to serious liability or reputational damage. Creating a learning organization. Contractors who want to grow must train their teams not just in labor skills, but in information literacy. How to read a book can be a training foundation for key staff who handle contracts, compliance, and business development. Teaching foremen, office managers, and estimators how to read beyond the surface creates a smarter, more agile organization, one better prepared to handle the complexities of public sector, PLA-driven work. Conclusion: read smarter, build smarter. In the contracting world, reading isn't just a task, it's a competitive advantage. Mortimer Adler's How to Read a Book gives MWBE firms the tools to decode, understand, and act on the dense documents that govern union-based public projects. By applying Adler's method, MWBE contractors can spot red flags before bidding, position themselves more competitively, communicate more clearly with unions and agencies, grow not just as builders, but as strategic thinkers. In short, when you learn how to truly read a book, you also learn how to read the systems and contracts that shape your business. And in PLA-driven public work, that insight is priceless. The Innovator's Dilemma. Key themes. How small MWBEs can outmaneuver large firms. We've mastered analytical reading to become true professionals. We are excellent, but our very success is our greatest danger. When you perfect your current model, you become complacent. You listen only to clients who want the same thing. This focus blinds you to the disruptive ideas that will inevitably emerge. The profitable methods of today become the obstacles of tomorrow. To survive, we must seek self-disruption. This paradox is the subject of the Innovator's Dilemma. When I first picked up Clayton Christensen's book, I wasn't looking for a lesson in theory. I was looking for a weapon. I didn't expect it to talk about sidewalk sheds or PLA-driven government contracts, but it did, in code. Christensen explained how the giants fail. They are so busy chasing the next billion-dollar sugar rush that they refuse to see the small, low-margin innovations that will eventually kill them. They get arrogant. In New York construction, that plays out like a feeding frenzy. The big prime contractors ignore the small, high-density scopes, the exact scaffolding and shed work we specialize in, because the margins look too tight for their overhead. They rely on the same outdated systems because they're too slow, too comfortable, and too afraid of the risk that comes with change. They underestimate MWBEs because they think we're just a box to check. That is where the money lives. Erector Masters wasn't built by trying to compete with the giants on their terms. It was built by embracing the exact disruption that the massive players were too slow or too arrogant to touch. We didn't avoid the low-margin work. We made it efficient, we systematized it, and we used it as our training ground to seize the entire field. The Innovator's Dilemma. When New Technologies Cause Great Firms to Fail by Clayton M. Christensen is a groundbreaking book that explores why successful companies often fail when faced with disruptive innovations. Though it focuses primarily on the tech and business sectors, the principles Christensen outlines are incredibly valuable for minority and women-owned business enterprises contractors, especially those bidding for complex government projects that involve union labor or project labor agreements. In a sector as competitive and rigid as government construction contracting, innovation isn't just about new tools or technology. It's about how you manage people, processes, and strategy under high cost and compliance pressure. Here's how the Innovator's Dilemma offers valuable lessons for MWBE contractors facing the double challenge of competition and union labor requirements. 1. Understanding disruption helps MWBs position themselves strategically. Christensen's core idea is that large companies fail because they ignore disruptive innovations, small, low-margin opportunities that grow to take over markets. MWB contractors can apply this thinking by focusing on small, niche opportunities that larger firms often ignore due to lower profit margins or perceived complexity. Many large union contractors chase huge infrastructure projects. MWBs, however, can specialize in specific scopes on union jobs, where skilled labor and specialization are more valuable than scale. Rather than going head-to-head with large firms, they can innovate by offering union-compliant services in underbid areas, forming strategic labor partnerships, or using efficient construction management tools to lower their overhead. 2. Innovation in process, not just technology. Government jobs, especially those with PLAs, come with tons of red tape, certified payroll, compliance reports, and strict schedules. This is where contractors can learn from Christensen's analysis of process innovation. A contractor doesn't have to invent new materials or machines. Innovating their workflow, labor deployment, or bid strategy can yield major advantages. For example, using project management software tailored to PLA jobs can streamline union crew coordination and reporting. Partnering with labor unions early in the bidding process to pre-plan crew availability shows readiness and reduces delays. Standardizing documentation can cut onboarding time by days. These are small, disruptive innovations that make firms more competitive while meeting all compliance demands. Creating space to experiment and learn, Christensen emphasizes that successful innovation often happens in smaller, autonomous units that are free to experiment without corporate pressure. For contractors, this means carving out space to try new labor strategies, technologies, or partnerships before scaling up. Let's say a contractor is bidding on an NYC School Construction Authority job that requires full union participation. By starting with a pilot job using new time-tracking apps or AI-based estimating software, they can gather data, refine their system, and show better productivity during pre-qualification for larger bids. Knowing when to stick to the core and when to pivot, Christensen warns companies not to abandon their core competencies too quickly. For businesses, this means not overextending themselves chasing high-profile union jobs just because they're available. Instead, contractors should focus on building repeatable systems that work well under PLA union conditions. Only pursue larger jobs once they've mastered smaller union projects. Align bids with their existing labor force capacity and financial health, preserving cash flow, a critical issue when union labor inflates upfront costs. Knowing when to push forward and when to consolidate is a form of business innovation that protects contractors from burnout or overexposure. 5. Leveraging alliances and joint ventures as innovation tools. Christensen also highlights how partnerships allow smaller players to access markets they otherwise couldn't reach. For contractors, forming joint ventures with larger, union-experienced firms or even other minority contractors allows for better workforce scaling, bonding capacity, and bid credibility. This is especially effective on jobs like NYC, NYSCA, or NYTA, where union experience is weighted heavily. These strategic alliances can be seen as innovation ecosystems, where each firm brings unique value, project management, union access, local knowledge, or compliance history. Conclusion: the innovator's dilemma teaches that the key to surviving and thriving in complex environments isn't just about being the biggest, it's about being the most adaptable. For contractors bidding on government jobs with PLA and union requirements, Christensen's insights offer a roadmap to outmaneuver larger competitors by being leaner, smarter, and more innovative. By rethinking how they manage people, projects, and partnerships, minority firms can not only meet union demands, they can set the standard for performance and resilience in the public sector. In a world of constant change, the innovator's dilemma reminds enterprises that disruption is not a threat, it's an opportunity to lead. Macroeconomics, dealing with the changing world order, key themes. Ray Dalio's cycles apply to construction labor costs. As an operator in government contracting, one of the most competitive, politically influenced arenas on earth, I've learned that survival isn't about skill. Skill is the ante. It just gets you a seat at the table. Survival is about understanding the clock. It's about adapting to the cycles and positioning your company to pounce when everyone else is frozen by fear or arrogance. The innovator's dilemma concludes that great companies fail because they listen too closely to existing customers and ignore inferior but disruptive low-end technologies. The urban umbrella case study illustrates this in real time. It represents the disruptive entrant that successfully challenged a century-old industry by creating a new value network based on aesthetics and urban experience rather than just utility. Case study: The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, how Urban Umbrella is transforming sidewalk sheds in NYC. Introduction. Urban Umbrella emerged as a pioneer in the redesign of sidewalk sheds in New York City, aiming to enhance pedestrian safety and aesthetics. With the introduction of Local Law 47 in 2025, the landscape for sidewalk sheds is shifting from a stagnant commodity market to a highly regulated, design-heavy arena. Urban Umbrella is at the forefront of this transformation, proving that a better mousetrap can indeed disrupt an entrenched industry. The Good. Innovations and achievements. Urban Umbrella succeeded by addressing a job to be done that traditional scaffolding firms ignored: the preservation of retail value and street-level vibrancy during construction. Award-winning design. After winning the Urban SHED competition in 2009, they established a brand identity that associated scaffolding with design rather than decay. Regulatory first mover. They are the only company whose proprietary design permitted a deviation from traditional hunter green, utilizing transparent roofing and white steel long before LL47 made such options mainstream. Enhanced safety and light. Their arch-like bracing improves stability and visibility, a key factor in the new NYC building code requiring 1.5-foot candles of illumination. Sustainability and IP. By using energy-efficient LEDs and securing multiple utility patents, they built a moat around their innovation, preventing simple commodity imitation. The Bad. Challenges and limitations. Even as a disruptor, the company faces the sustaining innovation trap, maintaining its lead as the industry catches up. Market competition. The entry of Star Industries and Core Scaffold proves that once a market is validated, incumbents will pivot. Urban Umbrella must now spend capital on legal defensive patents rather than pure R&D. Regulatory adaptation. While L47 validates Urban Umbrella's aesthetic, it also raises the floor for everyone else. The new 12-foot minimum clearance requirement removes some of the height-based differentiation they once enjoyed. Coverage restrictions. New rules allowing containment netting for minor work could bypass the need for expensive, high-design sheds entirely, potentially cannibalizing Urban Umbrella's market. The ugly. Regulatory hurdles and market dynamics. The greatest risk to any innovator is not a competitor, but a change in the rules of the game. Permit compression. The reduction of shed permits for facade repairs from 1 year to 3 months creates a high-velocity operational environment. If Urban Umbrella cannot install and strike sheds faster than traditional firms, their design advantage is offset by logistical friction. Public resistance. Traditional contractors and budget-conscious HOAs often view innovative designs as luxury taxes. Penetrating the mid-market remains difficult as long as the Hunter Green box is the cheapest path to compliance. Competitors in the game. The new strategic order. As Urban Umbrella continues to lead the charge, 2 primary competitors have emerged with distinct strategic profiles. Star Industries, the modular specialist. Star Industries has launched a modular design system that offers extreme flexibility in configuration. Their strategy focuses on adaptability, allowing their sheds to navigate complex building corners and uneven NYC terrain while maintaining strict compliance with Local Law 47. To compete with Urban Umbrella's aesthetics, they now offer a wide color variety, including metallic grays and whites, while doubling down on sustainability by using eco-friendly recyclable materials that appeal to environmentally conscious developers. Core Scaffold. The efficiency specialist Core Scaffold is attacking the market through streamlined installation. By introducing a lightweight, aluminum-based design, they have significantly reduced the labor hours and time required on site, a critical factor given the new 90-day permit limits. Their safety features include high-performance integrated lighting and reflective materials for better nighttime visibility. Their primary edge is adaptability, creating a utility-first design that fits almost any building type, offering a more cost-effective alternative to Urban Umbrella's premium aesthetic. Key takeaways. Innovation as a shield. Urban Umbrella proved that design can be a competitive moat in a commodity market. The regulatory S-curve. Local Law 47 acts as a market reset, forcing innovators to evolve or be caught by fast followers. Execution is policy. In the gladiator stage of NYC construction, having the best design only matters if you can manage the 3-month permit cycle without incurring city fines. From corporate disruption to global order. The rise of Urban Umbrella is a micro-example of the big cycle. In The Innovator's Dilemma, we saw how small players topple giants through technology. In the Urban Umbrella case, we see how a company used Local Law 47 as a catalyst to change the internal order of the NYC streetscape. However, just as a city's regulations can shift the fortunes of scaffolding companies, the global order shifts the fortunes of nations. Urban Umbrella's struggle with supply chains, intellectual property, and regulatory wars is a reflection of the larger patterns identified by Ray Dalio. We now transition from the microcycles of business innovation to the macrocycles of history. If Urban Umbrella represents the struggle for a new shed order in NYC, the next section explores the rise and fall of empires, reserve currencies, and the inevitable shifts in the changing world order. Ray Dalio's Principles for Dealing with the Changing World Order, Why Nations Succeed and Fail, explores the cyclical nature of economic and political systems, the rise and fall of great powers, and the key indicators that determine whether a nation or any economic entity can thrive or collapse. Although the book is framed around macroeconomic cycles and geopolitical trends, its lessons resonate deeply with small businesses and contractors navigating highly structured environments like government contracting. For a new contractor bidding for jobs with agencies such as NYSCA and UMTA, New York Network Transportation Authority, or NYHA, Dalio's principles offer a framework for understanding risk, anticipating economic shifts, and managing critical factors like labor costs and cash flow, especially when working under union or project labor agreement obligations. Understanding the bigger picture. Dalio emphasizes the importance of studying long-term debt cycles, inflationary pressures, and policy shifts as precursors to economic transitions. For a contractor, this means staying aware of fiscal policies, wage inflation, and public spending trends that affect labor and materials. Union and PLA projects often come with predetermined wage scales, benefits packages, and strict work rules. While these agreements provide stability and workforce quality, they also fix labor costs at a premium level, leaving little room for negotiation or flexibility. Understanding this economic rigidity is key for a new contractor. Dalio's principle of studying history to understand the future becomes a strategic tool here. For instance, contractors should study past bid outcomes and labor cost structures in similar PLA projects to better estimate expenses and adjust cash flow projections accordingly. As Dalio suggests, those who prepare for tightening liquidity or rising costs will weather downturns better than those who assume today's trends will last forever. Labor costs and cash flow in a shifting economy. Dalio's concept of internal order and external competitiveness is particularly relevant when analyzing labor costs. In government projects, union labor may ensure internal order, predictable work rules, fewer disputes, and high productivity, but it may undermine competitiveness if cash flow isn't properly managed. High labor costs reduce margin flexibility, especially when payments from government contracts are delayed due to bureaucratic red tape or milestone-based disbursements. A new contractor must therefore model cash flow carefully. Dalio emphasizes having buffers during periods of uncertainty. In practical terms, this means building a financial cushion into project bids, setting aside contingency reserves, and using historical data to predict when payment lags might occur. Without this buffer, a contractor may face liquidity issues that could stall progress, damage relationships with unions, or lead to default. Strategic adaptation. Dalio also stresses the importance of adaptation in times of transition. In an environment where public funding is subject to political shifts and inflation affects materials and labor pricing, rigid project planning can lead to failure. Contractors must remain flexible in sourcing, scheduling, and workforce allocation. By analyzing patterns of government investment, something Dalio encourages by tracking leading indicators, a contractor can better choose which projects to pursue and how aggressively to price them. Moreover, being proactive about regulatory changes in union labor laws or shifts in PLA negotiation strategies is crucial. Just as Dalio advises nations to anticipate global power shifts, a contractor must anticipate industry-wide labor changes and prepare accordingly. Conclusion. Ray Dalio's principles for dealing with the changing world order may seem distant from the day-to-day work of a small contractor bidding for public projects, but its core lessons on cycles, adaptability, risk management, and the value of historical perspective are directly applicable. For those navigating the complex world of government contracting with union labor, understanding economic principles and anticipating structural costs is vital. High labor costs under union or PLA agreements make cash flow management critical, and Dalio's emphasis on building buffers and preparing for systemic shocks can mean the difference between success and failure. In this way, Dalio's global insights serve as a practical guide for local success in a challenging and competitive industry. As a contractor stepping into the world of government work, especially union-heavy, PLA-driven environments, you quickly learn that success isn't just determined by skill, pricing, or even relationships. It's determined by how well you understand the environment you operate in. Financial focus, the algebra of wealth. Key themes: Scott Galloway's lessons on focus and stoicism. To win in this arena, you must first master the macro game. We are not just battling competitors, we are operating inside a system, the global and national economy, that is constantly rising and falling. Ray Dalio, in his work on the changing world order, provides the flight path for that system. He explains why empires become soft, how debts always compound, and why the global tectonic plates are shifting. If you don't understand Dalio's cycles, you're building your empire on a sand dune. That is the high-level reality. But knowing the storm is coming doesn't keep the money in your pocket. This is where two worlds collide. Dalio teaches us why the system is chaotic. Scott Galloway teaches us how to build your personal fortress inside that chaos. In his Algebra of Wealth, Galloway delivers the brutal truth of financial security for the individual. Forget the motivational garbage. This is the math. He identifies the cold variables, focus, stoicism, time, and diversification that determine whether you are building genuine wealth or just chasing revenue. For a new contractor aiming to secure bids with government agencies like the New York State Council on the Arts, New York City Transit Authority, or the New York City Housing Authority, the Algebra of Wealth offers a blueprint for financial discipline and long-term planning. These contracts, while lucrative, often come with strict labor requirements, especially when union labor or project labor agreements are involved. Understanding and managing labor costs is not just a budgeting issue, it's a matter of survival and growth. Galloway's insights on focus, capital management, and risk can help guide contractors through this terrain. Focus. Know where the money flows. Galloway emphasizes that focus, not talent, is the primary driver of wealth. For contractors, this translates into a deep understanding of where the biggest risks and opportunities lie in a bid. Labor costs are often the most volatile and significant portion of any project's budget, especially under PLA or union terms. These agreements mandate specific wages, benefits, and work conditions that can inflate costs and reduce flexibility. A focused contractor must account for every dollar spent on labor in advance and include sufficient margin in bids to remain solvent if costs fluctuate or delays occur. By applying Galloway's principle of focus, a new contractor will learn to scrutinize prevailing wage schedules, mandatory union benefits, and productivity constraints to ensure accurate estimates. This diligence protects both profit margins and credibility with agencies. Stoicism and risk management. One of Galloway's strongest points is the value of stoicism, the ability to endure discomfort now for greater rewards later. This is highly applicable to managing cash flow in public contracting. Payments from agencies like NYCHA or NYNTA often come in slowly, sometimes delayed by bureaucracy or performance reviews. At the same time, union and PLA labor must be paid weekly and often in full compliance with certified payroll standards. This mismatch between outgoing cash and incoming cash can create serious liquidity problems. Galloway would advise the contractor to prepare emotionally and financially for this stress. His stoic approach encourages strategic sacrifice, perhaps taking on a smaller margin job initially to build a payment history with the agency, or maintaining lean overhead to weather slow periods. Long-term wealth, he argues, comes not from quick wins, but from the ability to persist and reinvest wisely. Time, compounding experience, and capital. Galloway champions the power of time in wealth building, particularly through compounding, an idea that resonates with contractors investing in infrastructure, equipment, and skilled labor. In government contracting, every successfully completed job adds to your credibility and bonding capacity. Over time, this translates into larger contract eligibility, better terms with unions, and even access to capital through lines of credit or subcontractor partnerships. But this compounding only works if early cash flow crises don't sink the business. Understanding how union labor costs affect weekly burn rates helps contractors pace their growth and avoid overextending themselves. Galloway's advice here is clear. Take the long view. Don't chase every bid. Build slowly with an eye on durability rather than glamour. Diversification and capital resilience. Finally, Galloway warns against overexposure in any one domain, a lesson especially vital in public contracting, where one delayed project or underpaid invoice can endanger a firm. Diversifying project types, funding sources, or even offering services beyond union-bound construction work can provide essential buffers. He also stresses capital preservation. Don't spend every dollar you earn. For a new contractor, this means maintaining a financial cushion to float labor costs when payments lag. It also means resisting the temptation to underbid just to win contracts. Such decisions may lead to negative cash flow when labor costs inevitably exceed expectations. Conclusion. The algebra of wealth may not be a construction manual, but its principles are perfectly suited to help new contractors bidding for public jobs in labor-intensive, unionized environments. Galloway's focus on discipline, long-term thinking, and financial resilience offers an adaptable strategy for managing the high-stakes world of government contracting. In an industry where cash flow mismanagement can sink even the most technically skilled firm, Galloway's wisdom could be the most valuable tool in a contractor's kit. Government contracting, especially union, PLA-based, and contract-driven work, is a world where two timelines collide: the short-term pressure of cash flow and the long-term mission of building a company that endures. Scott Galloway's The Algebra of Wealth teaches us how to survive financially. Jim Collins' Built to Last teaches us how to thrive organizationally. But for a contractor like me, as the owner of 809 Solutions and Erector Masters, the real power comes from understanding how these two frameworks connect. Because the truth is simple. You cannot build a company that lasts unless you first master the algebra that keeps it alive. Financial resilience precedes legacy. Cash flow precedes culture. Discipline precedes vision. In Built to Last, Successful Habits of Visionary Companies, Jim Collins and Jerry Porras explore what separates exceptional, enduring organizations from the rest. Rather than focusing on one-hit wonders or charismatic leaders, the book emphasizes timeless principles, core values, visionary goals, and disciplined execution that help companies not only succeed, but last for generations. For contractors bidding on government contracts with PLA and union labor requirements, Built to Last offers more than business theory. It provides a long-term roadmap. Competing in public works isn't just about getting the next job. It's about building a company that can repeatedly win bids, manage union-compliant projects, and grow with purpose. Core ideology. More than just certification. Collins emphasizes the importance of core ideology, the combination of core values and purpose that guide a company through all seasons. For contractors, it's tempting to let certification define your business identity. But long-term success requires a deeper mission, a commitment to quality, fair labor practices, and community impact. When bidding on PLA jobs, your core ideology needs to shine through. Are you committed to union labor standards, not just meeting them, but supporting them? Do you treat compliance as a core value, not a checkbox? Are you building a culture of reliability, safety, and professionalism? Companies that are built to last don't just react to requirements, they align with them. Preserve the core, stimulate progress. One of Collins' central ideas is this: preserve what matters most, but always look for ways to improve. For contractors, that means sticking to your values, diversity, access, community, but embracing innovation in how you manage labor, communicate with unions, or prepare bids. For example, establish training programs that bridge business hiring goals with union hiring goals. Improve internal processes so you can submit stronger, faster bids without sacrificing accuracy. Innovation in how you deliver doesn't compromise why you do what you do. It reinforces it. Big, hairy, audacious goals for MWBEs. Collins introduces the concept of BHAGs. Big, hairy, audacious goals. Ambitious targets that push companies to achieve more than they thought possible. For firms, this might mean becoming a prime contractor on a major public infrastructure project, building a fully unionized, diverse workforce, creating mentorship pipelines for other smaller firms. Setting bold goals pushes contractors beyond survival mode and into leadership positions. When you aim higher, you build capacity, strengthen your workforce, and position your business as a serious, long-term player in government contracting. Cult-like cultures and clock building. Visionary companies often create strong cultures, a sense of mission that binds teams together. For union-based public projects, culture matters. Your crew must be aligned around safety, accountability, and respect for union partnerships. Collins also makes a powerful metaphor. Don't just tell time, build a clock. This means creating systems not depending on a single person's leadership. Enterprises built to last. Develop compliance systems for PLA reporting. Build a pipeline of trained, union-friendly labor. Create a repeatable bidding strategy. Empower teams to operate independently with shared values. That's what makes a company resilient in a highly regulated, competitive contracting environment. Built to last challenges businesses to look beyond temporary success. For contractors, the stakes are high. Government jobs with PLA and union requirements demand strict compliance, operational excellence, and long-term reliability. But those challenges also offer a unique opportunity to build not just a successful bid, but a legacy. By anchoring your business in values, investing in systems, setting bold goals, and embracing innovation, your business can become more than competitive. It can become built to last. As contractors, we are forced to operate under the tightest controls: union labor, PLA requirements, and the unforgiving scrutiny of every government agency. Naturally, we obsess over operational discipline and compliance systems. And we should. Jim Collins' Built to Last reinforces this. Visionary companies survive because they anchor themselves in durable systems and strong cultures, not on one charismatic figure. That's the foundation. But here's the truth most contractors never learn. Being built to last means absolutely nothing if your name is mud or if no one knows you exist. You can have the most efficient systems, the highest safety score, and the most loyal crew in the city. But if your company doesn't have a brand that stands for something specific, if you haven't established your authority, you will be treated like interchangeable cannon fodder. Your core values are internal. Your brand is external leverage. It's the shield that defends your price point. It's the reason the client picks up your call when 5 other contractors are calling. We're moving beyond the internal mechanics of building a great company and shifting to the external conflict of market dominance. On brand, shape your narrative, share your vision, shift their perception. Aliza Licht offers a masterclass on the importance of personal and corporate branding in a world saturated with noise. She shows that success isn't just about what you do. It's about how you tell your story, how you influence perception, and how you build trust through authenticity. For construction companies, particularly those seeking contracts with government agencies, these lessons are invaluable. When combined with AI-driven marketing tools, the strategies from OnBrand can help construction firms shape powerful narratives, shift outdated perceptions, and clearly communicate their value in ways that set them apart from the competition. Understanding OnBrand and its relevance to construction, Licht's core message is that everyone and every business already has a brand. The question is whether it's being shaped intentionally. She stresses that organizations must shape the narrative, control the way the business story is told, share the vision, clearly communicate future goals and purpose, shift their perspective, change how clients and partners view the company. For construction companies, particularly those pursuing government work, this is crucial. Agencies are flooded with bids from companies that seem similar on paper. Strong branding, a clear, confident story about why your firm is different and better, becomes the secret weapon for standing out. 1. Shaping the narrative, telling your construction story differently. Too often, construction companies focus purely on capabilities, number of projects completed, budget size, or number of workers. While important, these facts alone don't create emotional engagement. Licht urges companies to craft a story that resonates with clients on a human level. Application with AI technology. Using AI-powered content creation platforms, construction companies can craft tailored narratives for different agencies. Highlight community impact stories. Emphasize union partnerships and workforce development initiatives. Showcase commitment to subcontractor inclusion. By shaping these narratives intelligently with AI, construction businesses can present themselves not just as builders, but as mission-driven partners who understand and elevate government goals. 2. Shifting the perspective. Repositioning the brand in the eyes of agencies. Many government buyers view construction firms as interchangeable vendors focused on cost over quality. Licht teaches that businesses must actively shift this perception. Application with AI technology. AI tools like sentiment analysis software can review RFP responses, client feedback, and project communications to detect how agencies currently perceive your firm. Then, using AI-enhanced CRM systems, companies can systematically reposition their brand by personalizing proposals with data-driven insights, tracking relationship-building touchpoints with agency stakeholders, sending AI-generated newsletters or social media updates showcasing leadership in safety, compliance, green building practices, and workforce diversity. This repositioning transforms the company from just another bidder into a trusted partner who shares the agency's public service mission. 3. Sharing the vision. Communicating a bigger purpose, Licht emphasizes that sharing the why behind your business, not just the what, inspires confidence and loyalty. For construction companies, this means going beyond technical specifications and talking about vision, the future you're helping to build. Application with AI technology. AI-driven video tools can help firms easily create short, engaging videos showing their vision, whether it's building greener infrastructure, mentoring firms, or advancing union workforce skills. These videos can be embedded in proposal packages, sent in email campaigns to government buyers, posted on professional social networks like LinkedIn or contractor portals. Sharing the vision with compelling, AI-enhanced content creates emotional resonance with government agencies under pressure to deliver community value, not just complete projects. The big payoff: trust, differentiation, and more wins. By combining the branding principles from OnBrand with AI technology, construction companies achieve major benefits. Differentiation. Agencies see them as trusted allies, not commoditized vendors. Efficiency. AI tools automate much of the marketing and branding work, saving time. Stronger relationships. Thoughtful storytelling and vision sharing build long-term trust. More wins. A strong brand leads to more successful bids, not because the company was the cheapest, but because they were the most aligned with the agency's mission. Conclusion on Brand by Eliza Licht shows that every business, including construction companies, has the power to control its narrative, shift perceptions, and inspire clients with a clear vision. When these lessons are combined with cutting-edge AI marketing tools, construction firms can communicate more effectively, build trust faster, and position themselves as indispensable partners to government agencies. In a competitive market where technical ability is assumed, it's powerful branding, authentically shared and strategically amplified, that wins the future. The street truth is simple. Your company already has a brand. It's not about what your logo looks like, it's about what the job site whispers about you when you're not there. You are either controlling that narrative or you are letting the world define you. And in the cutthroat world of government contracting, default definitions get you passed over. As Eliza Licht teaches us, we seize that narrative. We shape perceptions and share a vision to make our firm visible in a crowded field. But in 2025, visibility isn't enough. AI is your precision weapon. We combine that vision with AI tools to make our brand communications surgical, personalized, and scalable, demonstrating ironclad credibility and alignment with the mission of every agency we bid on. But the fight doesn't stop with a solid social media campaign. The goal is to eliminate friction and build trust that can't be corrupted. This is the next evolution, Web 3.0. Decentralization, blockchain, and AI-powered engagement are not buzzwords. They are the future of contract management. This technology transforms more than marketing. It offers a way to lock down transparency and community at scale, making your word verifiable, undeniable, and resistant to the gatekeepers. We use it to build a reputation that is literally etched in stone. In her book, Web 3.0 Marketing, Amanda Cassatt outlines the transformative potential of the next generation of Internet technologies, Web 3.0. This new phase of the Internet emphasizes decentralization, blockchain, and artificial intelligence to revolutionize how businesses engage with their audiences. For construction companies looking to secure government contracts while utilizing union labor, the insights from Cassatt's book offer valuable strategies to improve marketing and streamline operations. By integrating AI and leveraging Web 3.0 technologies, construction business owners can enhance their marketing efforts, better engage with government agencies, and create a competitive advantage in the bidding process. 1. Hyper-personalization. Tailoring marketing strategies to government needs. One of the central themes in Web 3.0, zero marketing, is hyper-personalization, which is achieved by using AI to analyze large volumes of data and create tailored marketing experiences. In the construction industry, where relationships with government agencies and unions are often long-term and involve complex processes, personalizing communication can significantly impact the success of a marketing campaign. Application in construction. Segmenting and targeting government contracts. AI can be used to analyze past government contracts and the types of projects they focus on, allowing construction businesses to target specific government entities based on their historical needs. For example, if a government agency is regularly seeking contractors for infrastructure projects, AI can identify patterns and help businesses craft targeted proposals, highlighting relevant past experiences and union labor commitments. Customizing proposals and pitches. Once the target market is identified, AI-powered tools can help construction companies generate personalized proposals that speak directly to the government's needs, compliance requirements, and regulatory expectations. By leveraging historical data, AI can suggest language and project examples that align with the specific goals of the agency, whether it's cost efficiency, sustainability, or workforce diversity. Through hyper-personalization, construction businesses can not only craft more compelling marketing messages, but also improve their chances of securing government contracts by directly addressing the unique needs and preferences of the agencies they are targeting. 2. Building trust and transparency with blockchain technology. A key aspect of Web 3. Zero is the use of blockchain technology, which provides transparency and trust through decentralized, secure record-keeping. For construction companies working with government agencies and union labor, trust and transparency are critical to building long-lasting relationships and securing high-value contracts. Blockchain can be utilized to track project progress, verify compliance, and provide a transparent record of interactions. Application in construction: tracking union labor commitments and project milestones. Blockchain can be used to track union labor commitments and project milestones in real time, ensuring that construction companies can demonstrate their adherence to union agreements and government regulations. For example, blockchain could store data about labor hours worked, wages paid, and contract compliance, providing a transparent and immutable record that government agencies can easily access to verify progress. Smart contracts for government bidding. Smart contracts, a feature of blockchain, can automate many aspects of the bidding and project execution process. Once specific conditions are met, smart contracts can trigger automated actions such as payments or project updates. This reduces the risk of human error and ensures that both government agencies and construction businesses stay on track throughout the project lifecycle. By utilizing blockchain, construction companies can not only demonstrate their transparency and accountability to government clients, but also enhance their reputation as reliable and trustworthy partners, improving their chances of winning future bids. 3. AI-powered content creation and campaign automation. AI has the ability to revolutionize content creation and campaign automation, allowing businesses to produce relevant and engaging marketing materials at scale. By utilizing blockchain, construction companies can not only demonstrate their transparency and accountability to government clients, but also enhance their reputation as reliable and trustworthy partners, improving their chances of winning future bids. For construction companies competing for government contracts, the ability to efficiently manage multiple marketing campaigns and engage with different stakeholders, such as government agencies, union representatives, and potential clients, can be a significant advantage. Application in construction: automating content distribution. AI-powered platforms can help construction businesses automate the distribution of marketing materials, such as social media posts, newsletters, and email campaigns. By analyzing the behavior and engagement patterns of government agencies and unions, AI can identify the optimal times to send marketing messages, ensuring that proposals and updates are seen by the right people at the right time. Personalizing outreach to key stakeholders. AI can also help construction companies personalize their outreach to government agencies, union representatives, and other stakeholders. For example, by using AI to analyze past interactions with a government agency, the company can tailor its communications to reflect the agency's past preferences, project types, and regulatory concerns. This could involve sending targeted proposals, case studies, or sustainability reports that align with the agency's goals, demonstrating how the construction company is uniquely positioned to fulfill its needs. AI can make the marketing process more efficient and effective, ensuring that construction businesses can maintain a consistent and personalized presence in front of key decision-makers. 4. Predictive analytics, forecasting market trends and government opportunities. A significant advantage of using AI is its ability to analyze vast amounts of data and identify patterns that can help businesses make more informed decisions. In the construction industry, especially when dealing with government contracts and union labor, understanding market trends and forecasting future opportunities is essential. Predictive analytics can help construction companies anticipate changes in government spending, union labor requirements, and construction regulations, allowing them to proactively position themselves for success. Application in construction: forecasting government contract opportunities. Using AI-driven predictive analytics, construction companies can analyze government spending patterns, identify upcoming construction projects, and anticipate the types of contracts that will be available in the future. By understanding where government agencies are focusing their resources, businesses can align their marketing strategies to focus on high-demand sectors, whether it's infrastructure, housing, or public works. Predicting union labor trends. AI can also be used to predict trends in union labor availability and costs, helping construction businesses plan their workforce needs more effectively. For example, predictive analytics can help identify which unions are likely to be most active in a given region or project type, allowing companies to tailor their labor strategies accordingly and demonstrate their ability to meet union requirements in government contracts. By leveraging predictive analytics, construction companies can make more informed marketing and business decisions, ensuring they are well positioned to take advantage of future opportunities and stay ahead of the competition. 5. Creating stronger connections with Web 3.0 communities. In Web 3.0 marketing, Cassatt highlights the importance of community building in the digital age. In the context of the construction industry, building a community around your brand can foster loyalty, create repeat business, and generate referrals. This is especially important when working with government agencies and union labor, where long-term relationships and trust are vital. Application in construction. Building a community of stakeholders. By using Web 3.0 tools, construction businesses can create digital communities around their projects. For example, through blockchain technology and decentralized platforms, companies can create spaces where stakeholders, including government officials, union representatives, and even clients, can track project progress, contribute ideas, and offer feedback. This engagement strengthens relationships and ensures that all parties feel connected and informed throughout the project. Creating loyalty through transparency and involvement. Web 3.0 marketing emphasizes the importance of transparency and involvement in brand loyalty. For construction companies, this could mean providing government agencies and union members with real-time updates on projects, involving them in decision-making, and allowing them to track progress through decentralized platforms. This can foster a sense of ownership and collaboration, enhancing trust and increasing the likelihood of securing future projects. By leveraging Web 3.0 principles to build a community around their brand, construction companies can create deeper, more enduring relationships with their clients and partners. Conclusion. Amanda Cassatt's Web 3.0 marketing offers valuable insights into how businesses can leverage cutting-edge technologies like AI, blockchain, and decentralization to revolutionize their marketing strategies. For construction businesses pursuing government contracts and using union labor, these tools offer opportunities to enhance personalization, transparency, and efficiency in marketing efforts. By adopting AI-driven approaches to content creation, predictive analytics, and community building, construction companies can differentiate themselves from the competition, build stronger relationships with key stakeholders, and ultimately secure more government contracts. As Web 3.0 continues to reshape the digital landscape, construction businesses that embrace these technologies will be well positioned for success in an increasingly competitive marketplace. Epic content marketing. Key themes: outsourcing to MWBE partners and automation. Web 3.0 marketing taught you to build a system of transparency and decentralized authority to make your firm the only credible source of truth in the construction chaos. That technology provides the channel and the trust framework. But a weapon is useless without ammunition. The channel is worthless if the content is weak. You cannot simply exist online. You must consistently deliver value so overwhelming that the market must follow you. You need a content strategy that establishes you as the undisputed authoritative source, a strategic approach that converts digital presence into contract dominance. The next strategy is the playbook for generating that ammunition: epic content marketing. Leveraging epic content marketing for growth in construction companies. In today's brutal, competitive construction industry, contractor firms working with government agencies and navigating union dynamics face unique, exhausting challenges. Joe Pulizzi's Epic Content Marketing offers a strategic weapon, a roadmap to stand out, build unassailable trust, and grow your business sustainably in these complex markets. The Epic Content Mandate: Building Authority. At its core, Epic Content Marketing advocates for creating and distributing valuable, relevant, and consistent content tailored to a specific audience. This is not advertising. This is a strategic siege on the market's attention. Instead of directly pitching services, the approach emphasizes educating, entertaining, or solving problems for potential customers, thereby establishing the company as an industry authority and a trusted partner. Pulizzi argues that companies that consistently deliver epic content that is memorable and meaningful, can attract and retain a clearly defined, loyal audience. Over time, this loyal audience is exponentially more likely to convert into customers, advocates, and repeat clients. Applying the mandate to government and union contracts. Construction companies working with government agencies and union labor must navigate rigorous qualification processes, brutal bid competitions, and often entrenched networks. Content marketing is the most powerful tool to overcome barriers related to visibility, credibility, and relationship building. 1. Building authority through educational content. Your firm must become the demystifier of complexity. Contractor firms can create content that ruthlessly simplifies and explains government contracting requirements and union labor regulations. For example, publishing blog posts, videos, or webinars explaining how to achieve perfect compliance with local, state, or federal procurement standards positions the company as the single source of knowledgeable partnership. This approach appeals directly to government procurement officers seeking reliable contractors who understand the compliance risks, union representatives who want to work with firms that respect and follow complex labor agreements, general contractors who need specialized subs that won't jeopardize the prime contract with a compliance failure. 1. Showcasing dominance with success stories. Content such as case studies, project highlights, and testimonials serve as irrefutable proof of concept. Highlighting successful projects completed on time, within budget, and in flawless compliance with union labor agreements builds critical confidence among government agencies and prime contractors. These are not soft stories, they are hard evidence of execution capacity. 1. Engaging stakeholders with tailored content. Epic content marketing demands segmenting audiences and customizing messages. Contractor firms must develop specific content streams for different stakeholders: government officials, union leaders, prime contractors, and community members, addressing their unique concerns and interests. 1. Leveraging storytelling for trust and loyalty. Contractor firms often represent vital community assets, promoting local economic growth and workforce development. Sharing authentic stories about the company's mission, commitment to fair labor practices, and community impact resonates deeply with socially conscious government buyers and union workers. This authenticity is a shield that builds brand loyalty far beyond price. Growth potential. The strategic payoff. When contractor firms implement epic content marketing strategies, they enhance their market positioning in several critical ways. Differentiation. By offering valuable insights and transparent communication, they distinguish themselves from competitors who rely solely on price or credentials. Trust building. Content that educates and informs reduces perceived risk, which is the single most essential element in government contracting, where compliance and reliability are paramount. Relationship development. Consistent content fosters ongoing engagement, helping enterprises nurture relationships with procurement officers, union leaders, and industry partners. Increased opportunities. As trust and visibility grow, so do the invitations to bid on projects, partnerships with union locals, and collaborations with prime contractors. Epic content marketing shifts the relationship from transactional bidding to strategic partnership, ensuring sustained business beyond one-off contracts. From epic content marketing to the 4-hour workweek. The epic content marketing strategy is the blueprint for building unassailable authority and trust in the market. But the pursuit of epic content is a time sink, a massive commitment that will consume your entire operational week if you let it. You cannot scale content creation by scaling hours. The next phase requires a tactical shift from working hard on content to working smart on systems. You need to leverage Tim Ferriss's The 4-Hour Workweek to ruthlessly apply automation, delegation, and elimination to your content pipeline. The goal is to maximize your firm's authority while minimizing the time you spend chained to the content creation machine. This is how you build a leveraged authority system that runs on its own. In The 4-Hour Workweek, Timothy Ferriss challenges traditional assumptions about work, proposing a bold idea. Entrepreneurs and business owners do not have to be trapped in a constant cycle of stress, long hours, and limited freedom. Instead, by redefining success, embracing automation, and outsourcing intelligently, they can design businesses that provide both income and lifestyle flexibility. For construction business owners performing work for government agencies and managing union labor, these principles may seem distant, but in today's world, powered by AI technology and strategic partnerships, Ferriss's ideas are not only achievable, they are a blueprint for next-level success. Understanding the 4-Hour Workweek philosophy definition redefines success beyond just financial wealth. Focus on freedom and time. Elimination. Remove unnecessary tasks that don't contribute to core goals. Automation. Use systems, technology, and outsourcing to run operations with minimal input. Liberation. Design the business so it can be managed from anywhere. For construction business owners dealing with strict government requirements, union labor regulations, and complex project logistics, applying these concepts might seem challenging, but with AI and outsourcing to firms, it becomes not only possible, but a competitive advantage. Redefining success for government construction projects. Most construction business owners equate success with winning more government contracts or handling bigger projects. But Ferriss suggests redefining success as building a business that runs independently of your constant presence. Application. Instead of aiming to personally manage every contract, a construction owner should design a system where union negotiations, compliance, project delivery, and billing can operate without daily intervention. The real goal becomes freedom with profitability, not simply busier schedules. Eliminating non-essential tasks. Ferriss's second principle is ruthless elimination. In construction, this means cutting out tasks that owners cling to out of habit. Detailed project tracking, government paperwork processing, minor on-site decisions, and focusing only on the highest value activities, strategic relationships, major contract negotiations, and scaling. Application. Use AI tools to handle daily progress reports, labor compliance documentation, and invoice management. Delegate client updates, inspection scheduling, and submittal tracking to administrative teams or virtual assistants. Trust competent project managers to lead day-to-day field operations without owner micromanagement. Automating with AI and outsourcing to MWBE contractors. AI automation. Project management platforms. Systems like Procore or Autodesk Construction Cloud automate scheduling, document control, and quality management. AI estimating and compliance tools, programs like Toggle. AI help automate bidding and ensure compliance with labor standards, goals, and union regulations. Payroll and labor management. AI-driven platforms automate prevailing wage calculations, certified payroll reporting, and union benefits tracking. Outsourcing to contractors. Government agencies often encourage or mandate business participation. Instead of viewing this as a challenge, construction owners can embrace it as a strategic outsourcing opportunity. Subcontract non-core scopes. Outsource specialty work, electrical, painting, site logistics to qualified partners. Delegate project compliance management. Partner with firms who specialize in administration and compliance reporting. Create a trusted network. Build strong partnerships so outsourced firms operate smoothly with minimal supervision, ensuring government goals are met while freeing owner time. Result: by combining AI and trusted subcontractors, the construction business becomes highly decentralized, with centralized control through digital dashboards, allowing the owner to operate the company remotely from anywhere. Achieving liberation: managing construction from anywhere. Once automation and outsourcing are in place, Ferris's final step, liberation, becomes achievable. With AI providing real-time dashboards and subcontractors independently managing scopes of work, construction owners can travel while staying connected to project progress, focus on strategic growth or lifestyle goals rather than daily crises, work reduced hours without sacrificing income or quality. Example: an owner could spend a few months living in another state, checking in once daily through a project management app, reviewing high-level reports, and only getting involved in major client or union negotiations when absolutely necessary. Overcoming common objections: many construction owners fear letting go because of perceived risks, fear of mistakes. AI reduces human error through real-time monitoring and predictive analytics. Fear of losing control: clear subcontractor agreements and regular AI-updated reports keep performance on track. Fear of client dissatisfaction: automation actually improves communication, ensuring clients are informed faster and more accurately. Conclusion: Timothy Ferris's The 4-Hour Workweek offers powerful strategies for gaining freedom and building businesses that serve their owners, not trap them. For construction companies working with government agencies and union labor, these ideas are not just dreams. By embracing AI technology and strategically outsourcing work to contractors, owners can eliminate routine tasks, automate complex operations, and step into a new role as visionaries, running profitable, high-impact companies from anywhere in the world. The world of government construction is changing fast, and the leaders who master automation, outsourcing, and personal freedom will define the industry's future. You have just mastered the 4-Hour Workweek, the art of building a leveraged, automated machine that eliminates administrative friction. You've successfully delegated low-value tasks and focused on high-profit targets. But the single biggest, most complex liability remaining in your system is union government, HR, and prevailing wage payroll. This is an administrative nuclear warhead. One mistake in compliance can be a 6-figure fine. You cannot eliminate it, and internal delegation is too risky. The next strategic move is the ultimate form of automation and risk transfer, the PEO takeover. You must offload the entire HR compliance burden to a professional employer organization, an administrative security shield that will not just process payroll, but assume your financial liability for SCA and union regulations. This is the only way to perfect the internal efficiency you just created. Case study title: PEO Takeover, Outsourcing the Liability, Erector Masters, and the PS-109Q Compliance Shield. Introduction: the Administrative Kill Zone. In the high-stakes world of NYSCA and union contracts, administrative friction is a financial kill zone. Managing prevailing wage payroll, union benefits, and rigorous SCA compliance internally is a massive operational liability designed to consume your time and expose you to devastating fines. For Erector Masters, executing the sensitive scaffolding dismantling at PS-109Q demands absolute focus on the field. The only way to achieve this is by offloading the entire HR compliance burden to a professional employer organization. A PEO is not a vendor. It is an administrative security shield that assumes your payroll liability. The PEO mandate: assuming the risk. A PEO is a strategic partner that enters a co-employment arrangement with your firm, allowing them to assume the administrative liabilities of your workforce. This is a crucial distinction. They take the risk, you retain command. Key functions: the compliance lockdown, union precision payroll. The PEO guarantees flawless, timely payment across all union locals. They ensure every dollar and benefit is compliant with the complex labor agreements, neutralizing the risk of union grievances or penalties. SCA Audit Defense. The PEO assumes responsibility for adhering to all NYSCA-specific requirements and reporting protocols. They build the bureaucratic fortress around your project, dramatically reducing your exposure to prevailing wage audits and the associated six-figure fines. Benefits negotiation leverage. By pooling your employees with thousands of others, the PEO gains the leverage of scale, negotiating superior health coverage rates that are impossible to achieve alone. This is a direct, quantifiable cost saving and a non-financial asset for talent retention. The payout. Financial leverage and time theft. Partnering with a PEO converts administrative chaos into predictable financial leverage. Risk mitigation. The PEO minimizes the potential for costly payroll errors and compliance violations, acting as a non-stop insurance policy against government fines. Time theft. Management is liberated from the endless HR paperwork. The time saved is immediately redirected to project execution, bidding, and scaling the business. Scalability. As Erector Masters wins more projects, the PEO instantly scales the HR infrastructure. You grow from 25 men to 100 men without hiring a single new administrative staff member. Conclusion. PEO is the non-negotiable shield. The cost of a PEO is not an expense. It is an investment in unburdened operational capacity. For a contractor facing the dual scrutiny of union law and CA regulation, leveraging a certified PEO is the only way to focus 100% on the job site while ensuring the bureaucratic flank is completely secured. Outsource the liability, retain the profit. From the PEO conclusion to independent management synergy. The PEO takeover provided the mandatory baseline, outsourcing the massive HR and prevailing wage liability to a professional employer organization to protect your balance sheet. You've successfully offloaded the hazard, but a shield is inert unless you weaponize it. The next evolution is independent management and PEO synergy. It is the strategic alignment of your field command with that administrative fortress. You move from simply having insurance and payroll to leveraging them to scale project velocity and capture elite talent. This is how you engineer domination by turning compliance into a high-speed engine of growth. Case study: Independent Management and PEO Synergy, the Compliance Shield. Introduction. The operational strategy. In the high-stakes construction industry, the partnership between an independent project management firm and a professional employer organization is a strategic weapon to optimize efficiency and workplace safety. This is the blueprint for navigating projects where risk and resource allocation define the winner. Overview of the partnership. Firms like Erector Masters integrate specialized on-site management with PEO capabilities. In this co-employment model, the PEO serves as the employer of record for administrative functions, payroll, taxes, and compliance, while the contractor maintains total command over daily site operations. The leverage points. 1. Streamlined operations and scalability. Integrated services. Aligning people and systems from the design phase improves decision-making and project velocity. HR elimination. PEOs manage time-consuming payroll taxes and benefits. This precision acts as a shield against wage violations and IRS penalties. 2. Safety dominance, job hazard analysis. Proactive identification identifies fall risks and structural dangers before they manifest into incidents. OSHA fortification. PEO partners develop specialized safety programs. Maintaining strict training records and mock inspections can reduce OSHA recordable incidents significantly. 3. Engagement through technology, toolbox talks. Mandatory on-site safety walkthroughs reinforce a safety-first culture among union and non-union crews. Data command. Shared hubs ensure stakeholders use real-time information to reduce rework and change orders. 4. Financial and talented advantage. Competitive benefits. PEOs pool multiple small firms to access health packages typically reserved for Fortune 500 giants. Insurance discounts. Operating under a PEO's workers' comp policy can deliver premium savings while shifting to a pay-as-you-go monthly model. 5. Radical focus strategic growth. Outsourcing compliance allows owners to return to the field or focus on business development to secure high-value contracts. Talent capture. Access to high-quality retirement and insurance plans helps smaller firms attract the real killers in the trade who usually flee to larger rivals. Conclusion. Engineered domination. Leveraging PEO capabilities creates a unified approach to construction that minimizes overhead and maximizes safety. This synergy ensures projects stay on track, within budget, and compliant with every shifting labor regulation. You move from being an administrator to being a builder of empires. From synergy to the war on small business. You have achieved the ultimate internal synergy. By marrying independent field command with PEO administrative power, you have built a firm that is light, fast, and audit-proof. You are the builder of empires. But the system does not celebrate your efficiency. It views your growth as a threat to the established, bloated giants that feed on red tape. As you move from the co-employment safety of the PEO into the wider market, you step directly into a political kill zone. The bureaucracy is weaponized, the regulations are tilted, and the giants are lobbying to shut down the agile firms. You have engineered your domination. Now you must learn how to defend it against the war on small business. In The War on Small Business, Carol Roth paints a vivid picture of how government intervention, particularly during crises like the COVID-19 pandemic, disproportionately harms small businesses while favoring larger corporations. Roth argues that while small businesses are hailed as the backbone of the economy, they are often left vulnerable to political whims, regulatory overload, and uneven enforcement. Her book highlights a troubling trend. Centralized power tends to stifle entrepreneurship, distort free markets, and undermine the very innovation that small businesses bring to the economy. One of Roth's key points is that government policy often picks winners and losers, and small businesses are rarely the winners. During the pandemic, large companies were deemed essential, while countless small businesses were forced to shut down. This was not just a reaction to a health crisis, but, Roth suggests, an exposure of the underlying system where political favoritism and regulatory burdens cripple the smaller players. One of Roth's key points is that government policy often picks winners and losers, and small businesses are rarely the winners. During the pandemic, large companies were deemed essential, while countless small businesses were forced to shut down. This was not just a reaction to a health crisis, but, Roth suggests, an exposure of the underlying system where political favoritism and regulatory burdens cripple the smaller players. The result is a landscape where small businesses must be proactive, not just reactive, to survive and thrive. Application to construction companies dealing with government work. Construction companies, especially small and mid-sized firms, can learn critical survival strategies from Roth's analysis. Here's how construction companies can use these lessons to avoid going out of business when working with government contracts. 1. Understand the risk of over-reliance on government projects. One of Roth's central themes is the danger of dependency on political favor. For construction companies, relying too heavily on government contracts can be risky because funding, priorities, and policies can change quickly with new leadership. Companies should diversify their project portfolios, maintaining a healthy balance between public and private sector work to avoid being wiped out by political shifts. 1. Stay politically and legally informed. Regulatory changes can have an immediate and sometimes devastating impact. Construction companies must stay up to date with legal requirements, union mandates, safety regulations, and labor laws tied to government work. Being proactive about compliance and lobbying for fair policies through trade associations can help small firms have a voice in decisions that affect them. 1. Stay politically and legally informed. Regulatory changes can have an immediate and sometimes devastating impact. Construction companies must stay up to date with legal requirements, union mandates, safety regulations, and labor laws tied to government work. Being proactive about compliance and lobbying for fair policies through trade associations can help small firms have a voice in decisions that affect them. 1. Maintain financial flexibility. As Roth points out, access to capital is critical during times of crisis, yet small businesses are often shut out of rescue funds or relief programs. Construction companies should build financial resilience by maintaining strong relationships with multiple lenders, keeping cash reserves, and minimizing debt tied to any single project. Financial flexibility allows them to survive delayed payments or abrupt project cancellations. 1. Invest in relationships and reputation. When political favoritism is at play, relationships matter. Smaller construction firms can compete by building strong reputations for reliability, quality, and integrity. By establishing deep, trusted relationships with multiple levels of government agencies and contractors, small firms are better positioned to be seen as indispensable partners rather than disposable vendors. 1. Adapt quickly to new opportunities. Roth's book emphasizes that small businesses can thrive if they remain adaptable. In the construction world, this means being ready to pivot to different types of projects, such as infrastructure, renewable energy, or public housing, depending on where government funding flows. Companies that invest in cross-training their employees and maintaining a flexible operational structure will be better able to capture emerging opportunities. 1. Advocate for a fair, competitive environment. Lastly, Roth argues that small businesses must fight for themselves. Construction companies should band together through industry organizations to push for fair bidding practices, transparency in government contracts, and reforms that prevent favoritism toward large firms. Grassroots advocacy can be a powerful tool in ensuring that small construction companies aren't left behind. Conclusion. Carol Roth's The War on Small Business is a wake-up call for all entrepreneurs, especially those who interact heavily with the government. For construction companies, the message is clear. Diversify your risk, stay informed, build financial and operational resilience, and actively engage in advocacy. By doing so, small and mid-sized construction firms can not only survive but thrive, even in an environment where the odds often seem stacked against them. Carol Roth's The War on Small Business is the cold hard inventory of your firm's structural weaknesses. It exposes the financial fragility, the political bias, and the regulatory quicksand that traps contractors chasing government dollars. For most companies, this grim reality forces them into a high-risk, low-reward scrap, the red ocean of competition, where margins are ground to dust and everyone is fighting over the same dried-up contracts. But merely surviving that red ocean is a slow, self-inflicted execution. Sustainable success is not found in fighting a fixed game. It's found in redefining the board. This is the principle of the Blue Ocean Shift by Kim and Mauborgne. The objective is simple. Stop competing. Stop chasing the tired bids and stop defending tiny margins. Instead, you utilize your unique position, your compliance systems, and your specific trade knowledge to engineer an uncontested market space. The contractor's true power is not in winning a head-to-head fight. It's in creating a value proposition so unique that the traditional giants cannot follow it. This shift allows you to set the terms, define the value, and capture the market uncontested. You leave the bloody water behind. In Blue Ocean Shift, Beyond Competing, W. Chan Kim and Renee Moborn present a compelling guide for organizations that want to move from bloody, competitive markets into wide-open, uncontested spaces. Instead of fighting over shrinking opportunities, companies are taught how to systematically create new demand and open up market spaces where competition is irrelevant. For construction companies, especially those working with government agencies, contractors, and union labor, applying the strategies from Blue Ocean Shift can provide a clear path to greater confidence, innovation, and growth. Understanding Blue Ocean Shift. The authors explain that organizations do not need to fight competitors head-to-head. Instead, they can reconstruct market boundaries by understanding customer needs more deeply, lowering costs while increasing value, and leading with a humanistic approach that empowers teams. The book outlines a 5-step process for making a successful Blue Ocean Shift. 1. Get clear about the starting point. 2. Imagine where you could be. 3. Find the right opportunity. 4. Visualize new value curves. 5. Launch with confidence and humanness. By following these steps, companies create new spaces for growth, rather than fighting over the same bids and contracts in highly competitive markets. Applying Blue Ocean Shift to the construction industry. Today's construction sector is extremely competitive, particularly for companies working with government projects, business partnerships, and union requirements. Bids are crowded, margins are tight, and regulations are growing. Construction companies that apply the principles of Blue Ocean Shift can reframe the game, moving from competing for the same contracts to creating new value propositions that set them apart. 1. Get clear about where you are. Construction companies must first assess their current position. Are they just one among dozens chasing low-bid government contracts? Are they offering the same services in the same way as everyone else? Application. A construction firm could map out its standard offerings and compare them to competitors. If the company realizes it is just competing on price, it's stuck in a red ocean. Recognizing this is the first step toward change. 2. Imagine where you could be. Instead of trying to outbid competitors, companies should dream bigger. How can they create unique value? What unmet needs exist in the government contracting space, business partnerships, or union labor management? Application. A construction company could envision itself not just as a builder, but as a compliance specialist, seamlessly managing union negotiations, subcontractor mentorship, and green certification, offering government agencies more certainty and ease than standard contractors. 3. Find the right opportunity. Through fieldwork, client interviews, and staff brainstorming, construction businesses can uncover hidden pain points. Maybe government agencies struggle with fragmented business compliance, or unions are frustrated by inconsistent subcontractor training. Application. By designing a comprehensive mentoring and compliance program, for example, a construction company could become the preferred contractor for agencies under pressure to meet diversity goals, winning contracts without competing solely on price. 4. Visualize new value curves. Kim and Moborn emphasize creating a strategy canvas, a visual map that shows where you can break from industry norms. Construction companies should focus on areas where they can increase buyer value while reducing industry headaches. Application. A contractor could map how most competitors focus heavily on low cost but underperform on regulatory ease, workforce development, and post-project support. Then, the company could shift focus toward delivering excellence in these undervalued areas, carving out a new competitive space. 5. Launch with confidence and humanness. Transitioning to a Blue Ocean strategy requires courage. Employees, subcontractors, and union partners must be brought along on the journey. A human-centered approach, involving and empowering people, strengthens adoption and commitment. Application. When rolling out a new development initiative, a construction firm should engage internal teams, partners, union reps, and government clients early and transparently, showing how the new approach benefits everyone. Success stories can be celebrated publicly to build momentum and trust. Building confidence and growth. By applying the blue ocean shift method, construction companies gain more than a strategy, they build confidence. Instead of fearing competition, they create their own paths. Instead of chasing the same contracts as every other bidder, they become the contractor agencies, firms, and unions they are excited to work with. Key outcomes for construction businesses include higher margins. Less price competition means healthier profits. Better partnerships. Unique value offerings strengthen MBE and union relationships. Increased influence. Agencies see the company as a trusted problem solver, not just a vendor. Sustainable growth. A blue ocean position is harder for competitors to copy. Conclusion. Blue Ocean Shift offers a bold and practical blueprint for construction companies ready to step beyond fierce competition and discover new paths to growth. By honestly assessing their current situation, envisioning bold new futures, uncovering unmet needs, creating powerful new value propositions, and leading with humanity, construction firms can transform the way they work with government, contractors, and union labor. In doing so, they not only survive, they lead Miramar Hotel case study. We cracked the code on Blue Ocean strategy. Stop fighting the Red Ocean bloodbath. The mandate is clear. Create new value so potent that our competition is rendered irrelevant. In this game, that means executing unparalleled levels of technical complexity, mastering logistical planning, and, most crucially, demonstrating flawless union synchronization beyond New York's borders. This next case study is your empirical proof that the blueprint works. It proves that by forging operational dominance and weaponizing our specialized union partnerships, we can successfully bid, execute, and deliver projects far outside our home territory. This wasn't an easy win. This was a territorial conquest. The renovation of the Miramar Hotel and the demolition of the international marketplace was a job that didn't just meet the existing standard of value, it set a new, impossible standard for every competitor trying to follow our tracks. Case study: Global Logistics and Human Nature, the Miramar Hotel and International Marketplace. Project Overview. Project title: Demolition of the Miramar Hotel and International Marketplace. Location: Waikiki, Hawaii. Contractor: Erector Masters. Key contributors: Hawaii United Brotherhood of Carpenters, Gramercy Group USA, Arsenal Scaffold NY. The strategic framework. The demolition of the Miramar Hotel and the revitalization of the international marketplace were not just construction projects. They were logistical military operations situated in the heart of a bustling tourist district. The project required the removal of massive structures while maintaining the safety of the heavy pedestrian traffic of Waikiki. To execute a job of this magnitude across an ocean, erector masters formed a triad of competence. 1. Gramercy Group USA provided the logistical backbone and project management, integrating erector master scaffold professionals into the master demolition schedule. 2. Arsenal Scaffold NY managed the complex logistics of shipping high-quality scaffolding materials to the island, ensuring that every clamp and beam met safety regulations before it even touched the ground. 3. Hawaii UBC provided the local skilled manpower necessary to execute the installation. The operational crisis, incentives, and human nature. While the engineering and logistics were sound, the project revealed a critical vulnerability: the human factor. As detailed in The Laws of Human Nature by Robert Greene, people follow incentives before they follow principles. In the Miramar phase of the project, a dangerous misalignment occurred. Within weeks of mobilization, productivity slowed. There were delays in material staging despite confirmed availability, and repeated rework requests without justification. The diagnosis: incentive misalignment. Internal review uncovered that the fog of war was being manufactured from the inside. Certain local influencers had offered informal incentives to Erector Masters team leaders, including promises of future island-based work and subsidized housing. Self-interest rationalized. These leaders reframed their disloyalty as prudence. Group identification. They began identifying more with the local networks than with the mission of Erector Masters. The project reached a flashpoint. Continuing with compromised leadership would have guaranteed failure. The leadership solution. Decisive action. Erector Masters was faced with a choice: tolerate the ambiguity to keep the peace, or strike decisively to save the project. Amin Soriano chose the latter. The purge. To re-establish control, Soriano immediately terminated the compromised team leaders. This was not punitive. It was strategic. As Green notes, order is not preserved by tolerance, it is preserved by clarity. The reset. Following the terminations, the command structure was rebuilt immediately. Amin Soriano assumed direct oversight of operations. Carlos Encarnacion stepped in as the principal field leader. The execution. With the middle management interference removed, Erector Masters worked directly with the local Hawaii UBC carpenters and laborers. The friction vanished. The crews, now led by clear, uncompromised authority, executed the complex installation and dismantling with precision. The result: a masterclass in collaboration. Once the leadership hierarchy was restored, the project became a model of efficiency. Installation. Local carpenters, under Soriano's direction, erected the scaffolding to support the demolition work, securing the structure with guardrails and safety nets. Dismantling. The scaffolding dismantling was done in synchronicity with the demolition of the Miramar Hotel, a testament to the skill development of the local labor force. Key takeaway: the project proved that loyalty cannot be assumed, it must be structured. By eliminating incentive distortion and utilizing the logistical power of Gramercy and Arsenal, Erector Masters turned a potential disaster into a landmark success. The Miramar demolition was the ultimate stress test. Success on that international operational platform proved the system could perform at maximum pressure and unyielding regulatory scrutiny. But a system is inert without the human factor, the battle-ready crew that executes the essential command. To understand the unrelenting discipline required for that global warfare, we have to rewind the kill chain. The ability to secure a worldwide contract hinges on the foundational integrity of the talent pool. Soriano's absolute focus was not always on the bottom line. It was on the source code, the personal fortification of the next generation of labor. The true proving ground wasn't a site in Waikiki. It was the intense back-to-back grind of his teaching and mentorship journey. The fight for the international market began here, in the trenches of the classroom and the local union hall. From 2015 to 2019, Amin Soriano didn't just walk a path, he fought a three-front war. He was a triple threat asset: a part-time instructor at Apex, a journeyman carpenter on the live fire lines, and a CDL driver for economic survival. Now, with the successful demolition in his bag, he truly felt the engine start to rev for his business and truly get his groove in the scaffold industry. His personal development was not a journey, it was a need for family security. Emotional intelligence, primal leadership, key themes. Resonant leadership in union environments. This brings us to our next study, the battle plan, challenges faced 1. The logistical war. Soriano ran simultaneous deployments. Evenings were spent running the instruction front at Apex, demanding a ruthless operational discipline to prepare his students. Daylight was spent on the job site, a local 1556 journeyman pushing himself to the point of exhaustion. He traded long hours and fatigue for his family's margin of error. This was the hard truth of building an empire. 2. Weaponizing expertise. His mission was to dominate the trade. He pursued certifications not as badges, but as strategic weapons. This pursuit was relentless and included attaining a licensed private career school teacher certificate in welding in 2019, mastering the next-level curriculum at the Carpenters Training Center. This was the non-negotiable cost of entry for the next level of influence. 3. The economic kill chain. The need to support his family was the engine of this effort. Taking on teaching, carpentry, and driving responsibilities was not stress management. It was the economic kill chain in action. He operated across all sectors to build a financial fortress against the market's volatility. The victory. Key achievements. 1. Ammunition and mandates. He collected his arsenal of expertise, securing the full kit required to enter the fray and lead others into it. This culminated in his welder qualification certificate and the formal teaching mandate, enabling him to leverage his skills for systemic change. 2. Forging Team 809. Soriano didn't build a team. He forged a battle-hardened crew. Team 809 was an elite unit of Apex students focused on collaboration and ruthless execution. As a mentor, he didn't give lessons. He instilled the mindset of a killer, teaching them the soft skills required to survive the corporate battlefield. 3. Breaching the fortress. This was his masterstroke. He served as the gateway operator, ushering his top recruits directly into the local 1556 Carpenters Union. He didn't just guide them, he vetted them, ensuring they were prepared to meet the union code and dominate the job market. His guidance transformed their trajectory, facilitating a seamless transition from education to employment. 4. Entrepreneurial deployment. His mentorship created a ripple effect. He inspired his students to move beyond the front lines and establish their own welding businesses, to become empire builders and take command of their own financial futures. 5. UBC Command Training. His own growth was non-negotiable. He participated in the UBC Journey Leadership Program in 2015 to sharpen his command skills, transforming himself from an asset into a full-spectrum leader, prepared for any warfare the industry could bring. The Blueprint. Key takeaways. 1. The logistics of war. Mastery of time isn't a suggestion. It's the non-negotiable logistics of balancing deployments and family mandates. 2. Built to last. Adaptability and resilience are not soft traits. They are the core structural material for an enduring professional fortress. 3. Weaponize your knowledge. Certifications and continuous education are the ultimate strategic leverage. Stop hoping, start weaponizing. 4. The mentor's kill chain. Soriano proved that genuine, hardline mentorship can transform futures, turning apprentices into operational leaders and securing a generational victory against the war on small business. Amin Soriano's years were more than a list of victories in a logistical war. They were a definitive demonstration of primal leadership under fire. The hard truth is that compliance, certificates, and job site efficiency are only the logistics of a successful operation. The perpetual realm is forged in the emotional crucible of the team. Soriano didn't just instruct the elite unit of Team 809. He created a resonant emotional environment. He weaponized his own discipline, his resilience, his relentless push against financial strain, and transferred that will to fight directly into his apprentices. By showing them how to navigate the system, break the access barriers, and transition into the union, he was doing more than mentoring. He was establishing a non-negotiable emotional mandate for excellence. This brings us to the definitive text on how to command loyalty and drive sustained excellence. Primal Leadership. Primal Leadership, Unleashing the Power of Emotional Intelligence by Daniel Goleman, Richard Boyatzis, and Annie McKee is a groundbreaking book that explores how effective leadership arises from emotional intelligence, the ability to recognize, understand, and manage emotions in ourselves and others. For contractors navigating complex landscape of government contracts that require project labor agreements and union labor, the principles of primal leadership offer critical tools for success. 1. The importance of emotional intelligence in leadership. The book highlights that leadership is not just about technical skills or knowledge, but about emotional resonance. The leader's capacity to inspire and motivate through empathy, self-awareness, and social skills. Business contractors working with union labor and public agencies must lead diverse teams under high pressure, often facing tight deadlines and strict compliance requirements. Emotional intelligence helps these contractors manage stress, communicate effectively, and foster collaboration, creating a positive work environment that meets PLA standards. 2. Creating resonant leadership. To build trust, primal leadership introduces the concept of resonant leadership, which connects leaders emotionally with their teams. For contractors, resonant leadership is essential when coordinating with union workers and agency representatives. Establishing trust and mutual respect reduces conflicts and delays, key challenges in PLA projects. When contractors lead with emotional intelligence, they model calmness and confidence, helping teams stay focused and productive. 1. Managing change and conflict in union environments. Government projects with PLA requirements often involve complex labor negotiations and unforeseen challenges. The book emphasizes that emotionally intelligent leaders can navigate change and conflict more effectively by recognizing emotions driving behavior and responding constructively. Contractors applying these insights can de-escalate tensions between union demands and project goals, enabling smoother collaboration and successful contract delivery. 2. Enhancing communication and collaboration. Effective communication is a cornerstone of PLA project success. Primal leadership shows that emotional intelligence enhances communication by improving listening skills, empathy, and clarity. Contractors who cultivate these skills can better understand union concerns, clearly articulate project expectations, and negotiate solutions that satisfy all parties, strengthening relationships and increasing the likelihood of contract awards. 3. Sustaining leadership energy for long-term success. Leading large government projects with union labor can be exhausting. The book discusses how emotional intelligence helps leaders maintain their own energy and motivation, which in turn sustains team morale. Business contractors who manage their emotional well-being can lead more consistently, meet demanding timelines, and build reputations as reliable partners. Conclusion: primal leadership provides contractors with a powerful framework to lead authentically and effectively in the high-pressure world of government contracting with PLA and union labor. By developing emotional intelligence, contractors improve their ability to build trust, manage conflict, communicate clearly, and sustain energy, all essential for winning and successfully completing public projects. In a field where technical expertise is expected, primal leadership shows that emotional intelligence is the key differentiator that can elevate contractors from bidders to respected leaders. Primal leadership teaches us that leadership is about more than technical expertise. It's about emotional intelligence, resonating with teams, and creating trust under pressure. For contractors navigating government contracts with project labor agreements and union labor, these skills are not just nice to have, they are mission critical. But emotional intelligence alone is not enough. Once you've built trust, fostered collaboration, and led your teams effectively, you must also translate that influence into tangible outcomes through negotiation. This is where the principles from Bargaining for Advantage by G. Richard Schell come into play. Negotiation is an essential skill in business, especially for contractors competing for government contracts that involve project labor agreements and union labor. Bargaining for Advantage by G. Richard Schell is a highly regarded book that breaks down negotiation into practical strategies rooted in psychology, preparation, and relationship building. Bargaining for Advantage by G. Richard Schell is a highly regarded book that breaks down negotiation into practical strategies rooted in psychology, preparation, and relationship building. For MWBE contractors facing the complex, competitive, and often rigid environment of government bidding and union regulations, Shell's book offers invaluable lessons to gain the upper hand. 1. Understanding your bargaining style and strengths. One of Shell's key contributions is teaching readers to identify their personal negotiation style, whether competitive, collaborative, or accommodative, and use it effectively. For contractors, recognizing their own approach helps tailor negotiations with unions, general contractors, and government agencies. Being self-aware allows them to maximize strengths and manage weaknesses when discussing labor terms, pricing, or compliance with PLA requirements. 2. Preparation, the foundation of successful negotiation. Shell emphasizes that thorough preparation sets successful negotiators apart. Contractors bidding on government jobs must understand contract terms, union rules, and labor cost implications up front. By researching prevailing wage rates, union jurisdiction, and PLA clauses, contractors can develop realistic bids and negotiation strategies. Preparation also involves understanding the motivations of union representatives and government officials, enabling contractors to propose win-win solutions. 3. Building relationships and trust. Government contracts requiring union labor often depend on strong relationships between contractors, labor unions, and public agencies. Shell stresses that negotiation is not just about tactics, but also about building trust and goodwill. Contractors who invest time in developing respectful, transparent relationships with union leaders and compliance officers improve their reputation and future contracting opportunities. 4. Creating value through integrative bargaining. Shell introduces integrative bargaining, seeking solutions that benefit all parties rather than competing over fixed resources. For contractors, this means going beyond lowest bids to propose innovative approaches to labor utilization, scheduling, or compliance that meet union goals and agency requirements while optimizing costs. Such collaborative negotiation can lead to more favorable contract terms and stronger partnerships. 5. Managing conflict and difficult negotiations. Negotiations involving PLAs and union labor can become contentious due to differing priorities. Shell offers strategies to manage conflict productively, maintain professionalism, and keep focus on mutual objectives. Contractors skilled in conflict resolution reduce delays and disputes, increasing their likelihood of project success and repeat contracts. 6. Leveraging BATNA. Shell highlights the importance of understanding one's BATNA, the best alternative if negotiations fail. Contractors, aware of their alternatives, such as other bids or projects, negotiate with greater confidence and avoid accepting unfavorable terms. This clarity is vital in government contracting, where deadlines and regulations limit flexibility. Conclusion by G. Richard Shell equips contractors with a clear framework for negotiating complex government contracts involving PLA and union labor. By understanding their style, preparing diligently, building relationships, seeking integrative solutions, managing conflict, and knowing their alternatives, firms can increase their chances of winning bids and successfully delivering projects. In a field where negotiation can be the difference between winning and losing contracts, Shell's insights empower contractors to bargain smarter, build stronger partnerships, and grow their business sustainably. The strategic framework of bargaining for advantage equips you with the rational, analytical process for preparing any negotiation. You now understand the 5 pillars: analyzing the situation, identifying interests, defining positions, determining your BATNA, and structuring the process. This rational approach is crucial for navigating the complex public procurement landscape, where the terms are set by government agencies, not just private interests. Before you engage in the inevitable negotiations over change orders, pricing disputes, or contract language, you must first master the art of access, knowing where the opportunities are and how the system works. This leads us to a specific application of your strategic skills, mastering the bid opportunities across New York City and state. Case study: bidding on New York public construction work in 2026. Introduction: New York State and City are poised for significant public construction projects in 2026, offering various opportunities for contractors, architects, and service providers. This case study outlines key projects, bidding processes, and necessary steps for successfully navigating public procurement. Key projects and bidding opportunities: NYSOGS, Addition East Wing, NYS Military Museum. Agency: NY State Office of General Services. Scope: construction and design for an addition at the NYS Military Museum and Veterans Research Center. Access due date: download bid package via Bid Express. Due date: June 13, 2025. NYSOGS LPG, Group 0580. Agency: NYSOGS Procurement Services. Scope: supply and installation of liquid propane systems across specified counties. Access: due date: available via OGS Bid Opportunities page. Bid opening: July 2, 2025, at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. NYCDC, Deep Sewer Manholes. Agency: NYC Department of Design and Construction. Scope: installation or rehabilitation of deep sewer manholes via design-build delivery. Access status: active procurement. Register on DDC Anywhere and Passport to download RFP and submit proposals. NYCDC, CM Build for 70 Mulberry Street, reconstruction. Agency: NYCDC. Scope: construction management build for reconstruction at 70 Mulberry Street, Manhattan. Access status: RFQ open. Register on DDC Anywhere and Passport to retrieve the RFQ and qualifications package. NYC DDC, East Side Greenway Design Build. Agency: NYC DDC. Alternative delivery scope: design build for pedestrian bike greenway connectivity at 14th Street. Access status: in procurement. Monitor Passport and DDC Anywhere for RFQ/RFP release. Steps for contractor firms to get started: 1. Register on portals. DDC Anywhere. Required to download bid documents for many city projects. Passport. Mandatory for citywide bids, RFQs, and alerts. OGS NY. Contract Reporter. Essential for tracking state-level projects. 2. Submit required documents. NYS DOL Registration Certificate. Insurance, bonds, and relevant certifications. 3. Track updates. Regularly check bid calendars and the city record for addenda or clarifications. Join Passport to receive alerts for construction scopes. Professional services opportunities for enterprises. The public sector also offers a high volume of professional service opportunities which are critical for enterprises seeking lower-risk revenue streams. NYC DDC, on-call services. Scope includes design, technical support, and community engagement. Respond to upcoming RFQs, RFPs. Check DDC portal, nyc.smallpurchaserfps. Professional services under $1.5 million for city-certified minority enterprises. NYCHA, Engineering Professional Services. RFP for engineering services for modernization and repairs. Access the NYC Procurement Opportunities page. NY State OGS, Consultant Professional Services. Centralized contracts for legal, IT, and engineering. Refer to the OGS Procurement Services bid calendar. Conclusion: bidding on public construction work in New York for 2026 presents numerous opportunities for contractors and service providers. By understanding the key projects, registration processes, and documentation requirements, entrepreneurs can enhance their chances of successfully securing contracts. Staying informed and actively engaging with the appropriate agencies will be crucial for maximizing these opportunities. Now that you have mastered the rational, systematic process for negotiating and you know precisely where the opportunities lie, you must prepare for the moment the negotiation leaves the realm of data and enters the realm of human psychology. You need the tactical communication tools to disarm emotion, gather intelligence, and secure the best outcome. This leads us directly to the tactical framework of never split the difference. For firms, the bidding process can feel like a high-stakes negotiation of its own, one in which the odds are often stacked against smaller or underrepresented businesses. From navigating union relationships to interpreting legal contract language and making the case to government agencies, success often depends on how well you can influence, communicate, and advocate. Voss's strategies offer a practical toolkit for contractors seeking not just to qualify, but to win. Tactical empathy, building trust with unions and agencies. One of the core principles in Voss's approach is tactical empathy, the ability to understand your counterpart's perspective and use that understanding to guide the conversation. For contractors, this is essential when working with unions, project managers, and procurement officers who may question their ability to scale, deliver, or comply with union terms. By using tactical empathy, firms can identify union priorities and proactively address them in proposals and conversations. Anticipate agency concerns around project scope or capacity and speak to them directly. Build rapport through active listening, what Voss calls mirroring and labeling, to create alignment without resistance. For example, instead of defensively arguing, a contractor might say, "It seems like you're concerned about whether our team can meet the union coordination timelines. That makes total sense given the complexity of PLAs. Can I show you how we've handled that on past projects?" This disarms tension and opens the door to collaboration. No-oriented questions. Navigating gatekeepers in Never Split the Difference, Voss explains that people feel more comfortable and in control when they can say no instead of being pressured into yes. Contractors often face closed doors or bureaucracy when trying to meet with agency officials or prime contractors. Instead of asking, "Can we schedule a meeting to discuss this bid?" Voss would advise asking, "Would it be a ridiculous idea to set up 10 minutes to explore how we can add value on this project?" This flips the power dynamic. It's easier for the other party to say, "No, that's not ridiculous," and agree to the meeting. Contractors can use this method throughout the bidding and negotiation process, especially in early outreach and follow-ups. The power of accusation audits in a biased system. Many firms feel the sting of implicit bias, being assumed less experienced or capable. Voss's concept of the accusation audit is a powerful way to neutralize those assumptions early. For example, before we start, you might be thinking that a smaller firm like ours can't handle a union-based job of this size. That's a fair concern, and it's exactly why we've partnered with 2 experienced union subcontractors and pre-cleared all labor compliance. By stating the concern before the other party brings it up, contractors can diffuse objections and position themselves as thoughtful, capable, and proactive. Calibrated questions. Driving better outcomes, Voss emphasizes the importance of open-ended, calibrated questions, those that make the other party solve your problem for you. This is especially valuable when negotiating scope, timelines, or union rules that might otherwise box in a contractor. Instead of saying, "We can't meet that timeline," a contractor can ask, "How would you suggest we align this schedule with the union labor availability given our current project commitments?" This forces the other party to collaborate rather than clash. Negotiation and selling are 2 sides of the same coin. In Never Split the Difference, Chris Voss equips contractors with the tools to navigate high-stakes negotiations with unions, government officials, and prime contractors, teaching us how to listen actively, ask calibrated questions, and leverage tactical empathy to achieve better outcomes. These skills are essential to secure contracts, resolve conflicts, and build trust in a complex regulatory environment. But winning the contract is only the beginning. Once contractors have successfully negotiated their place at the table, the ability to sell their value, to make stakeholders want to choose them repeatedly, is equally critical. This is where Jeffrey Gitomer's The Little Red Book of Selling complements Voss's negotiation strategies. While Voss teaches how to influence and advocate during the negotiation process, Gitomer emphasizes confidence, value communication, and relationship building, the emotional and psychological factors that convince decision-makers to act in your favor. Selling value, not just services. How the Little Red Book of Selling can empower contractors in the PLA union government contracting space. Government contracting is often seen as a game of paperwork, regulations, and compliance. But behind every successful bid is something more powerful, the ability to sell. In the Little Red Book of Selling, Jeffrey Gitomer outlines 12.5 principles of success in sales, built on value, relationships, and self-belief. For contractors, especially those bidding for PLA jobs requiring union labor, this book provides more than motivation. It offers a competitive edge. While most contractors focus on technical qualifications or certifications, the Little Red Book of Selling teaches that what truly sets a company apart is the ability to communicate value with confidence. In the high-stakes, compliance-heavy environment of government contracts, that mindset can make the difference between being overlooked and being awarded. Value is the key to selling and winning contracts. Gitomer's core principle is simple but powerful. People don't like to be sold, but they love to buy. Contractors must understand that government agencies and general contractors aren't just buying compliance, they're buying confidence, capability, and trust. This is especially important in PLA environments where union relationships, wage standards, and labor accountability matter. Firms that can clearly show how they bring value through reliable union partnerships, timely delivery, and ethical labor practices will always outshine those who simply list certifications. Confidence closes contracts. One of Gitomer's most actionable ideas is this: the sale is made emotionally and justified logically. In other words, decision-makers choose who they trust. When you walk into a pre-bid meeting or talk with a general contractor, your attitude, clarity, and confidence can win more influence than just your price sheet. For contractors, especially those navigating predominantly union markets, confidence is critical. Confidence that you understand PLA terms. Confidence in your skilled, union-ready workforce. Confidence in your track record, no matter how new you are. Gitomer emphasizes believing in yourself first because no one else will believe in you if you don't. That's crucial when your company is competing with more established firms. It's not about price, it's about value and trust. Gitomer famously writes, "If you can make them laugh, you can make them buy." While humor might not be your strategy in a government bid, the idea behind it is critical. Relationships and rapport matter. In public contracting, relationships with union reps, project managers, and agency officials are a form of capital. Contractors who cultivate these relationships and position themselves as problem solvers, not just service providers, gain a huge edge. You don't have to be the cheapest bidder. You have to be the most valuable. Position yourself as a resource, not a vendor. Gitomer teaches that the best salespeople are seen as resources, not sellers. Contractors can learn from this by shifting how they present themselves in meetings and proposals. Offer suggestions for how to meet union hiring goals. Be proactive about resolving compliance questions. Present yourself as a trusted partner who helps general contractors meet their diversity and labor targets. When you're seen as someone who makes the job easier and more compliant, not just someone filling a quota, you elevate your brand and position yourself for repeat work. Prepare relentlessly. Follow up relentlessly. One of Gitomer's most practical chapters emphasizes preparation and follow-up. Contractors should adopt this discipline in every step of the process. Prepare thoroughly before each pre-bid walkthrough. Understand the union dynamics on the site before you bid. Follow up professionally with agencies and GCs after the bid submission. Your preparation shows professionalism, and your follow-up shows reliability. Two traits agencies look for when awarding contracts with strict labor requirements. Conclusion: sell with integrity, win with value. The Little Red Book of Selling might not mention construction, unions, or government contracts, but its lessons are incredibly relevant to contractors. In a world where certification opens the door, it's salesmanship that gets you through it. By mastering Gitomer's core principles, confidence, value creation, preparation, and relationship building, firms can position themselves not just as compliant contractors, but as essential partners in delivering union-driven public projects. In the end, success doesn't go to the lowest bidder. It goes to the contractor who communicates their value with clarity, confidence, and conviction. And that is what Gitomer helps you master. The strategic lessons of the Little Red Book of Selling are simple. The highest conviction wins the hardest deals. You secure a major contract not just with a low bid, but with the absolute certainty that you and only you can deliver on the client's complex needs. The demolition of the Queens County Jail, part of the critical borough-based jails program, was one of the biggest and most politically sensitive jobs in the city. Winning that contract was a victory of our sales philosophy. The real lesson, however, is that once you have sold the dream of flawless execution, you have to execute the reality. The following case study shows the raw, hard math of delivery. The millions in calculated labor costs, the tens of thousands of hours, and the seamless union coordination required to deliver on a high-stakes 13-month promise to New York City. Case study: Demolition of the Queens County Jail Project Overview. The demolition of the Queens County Jail is a pivotal aspect of New York City's initiative to close Rikers Island and reshape the local detention landscape. This case study examines the labor contributions for the temporary fence, sidewalk shed, scaffolding, and hoist installation of Local 1556 union carpenters and Local 79 union laborers over a 13-month period for the Queens Dismantle and Swing Space project. Owner: NYC Department of Design and Construction. Architects: Urban. Size: 160,000 square feet. Scope: 1. Deconstruction of the existing Queens House of Detention. 2. Enabling projects, including decoupling from existing court buildings and creating a temporary vehicular sallyport. 1. 6 carpenters, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 56 weeks equals 13,440 hours. Laborers. 3. 2 laborers, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 56 weeks equals 4,480 hours. Total labor hours equals 13,440 plus 4,480 equals 17,920 hours. Labor costs: carpenter wages. Total labor hours for the project according to the wage rate for Local 1556. Hourly rate, $76.44. 4,480 hours, $76.44, equals $342,755.20. Total labor costs. Project execution: 1. Installation of temporary fence. Local 1556 carpenters effectively erected a secure temporary fence around the site, ensuring safety and compliance with all relevant regulations. 2. Sidewalk shed installation. Skilled laborers from Local 79 helped the 1556 carpenters with the sidewalk shed, providing protection for pedestrians and minimizing disruption to public access. 3. Scaffold installation. Carpenters efficiently erected scaffolding, allowing safe access for workers engaged in ongoing demolition tasks. 4. Hoist installations. Local 1556 workers expertly installed dual hoist systems, facilitating efficient material handling and significantly reducing downtime. Conclusion. The demolition of the Queens County Jail as part of the Borough-based Jails program exemplifies the effective collaboration between Local 1556 and Local 79. With a total labor contribution of 17,920 hours and a budget of approximately $1,396,451.20, the project was successfully executed on schedule and within budget. This case study underscores the importance of skilled labor and union collaboration in large-scale construction projects, setting a benchmark for future initiatives in New York City. Growth cycles. Barbarians to bureaucrats. Key themes. Transitioning from a profit barbarian founder to a synergist. The Queens County Jail project succeeded through sheer force of efficient execution and detailed labor planning, all delivered by a highly skilled, focused team. This is the ultimate proof of our capabilities. But what happens when you win 3 projects this size, or 10? The skills that allowed erector masters to control this single, complex job, the entrepreneurial barbarian spirit of the founder, the loyalty of a small, highly skilled crew, and the ability to pivot instantly are not the same skills that allow a company to lead the entire market for decades. To scale this level of efficiency and complexity across multiple sites, multiple years, and multiple generations, you need structure. You need standardized systems, formal training processes, and clear lines of authority. You need to formalize the passion into a scalable, repeatable, and sustainable organization. This transition from the aggressive, fast-moving startup to the enduring, institutionalized enterprise is the subject of Barbarians to Bureaucratats. In Barbarians to Bureaucratats, Corporate Lifecycle Strategies, Lawrence M. Miller explores the concept that businesses go through distinct stages of development, each requiring different strategies, management approaches, and organizational structures to thrive. From the early days of entrepreneurial spirit to the formalized, process-driven environment of bureaucracy, the life cycle of a company is marked by crucial turning points. Miller's insights offer valuable lessons on how organizations can evolve strategically to meet the challenges of each stage. For construction companies, particularly those performing work for government agencies and utilizing union labor, understanding and strategically managing the corporate life cycle is vital for long-term success. Government projects often require adaptability, strict adherence to regulations, and collaboration with unionized workforces. By understanding where their business is within the corporate life cycle, construction companies can better manage growth, build sustainable operations, and navigate the complexities of working with government entities and unions. This essay explores how construction companies can integrate Miller's corporate life cycle strategies to ensure enduring success. 1. The Barbarian Stage: Entrepreneurial Spirit and Early Growth. The first stage in the corporate life cycle is often characterized by entrepreneurial enthusiasm, innovation, and a focus on rapid growth. For construction companies just starting or moving into new markets, this stage is critical for establishing a reputation and gaining initial traction in the industry. The barbarians are often highly dynamic, willing to take risks, and focused on delivering projects quickly and efficiently. Application in construction. In the context of construction companies working with government agencies and union labor, the key challenge during this stage is developing the right foundation for growth. Here, construction companies need to 1. Leverage their agility. Smaller or newer construction firms can stand out by being flexible, offering personalized service, and quickly adapting to client needs. This is especially important in competitive bidding situations for government contracts, where the ability to respond quickly and creatively can make a difference. 2. Focus on reputation building. As a company embarks on government projects, its reputation for quality, compliance with union agreements, and ability to meet deadlines will be critical. In this early phase, Construction firms should be diligent about ensuring they meet regulatory standards and build strong relationships with unions to ensure a smooth workflow and reliable labor force. As the company grows and succeeds in the early stages, it must carefully prepare for the next phase, where more structure and organization are required to manage increased complexity. 1. The gladiator stage, gaining market share and competitiveness. In the gladiator stage, companies begin to establish their market position. They often experience rapid growth and the need for stronger internal management systems. At this point, the entrepreneurial spirit remains, but companies must implement processes that allow them to scale. For construction companies, this means refining project management, hiring more employees, and developing internal systems to manage the increased volume of work. Application in construction. For construction companies working with government agencies and union labor, this stage often involves securing larger, more complex contracts. Strategies include 1. Building systems for scalability. At this stage, construction companies should implement more structured project management systems to handle increased project volume. Software such as Procore or Buildertrend can help construction firms manage timelines, budgets, subcontractor relationships, and compliance with union labor agreements. 2. Strengthening relationships with unions. The growing demand for labor requires ongoing collaboration with unions. It is crucial for construction companies to cultivate strong, long-term relationships with union representatives to ensure a steady supply of skilled workers and avoid disruptions. 3. Diversification of services. As the company matures, it can also diversify its offerings. For example, a construction firm that starts by building residential projects might branch into government infrastructure work or public facilities, which are typically larger and involve more extensive union involvement. This stage requires the construction company to remain nimble while implementing processes that allow for increased complexity, ensuring the business can handle government and union-related demands without losing its competitive edge. 1. The empire stage. Managing growth and complexity. The empire stage marks the phase when a business grows into a larger, more structured organization. At this point, the company needs more formal systems, divisions, and management layers to keep things running efficiently. This stage is about managing complexity, from larger government contracts to union labor challenges and regulatory compliance. Application in construction. For construction companies in this stage, the focus should be on managing the growing complexity of operations while ensuring the organization remains aligned with its core values. 1. Implementing formalized processes. Construction companies must establish standardized processes for bidding, project execution, compliance, and union negotiations. This may involve creating dedicated teams for different aspects of a project, such as legal compliance, safety, labor relations, and procurement. 2. Managing large government contracts. At this stage, a construction company may handle multiple government contracts simultaneously. Having a clear system in place to manage compliance with government regulations, tracking budgets, and ensuring union agreements are honored is essential. 3. Optimizing union collaboration. With the scale of operations increasing, working with union labor becomes even more critical. Construction companies must ensure that they adhere to collective bargaining agreements while maintaining a cooperative relationship with unions. This can be achieved through regular communication, maintaining fair labor practices, and providing opportunities for skill development and career advancement for union workers. To thrive in this stage, the company must focus on refining operations, optimizing efficiency, and managing a growing workforce, all while maintaining strong relationships with both government clients and union partners. 1. The bureaucratic stage: formalization, efficiency, and stability. The final stage in the corporate life cycle is the bureaucratic stage, where companies have well-established systems, processes, and structures in place. However, this stage can often result in excessive red tape, rigid processes, and slower decision-making. Construction companies at this stage must carefully balance efficiency and innovation while avoiding the pitfalls of bureaucracy. Application in construction. For construction companies working with government contracts and union labor, the bureaucratic stage can bring both benefits and challenges. 1. Streamlining operations. Bureaucratic structures can help improve efficiency in larger organizations. Construction firms can focus on refining project timelines, using predictive analytics, and incorporating AI to optimize scheduling, reduce waste, and improve safety standards. 2. Avoiding stagnation. While formal processes are necessary, construction firms at the bureaucratic stage must guard against becoming too rigid. Innovation should still be encouraged, particularly in adopting new construction technologies, building materials, and sustainable practices. 3. Maintaining strong relationships. As the company becomes more process-driven, it's easy to lose the personal touch that was so important in the earlier stages. Construction companies must ensure that relationships with government agencies and union workers remain a priority. Regular meetings, collaborative problem-solving, and engagement in industry forums can help sustain trust and mutual respect. By fostering an environment where formalization leads to greater efficiency, but not at the expense of innovation or relationship building, construction companies can continue to grow while maintaining strong connections with both government clients and union workers. Conclusion. Lawrence M. Miller's Barbarians to Bureaucrats offers a roadmap for navigating the various stages of the corporate life cycle, each of which demands different strategies and approaches. For construction companies, particularly those working with government agencies and union labor, understanding where the company stands in its life cycle can help inform critical decisions about growth, efficiency, and relationship management. By strategically adapting their operations, strengthening leadership, building robust processes, and fostering strong union relationships, construction companies can ensure that they not only survive, but thrive throughout their life cycle, creating enduring success that benefits both the company and its stakeholders. Miller's Barbarians to Bureaucrats provides a roadmap for navigating a company's growth, from nimble entrepreneurial beginnings to structured, process-driven maturity. For construction firms, this framework is invaluable. It shows how to evolve operationally, manage complexity, and maintain competitive advantage when working with government agencies and union labor. But understanding how your company grows isn't enough. To survive and thrive in this environment, you also need a clear-eyed understanding of economics, what Thomas Sowell explores in Economic Facts and Fallacies. While Miller focuses on organizational stages, Sowell highlights the realities of cost, value, and regulation. Together, these insights form a dual lens for businesses, one for internal development, the other for navigating external pressures. Thomas Sowell's Economic Facts and Fallacies breaks down common misconceptions about economics by confronting widely accepted but flawed beliefs with data-driven logic. For the construction industry, especially those working on public sector projects, this book is more than a critique of flawed economic reasoning, it's a survival guide. Sowell's insights can empower businesses to make smarter financial decisions, understand the hidden costs of regulations, and navigate union-dominated labor markets. By applying these lessons, firms can not only compete effectively for government contracts, but also avoid the common pitfalls that drive many of them out of business. Misunderstanding cost and value. One of Sowell's most important points is the difference between cost and value, something often overlooked in government bidding processes. Enterprises, particularly new or smaller firms, often underbid projects to win contracts, not realizing that offering the lowest price doesn't always equate to profitability. Sowell explains how people frequently confuse low cost with efficiency, when in reality, the full cost includes delays, labor issues, and regulatory burdens. For businesses, understanding this distinction means learning to calculate true costs, build reasonable profit margins, and avoid winning contracts that ultimately cause financial loss. Regulatory and union fallacies. Sowell also exposes the fallacy that government and union regulations always protect the worker or business. In reality, excessive regulation often helps established players at the expense of smaller firms. Many businesses face tough requirements like prevailing wage laws, union labor mandates, and bureaucratic red tape. These well-intentioned rules can increase labor costs by 30% or more. Sowell would argue that enterprises need to realistically assess these added expenses and lobby for more flexible contracting terms or carve-outs that support smaller businesses. Working in coalition with other contractors and local community organizations can give them political leverage to push for reforms. Fallacy of group disparities. Sowell also challenges the idea that all disparities between groups result from discrimination. While discrimination exists, Sowell emphasizes the importance of business preparation, productivity, and institutional knowledge. Businesses can apply this lesson by focusing less on blaming systemic barriers alone and more on building strong internal operations. This includes investing in project management, compliance training, and workforce development. A well-prepared company is more likely to withstand the pressures of union disputes or delayed government payments, two of the top reasons small firms fail on public jobs. Government isn't always rational. Another key takeaway is that government decisions are often driven by politics, not economics. Minority businesses who expect fair, efficient treatment from public agencies may be disappointed. Sowell's insight suggests that we should anticipate slow payments, arbitrary rule changes, or politically influenced bid awards. To survive, they need to build cash reserves, diversify beyond government work, and carefully track their administrative costs. Strategic partnerships, joint ventures, and mentor-protege programs can also help companies buffer against the unpredictable nature of public sector work. Conclusion: Economic Facts and Fallacies provides a roadmap for construction companies trying to stay afloat in a challenging environment. By internalizing Sowell's data-driven approach, these businesses can avoid dangerous myths, such as assuming all government work is profitable or that union labor always guarantees project quality. Instead, they should approach each contract with a clear-eyed understanding of real costs, regulatory traps, and the importance of operational strength. In doing so, they can turn public work from a financial risk into a strategic opportunity and build long-term resilience in an industry full of fallacies. The lessons we take from economic fallacies are simple. Never look only at the immediate outcome or the immediate group. A financially sound company, an economically rational company, is one that always calculates the true, comprehensive cost and considers the long-term, cascading effects of its decisions. The single greatest economic fallacy a construction firm commits is ignoring the full cost of labor, not just the hourly rate, but the logistical friction of mobilization. A job 150 miles away is not the same as a job in the 5 boroughs. The Albany project for Avenue Contracting was the perfect test of our economic rationality. Could we efficiently mobilize skilled NYC labor, accurately account for every dollar of per diem, and still deliver a successful, profitable execution? The following case study shows how we turn economic theory into financial victory. Case study: Erector Masters Labor Leasing Services and Project Management for Avenue Contracting. Project Overview. Erector Masters partnered with Avenue Contracting, Inc. to provide labor leasing services and project management for the scaffold and debris chute installation at the New York State Museum in Albany. This project is part of a broader $400 million revitalization plan for downtown Albany, with $150 million allocated specifically for the museum's renovation. 1. Vendor name: Avenue Contracting, Inc. 2. Agency name: General Services, Office of Design and Construction. 3. Contract number: D45673C. 4. Current contract amount: $10,524,064. Spending to date: $9,661,644.37. Contract type: construction. Building. Project context: The New York State Museum is undergoing a significant renovation under the direction of its new director, Jennifer Saunders. The NYOGS aims to enhance the museum, focusing particularly on the beloved fourth-floor carousel. While previous renovations, such as the Birds of New York exhibit completed in 2020, laid the groundwork, this new investment will facilitate a more comprehensive remodel. The challenge: skilled labor mobilization from NYC to Albany. One of the primary challenges faced by erector masters was the logistical and operational complexities involved in transporting skilled labor from New York City to Albany. This challenge was compounded by 1. Labor market demands. The construction industry in New York often experiences fluctuations, making it difficult to secure enough skilled labor for specialized tasks such as scaffold and debris chute installation. 2. Workforce coordination. Ensuring that the skilled laborers were aligned with the project timelines and understood the specific requirements of Avenue contracting was crucial for maintaining workflow efficiency. 3. Per diem adjustments. When bidding on jobs outside the local area, it was necessary to factor in per diem costs for lodging and meals. Calculating these costs accurately is essential for maintaining the project's budget and ensuring that laborers are adequately compensated for travel expenses. Erector Masters' strategic solutions. To address these challenges effectively, Erector Masters implemented several strategic solutions. 1. Labor pooling. By leveraging their extensive network of skilled laborers, Erector Masters was able to quickly mobilize a team with the necessary expertise in scaffold and debris chute installation. 2. Efficient transport arrangements. Erector Masters coordinated with transportation services to provide timely travel arrangements for workers, ensuring they arrived on site promptly and were ready to work. 3. On-site management. Erector Masters assigned experienced project managers to oversee the installation process, facilitating communication between the labor force and Avenue contracting. This ensured that any issues were addressed immediately, keeping the project on track. 4. Per diem calculations. Erector Masters established clear guidelines for calculating per diem rates based on the project's location. The average pay for a per diem in Albany, as of November 11, 2025, is $29.49 an hour, with the following breakdown. Lower range, $26.54. Average, $29.49. Upper range, $31.54. Top earners, up to $40.54 per hour. This data highlights that the per diem job market in Albany is active, with wages not showing substantial variation across different experience levels, thus requiring accurate budgeting for labor costs. Safety protocols. Given the nature of the work, strict safety protocols were enforced to ensure that all laborers operated within safety guidelines, reducing the risk of accidents and ensuring compliance with state regulations. Project outcome. Thanks to Erector Masters' comprehensive labor leasing services and project management, the scaffold and debris chute installation was completed successfully and on time. The collaboration. 1. Enhanced efficiency. The skilled labor mobilized from NYC contributed to the project's smooth execution, minimizing downtime and maximizing productivity. 2. Maintained budget. The project remained within the financial parameters set by Avenue contracting, with effective resource allocation and management, including accurately calculated per diem expenses. 3. Contributed to revitalization. The successful completion of this phase of the renovation supports the larger $400 million revitalization plan for downtown Albany, enhancing the New York State Museum's offerings for the community. The pivot. The obstacle is the way case study. Queens Water Tank. We have spent this entire book building the complete system, the mindset, the strategy, the execution, the logistics, the sales, and the structure. The Albany job proves the system is sound. We conquered the market, mastered the numbers, and controlled the variables. But after all the complexity, the single most critical factor in sustained elite performance is not what we plan for, but how we respond to what we could not plan for. In construction, the one guarantee is this: something will go wrong. The permit will be delayed, the inspector will fail the sign-off, the shipment will be lost, or the union will hit a jurisdictional snag. Most firms see these moments as crises, as unavoidable bad luck that erodes morale and profit. They react with panic, blame, or paralysis. The exceptional firm, however, sees these moments differently. It understands that every single problem, every logistical nightmare, every bureaucratic bottleneck, every unforeseen delay is not a setback, but a direct opportunity to build a stronger team, invent a better process, and prove an unmatched level of resilience to the client. The obstacle is not an annoyance to be worked around, it is the fuel for advancement. The last obstacle is not the problem itself. It is the flawed perspective that views adversity as anything other than a chance to excel. To complete our evolution from effective contractors to true erector masters, we must adopt the philosophy that turns every piece of friction into a strategic advantage. This is the mindset of resilience forged in ancient philosophy. This brings us to the core text on turning chaos into clarity. The obstacle is the way. Ryan Holiday's book, The Obstacle is the Way, is based on ancient Stoic philosophy, particularly the idea that obstacles are not barriers, but opportunities in disguise. For entrepreneurs in the construction industry, this mindset is especially powerful. Government contracts, union labor rules, and systemic barriers can often feel overwhelming. But by applying the principles from Holiday's book, firms can transform adversity into advantage, stay resilient, and avoid going out of business in a highly competitive and regulated space. One of the book's core messages is the idea of perception, how we interpret challenges. Many construction companies enter the government contracting world facing unfair assumptions, limited access to capital, and complex union agreements. These can feel like insurmountable roadblocks. But the obstacle is the way teaches business owners to shift their mindset. Instead of saying, "Why is this happening to me?" they must ask, "How can I use this?" A denied contract, for example, might highlight where a company's bid strategy needs refining. A conflict with a union could teach better negotiation and communication skills. In this way, each obstacle becomes a lesson that strengthens the company. The second major lesson from the book is about action, deliberate, persistent effort. Government projects come with bureaucracy and long timelines. Union labor agreements require strict compliance and diplomacy. Companies that wait for ideal conditions often fall behind. But those that take consistent, strategic action, even small steps, build momentum. Holiday emphasizes that progress is rarely flashy. It's often made through grit, discipline, and adaptability. Firms must focus on what they can control: their preparation, quality of work, documentation, and relationships. Over time, these small wins add up to big breakthroughs. Lastly, the obstacle is the way promotes the idea of will, inner strength, and endurance. The construction world can be brutal, especially for underrepresented businesses. There will be discrimination, delays in payments, unfair treatment, and broken promises. But firms that cultivate resilience by planning ahead, saving for dry spells, and staying emotionally grounded are the ones that survive and grow. Rather than being discouraged by the extra weight they carry, these firms can view their experience as proof of their strength. They've already overcome more than most, and that is their competitive edge. In conclusion, The Obstacle is the Way offers more than inspiration. It offers a blueprint for survival and growth. Construction companies working in government and union spaces must change their mindset, take strategic action, and develop strong internal willpower. Obstacles are part of the journey, but for those who follow this path, every obstacle becomes the way forward. From water tank demo to DEP case study, The water tank demolition proved our operational dominance in the field. It was raw execution, a zero-tolerance job demanding physics, precision, and the courage to manage spectacular risk. From water tank demo to DEP case study, the water tank demolition proved our operational dominance in the field. It was raw execution, a zero-tolerance job demanding physics, precision, and the courage to manage spectacular risk. That job proved we could destroy targets. But the greatest risk to your empire isn't found 100 feet in the air. It's buried in the paperwork of the agency that holds the purse strings. Your firm must be capable of surviving the demolition of a structure, but also the demolition of bureaucratic delays designed to bleed the unprepared contractor dry. The next case study is the playbook for that white-collar fight: cracking the DEP vault. The NYC Department of Environmental Protection demands the highest level of systemic compliance. We are moving from managing structural loads to managing political and regulatory loads. This case study shows the mandatory path to access and proves that the true barbarian knows how to weaponize bureaucracy. Case study: cracking the DEP vault. The Ashokan Garage Mandate. Introduction. The high security target. The New York City Department of Environmental Protection is not a client. It is the unyielding gatekeeper to the city's most critical infrastructure: revenue, water supply, wastewater, and conservation. To engage with the DEP is to submit to the highest level of technical and regulatory scrutiny. This is not a friendly bid process. It is a rigorous screening to ensure only firms operating at absolute professional capacity are granted access to this high-security revenue stream. Phase 1. Keys to the vault. You must treat the certification process as acquiring security clearance to the DEP's money system. Failure to present these documents is an immediate disqualification. 1. Systemic mandate. Identify your primary weapon, whether it is MBE, WBE, DBE, EBE, or LBE. You must not only possess the certification, but precisely identify the originating agency. This is your political and economic leverage. 2. Digital passwords. You must possess the contract registration number and the procurement identification number. These are your mandatory digital keys to initiating any contract action. 3. The target file. The DEP contract for the reconstruction of concrete floor slabs at Ashokan Garage is a locked file. You need both credentials to even touch the work. Phase 2. The competence test. The reconstruction of concrete floor slabs at Ashokan Garage is a pass-fail test of engineering capacity. Flaws in load calculations or materials are not errors, they are liabilities. 1. Non-negotiable load. The design demands are absolute. The concrete floor must withstand a total load of 160 psf. You must prove your calculations meet this demand with zero margin for error. Structural lockdown. Every component must be precisely engineered to meet the structural brief. 2. The law of OSHA. Every calculation, every material specification must be compliant. Deflection cannot exceed 1,360th of the span. Compliance is not optional. It is the absolute line between profitability and prosecution. Phase 3. The compliance fortress. You must treat the required DEP forms as building a compliance fortress around your contract. Every document is a layer of defense against audit and liability. 1. Subcontractor protocol. Any subcontract under $750,000 requires the subcontract certificate and a detailed subcontractor profile form. This ensures all labor is compliant, traceable, and ready for immediate audit. 2. Security lockdown. The DEP works on high-security sites. The security clearance release form and the non-employee vehicle registration form are mandatory. Failure to submit this paperwork means you and your equipment are permanently denied access to the site. 3. The work plan. This is your detailed written declaration of operational intent. It must outline every safety measure, procedure, and piece of equipment to prove compliance with all OSHA and agency safety dictates. 4. Affiliations check. Be prepared to declare all union affiliations and any veteran status to capitalize on every possible advantage. Conclusion. Continuous vigilance. Working with the DEP is not a one-time win. It is a commitment to perpetual compliance. You must maintain a state of ongoing vigilance, regularly updating your passport, and ensuring your insurance and certification are bulletproof. The final contract is contingent on the timely submission of every form and the ongoing control of your digital profile. From DEP case study to the obstacle is the way. The DEP case study proves that bureaucracy is the ultimate obstacle to scale. The regulations, the forms, the load calculations, the security clearances, they are all designed to slow the impatient and expose the weak. You now understand that success in the DEP environment is not about bypassing the red tape, it's about dominating it. Every complex regulation you master is a wall you build between your firm and the competition. But facing this relentless bureaucratic friction breeds anger, frustration, and eventual burnout. To maintain the aggressive, disciplined edge required to fight this war of attrition, you need a leadership mindset that weaponizes frustration. You must transform the obstacle into a strategic advantage. This is the imperative mental training. This is why we read Ryan Holiday's The Obstacle is the Way. Case study, The Heavy Lift, Image Courtesy of Gramercy Group USA. We've talked about how MWBE certification gets you to the table, but once you sit down, you have to eat. If you think the certification does the lifting for you, you will go out of business. The Queens water tank demolition was the proving ground for this reality. It wasn't a small set-aside job for a few $1,000s. It was a massive industrial undertaking that required moving nearly 90,000 pounds of steel. Project Overview 1. Project, Scaffolding for Queens Water Tank Demolition. 2. Client, NYC Department of Environmental Protection. 3. Prime Contractor, Gramercy Group USA. 4. Subcontractor, Erector Masters. 5. The load, over 87,000 pounds of scaffolding materials. The challenge, scale and safety. This wasn't a standard sidewalk shed. The scope was aggressive and dangerous. 1. The dimensions. We had to erect a structure 161 feet by 81 feet. 2. The components. It required 24 base towers, 192 tower sections, 216 X-braces, plus elevating brackets and winches. 3. The risk. Demolition is violent work. The scaffold had to be robust enough to support the crew and safe enough to withstand the environment. 4. The strategy. Certification as a lever, not a crutch. Many contractors view their MWBE status as a charity ticket. We viewed it as a strategic weapon to partner with the big players. 1. The partnership play. We didn't just bid, we aligned. Gramercy Group USA is a heavy hitter. They didn't need a paper partner to fill a quota. They needed a partner who could actually perform. We used our MWBE status to open the door, but we used our safety protocols and workforce management to keep it open. 2. Heavy logistics execution. Moving 87,000 pounds of material isn't an administrative task. It's a logistical war. We applied the JHA principles to the logistics. Every winch, every bracket, and every tower section was accounted for. We didn't just send bodies, we sent a synchronized system. The hard reality, the paper contractor fault. This project was a success, but it highlighted the fatal flaw that destroys many businesses in the gladiator stage. The fault, relying on the label. In this industry, there is a stigma against enterprises. The fault is the assumption that minority contractors are just pass-throughs, companies that sign the paper but hire someone else to do the work. 1. The trap. If we had tried to sub this out or manage it from a distance, we would have failed. The complexity of 24 base towers leaves no room for absentee ownership. 2. The financial squeeze. Projects this size eat cash. You have to pay for 87,000 pounds of steel and skilled labor before the city pays you. The fault many make is undercapitalization. If you take this job without a cash cushion, you will fold before the scaffold reaches the second tier. The result? We executed the job without incident. The structure held, the demolition proceeded, and we cemented our relationship with Gramercy Group. Cautionary tale. In order to secure the funding needed to cover the GL, insurance, workers' comp insurance, and payroll for this job, we applied for an SBS loan with a lender that promised contract lending at 3% for contractors that have been awarded a government contract with any government agency. After the DEP contract was awarded to us, we reached out to one of these financiers, believing the promise of contract financial help. The timeline to start the project was short. In the process of waiting for the funding, we self-financed our operation with the hope of fundings becoming available sooner than we expected. The money never showed up. We never got the money from the lending institution. Our cautionary tale here is to never, ever, ever depend on obtaining a loan to fulfill your contractor obligations. Make sure that you are financially capable to hold the financial burden of the job before you even start it. Secure a line of credit long before you start bidding for any job. Warning: most government institutions pay on time as long as your requisition paperwork is perfect. Missing a signature or a timesheet can cause your payment to be delayed 30 to 60, 90, sometimes even 120 days, and that can bring great stress on your operation because you are going to be obligated to pay your employees on a weekly basis, and don't forget, you have to pay your suppliers on a 30-day term. Be aware of predatory lending institutions. They are cash advance lender financiers that will promise you funding in 24 hours or less. These cash advance lenders prey on novice contractors desperate because they got in a contract without the financial solvency to perform. These loans with daily repayment and extremely high interest will evaporate your cash flow and leave you worse. Please do not take cash advance loans to fulfill contractor obligations. If you do, you will be setting yourself up for a lot of pain and stress. From performance to capital. The Queen's water tank demolition confirmed the critical lesson. Operational excellence must be matched by financial strength. Successfully moving 87,000 pounds of steel and managing the inherent project risk requires substantial cash flow and bonding capacity. Winning the contract proves you can perform the work, but having the capital ensures you can survive the lag between paying labor, material costs, and receiving the city's payment. The next phase of growth demands moving beyond relying on personal funds or costly short-term loans. The strategic necessity, highlighted by the financial squeeze of the heavy lift, is to formally build the company's financial profile. This profile, or business credit, is the foundational asset that prevents a high-performance firm from folding due to cash flow gaps. The certifications, systems, and insurance that separate amateurs from professionals. You can destroy a structure 100 feet in the air. You can manage union labor and complex logistics. But if you can't navigate the bureaucracy, the certifications, the insurance, the paperwork, you will never get paid. You will never scale. This part is not glamorous. It is not inspiring, but it is mandatory. Every contractor who fails in government work fails here, not in the field, but in the back office. They win the bid but can't get bonded. They get the contract but can't prove compliance. They complete the work but can't process the paperwork for payment. The following chapters are your administrative armor. Master them or die broke. Chapter 5. Building Business Credit, the Financial Foundation. Building business credit is essential for securing financing and establishing credibility with suppliers and lenders. This case study outlines a systematic, strategic approach to provide the cash cushion needed for the next heavy lift project. Step 1. Build your business foundation. Establishing a strong legal and financial foundation is critical. Register your business. Form a legal entity to separate your personal and business liabilities. Obtain a federal employer identification number from the IRS immediately. This is your social security number for business credit. Get a DUNS number. Apply for a free DUNS number through Dun & Bradstreet. This unique identifier is the industry standard for tracking business credit worthiness. Separate finances. Open a dedicated business bank account. Commingling funds is a red flag for lenders. Additionally, acquire a business phone number, email address, and a physical address to enhance professionalism. List your business. Register with the Better Business Bureau and other relevant online directories. Verifiable visibility increases credibility with underwriters. Step 2. Establish vendor relationships. Building relationships with vendors who offer Net 30 accounts is a strategic move. Step 3. Obtain business credit cards. Once your foundation is solid and you have vendor accounts, it's time to apply for business credit cards. Apply for cards. After maintaining vendor trade lines for about 6-12 months, apply for business credit cards. Focus on major banks that report to credit bureaus to ensure your activity contributes to your credit history. Use wisely. Use your business credit card for necessary business expenses only. Pay off the balance each month to avoid interest and build a strong revolving credit history. Step 4. Monitor and grow your credit profile. Ongoing management and monitoring of your credit profile are essential for long-term success. Check reports regularly. Regularly check your business credit reports from Dun & Brad, Experian, and Equifax for accuracy. This allows you to track improvements and dispute any inaccuracies that may arise. Add more trade lines. Gradually increase your number of vendor accounts and consider applying for a business line of credit from a bank to further enhance your credit profile. Leverage personal credit. While the goal is separation, a strong personal credit score can be beneficial, especially for small businesses. Lenders often evaluate personal credit scores when considering business loans, so maintaining a good personal credit history is important. Key takeaways. Building business credit involves a systematic process of legitimacy, activity, and consistency. By formalizing the business entity and laddering up from Net 30 vendors to revolving credit lines, a company transforms from a risky venture into a creditworthy institution. The financial profile you have just systematically built is the enabling fuel for growth, but it is worthless without access to contracts. Having a strong DUNS number and a high credit score allows you to secure bonding and financing, but it does not open the door to the most stable, multi-million-dollar state contracts. The next critical discipline is to prove to the government you are an eligible vendor. The administrative rigor required to build a strong credit profile must now be immediately transferred to the process of certification. This certification acts as the gate key, turning your financial strength into exclusive bidding opportunities that are legally mandated for state agencies. The most vital gate for major public works in New York State is the DASNY certification. Chapter 6. The Gatekeeper Certifications, DASNY and NYC MWBE. Section A. DASNY Certification. Your gateway to state contracts. This certification acts as the gate key, turning your financial strength into exclusive bidding opportunities that are legally mandated for state agencies. The most vital gate for major public works in New York State is the DASNY certification. The objective here is simple: to stop scrambling for private, low-margin work and step into the stable, lucrative world of state contracts by becoming certified with the Dormitory Authority of the State of New York as a minority business enterprise, women business enterprise, or small business enterprise. Case study: Achieving DASNY certification, the gate to public works. Why DASNY matters. Think of DASNY certification as your access code to the Public Works Vault. While the state pushes hard for equitable participation, you can't benefit from those mandates if you haven't done the administrative heavy lifting. This certification is different from other federal or city programs. It is the specific gateway to contracts related to state universities, hospitals, and major public infrastructure projects in New York. You can't even get a seat at the table without it. Strategic classifications. Know your weapon. The first step in any strategic move is to know your identity and leverage it. These classifications are the points of entry. 1. Minority business enterprise. This is for businesses that are majority-owned and controlled by individuals from socially and economically disadvantaged backgrounds. This includes, but is not limited to, Black Americans, American Indians, Latina Americans, and Asian Americans. If this is your classification, you must be prepared to prove beyond a doubt that the minority owner is the one running the daily operation, controlling the finances, and making the key decisions. Control is the crucial word here. 2. Women business enterprise. This is the pathway for businesses owned and operated by non-minority women. Like the MBE, the woman owner must demonstrate absolute control of the company. 3. Small business enterprise. This classification focuses on size and independence, regardless of the owner's background. It's for businesses that are not dominant in their field and meet specific legal size requirements. For many firms starting out, SBE is a powerful classification to add to the arsenal. Registration categories. Define your market. DASNY registers you based on your actual capabilities. You need to register for every category you can service. Don't be timid. If you can do it, list it. 1. Construction contracting, your core business. 2. Construction material supplier vendor. If you supply anything, check this box. It's an additional revenue stream. 3. Architectural and engineering, general consulting, etc. If you have in-house or contracted services you offer, this broadens your bid opportunities beyond physical labor. The system, mastering the registration process. This process is a test of your organizational discipline. If you can't handle the paperwork for your own certification, you sure as hell can't handle the closeout documents for a $10 million state project. Every step is a deliberate exercise in preparation. 1. Preparation for registration. You need to get your house in order before you apply. Gather every tax return, every business license, and every document that proves ownership and control. DASNY wants to see a neat, professional package. Anything missing is a sign of chaos, and they will reject chaos. 2. Application submission. This is the execution phase. Use their official online portals and contact their office if you are confused. Do not guess. Submit everything required the first time. 3. Review process. The system is testing you now. They will ask for clarification. They will want additional documents. This is not a negotiation, it is a compliance check. Respond promptly, professionally, and with extreme attention to detail. Every day you delay is a day you are not bidding on a public contract. 4. Notification of acceptance. This is your payoff. The certificate is your license to hunt. It is valid for 2 years. Now, use it. 5. Registration renewal. This is the most crucial step most contractors fumble. The 2-year mark is not a surprise. Have a system in place, a calendar alert, a designated administrator to handle the renewal submission 6 months out. Lapse in certification equals immediate contract ineligibility. You can't afford that loss of momentum. Strategic note on state-level certification. A critical piece of intelligence. DASNY registers you, but they are not the official certifying agency for New York State. If you want the full weight of the state's MBE, WBE program, you must apply through the Empire State Development Corporation. The good news is that New York State certification is now online through the NYS contract system. Do both. Having the full state certification opens up everything. Example scenario: turning the obstacle into the way. Business name: ABC Construction Services. The old way: a contractor sees the paperwork and puts it off, believing they can win private contracts until they are big enough. They waste years fighting for small margins. The Erector Master Way. First strategic construction project. ABC Construction's Latina owner, Maria, views the DASNY application as her Step 1, determine eligibility. Maria confirms she is 100% owner and operator, a clear MBE classification. Step 2, gather documentation. She dedicates a week to compiling every document, treating it with the same rigor as a union safety audit. Step 3, submit application. It's filed flawlessly. Step 4, respond to review requests. DASNY requests additional proof of her operational control. Maria doesn't panic. She sends a detailed organizational chart and bank records showing her signature authority within 24 hours. Discipline. Step 5, receive certification. The certificate is received and the firm immediately starts bidding on public school projects they were ineligible for the week before. Step 6, apply for renewal. They create a system that triggers the renewal process automatically 6 months before expiration. The cycle of opportunity never breaks. The successful contractor knows that the obstacle, the paperwork, the waiting, the bureaucracy, is not a barrier. It is the filter that eliminates the undisciplined. It is the advantage you possess to command the public sector. Section B. NYC MWBE certification, your gateway to city contracts. The objective is clear: to leverage your identity, whether minority-owned, woman-owned, or both, to gain certified access to New York City's procurement system. This is not a symbolic designation. This is a strategic weapon that unlocks billions of dollars in annual city contracts and positions your firm as a priority vendor across every major municipal agency. New York City operates one of the most aggressive MWBE programs in the nation, with mandated participation goals that require prime contractors to subcontract significant portions of city work to certified firms. In fiscal year 2023 alone, the city awarded over $2 billion in contracts to MWBE firms. If you are not certified, you are invisible to this system. If you are certified, you become a compliance solution for every prime contractor bidding on city work. This is not about charity. This is about a legal mandate. The city has goals to meet, and your certification makes you the path of least resistance. Prime contractors need you to hit their diversity targets. Agencies need you to satisfy oversight requirements. Your certification transforms you from a vendor into a necessity. Why this certification is non-negotiable. If you are operating in New York, this certification is the single most valuable investment you can make in your business growth. 1. Increased visibility and credibility. You are listed in the city's official MWBE directory, which is the first place prime contractors and procurement officers search when they need to meet participation goals. This is free marketing to the most powerful buyers in the city. 2. Access to set-aside contracts. Certain city contracts are reserved exclusively for certified MWBEs. These are not competitive bids against major firms. These are opportunities where only certified firms can compete. This is your blue ocean. 3. Subcontracting opportunities. Even when you're not bidding as a prime, your certification makes you a required partner for larger contractors. They need you to win. This gives you leverage in negotiations and ensures a steady pipeline of work. 4. Technical assistance and training. The city provides free business development programs, networking events, and capacity-building workshops exclusively for certified firms. This is not just certification. This is an ecosystem designed to grow your business. 5. Compliance discipline. The certification process forces you to organize your corporate structure, financial records, and operational documentation. This makes you a better, more competitive business owner. Eligibility requirements. Proven control. Just like with DASNY, the MWBE process is not about checking a demographic box. It is about proving that the minority or woman owner has real operational control of the business. The city will scrutinize ownership. At least 51% of the business must be owned by a minority individual or woman. This must be documented through corporate filings, stock certificates, or operating agreements. Control. The minority or woman owner must have day-to-day operational authority. This means they make the decisions, sign the contracts, manage the finances, and control the strategic direction of the company. If you are a figurehead, you will not be denied. Independence. The business must be independently owned and operated. If a non-minority or male partner has veto power, financial control, or operational authority, you will not qualify. Personal net worth. The owner's personal net worth must not exceed $3 million. This ensures the program serves businesses that genuinely need the support. Business location. The business must be located in New York City or have a significant operational presence in one of the 5 boroughs or the surrounding counties: Westchester, Rockland, Nassau, Suffolk, Putnam, Orange, Dutchess, Ulster, Sullivan, Greene, Columbia, Albany, Rensselaer, Saratoga, Schenectady, Montgomery, Fulton, Hamilton, Warren, Washington, Essex, Clinton, Franklin, St. Lawrence, Jefferson, Lewis, Oswego, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, Wayne, Ontario, Yates, Schuyler, Chemung, Steuben, Allegheny, Cattaraugus, Chautauqua, Erie, Niagara, Orleans, Genesee, Wyoming, Livingston, Monroe, Madison, Oneida, Herkimer, Otsego, Delaware, Chenango, Broome, Tioga, Tompkins, Cortland, or Hudson, Nassau. Proximity means commitment to the market. The application process. Navigating the bureaucracy. This is another exercise in discipline and patience. The city's certification process is thorough, and they will verify every claim you make. Here's the step-by-step execution. 1. Determine eligibility. Confirm that you meet the ownership, control, and net worth requirements. If you don't, fix your corporate structure before you apply. 2. Gather documentation. This is the same drill as DASNY. You will need Articles of Incorporation or LLC operating agreement, stock certificates or ownership documentation, tax returns, financial statements, resumes of all principals, organizational chart showing decision-making authority, contracts, leases, and bank signature cards proving operational control. 1. Submit application online. The city uses an online portal. Create an account, upload your documents, and submit. Do not rush this. One missing document delays the entire process. 2. Site visit and interview. The city may conduct a site visit to verify that your business is operational and that the minority or woman owner is in control. They will interview you. Be prepared to explain your role, your decision-making authority, and your day-to-day responsibilities. 3. Certification decision. If approved, you receive a certificate valid for 3 years. If denied, you receive a detailed explanation and the opportunity to appeal or reapply. 4. Maintain certification. You must notify the city of any changes to ownership, control, or business structure. You must also recertify every 3 years. Failure to renew is the epitome of unforced error. Example scenario: leveraging local certification. Business name: Taste of Home Catering. The challenge: a woman-owned catering company has been operating in Brooklyn for 5 years, serving private events and small corporate clients. Revenue is inconsistent and competition is fierce. The strategy? The owner applies for NYC MWBE certification. She compiles her documentation, proves her operational control, and receives certification within 90 days. The result? Within 6 months, she is awarded her first city contract to provide catering services for a Department of Education event. The contract is small, $15,000, but it leads to referrals. Within a year, she is subcontracting with larger event management firms bidding on city contracts. Within 2 years, she has a steady pipeline of municipal work, stabilizing her revenue and allowing her to hire additional staff. This is the power of certification. It is not a guarantee of success, but it is a guarantee of access. And access is the first step to dominance. The MWBE certification is your entry point into the city's procurement ecosystem. Combined with DASNY certification, you now have access to both state and city contracts. You are no longer competing in the private sector's red ocean. You are operating in the blue ocean of mandated opportunity, where your certification is your market exposure and stabilizing your revenue stream. Case study: achieving MWBE certification in New York City, the local gatekeeper. The objective is clear: to leverage your identity, whether minority or woman-owned, to access the billions of dollars allocated by the City of New York for its Minority and Women-Owned Business Enterprises program. This certification moves you beyond regional state work and puts you in the running for city contracts, ranging from the Department of Design and Construction to the School Construction Authority. Overview: the NYC MWBE Advantage. The city's MWB program is your strategic advantage within the 5 boroughs. Key benefits: why this certification is non-negotiable. If you are operating in New York, this certification is mandatory. It is the cheapest, highest return investment you can make in your business growth. 1. Increased visibility and credibility. You are listed in the NYC online directory of certified businesses. This is the first place every city agency and every major private contractor who need MWBEs to meet their own project goals looks for partners. 2. Access to contracts. This certification increases your opportunities to bid on city government contracts that are often set aside exclusively for MWBE firms, reducing competition dramatically. 3. Targeted support. You gain access to exclusive networking events and targeted training courses through the Department of Small Business Services. Use these resources. They are designed to make you a better, more competitive business owner. Eligibility requirements. Proving control. Just like with DASNY, the MWBE process is a test of your operational legitimacy. You must meet the following criteria to prove you are a serious contender. 1. Operational legitimacy. You must be legally permitted to operate in New York State. 2. Business longevity. The city generally requires the business to have been selling goods and/or services for at least 1 year. This shows operational stability. 3. Ownership and control. 1. At least 51% of the business must be owned, operated, and controlled by U.S. citizens or permanent residents who are women or members of the designated minority groups. 2. Control is everything. The MWBE owner must be the one making the operational, managerial, financial, and strategic decisions. If they sense your firm is a front for a non-eligible partner, you will be rejected. 3. Geographic presence. Your main office must be located within the 5 boroughs of New York City or in designated adjacent counties. Proximity means commitment to the market. The application process. Navigating the bureaucracy. This is another exercise in discipline and patience. Approach it as you would an estimating package, thoroughly and without error. 1. Assess eligibility and gather documentation. This is where you leverage the work you did for DASNY. You need all organizational documents, proof of ownership, tax returns, and financial statements. Use the same organized binder you built for the state. 2. Complete and submit the application. The application is managed through the NYC Department of Small Business Services. Fill out the application form thoroughly. Double-check your numbers. A small discrepancy on a tax form is grounds for months of delay. 3. The review process. An SBS certification analyst will review your file. They will ask questions. You must respond promptly and professionally to any request for additional information. Your speed and accuracy here is a direct reflection of how competent you will be as a city contractor. 4. Receive certification. Once approved, your certification is valid for 5 years, a massive block of access, and you are immediately listed in the directory. 5. Maintain certification. You must track your renewal dates and report any significant changes in ownership or business structure. Losing MWBE status because you forgot to renew is the epitome of unforced error. Example scenario: leveraging local certification. Business name: Taste of Home Catering. Maria Strategic Path. Step 1. Determine eligibility. Maria, the Latina entrepreneur, meets the ownership and longevity criteria. Step 2. Gather documentation. She uses the organized file system created for her DASNY application, making this step swift and efficient. The next obstacle is a simple administrative step, but it is one that prevents hundreds of hungry firms from competing: establishing your digital bridgehead into the procurement system. You need a passport account. Case study: how to obtain a passport account, your digital bridgehead. The objective is to establish your presence in the digital ecosystem of New York City's procurement. Passport is not optional. It is the singular online system that streamlines the entire vendor registration, contract bidding, and payment process for all city agencies. No passport, no contracts. It is the mandatory administrative precursor to leveraging your MWBE status. Overview of Passport. Think of Passport as the single gateway to billions of dollars in city spending. It's where you maintain your single vendor profile, receive notifications of bidding opportunities relevant to your classification, and submit your bids and proposals. Benefits: locking in your access. Having a functional Passport account means: 1. Access to opportunities. Immediate digital access to all city contracts and procurement notices. 2. Centralized information. A single profile for all your procurement-related activities. This prevents bureaucratic headaches and wasted time. 3. Streamlined processes. Simplifies the entire contract bidding process, a massive time saver. The system. The step-by-step account setup. This is a procedural task demanding precision and no shortcuts. Treat it like a permit application. If the form isn't perfect, the clock stops. Step 1. Register and validate a NYC ID. You need a personal digital key to enter the system. This key is your NYC ID 1. Visit the Passport login page and click the link to Create Account. 2. Complete the creation form accurately. The email address you use here becomes the primary anchor for your professional account. 3. Validate your email. An automated email will be sent. You must click that link immediately to confirm your account. Note: if your organization has existing staff with NYC IDs, ensure your designated vendor administrator uses the correct email when adding you to the Passport vendor profile. Step 2. Submit a vendor Passport account request. Your individual NYC ID gets you in the door. This step registers your organization as an approved vendor. 1. Log into Passport using your new NYC ID credentials. 2. Click Create Account to open the Vendor Passport Account request form. 3. Fill in all required fields. No field can be left blank. 4. Complete the Security Control section. 5. Click Register. The review process. The Mayor's Office of Contract Services reviews this request. You will be notified upon approval. The person who submits the request automatically becomes the first system user and account administrator, the digital gatekeeper for your firm's access to city contracts. The information you provided auto-populates your vendor profile. Example scenario: establishing the digital foothold. Organization name: Community Health Initiative. The challenge for this nonprofit was not certification, but access to the pool of city funding available. The Passport account was the first move. Step 1. Register for NYC ID. A dedicated staff member, Jane, created and immediately validated her NYC ID. Step 2. Submit vendor passport account request. Jane logged in and completed the vendor form perfectly, ensuring the organization's legal name and EIN were exact matches for their state and federal filings. Step 3. Receive approval. Mox approved the vendor account and Jane became the administrator. CHI was now officially a registered vendor. The result: CHI gained immediate access to the city system, allowing them to track relevant RFPs and bid on contracts that were previously invisible to them. The conclusion: obtaining a passport account is the final piece of the administrative puzzle for public sector access. It is the digital bridge that connects your hard-won certifications to the actual revenue opportunities. Without this account, your efforts in the previous stages are wasted. Digital infrastructure, passport and vendor ID. Key themes: navigating NYC's digital procurement systems. With your foothold firmly established in both state and municipal sectors, we must divert our focus to the single biggest factor that will determine your cost structure, your access to talent, and the pool of contracts you can even bid on: your vendor ID. This dictates whether you can scale or if you'll remain stuck doing small private work. The conclusion of the previous section established that securing both state and municipal certifications, followed by establishing the digital access point, creates the mandatory administrative foundation for a serious public works contractor. However, the last layer of administration required to actually transact and receive payment from the state is the New York State Vendor ID. The discipline you demonstrated in obtaining your MWBE and passport is immediately needed for this final administrative hurdle. Your MWBE is a ticket to bid, and passport is the door, but the vendor ID is the secure bank account and mailing address that ensures the city and state can actually recognize your firm, send you purchase orders, and, most importantly, send you a check. If this ID is inaccurate or out of date, the payment chain breaks and your entire administrative strategy fails. This case study is not about optional paperwork. It is about locking down the payment process and ensuring the financial health of your enterprise. Case study: obtaining and updating your New York State Vendor ID, securing the payment chain. The objective is to establish and maintain an accurate vendor ID with the New York State Office of the Comptroller. This is the final administrative keystone that ensures your business can seamlessly transact with and receive payment from any state agency, closing the loop on your public sector access strategy. Overview of Vendor ID. Your New York State Vendor ID is a unique identifier required for all businesses transacting with state agencies. It is the key to the state's financial ledger. Managing this ID correctly is essential for timely, accurate payments and efficient processing of purchase orders and invoices. Benefits: financial security and operational control. An updated vendor ID is a requirement for operational success, providing accurate and timely payments, ensures that automated clearinghouse payments are directed to the correct bank accounts, preventing critical cash flow disruptions. Efficient transactions, facilitates accurate processing of purchase orders and invoices, streamlining the entire procurement cycle. Enhanced communication, allows you to specify distinct vendor locations, complete with separate contact details, purchase order emails, and bank accounts for different operating branches or service types. This process demonstrates your internal organizational discipline to the state, You must treat the vendor self-service portal with the same focus you applied to your certifications. Step 1. Obtain your vendor ID. Access the vendor self-service portal. Navigate to the New York State Comptroller's vendor self-service portal. Fill out the application. If you do not have an account, follow the prompts to register your business. Once processed, you will be assigned your unique vendor ID. Step 2. Update vendor information, the power of locations. Once you have the ID, the goal is to use the online portal to establish granular control over your account details. 1. Online updates via the vendor self-service portal. This is the preferred method for speed and efficiency. 2. Address and contact information. Immediately add or modify addresses and contact details. 3. Vendor locations. This is a key strategic feature. If you have distinct offices or separate business units, you can create unique vendor locations within your record. For example, if you open an office in Albany to focus on upstate contracts, you can set 4. Albany location. Dedicated bank account for ACH, specific email for purchase orders, and distinct discount terms. 5. Manual updates. Any critical updates that cannot be done online require mailing in forms. Beware. This process can take up to 8 weeks, so plan ahead and use the online tools whenever possible. Step 3. Name and structure changes. Any change to your legal entity name or business structure requires prompt notification to OSC via email and the appropriate forms. Failure to update this leads to a complete halt in transactions. Step 4. Manage user roles, delegating authority. You, as the owner, must delegate access safely. The vendor self-service portal allows you to assign specific user roles to your team members. 1. Administrator. Full access to modify vendor information, including sensitive banking details and locations. This role should be tightly controlled. 2. Guest. Limited access to view financial information and add update addresses. This is suitable for general accounting or administrative staff. Example scenario. Securing the payment structure. Company name, ABC Construction Corp. Step 1. Obtain vendor ID. ABC Construction receives its vendor ID after registering through the portal. Step 2. Update vendor information. They secure a large DOT contract that requires a separate bank account. They log in and create a new Syracuse location, linking it to a specific bank account for those payments and a dedicated email for those purchase orders. This prevents payment confusion and streamlines accounting. Step 3. Change primary contact. The administrator uses the manual form and mails it well in advance of the change, accounting for the 8-week lead time. Step 4. Manage user roles. The owner sets up the CFO as the administrator and the payroll clerk as a guest to view payment status, maintaining strong internal controls. Conclusion. Maintaining an accurate and updated vendor ID with the New York State Office of the Comptroller is the final administrative mandate for public sector success. It is the action that validates all the prior effort in certification and registration, ensuring that when you win the bid, you get paid accurately and on time. Chapter 7. Risk Management, Insurance and NYSIF. Key themes: workers' comp, disability, and general liability. With your foothold firmly established in both state and municipal sectors, your digital platform functional, and the payment process locked down, we must turn to the single biggest factor that dictates your operational legitimacy and financial risk: insurance. Before you put a single boot on the job site, there is one administrative requirement that is not optional, not negotiable, and not something to handle later: insurance. Without proper workers' compensation and disability insurance, you are not a contractor. You are a liability waiting to happen. The state will shut you down, and any potential client will walk away. It is the absolute foundation of your operations legitimacy, And in New York, the most accessible and affordable option is the New York State Insurance Fund. Do not confuse this with administrative busywork. This is risk management. You cannot compete with the big boys if a single injury can bankrupt your firm. Before we discuss whether you're going to use union or non-union labor, you must secure the safety net for every single person you employ. Case study: obtaining workers' compensation and disability insurance through NYSIF. Foundation of Risk Management. The objective is to establish mandatory, affordable insurance coverage for your employees through the New York State Insurance Fund, ensuring compliance with state law and protecting your business from catastrophic financial loss. Overview of NYSIF. The New York State Insurance Fund is your strategic partner in managing risk. It is a dedicated resource for small businesses, providing affordable workers' compensation and disability insurance. They have a small benefits of choosing NYSIF. The benefits are not just cost savings. They are 1. Personalized support. Direct one-on-one assistance to manage the application, claims, and audit processes. 2. Streamlined process. Fast online submissions for quotes and applications. 3. Comprehensive coverage. They offer both the mandatory workers' compensation and disability insurance, which includes paid family leave benefits. The system. The step-by-step compliance mandate. Step 1. Workers' compensation insurance. This insurance protects your business if an employee is injured on the job. Without it, you are liable for everything. 1. Gather required information. Be meticulous here. You need estimated annual payroll, including casual labor and any payments made to uninsured subcontractors. The state will audit this, so do not lowball the numbers. Payroll verification. Prior workers' compensation insurance information. 1. Complete the online application. Access the NYSIF website. The online quote process is the fastest way to proceed. 2. Submit and bind coverage. Ensure all fields are complete and include the premium deposit. Once NYSIF receives the electronically signed application and deposit, coverage is effective at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time the day after submission. 3. Receive confirmation. Keep this documentation in your compliance binder. Example scenario: ABC Construction needs coverage for new hires. They gather their payroll data and complete the online application. By submitting the signed application and deposit today, their coverage is effective tomorrow. Zero downtime, zero liability gap. Step 2. Disability benefits and paid family leave insurance. New York state law mandates that employers provide short-term disability benefits and paid family leave. NYSIF provides a combined coverage option. 1. Understand requirements. You must provide this coverage. It is a compliance requirement. 2. Request a quote. Complete the online quote request for DB and PFL. You will receive an estimated annual premium. 3. Submit application. Submit the completed application along with a premium deposit to bind coverage. 4. Allow up to 5 days for this policy to become effective, so plan this step before you hire. Example scenario: XYZ Tech Solutions ensures compliance by completing the online quote and submitting the application immediately. They allow the 5-day period to pass before the new employee's start date, ensuring they are compliant and covered from day one. Conclusion: from paperwork to protection. Obtaining workers' compensation and disability insurance through NYSIF is a streamlined, essential process. It is the fundamental layer of protection that allows your business to survive and scale. By completing this, you have officially moved from a high-risk operation to a compliant, risk-managed enterprise ready for public works contracts. From NYSIF to Safety Group Case Study. The New York State Insurance Fund is the baseline, the default state mechanism for securing your mandatory workers' compensation coverage. It's the floor, but it is not the ceiling of financial efficiency. When you operate solely within the government standard system, you are paying the maximum tax on your labor. True operational superiority requires you to move beyond the mandate and into a profit-maximizing structure. You need a system that aggressively converts your safety discipline into direct cash flow. The next case study is the playbook for that financial offense: workers' comp safety groups. This is a system where businesses pool their risk, limit their liability, and seize cash dividends from the insurance machine. This is how a disciplined contractor stops paying the maximum tax and starts demanding a 30% return on their risk management. Case study: workers' comp safety groups, seizing the financial shield overview. The cost of war, workers' compensation, is not an insurance policy. It is a tax on labor and risk. For an MWBE contractor fighting with lean margins and tight capital, controlling this tax is a need for survival. Workers' compensation safety groups are the collective action vehicle designed to lower your risk profile and seize cash flow from the state insurance system. These groups are not-for-profit risk pools. By combining the collective risk and premium of contractors in the same high-stakes trade, they create a financial fortress that shields you from the crippling liability of individual catastrophic loss. 1. Cash seizure. You are not passively waiting for a discount. You are demanding a return on your safety discipline. Year-end cash dividends. Members typically secure an average cash dividend of 30% of their premium. This is seized profit, cash that was locked up in the insurance system and is now returned to your operational budget. Advanced discount lock-in. You get the savings up front. Safety groups guarantee an average advance discount of 30% on premiums, immediately enhancing your cash flow and giving you a competitive edge on every bid. 1. Limited liability. In construction, one accident can liquidate an unprepared firm. The safety group eliminates this existential threat. Capped exposure. Membership caps your costs and financial liability to your group premium. This eliminates the burden of joint and several liabilities. You are shielded from absorbing the massive financial impact of another member's failure. For companies with tight capital, this shield is the only thing standing between you and insolvency. 1. Superior intelligence. You gain access to expertise that you cannot afford to hire in-house. Best-in-class claims management. The group's specialized team ensures your claims are handled with ruthless efficiency, preventing unnecessary payouts that drive up your EMR. Mandatory safety training. You get the systems and intelligence required to implement superior safety protocols, reducing workplace incidents. This enhanced safety record is the engine that drives the 30% cash dividend. Conclusion: control your risk, control your profit. For the contractor, joining a workers' compensation safety group is not an option. It is a strategic imperative. It allows you to pool your financial risk, seize a guaranteed 30% return on your premiums, and leverage world-class support to keep your labor safe and your EMR low. Control your risk, and you control your profit margins. Lock this system in immediately. Strategic transition: from protecting capital to accessing markets. Protecting your capital through safety groups is the defense. Choosing your labor model is the offense. While safety groups lower the cost of your insurance tax, your choice between union signatory and non-union status determines which playing fields you are allowed to enter. In New York City, the most lucrative contracts, government infrastructure, and massive private developments are often locked behind project labor agreements. To dominate these markets, you must understand the trade-offs of labor quality, contract access, and cost. The following comparison, centered on the 15-year journey of 809 Solutions LLC Erector Masters, provides the blueprint for navigating this divide. Case study: Union signatory versus non-union contractors 1. Overview of the landscape. Union signatory contractors. Tied to labor unions, these firms hire skilled union members. They operate under established wage scales and utilize union-provided benefits and apprenticeship programs. Non-union contractors. These firms hire from the general labor pool. They enjoy more flexibility in staffing and lower upfront costs, but often carry the burden of providing their own training and benefit structures. 1. Access to contracts, the PLA advantage. Government contracts involving project labor agreements are often mandated for public works. Union contractors have an express lane to these lucrative bids. Non-union contractors are frequently excluded unless they can meet specific union labor requirements, a significant barrier to entry. Private sector dynamics. Union contractors are the preferred choice for large-scale utilities and commercial developments. Non-union firms tend to dominate the smaller, more competitive open-shop residential and retail markets. 1. The 809 Solutions LLC Erector Masters. Experience with over 15 years in the game, Erector Masters has navigated both sides of this coin. The union track record. Leveraging its status as a union signatory, the firm successfully executed large-scale public infrastructure projects. The results showed lower turnover and higher productivity as the workforce arrived pre-trained. Strategic win. Direct access to government PLAs significantly boosted their portfolio and reputation for safety compliance. The non-union track record. In this capacity, the firm focused on smaller, high-flexibility projects. While this allowed for more competitive, aggressive pricing, it introduced challenges in maintaining consistent labor quality across diverse sites. 1. Key performance comparisons. Labor quality. Union affiliation provides a pre-vetted workforce. Non-union status requires more intensive in-house management to ensure quality. Cost implications. Union labor carries higher upfront costs. Non-union labor offers a lower initial bid price, but carries higher, hidden costs in labor management and quality control. 1. Client snapshot. The market reach of Erector Masters. Below is a selection of clients that demonstrate the firm's reach across both sectors. Non-union clients. ABC Construction Corp., $1.2 million. XYZ Development Group, $800,000. LMN Residential Builders, $600,000. PQR Engineering Solutions, $1.5 million. RST Home Improvements, $400,000. Union Clients, Union Builders Alliance, $2.5 million. Skilled Labor Cooperative, $1.8 million. Citywide Construction Union, $3 million. National Union of Building Trades, $2.2 million. Local 123 Laborers Union, $1.6 million. The journey of Erector Masters illustrates that while non-union work offers flexibility and entry-level volume, union signatory status is the strategic key to the heavy-lift projects, the government and institutional contracts that provide long-term stability and higher contract values. From Safety Group case study to BCA lock-in, the Safety Group model proves the power of collective financial action. How to turn mandatory labor risk into a protected, profitable asset. It's the playbook for securing your bottom line and enhancing your firm's survival capacity. But profitability is only half the battle. You need political and labor leverage to access the highest tier of contract work and ensure the cost of that labor remains manageable. The next strategic decision moves us from securing insurance discounts to securing the union bargaining table. The BCA lock-in is the mandatory step to acquire the collective power needed to negotiate with the Mason Tenders District Council and formally position your firm in the top echelon of New York Construction Authority. You stop fighting alone. You start negotiating with the unified power of the entire industry. The Building Contractors Association of New York is not a trade group. It is the gatekeeper to the city's highest-tier construction contracts and political protection. For any firm to scale past the $10 million ceiling, you must move beyond individual bidding and into the systemic, legal fortress of the association. Joining the BCA grants you immediate access to collective bargaining power and guaranteed political intelligence. Phase 1. The mandatory vetting. The application process is a mandatory audit and a commitment contract. You are not applying, you are submitting to a superior authority to secure maximum leverage. 1. The commitment contract. Fill out the application with surgical accuracy. You are trading your firm's independence for the association's power. 2. The union mandate. The single most critical step is the agreement to adopt the collective bargaining agreements of the Mason Tenders District Council. By completing the designation of bargaining rights form, you delegate your negotiation authority to the BCA. 3. This is the power trade. You trade your individual risk for the unified leverage of the entire industry. 4. The vetting file. The membership questionnaire is your firm's digital profile. Detail your firm's history, precise trade specializations, employee count, and all union affiliations. This ensures the BCA knows your exact value and where you fit into the competitive matrix. 5. Submission and fees. Submitting to the BCA and paying the required fees is the cost of entry into the city's highest labor protection network. Phase 2. The BCA payoff membership is a strategic weapon that guarantees continuous market advantage. These are the tools you gain. 1. Collective bargaining power. This is the ultimate prize. The BCA negotiates labor terms with the unions on a massive scale, granting your small firm the cost efficiency and contractual stability that only the largest prime contractors typically enjoy. Phase 2. The BCA payoff. Your labor agreement is now bulletproof and standardized. 2. Political shield. The BCA acts as a lobbying fortress for your firm. They fight the high-level regulatory wars and advocate for policies that specifically secure and expand the MWBE mandate. They protect your revenue stream while you focus on execution. 3. Network weaponization. You gain immediate access to a closed-loop network of major firms, suppliers, and potential partners. We're not casually networking now. We're directing the compulsory deal flow that enhances collaboration and subcontracting opportunities. 4. Cost control. Leverage group purchasing agreements and financial resources, directly reducing your cost of goods sold and protecting your operational margin. Conclusion. Lock in for dominance. Joining the NYBCA is the next step for any scaling MWBE contractor. It is the tactical decision to trade independence for system-wide power, securing your labor costs, protecting your legal standing, and instantly elevating your firm into the top echelon of New York Construction Authority. You stop fighting the unions alone. You start negotiating with the unified power of the entire industry. Lock it in. The analysis of the BCA proves that systemic power is secured through political and collective association. It formalizes your control over union labor and elevates your competitive standing. But none of that political leverage matters if your internal accounting is a house of cards. The most common point of failure for a growing construction firm is not a lack of work, but a lack of financial intelligence, inaccurate bookkeeping, unchecked spending, and reliance on guesswork. The next critical step is to treat your accounting not as a compliance chore, but as an operational intelligence system. The upcoming case study on selecting and leveraging a construction CPA is the blueprint for creating the financial control necessary to manage this newly acquired scale. You must master your numbers to survive the consequences of your own success. Now that you have secured access to both state and municipal markets, established your digital platform, and locked down the payment process, you have protected your business from administrative shutdown and liability with a strong insurance strategy. This strategic move, securing your insurance, is not an optional expense. It is the absolute foundation of your operational legitimacy. Without proper workers' compensation and disability insurance, you are not a contractor. You are a liability waiting to happen. The state will shut you down, and any potential client will walk away. By addressing this, you have officially moved from a high-risk operation to a compliant, risk-managed enterprise ready for public works contracts, with the New York State Insurance Fund being the most accessible and affordable option for that foundation. This strategic move, securing mandatory workers' compensation and disability insurance through NYSIF, is the fundamental layer of protection. However, the New York construction industry is home to one of the most perilous financial traps in the nation, the scaffold law. Your standard workers' comp covers your employee, but it does not protect your company from the massive, strict liability claims that can arise from a fall injury. To truly be a risk-managed enterprise ready for public works, you must reinforce your defense with robust general liability insurance. This isn't just about covering broken pipes, it's about protecting the entire balance sheet from the devastating financial implications of New York Labor Law 240. Your workers' comp is a shield for your people. General liability is the vault that protects your company. This next case study details how to secure that protection and ensure the scaffold law does not become the unexpected obstacle that ends your growth. Case study: General liability insurance for construction in New York with emphasis on scaffold law. The objective is to secure comprehensive general liability insurance to protect your firm's assets against bodily injury and property damage claims, with a specific focus on mitigating the existential financial risk posed by the New York scaffold law. Overview of general liability insurance. General liability insurance is mandatory for any serious construction firm. It covers the broad spectrum of risks associated with your construction activities, including general bodily injury, property damage, and the significant legal expenses that follow. In New York, however, its primary strategic value is its role as the financial defense against the state's strict liability laws. Understanding New York's scaffold law. This law is unique and unforgiving. It holds contractors and property owners strictly liable for injuries sustained by workers during gravity-related hazards, regardless of the worker's own fault. 1. Strict liability equals no-fault defense. You can be held financially liable for the injury even if the worker contributed to the accident by ignoring safety protocols. This leads to massive settlements. 2. Increased risk. The law places a heavy burden on your firm, making adequate, high-limit GL insurance absolutely essential to your survival. Importance of general liability insurance. The financial defense. 1. Financial protection against lawsuits. GL coverage is your defense against the high costs associated with claims arising from scaffold-related injuries, covering legal fees, settlements, and medical expenses that workers' comp does not absorb. 2. Compliance and contract gatekeeper. High GL coverage limits are a requirement for securing large public works contracts and permits in New York City and state. Without sufficient limits, you cannot bid. 3. Risk management. Your GL policy dictates your commitment to risk management. Carriers specializing in the New York construction market will guide you on safety best practices to reduce premiums and potential claims. The system. Securing high-limit coverage. Securing general liability requires strategic planning and transparency with your broker. Step 1. Assess your insurance needs. 1. Evaluate risks. Be brutally honest about risks related to scaffolding, ladders, and material hoists, the key areas implicated by the scaffold law. 2. Determine coverage amounts. Based on your risk exposure and the contractual requirements of public works bids, aim for coverage limits that far exceed the minimum. You must plan for multi-million-dollar scaffold law settlements. Step 2. Research and compare insurance providers. 1. Identify insurers. Work only with insurance companies and brokers that specialize in New York construction and have deep experience with the scaffold law. A general broker will not understand the severity of the risk. 2. Compare quotes. Obtain quotes from multiple providers to compare coverage options and, specifically, the sublimits and exclusions related to height work. 1. Gather required information. Prepare detailed information on your business operations, including the percentage of your work that involves scaffolding, estimated payroll, and your entire previous insurance claims history. 2. Submit applications. Ensure all information is accurate. Any misrepresentation can lead to a denial of a future claim. Step 4. Review policy details. 1. Understand exclusions. Carefully review the policy for any exclusions or limitations, particularly regarding additional insurance and any carve-outs related to height work. This is where a weak policy will fail you. 2. Negotiate terms. Discuss policy limits and terms with your broker to ensure you have comprehensive coverage for the strict liability imposed by the scaffold law. Step 5. Maintain coverage. 1. Regularly assess coverage. Review your insurance limits annually. As your business grows and you take on larger contracts, your potential liability increases. 2. Stay informed. Keep up to date with legal and regulatory changes, particularly those that impact the scaffold law. Example scenario: a BC Construction Corp. Background: ABC Construction specializes in commercial projects using scaffolding. Step 1. Assessing needs. They recognize that a standard $1 million policy is insufficient. They target $5 million to $10 million in liability limits to handle a typical scaffold law claim. Step 2. Researching providers. They partner with a construction-specific broker. Step 3 and 4. Application and review. They provide flawless operational data and secure a policy that explicitly covers the necessary strict liability exposure. Step 5. Maintaining coverage. They review their policy before bidding on a large city project, ensuring their limits meet the contract's specific requirements. Conclusion: general liability insurance, with an emphasis on high limits and deep coverage for height-related risks, is critical for construction businesses in New York. By treating this process as a serious strategic move, you move beyond mere compliance and genuinely safeguard your financial interests from the threat of the scaffold law, promoting a culture of safety and responsibility that allows your enterprise to scale. You've built the administrative foundation. You secured your certifications, established your digital access, locked down your payment IDs, and protected your balance sheet with high-limit general liability insurance against the scaffold law. You have created an operation that is compliant and protected. But a protected company is not necessarily a profitable company. That is where the experts come in. The truth is, the complexity of public works, prevailing wages, union agreements, state audits, and the constant threat of legal disputes is far beyond the scope of one person, even an owner with your discipline. Your entire administrative structure will be tested the moment you execute your first large public contract. To survive that scrutiny, you need an arsenal of professional expertise to manage payroll compliance, financial accountability, and legal defense. Without them, you are inviting fines, audits, and dissolution. This is the next step of moving from contractor to corporation, hiring the specialized professionals who protect your margins and manage the risk you just insured yourself against. Case study: the importance of construction payroll professionals, CPA experts, and construction attorneys. The objective is to examine the critical roles of specialized professionals, construction payroll professionals, CPA experts, and construction attorneys, as the necessary internal defense system that allows your firm to navigate the complexity of union labor, government audits, and legal compliance without jeopardizing profitability or existence. Overview: in the construction industry, the complexities of public sector work demand expertise that extends far beyond the job site. Companies that neglect to engage professionals specializing in construction payroll, finance, and law risk severe financial penalties, project delays, and even the dissolution of their business. A. Importance of construction payroll professionals. Your payroll professional is the frontline defense against labor disputes and prevailing wage audits, especially when dealing with union agreements or contracts subject to the Davis-Bacon Act. 1. Expertise in certified payroll. These professionals are adept at managing the certified payroll reports required for all projects involving federal or state funding. They ensure compliance with prevailing wage laws, mandating specific wage rates based on job classifications. 2. Union labor compliance. They are essential for understanding and administering complex union agreements, correctly accounting for union dues, benefits, and overtime rules stipulated in collective bargaining agreements. Accurate processing minimizes costly disputes with unions. 3. Audit preparedness. They maintain documentation that will withstand scrutiny from government agencies and unions during audits, helping you avoid fines that could jeopardize future contracting eligibility. Example scenario: ABC Construction. County ABC Construction hires a payroll professional with CPR and union experience. When audited by the Department of Labor, the professional immediately produces accurate, compliant, certified payroll reports, ensuring the company avoids penalties and maintains its good standing for future public contracts. B. Importance of construction CPA experts. Your CPA is not just a tax preparer, they are your strategic financial advisor, specializing in the unique economics of construction. 1. Financial reporting and compliance. Construction CPAs specialize in job costing, project accounting, and complex revenue recognition methods specific to long-term contracts. They ensure you comply with complex tax regulations and provide accurate financial statements required for bonding and banking. 2. Cost control and budget management. They provide essential insight into job profitability, enabling better decision-making when setting your markup and margin on project bids and allocating resources efficiently. 3. Preparation for audits. They prepare comprehensive financial statements that can withstand audits from government entities, unions, and insurance companies, ensuring your records are transparent and organized. Example scenario: XYZ Builders contracts a construction-focused CPA. When the bank reviews their financials for a new credit line, the CPA presents well-organized statements, demonstrating strong financial health through specialized work-in-progress reports, a crucial document for construction lending. C. Importance of construction attorneys. Your attorney is your ultimate risk manager and dispute resolution specialist. They protect your legal standing and financial assets. 1. Legal compliance and risk management. They ensure your business complies with the vast array of local, state, and federal laws. They guide you on contracts, subcontracts, and compliance issues, acting as a proactive barrier to legal disputes. 2. Dispute resolution. In the event of disputes with clients, subcontractors, or unions, construction attorneys negotiate settlements or represent the company in litigation. Their expertise mitigates risks associated with contract breaches, securing your interests. 3. Audit representation. Having an attorney during an audit from government agencies or unions is invaluable. They ensure your legal rights are protected and that all responses to inquiries are handled strategically, minimizing liability. Example scenario: DEF Construction Group. DEF Construction consults their construction attorney before signing a large subcontract. The attorney modifies the payment and lien clauses, protecting DEF's cash flow. Later, when a payment dispute arises, the attorney negotiates a favorable settlement, preventing a costly lawsuit. Conclusion: the construction industry is rife with complexities related to payroll management, financial reporting, and legal compliance. By hiring construction payroll professionals, CPA experts, and construction attorneys, you are not incurring an expense. You are making a critical, proactive investment in your empire's survival. This specialized team ensures compliance, maintains accurate financial records, and protects your legal rights, allowing you to focus on the work on the site while they manage the immense risk in the back office. Without them, the risk of being out of business before even starting is a very real threat. Extreme ownership. Responsibility and compliance key themes. Owning the insurance and safety process. By hiring your specialized team, payroll professionals, CPAs, and attorneys, you've made the critical investment to survive audits and legal disputes. This arsenal manages the back-office risk, freeing you to focus on the job site. Yet even the best team will fail without the right leadership. You must now adopt extreme ownership. The final and most critical step is the mindset, the unwavering refusal to blame others. The buck stops with you. You must control responsibility to control results. In the highly competitive world of government contracting, especially those projects governed by project labor agreements and union labor requirements, contractors often face steep challenges. These include complex compliance rules, pressure to prove capacity, and high expectations from government agencies and labor unions alike. In this environment, leadership becomes the difference between winning and losing. Extreme Ownership by former Navy SEALs Jocko Willink and Leif Bobbin delivers powerful, battle-tested leadership principles that contractors can use to gain a competitive edge, not just in operations, but in mindset and strategy. At the heart of extreme ownership is a simple but transformative principle. Leaders must take full responsibility for everything in their world. There are no excuses. For contractors, this means owning every aspect of the bid process, project planning, compliance with union standards, and overall execution. When problems arise, as they inevitably do in high-stakes government jobs, successful contractors don't blame the system, competitors, or lack of resources. Instead, they ask, what can I do differently to lead my team, win this contract, and deliver results? This mentality is particularly valuable when navigating PLA requirements. These agreements often involve coordination with union representatives, strict workforce standards, and political oversight. Contractors who practice extreme ownership prepare in advance, communicate clearly, and anticipate potential issues in labor relations or compliance. They don't wait for problems to fix themselves, they lead the solution. Another powerful concept from the book is cover and move, which emphasizes teamwork and collaboration. Contractors must often work in partnership with unions, subcontractors, city agencies, and workforce programs. A siloed or defensive approach can hurt your chances of success. Instead, extreme ownership teaches that effective leaders break down barriers and create trust across teams. For a contractor bidding on a PLA project, this might mean proactively meeting with union leaders before submitting a bid, showing openness to collaboration, and integrating labor priorities into the project plan. The book also emphasizes decentralized command, which encourages leaders to empower their teams. Contractors working on union jobs will likely have field supervisors, compliance officers, and labor coordinators. A successful contractor doesn't micromanage every task. Instead, they make sure every team member understands the mission, expectations, and desired outcomes. By leading with clarity and empowering others to lead at their level, contractors can handle larger, more complex union projects with confidence. Perhaps one of the most valuable lessons from extreme ownership is prioritize and execute. In the chaos of preparing a government bid, especially with PLA-related paperwork, labor projections, and compliance plans, it's easy to get overwhelmed. This principle helps contractors stay focused. What is the highest priority task that moves the bid forward? Is it finalizing the union labor agreement, securing letters of support, clarifying wage rates and workforce ratios? Contractors who can prioritize under pressure, make decisions quickly, and execute without hesitation are more likely to submit strong, on-time bids that stand out. Finally, the book reinforces that discipline equals freedom. In the context of government bidding, this means building systems. Organized document templates, compliance checklists, labor communication protocols, and consistent team meetings. Firms often compete against larger, more resourced companies. But with discipline and ownership, even small firms can create a strong, repeatable bidding process that earns trust from government agencies and labor partners alike. Conclusion: extreme ownership is not a construction or contracting manual, it's a leadership blueprint. But for contractors bidding on union-based government contracts, it provides something far more valuable: the mindset of a leader who takes full control of outcomes. In a world of deadlines, regulations, and high expectations, contractors who take extreme ownership don't just survive, they win. They lead their teams, communicate with strength, and build trust with labor and government stakeholders. In doing so, they create opportunity, deliver impact, and redefine what leadership looks like in the construction and contracting industries. The next level: securing insurance through NYSIF. Key themes: accessing the largest public housing authority. The construction industry is rife with complexities related to payroll management, financial reporting, and legal compliance. By hiring construction payroll professionals, CPAs, and attorneys, you are not incurring an expense. You are making a critical, proactive investment in your empire's survival. This specialized team ensures compliance, maintains accurate financial records, and protects your legal rights, allowing you to focus on the work on the site while they manage the immense risk in the back office. Without them, the risk of being out of business before even starting is a very real threat. You now have the legal, financial, and administrative framework necessary to compete, but the structure you've built is only as strong as your dedication to it. You must now adopt extreme ownership. The final and most critical step is the mindset, the unwavering refusal to blame others. The buck stops with you. You must control responsibility to control results. What does that mean in practice? It means taking complete, unwavering responsibility for the integrity of your business. And there is no greater integrity test than mandatory insurance compliance. Before you even think about a job site, you are strictly liable for the safety and well-being of every person you hire. Failure to secure foundational insurance is not an accident. It is a failure of responsibility, an immediate risk that can end your company before it starts. The only way to live up to extreme ownership is to close this liability gap immediately. In New York, that means working with the New York State Insurance Fund. Chapter 8. Case Study: Mandatory Foundation, Securing Insurance Through NYSIF. Objective: this case study outlines the necessary process for every New York business owner to secure state-mandated workers' compensation and disability paid family leave insurance through the New York State Insurance Fund, ensuring immediate compliance and risk mitigation. Overview: NYSIF and the Small Business Support Team. When you step into the public works arena, you need a reliable partner for compliance. The New York State Insurance Fund is dedicated to supporting small businesses by providing affordable workers' compensation and disability insurance. If you are new to NYSIF, leverage the Small Business Support Team. They provide direct, one-on-one support from initial underwriting through renewal, helping you prepare for audits, obtain certificates of insurance, manage claims, and obtain safety services. Use the direct channel if you'd like additional assistance. Email us during the quote process. Part A. Workers' Compensation Insurance. Workers' comp is the foundational protection against job site injuries. Failure to have it means you are personally exposed to immense financial liability. The NYSI Process Information Gathering. Before you start the online application, gather the necessary documentation. This demonstrates internal organization, a key tenet of extreme ownership. You must have 1. Estimated annual payroll, including casual labor, 1099 forms, and any payments to uninsured subcontractors. 2. Payroll verification. 3. Prior workers' comp insurance information, including loss experience. 4. Quick quote. Answer the 10 questions and submit your application online. By submitting your application online, you'll receive your quote quicker. Employers and brokers can complete the application, sign documents, and make premium deposits in one convenient online transaction. 5. Binding coverage. All applications must be fully completed and accompanied by a premium deposit to be reviewed. If approved, coverage is effective at 12:01 a.m. EST, the day after NYSIF receives your electronically signed application and electronic premium deposit. Strategic note on domestic workers. NYSIF offers an instant quote for employers seeking workers' comp coverage for domestic household workers if there are fewer than 10 covered persons. You'll need the effective date, employer work location, and list of employees by description to get started. Part B. Disability benefits and paid family leave insurance. New York state law mandates that employers provide both short-term disability benefits and paid family leave insurance for their employees. NYSIF offers combined coverage to meet this requirement. 1. Request a quote. Within moments of completing your online quote request, you will receive a reference number and an annual premium estimate for NYSIF DB and PFL insurance. 2. Binding coverage. All policies require underwriting approval. You must submit a completed application and provide a premium deposit to NYSIF to bind coverage. Allow up to 5 days for your DB PFL policy to become effective. Mailing option. You can print and complete the appropriate application and supplemental questionnaire if mailing your application. For approved mailed applications, coverage takes effect the day after the postmark on the envelope of your signed application and premium deposit, or any subsequent date requested. You will receive written notification by mail with the effective date of coverage. Conclusion. Securing your workers' compensation and disability PFL insurance is a direct execution of extreme ownership. By using the streamlined YesIF process, you close the largest potential liability gap, ensure full compliance with state law, and confirm your business's legitimacy. Your professional team now has the protected, compliant framework needed to execute their roles without existential risk. The foundation is complete. The New York State Insurance Fund is the baseline, the default state mechanism for securing your mandatory workers' compensation coverage. It's the floor, but it is not the ceiling of financial efficiency. When you operate solely within the government standard system, you are paying the maximum tax on your labor. True operational superiority requires you to move beyond the mandate and into a profit-maximizing structure. You need a system that aggressively converts your safety discipline into direct cash flow. Relentless. You have executed every administrative mandate required to be compliant and protected. You have secured your certifications, established your digital access, hired your expert team, and closed every major liability gap. But the simple act of being compliant does not guarantee success. It only guarantees you won't be shut down. The final transformation, the leap from good to great to unstoppable, comes from adopting a mindset that matches the ruthlessness of the market. The complex bureaucracy you just mastered is designed to stress test your operation with delayed payments, stringent audits, and fixed-price bids. To thrive in this unforgiving environment, you must transcend mere discipline and embrace a state of relentless obsession. It's not about being busy. It's about unyielding. It is the shift from reacting to risk to fundamentally controlling your destiny. Introduction. In Relentless, From Good to Great to Unstoppable, Tim S. Grover argues that true champions aren't born, they're made through an unyielding mindset, extreme self-discipline, and an obsession with excellence. For construction firms navigating the exacting standards, tight margins, and cash flow hurdles of government contracts, adopting a relentless mentality can be the key to surviving and thriving when so many competitors falter. Core principles of Relentless. Own it completely. No excuses, no apologies. Relentless individuals accept total responsibility for outcomes, good or bad. They don't blame weather delays, subcontractors, or red tape. They solve problems. Stay hungry. Get up early, stay up late. Obsessed. Continuously pursuing incremental gains, even when things are good enough, builds an insatiable drive that outpaces competitors. Embrace pressure. Pressure is a privilege. High-stakes situations are opportunities to prove toughness. Those who thrive under government audits, stringent inspections, and fixed-price contracts gain an edge. Trust instincts. Decisions by feel when logic isn't enough. Years of experience cultivate an intuitive sixth sense for risks, spotting red flags before they become crises. Challenges in government construction work. Stringent compliance and audits. Safety standards, bonding requirements, reporting protocols, and environmental regulations demand flawless execution. Delayed payments and retainage. Payment cycles of 60, 90 days, and holdbacks for warranty periods create cash flow pinch points. Fixed-price bids and scope creep. Winning contracts often means absorbing unexpected costs or changing orders that erode thin profit margins. Intense competition. Public projects attract numerous bidders, driving prices down and heightening the need for flawless performance. Applying a relentless mindset. Actionable strategies 1. Total accountability huddles practice. Hold a 10-minute accountability huddle each morning with project leads. Everyone states yesterday's key wins and today's objective, plus one anticipated roadblock. Relentless edge. By calling out potential obstacles before work starts, teams own challenges instead of reacting to them. This no-excuses routine prevents small issues from snowballing into costly delays or compliance failures. 1. Daily hunger checks practice. At day's end, leaders rate effort and outcomes on a simple 1-5 hunger scale. Scores below 4 trigger a brief corrective plan. What one step can we take tomorrow to push higher? Relentless edge. Continuous hunger ensures complacency never sets in. Over months, this habit sharpens team focus, leading to faster problem resolution and increased productivity on time-sensitive public jobs. 1. Pressure simulation drills practice. Once per week, simulate a high-pressure scenario, an unexpected inspection finding, a payment holdback, or a sudden scope change. Teams must propose on-the-spot solutions within 15 minutes. Relentless edge. Practicing under pressure builds mental toughness. When real audits or disputes arise, crews respond calmly and decisively, minimizing penalties and keeping projects on schedule. 1. Intuition building playbacks practice. After each project milestone, hold a playback session. Review what went right or wrong, focusing on gut feelings. When did someone sense a problem before it surfaced? Capture those instincts. Relentless edge. Documenting and analyzing intuitive insights refines the team's collective sixth sense for spotting risks early. This forewarning can prevent compliance triggers or budget overruns from crippling a contract. 1. Relentless improvement sprints practice. Every quarter, form a small cross-functional sprint team charged with tackling one persistent weakness, be it bid accuracy, subcontractor communications, or equipment maintenance. They run a 2-week focused push, then report measurable gains. Relentless edge. These sprints inject bursts of intensity into improvement efforts. Even a 2-3% gain in cost estimation accuracy or schedule adherence compounds into millions in preserved revenue over multiple government projects. Preventing downturns. The cumulative payoff and fines. Stronger cash flow. Daily accountability and hunger checks keep billing and collections agile, avoiding cash flow stoppages that can halt progress. Higher win rates. Quarterly bid process sprints and playback refined instincts lead to more competitive, precise proposals. Resilient culture. A relentless mindset turns setbacks into data points for next-level performance, fostering a culture that won't wilt under government scrutiny. Conclusion. By internalizing the core tenets of relentless, total ownership, insatiable hunger, pressure embrace, and refined instincts, construction companies can transform the rigors of government contracting from potential business killers into competitive advantages. When every team member commits to unwavering discipline and continuous improvement, small daily actions compound into undeniable resilience, ensuring your firm not only survives but thrives in the high-stakes world of public sector construction. You have leveraged a relentless mindset to build a high-performing organization that is protected, compliant, and constantly improving. This mindset is now your most valuable asset. It is the fuel that drives continuous improvement in your bidding accuracy, your safety protocols, and your ability to withstand audits. Now, you must direct that relentless focus toward a crucial, stable source of project revenue right here in New York City, the New York City Housing Authority. NYCHA is not just another city agency. It is a massive, self-contained universe of projects that demands a specialized key. The mentorship, training, and steady stream of job order contracts offered through their Small Business Mentorship Program are the perfect proving ground for a firm with your relentless discipline. This is the next layer of specialization required to cement your dominance in the local market, turning your theoretical resilience into consistent, long-term contracts. Case study: becoming certified with the New York City Housing Authority, the local giant. The objective is to outline the process for small businesses, particularly those in skilled trades like carpentry, to become certified through NYCHA's Small Business Mentorship Program, gaining access to exclusive job order contracts and valuable project experience. Overview of NYCHA certification. The NYCHA Small Business Mentorship Program is a strategic entry point. It not only provides certified small businesses, such as carpentry firms, with access to contracts, but also includes mentorship and training in safety and project management from NYCHA's contractors. This is a fast track to experience and growth. Benefits of NYCHA certification: access to contracts. The ability to bid on job order contracts for essential services like carpentry at NYCHA developments. Mentorship and training. Guidance in project management and compliance, which is invaluable for scaling. Business growth. Successful project completion leads to larger contracts and robust business development. Certification process for carpentry services 1. Eligibility requirements. Proving you are ready. To qualify, you must prove both competence and small business status. Business size. Average revenues must not exceed $5 million over the past 3 years. Experience. A minimum of 3 years of experience in the specific trade. Staffing. You must employ at least 2 full-time employees, including 1 supervisor or foreman. 1. Application submission and documentation. Applications must be submitted online by the deadline. You must meticulously prepare your documentation. Licenses and certifications. You need a valid NYC Department of Buildings General Contractor's License, US EPA Renovation, Repair, and Painting Certification, and valid New York State Department of Labor registration certificates. Small Business Certification. Proof of independent ownership and average revenue documentation. Staffing and experience. Detailed organizational chart and documentation of past carpentry projects. 1. Ethics and compliance training. Compliance is mandatory. You must complete NYCA procurement ethics training and submit proof of enrollment in the passport system. 1. Department and responsibility check. NYCHA conducts a responsibility check, evaluating your qualifications and past performance, ensuring you are not debarred or suspended from government contracts. Project execution and compliance. The ongoing test. Once certified, adherence to strict labor laws is paramount to maintaining your status. Prevailing wage compliance. You must pay workers in accordance with prevailing wage laws, a critical compliance area enforced by NYCHA. Equal employment opportunity. You must comply with Section 3 requirements, which mandate affirmative actions to direct economic opportunities to low and very low income residents, as well as ensure EEO for minority and women workers. Key takeaways. The NYCH certification process demands the same relentless discipline you used for your MWBE and general liability. Detailed, accurate documentation is crucial for entry, and strict adherence to prevailing wage and EEO laws is essential for retaining your status and growing your business through steady JOC contracts. You have now built a compliant, protected, and relentless enterprise. But the system is not always fair, and compliance is not the same as control. You must stop relying solely on your paperwork and start mastering the subtle war of influence fought against competitors and city officials. This brings us to the ultimate guidebook for strategic manipulation and dominance, the 48 Laws of Power. The construction industry is a game of leverage, and your knowledge of these laws will transform you from a compliant competitor into a feared and respected force. Empowering MWBE contractors. Lessons from the 48 Laws of Power. A reflection by Erector Masters. In today's complex business and political landscape, power is not something abstract or distant. It is a force that shapes opportunity, determines access, and influences outcomes. I have often turned to Robert Greene's The 48 Laws of Power as a pragmatic guide, not because I seek manipulation for its own sake, but because understanding power dynamics is essential for navigating systems where MWBEs have historically been marginalized. 1. Understanding power through Greene's lens. Robert Greene's The 48 Laws of Power distills centuries of political, historical, and sociological lessons into 48 principles that articulate how power is acquired, maintained, and used. Greene does not moralize power. Instead, he treats it as amoral, a set of dynamics we must understand to survive and thrive. Book. Some of the laws that resonate particularly strongly with contractors include Law 3. Conceal your intentions. By keeping your long-term strategy discreet, you reduce the risk of being undermined. Law 5. Guard your reputation. Reputation is your most valuable asset, especially for small or emerging businesses. Law 23. Concentrate your forces. Focus resources where they matter most. Spread too thin, and you dilute your impact. Law 48. Assume formlessness. Be adaptable. Rigid structure may make you predictable and vulnerable. Taken together, these laws encourage a mindset of strategic thinking, deliberate action, and adaptive resilience, qualities that are critical for companies working in competitive and often politically charged procurement environments. The shifting political landscape for contractors. In recent years, programs have been subject to significant political scrutiny and change. These shifts create both headwinds and potential openings for contractors. A few trends stand out. 1. Regulatory and legal pressure on DEI programs. Some states and federal agencies are reevaluating or scaling back diversity, equity, and inclusion requirements in contracting. 2. Reversal of affirmative action contracts. There have been legal moves to dismantle or reshape long-standing affirmative action programs, such as the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program. Such changes may make traditional set-asides less certain, raising the stakes for firms to compete on merit and strategic positioning. 3. State-level program changes. In Texas, the historically underutilized business program for minority and women-owned businesses has been suspended, citing legal and executive pressure. These shifts mean that contractors must not only deliver excellent services, but also be politically savvy and strategically resilient. This is where Greene's lessons become deeply relevant. Applying the laws. Strategies for contractors. Here's how contractors, particularly under a company like 809 Solutions LLC, can apply the 48 Laws of Power in this new environment. 1. Strategic reputation management. 1. Build credibility proactively. Use past performance, strong references, and visible case studies to establish a reputation that speaks louder than your certification. 2. Protect your brand. In a climate where set-aside programs may shrink or change, your reputation could become the differentiator that keeps you in the running for contracts. 2. Selective alliances and partnerships. A. Partnerships with non-MWBE firms. Rather than relying solely on MWBE set-asides, collaborate with larger firms to bid on more complex procurement opportunities. But conceal your full strategic ambitions. Keep your long-term goals close to the vest until the right moment. B. Leverage networks wisely. Build relationships in procurement offices with policymakers and with prime contractors. But be measured. Not every connection should be fully transparent. Part of power lies in maintaining mystery. 3. Focused resource allocation. A. Specialize where you excel. Concentrate your company's resources on niche areas where you have distinct competence. Don't try to be everything to everyone. B. Prioritize politically smart bids. In volatile political climates, some contracts may be at higher risk, while others may offer more stability. Use your intelligence to pick which opportunities to target aggressively. 4. Adaptability and organizational flexibility. A. Remain agile. As rules and regulations shift, your business model may need to shift too. Be ready to change your approach, whether that means modifying your bids, restructuring your business, or diversifying your services. B. Scenario planning. Develop contingency plans. What happens if DEI set-aside rules are rolled back? How will you pivot if certain public programs are paused? Being formless doesn't mean being unprepared. It means having flexible strategic frameworks. 5. Use selective transparency. A. Be generous in the right moments. Offer value to your partners, clients, and even competitors in ways that build goodwill. But also be strategic about what you reveal. Don't give away your full strategy too early. B. Signal your value. Use case studies, client testimonials, and successful projects as selective honesty to disarm skepticism and build trust, especially among procurement officers who may be wary of overpromising contractors. 6. Influence policymakers. A. Court attention. Be visible in policy and industry conversations. Attend public hearings, join advisory boards, and make your voice heard. Standing out matters. B. Shape the narrative. Use your platform to advance the business case for procurement, not just as a social good, but as a strategic economic choice. Appeal to both the hearts and minds of decision makers. I. Ethical considerations and long-term vision. While the 48 laws of power can feel Machiavellian, as leaders we must temper strategy with integrity. Here's how to balance power with ethics. 1. Empower, don't exploit. Use influence to open doors for other MWBE firms, not just to win for yourself. 2. Sustain community trust. Maintain transparency with your stakeholders, your employees, your clients, and your network, so that your power is rooted in shared success. 3. Invest in capacity building. Power is not only about winning contracts, it's about building long-term, sustainable capabilities so that firms are stronger collectively. V. Conclusion. In a rapidly evolving political climate, understanding power is no longer optional for contractors. It is essential. Robert Greene's The 48 Laws of Power provides a powerful framework, not as a cynical playbook for manipulation, but as a realistic guide for navigating hierarchies, building influence, and safeguarding long-term viability. I believe that firms that internalize these lessons while remaining ethically grounded will be best positioned to succeed, even as procurement rules shift, political winds change, and competition grows more intense. By combining power strategy with steadfast purpose, we can not only win contracts, but help reshape the system in a way that benefits our community and future generations of entrepreneurs. Chapter 9. Strategy. Key themes. Winning the bid before the battle begins. You have internalized the ultimate strategic lessons of the 48 laws of power. The necessity of calculated action, the importance of controlling your reputation, and the supreme advantage of manipulating appearance and perception. You understand that success in the political and business landscape is often achieved by indirect means and careful positioning. The critical next step is to translate these grand strategic principles of perception and influence into a tangible one-page tool that procurement officers instantly consume. How do you package your power and reputation into an undeniable piece of marketing? This leads directly to the capability statement, which is the ultimate tool for controlling your appearance in the government contracting world. Case study. Crafting an effective one-page capability statement for New York agencies. Introduction. A capability statement is a vital marketing tool for firms aiming to secure government contracts, especially with large New York agencies such as the New York School Construction Authority, New York City Housing Authority, New York Office of General Services, Dormitory Authority of the State of New York, and New York Metropolitan Transportation Authority. This document serves as a concise resume, summarizing qualifications, experience, and unique value propositions. Key components of a winning capability statement. A successful capability statement is structured around several essential components, each serving a specific role in communicating your firm's value to a potential government client. 1. Company summary. The purpose of this section is to provide a brief, impactful overview of your business. It should clearly state your mission statement, outline your core values, and highlight your unique selling points that resonate with government procurement goals. 1. Core competencies. This section is dedicated to highlighting your specific expertise and services offered to the agency. It should use bullet points for clarity and focus strictly on services relevant to the target agencies, such as comprehensive project management for public infrastructure, sustainable construction practices, or emergency response planning and execution. 1. Differentiators. The purpose here is to explain what sets your business apart from competitors. This includes specialized skills, proprietary technologies you utilize, relevant certifications that add value, or unique methodologies. 1. Past performance. This component establishes credibility through proven success with measurable metrics. You must highlight relevant project examples, mention major government clients you have worked with, and include quantifiable results. 1. Corporate data and certifications. This section provides essential business details required for procurement. It must clearly list the company name, DUNS number, CAGE code, NAICS codes, and all relevant certifications. This is the administrative data that procurement officers look for to confirm your eligibility. 1. Contact information. The final component ensures that potential clients can easily reach out. It must clearly include the point of contact's name and title, along with the phone number, email, website, and physical address of the firm. Tailoring the statement for specific audiences. Success depends on targeting the specific needs of the contracting agency. Entrepreneurs must research the buyer. NYSCA may prioritize safety, rapid completion, and sustainable building practices. NYCH focuses on affordable housing solutions, resident safety, and maintenance renovation efficiency. NYMTA requires expertise in infrastructure projects, large-scale systems, and managing operations in active transit environments. Highlight relevance. Emphasize experience and competencies that directly address each agency's specific needs. For example, when targeting NYMTA, highlight expertise in transportation systems and minimize disruption. Use industry language. Familiarize yourself with terminology specific to the target agencies. Using agency-specific acronyms and phrases establishes credibility. Design and presentation for contractor firms. To ensure your statement is professional and easily utilized by procurement staff. Keep it concise. The one-page format is non-negotiable for busy government officials. Use visuals. Incorporate bullet points, tables, and your company's logo to break up text and guide the eye. Brand consistency. Use consistent colors and fonts to maintain a professional brand image. Save as PDF. Ensure that formatting remains consistent across all devices and procurement systems. Proofread. Eliminate errors and ensure clarity by having multiple people review the document. Practical example application. For a contractor firm like Erector Masters, the past performance section could be tailored based on the target agency. Targeting NYC Agencies. Successfully completed a $2 million renovation for a community health clinic, improving energy efficiency by 25% and reducing operational costs. Executed fast-track remediation project for NYC, managing compliance and safety across 5 active housing developments simultaneously. Conclusion. A well-crafted capability statement is vital for distinguishing your business within the competitive landscape of government contracting in New York. By clearly articulating your strengths, differentiators, and relevant experience, you position your enterprise as a strong contender for contracts from agencies like NYSCA, NYCH, NYOGS, DASNY, and NYMTA. On the following page, we have included one of our Erector Masters capability statements as a reference. The capability statement is your primary weapon for controlling perception and securing the initial advantage in contracting, but the battle is just beginning. Once you are invited to bid, you must deploy an operational plan that moves with speed, efficiency, and overwhelming force. You must shift from the subtle strategies of power to the brutal, practical application of force, which leads us directly to the art of war. Strategic survival and success, applying the art of war to contracting in today's political climate. In business, especially in government contracting, success is rarely about force alone. It is about planning, positioning, timing, and strategic awareness. Sun Tzu's The Art of War remains one of the greatest texts on strategy ever created, not because it teaches aggression, but because it teaches discipline, adaptability, and the intelligent use of one's strengths. From my time operating in the business space, I've found that The Art of War mirrors the realities that minority-owned firms face every day. Opportunities shift with political climates. Regulations change. Alliances evolve. And in return, government contracting can reward the prepared and punish the reactive. Below is how Sun Tzu's principles translate directly into survival and advancement during a period of political uncertainty. Know yourself, know the enemy. Understanding your strengths and the political landscape. Sun Tzu's most famous line stresses the importance of self-awareness and environmental awareness. For contractors, this means know yourself. Know your true capabilities, the services you excel at, the projects you can complete flawlessly, and the areas where you must improve before bidding. Build a clear operational identity so your clients know exactly what to expect. Understand your financial capacity, staffing limits, and competitive advantages. Know the enemy here. Enemy doesn't mean other contractors. It means shifting political priorities, changing procurement rules, variations in state and federal policies, market competition, economic pressures on government budgets. When political winds turn against DEI programs or requirements, Sun Tzu's lesson is clear. Victory belongs to the prepared, not the surprised. 2. Victorious warriors win first and then go to war. Preparation before bidding. Sun Tzu insists that battles are won before the fight begins. For MWBEs, preparation includes building strong past performance portfolios, forming strategic partnerships with primes, developing efficient back-office systems, maintaining impeccable compliance and documentation, understanding each agency's pain points. When a political shift causes set-aside programs to shrink or become contested, the businesses that survive are those with systems, discipline, and readiness, not those who relied solely on certification. 3. He will win who knows when to fight and when not to fight. Choosing the right contracts. Not every battle is worth fighting. Firms often feel pressured to bid on everything to survive, but Sun Tzu warns against wasting resources on fights that cannot be won. Strategy. Bid where you have a clear advantage. Avoid chasing projects outside your operational sweet spot. Choose battles based on likelihood of award, not the size of the prize. Pick agencies that consistently support participation, not those that merely claim to. When political climates shift and rules tighten or loosen, knowing where to compete becomes even more essential. IV. In the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. Turning political change into strategic advantage. Political turbulence can feel threatening to companies, but Sun Tzu teaches that chaos favors those who are agile. Opportunities during political change. Larger firms may overreact or withdraw, leaving gaps. Agencies may quietly seek MWBE participation to stay balanced. Emerging compliance requirements may favor smaller, nimble firms. New federal, city, or state leaders may create fresh procurement priorities. Where others see volatility, Sun Tzu would tell MWBEs to see possibilities. Versus, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Power of relationships and influence. For firms, influence often exceeds force. Sun Tzu knew that battles won without conflict are the highest victories. In modern terms, build genuine relationships with procurement officers. Attend industry briefings and pre-bid meetings. Communicate with city agencies long before an RFP drops. Work with community organizations and chambers that have political reach. Form alliances with primes who respect your capabilities. The goal is to create a reputation so strong that the decision-makers already want you on the team before a competition even begins. V. Water shapes its course according to the nature of the ground. Adaptability as a core MWB advantage. Sun Tzu compares great strategy to water, adaptable, flexible, flowing around obstacles. In the current political climate, this is everything. MWBE firms must be ready to pivot industry sectors, adjust pricing strategies, collaborate differently, enter joint ventures, expand certifications, invest in tech or compliance enhancements, shift from public to private sector work when necessary. Rigid companies break under political pressure. Flexible companies evolve through it. 7. The general who wins makes many calculations. Data-driven and strategic decision-making. Sun Tzu emphasizes planning, measurement, and foresight. Today, MWBEs must track spending patterns within each agency, study competitor award histories, analyze which departments consistently meet goals, forecast budget trends, use data to build smarter bid, no-bid decisions. The enterprises who calculate deeply, not react emotionally, win more contracts. 8. Conclusion. Modern war requires ancient wisdom. The art of war may be ancient, but its lessons are timeless. Contractors today face a dogfight shaped by politics, law, competition, and shifting priorities. But Sun Tzu shows us that true power lies in preparation, intelligence, adaptability, strategic alliances, self-awareness, mastery of timing. I've seen firsthand that contractors who adopt these principles do not merely survive political changes, they use them to rise. Strategy is the MWBE community's greatest weapon, and the art of war remains one of its greatest teachers. Case study. Execution is everything. The Taut Hill Masterclass. The objective was clear: a complex scaffold, hoist, and shed installation at a large NYC development, a pivotal initiative under the City Capital Action Plan. When the stakes are that high, you can't rely on luck. You rely on systems. Our firm, Erector Masters, took the lead, providing the manpower and, critically, ensuring we met the public contract's MBE diversity requirements. We didn't try to go it alone. We partnered with Star Industries for their high-quality equipment, leveraging their expertise while fulfilling our compliance mandate. Our union partners, Local 1556 carpenters and Local 79 laborers, were not adversaries. They were specialized weapons in our art of war arsenal, aligning their skilled craftsmanship with our logistical plan. The compliance crux: securing your cash flow. The single biggest risk wasn't the scaffold height, it was the paperwork. Remember, if the checks don't arrive, the fault lies with you. To prevent payment delays from NYCHA, proper submission of e-comply and CPR is crucial. These are the only mechanisms the city uses to process your invoice. Look at the financial stakes of even a small 4-week segment of the Tot Hill project. At prevailing wage rates, 5 Local 1556 carpenters for 800 hours and 2 Local 79 laborers for 320 hours means a total labor cost of $66,784 is sitting in limbo. That money is yours only if your reports are flawless. A mistake here means you are effectively lending the city over $66,000 for months. That is not relentless. That is incompetence. My mandate? Treat the CPR report with the same focus as setting the anchor bolts. It is a critical piece of the project infrastructure. Our success was based on strategic alignment. We held initial strategy meetings to align the schedules of the carpenters and laborers perfectly, and ensured safety was a shared culture through joint safety meetings. The outcome was a project completed on time and within budget, proving that an MBE-certified firm could lead a complex, multi-union public sector project with flawless strategic, administrative, and physical execution. This is the model. This is how we build the empire. The NYCHA certification process, including the flawlessly executed Tot Hill project, proves your ability to secure and manage complex contracts. You possess the relentless mindset and the extreme ownership ethic required to lead. However, Sun Tzu teaches that victory is lost internally first. The line between disorder and order lies in logistics, but success demands team alignment. The biggest threat to your empire is now the internal decay caused by distrust and lack of commitment within your core team. This brings us to the definitive text on organizational failure, the 5 dysfunctions of a team. You must shift your focus from winning external contracts to fortifying your internal structure, because a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, and your team is your chain. Cohesion. The 5 dysfunctions of a team key themes. Building trust and accountability. The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team by Patrick Lencioni is a powerful business fable that reveals the root causes of organizational failure through a simple yet profound framework. Lencioni outlines 5 key dysfunctions that plague teams: absence of trust, fear of conflict, lack of commitment, avoidance of accountability, and inattention to results. While these dysfunctions are applicable across industries, construction companies, especially those working on government contracts, can benefit immensely from addressing and overcoming them. In a field where deadlines, compliance, and coordination are critical, applying Lencioni's principles may be the difference between business survival and collapse. 1. Absence of trust. At the base of Lencioni's model is the absence of trust, particularly vulnerability-based trust. In construction firms managing government work, trust between project managers, subcontractors, procurement officers, and compliance specialists is essential. Miscommunication or withheld concerns can lead to costly errors, project delays, or even contract termination. Application. Construction companies can cultivate trust by encouraging open dialogue, regular team check-ins, and fostering a culture where admitting mistakes is seen as a path to improvement rather than punishment. Leaders must model this vulnerability by being transparent about challenges and receptive to feedback. 2. Fear of conflict. When trust is lacking, team members are unlikely to engage in healthy debates. In construction projects where design decisions, budget disputes, and regulatory compliance are hot-button issues, avoiding conflict can lead to poor decision-making. Application. Leaders should create an environment where respectful disagreement is welcomed. For example, in pre-construction planning or during government inspections, teams must be able to speak up about design flaws, code violations, or timeline risks. Constructive conflict leads to better outcomes and minimizes legal or reputational damage. 3. Lack of commitment. Without buy-in, teams fall into indecision and ambiguity. In government contracts, lack of commitment to timelines, safety protocols, or documentation requirements can jeopardize not just a project, but a company's eligibility for future bids. Application. Clearly defined goals and unified direction are essential. Construction firms should implement regular alignment meetings, scope reviews, and role clarity sessions to ensure that all stakeholders, from engineers to subcontractors, are on the same page and fully invested in the project's success. 4. Avoidance of accountability. When team members don't hold one another accountable, mediocrity flourishes. In government construction work, lack of accountability can mean missed inspections, unverified materials, or budget overruns, leading to penalties, liquidated damages, or blacklisting. Application. Construction companies can combat this dysfunction by using project management tools, clear KPIs, and peer reviews. Senior leaders must also hold team leads and subcontractors accountable for results, without relying solely on punitive methods. A culture of shared responsibility strengthens compliance and execution. 5. Inattention to results. Finally, when personal agendas or departmental goals take precedence over the collective outcome, teams lose sight of what matters: project completion, client satisfaction, and profitability. In government work, this can manifest as departments focusing more on internal politics than on meeting contractual obligations. Application. Construction firms must align all efforts toward tangible, shared results. Dashboards that track project progress, financial health, and compliance status should be visible and regularly updated. Bonuses or recognition should be tied to team performance, not just individual tasks. Conclusion. The construction industry is fraught with uncertainty, tight deadlines, high costs, and exacting compliance standards. For companies involved in government projects, the stakes are even higher due to public scrutiny, complex regulations, and fierce competition. The 5 dysfunctions of a team offers a roadmap not just for building stronger internal teams, but also for surviving and thriving in demanding environments. By addressing trust, conflict, commitment, accountability, and results, construction firms can improve communication, boost morale, and deliver high-quality work, preventing costly mistakes that could drive them out of business. In a world where teamwork isn't just beneficial but essential, Lencioni's framework is not optional, it's vital. You successfully internalized Lencioni's lessons. You confronted the absence of trust, eliminated the fear of conflict, drove commitment into your schedules, embraced accountability for every CPR submission, and focused the team entirely on collective results. Your internal structure is now fortified, turning your leadership team into a cohesive, high-performance unit. The internal structure is sound. The next strategic step is to maximize your operational efficiency by challenging a foundational industry dogma: the union versus non-union divide. From the 5 dysfunctions to the VNC 201 siege, you've mastered the internal friction. You know that team failure is the only guaranteed route to insolvency. The 5 dysfunctions of a team forces you to look inward and kill the politics, kill the lack of commitment, and kill the fear of conflict. But competence is only proven under fire. The true test of a cohesive team is its ability to perform surgical, profitable work inside the hostile, high-risk environment of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. The VNC 2001 miscellaneous repairs contract in Brooklyn was that crucible. It wasn't about team-building exercises. It was about whether our financially disciplined MBE-certified structure could operate as a flawless, unified strike force under the command of the Prime. This project is the empirical proof that our internal cohesion translates directly to external profit. Case study: the VNC 2001 contract, the MTA siege. Introduction: Project VNC 201. This isn't a collaboration. It is the deployment of a precision-synchronized operational kill chain to breach the Metropolitan Transportation Authority contract barrier. The MTA is the ultimate gatekeeper, and the VNC 201 project was our siege weapon. This $1.36 million contract, secured under the Minority Business Enterprise Mandate, proves that financial integrity is the superior weapon. The command structure: 3 specialized units. Success on this high-stakes MTA project required absolute role segregation and zero overlap. This was a lockdown operation where every party owned their sector of the fight. 1. R.J. Green Construction, the general contractor, the ultimate compliance shield. Their role was to absorb the administrative friction and maintain the high-level regulatory mandate demanded by the MTA. 2. 809 Solutions, LLC, the tactical commander and labor force. We controlled the operational kill chain, providing the union labor and managing the daily logistics, ensuring every hour spent on scaffold erection and dismantling was optimized for speed, safety, and compliance. 3. Star Industries, the supply line. They delivered the precise equipment and materials, scaffolding frames, braces, and accessories, on time, every time, guaranteeing that our operational window was never compromised by equipment failure. Financial architecture: weaponizing labor costs. The true measure of a disciplined contractor is not the final bid, but the transparency and control over the variable costs. We treated the labor cost breakdown not as an estimate, but as a financial architecture built on the exact numbers. 1. Union precision. The deployment of Local 1556 carpenters and Local 79 laborers was calculated to the penny. We used their high-skill, prevailing wage rates to generate a meticulously audited total labor cost of $35,264.40. This precision neutralizes any audit risk. 2. EMR lockdown. The insurance cost is a direct reflection of our operational discipline. By maintaining a ruthlessly low experience modification rate close to 1.0, we secured a lean insurance cost of $1,763.22. This EMR number is proof of our superior safety systems and a financial weapon against competitors crippled by high rates. 3. Equipment efficiency. Rental costs for the specialized scaffolding and jacks were managed to a tight $2,700. This demonstrates maximum output from the supply chain and zero waste. The bottom line: this project wasn't won on hope. It was won on the absolute control of the numbers, culminating in a fully costed installation dismantling operation that totaled $39,727.62. Conclusion: systems victory. The VNC 2001 project proved that collaboration, when reduced to specialized high accountability roles, is a systematic victory. By deploying the MBE status for access, union labor for flawless execution, and a transparent financial blueprint for control, the team executed a perfect, non-auditable operation for the MTA. We didn't just repair a building, we established the irreversible precedent of our financial and operational dominance in the agency. From VNC 201 to the MTA Candy project, the VNC 201 contract proved that a perfect system, backed by union labor and an MBE mandate, can execute a precise, profitable operation. That was the mandatory baseline. But sustained profit demands more than adherence. It demands strategic ruthlessness. The market is shifting, and the traditional union model, while essential, can be a financial choke point if not managed aggressively. The next challenge: how do you maintain the high-skill, high-compliance standard of a union contractor while simultaneously accessing the low-cost efficiency of the non-union supply chain? You need to evolve from flawless execution to strategic fusion. The MTA Can-D project at the Coney Island Boiler House is the blueprint for this next level of warfare. It proves that organizational synergy trumps dogma, and it shows how a union signatory contractor can deploy a non-union equipment provider to increase profit margins without compromising the integrity of the work. This is how you outmaneuver the competition. Case study: Strategic Fusion, Non-Union Equipment and Union Contractor for NYMTA. Overview: this case study highlights the collaboration between Arsenal Scaffold, a non-union equipment provider, and Erector Masters, a union signatory contractor, under the management of PE and Consultants NY LLC for the MTA Can-D project. This strategic partnership at the Boiler House in Coney Island proves that organizational synergy trumps dogma. Project details: the project involved critical sidewalk shed and scaffold installation for the facade repair at the MTA's Boiler House in Coney Island. The success hinged on balancing cost-effectiveness with guaranteed, high-quality union labor. Key contributions: leveraging strengths. The project's success was rooted in a strategic separation of labor and equipment supply. 1. Erector Masters. Our role was to provide skilled manpower and project management. We deployed our union labor, ensuring adherence to the high safety standards and expertise required by the MTA and OSHA regulations. This satisfied the project's quality and safety mandates. 2. Arsenal Scaffold. Arsenal provided the essential equipment. As a non-union provider, they offered competitive pricing on the material and rental component, which is a major project cost. The strategic advantage: we achieved the highest quality installation while reducing the overall equipment cost. Project execution: flawless alignment. Our internally strong team, free of the 5 dysfunctions, was able to execute this hybrid approach flawlessly. 1. Planning and coordination. Initial meetings established clear roles. Arsenal's job was delivery and supply. Our job was installation. This eliminated ambiguity, a direct antidote to the absence of trust. 2. Safety and compliance. Erector Masters drove the safety culture, integrating all workers under strict OSHA protocols, ensuring our union labor standards were maintained across the entire project footprint. 3. Outcome: the project was completed on time and within budget. This outcome serves as a model for how union and non-union entities can strategically work together to achieve common goals, maximizing efficiency for the general contractor and demonstrating that our disciplined approach allows us to engage with anyone who adds value. 4. The conclusion: you no longer need to fear the label. You have the internal structure and discipline to manage the complexities of a hybrid project. You dictate the terms of engagement based purely on value and efficiency, not historical prejudice. 5. The MTA Coney Island Boiler House project proved that your disciplined, dysfunction-free team can successfully execute a strategic hybrid model, leveraging a non-union equipment supplier alongside our union manpower for maximum cost efficiency. Case study: MWBE training, from street hustle to system builder. The chaos of the Coney Island job taught us that you cannot scale a business based on talent and guts alone. We were great scaffolders, but terrible business operators. To stop being a slave to chaos, we had to become engineers of our success. And the first step was joining the minority and women-owned business enterprise training programs. This was not about diversity points. This was about mandatory professionalization. We went through these programs because they are the fastest way to get the rule book for government money. The strategic value of the training programs: 1. The New York City Department of Small Business Services and the Empire State Development Business Growth Accelerator don't just offer classes, they offer systems and access. 2. Visibility is vetting. Being listed in the NYC online directory isn't just an address, it's pre-vetted credibility. It tells prime contractors and city agencies that your business structure is legitimate and your books are clean enough to pass government review. 3. Networking is demand. The networking events aren't cocktail parties. They are opportunities to meet prime contractors who are legally mandated to use you. We leverage these events to forge partnerships and collaborations that led directly to contracts. Training is language. Programs like the ESDBGA and the NYC Construction Mentorship Program teach you the specific bureaucratic language of government work. They teach you: 1. How to structure a bid for compliance. 2. How to manage project cash flow for public sector payment cycles. 3. How to talk to banks to secure bonding and credit. Key achievements. Proof of discipline. The certificates below are not participation trophies. They are proof that 809 Solutions LLC completed the required professionalization bootcamp. This commitment directly led to our success. 1. Enhanced operations. The training forced us to clean up our accounting, standardize our service offerings, and create operational efficiencies that reduced risk and cost. 2. Increased revenue. The visibility and credibility from these programs open the door to government contracts, resulting in a significant increase in revenue that allowed us to hire more staff and expand our capacity. We learned to manage money, manage systems, and manage expectations, the 3 pillars that separate a legitimate contractor from a street hustler. Conclusion. From city contracts to statewide domination, the MWBE training and certification was the key to the gate, but it was just one door, the door to New York City agencies. Once you hold that key, you realize the ceiling is still too low. The opportunities are massive, but they are confined to the 5 boroughs and a specific set of city entities. If you want to scale your business beyond the city limits and step into a different echelon of state-funded infrastructure, you need to upgrade your armor. You need to prove to the highest levels of government finance that your systems, your bonding capacity, and your discipline are ready for statewide dominance. The next case study is not about winning a single bid. It's about cracking the code on an entire pipeline of state revenue. It's the operation manual for systematically invading the NYSDOT market, detailing the 8 steps required to convert your business status into unassailable revenue and a permanent foothold in the transportation sector. Case study: cracking the code on NYSDOT contracts. The target: NYSDOT procurement. The NYSDOT controls the state's infrastructure money. They operate with absolute professionalism, and they demand the same from their contractors. Their commitment to utilizing MWBEs is not charity. It is a systemic mandate that you are required to exploit. This is the most stable, high-value work available, and you must operate with surgical precision to claim it. The blueprint: 8 steps to market penetration. 1. Internalize the rulebook. Demand the trust. Forget mission and values. You must study the agency's language, safety, integrity, excellence, and weave it into your firm's DNA. You must speak the NYSDOT dialect fluently so your professionalism is unquestionable. This is how you earn the trust necessary to be considered for the big work. 1. Arm your firm. Certification is leverage. The MWBE certification through the Empire State Development is your systemic weapon. This is your exclusive ticket to the table. Secure your certification first and ensure your firm is locked into the statewide vendor master file. You are not fulfilling goals. You are demanding the opportunity the law provides you. 1. Target acquisition. Stalking the pipeline. Stop passively checking job boards. You must aggressively monitor the NYSDOT website and the contract reporter to anticipate solicitations that fit your capacity. Sign up for every notification to ensure you are the first mover when a lucrative opportunity hits the street. 1. Engineering the win. Pre-bid supremacy. You must assume that every competitor knows the game. Familiarity with the NYSDOT standard specifications and all safety, labor, and environmental regulations is the cost of entry. Review the contracts until the requirements are a reflex. No flaws are tolerated. 1. Executing the strike. Submitting the final offer. Sealed bidding on major contracts is a high-stakes, one-shot play. Whether you're running an informal strike for projects under $50,000 or submitting a formal proposal through AASHTOware, the delivery must be flawless, timely, and final. Errors in submission are the self-inflicted wound that disqualifies the weak. 1. Maximize the mandate. Leveraging goals, DBE MWBE participation goals are your systemic advantage. You must not only meet these goals, but treat them as a guaranteed access point. Document every outreach effort and ensure all subcontracting is transparently tracked to maximize the credit and integrity your firm earns. 1. Holding the line. Post-award vigilance. The pre-construction meeting is a contractual trap if you are unprepared. Attend to understand every EEO goal and compliance marker. Your consistent reporting is not paperwork. It is the digital shield that protects you from penalties and builds the undisputed record of your reliability. 1. Extracting value. Using the system's tools. The NYSDOT Office of Diversity and Opportunity is a repository of resources, technical assistance, financial management, marketing support. These services exist to grow your capacity. You must ruthlessly extract this value through workshops and training to ensure your firm is always leveling up. Conclusion. The NYSDOT market is not won by chance. It is secured by total operational mastery and the strategic deployment of your MWBE status. Follow this manual to convert the state's commitment to diversity into unassailable revenue and a permanent foothold in the transportation sector. The NYSDOT case study provided the systematic blueprint for invading a multi-billion-dollar state-level pipeline. That was the macro strategy for building the bureaucrat and winning in the process. But market dominance is not built solely on massive state contracts. It requires tactical precision, the ability to deploy the MBE advantage to capture new agencies at the city level, one crucial project at a time. The goal is to saturate the market and eliminate all non-certified competition. The next case study is a blueprint for that ground-level conquest. It outlines the full process for leveraging the MBE certification to execute a decisive strike and secure a permanent foothold within the NYC Parks Department at Roberto Clemente State Park. This project is a zero-tolerance operation designed to prove the absolute authority and reliability of your firm to a powerful new client. Case study: Seizing the mandate at Roberto Clemente State Park. The NYC Parks Conquest. It was never a repair job. It was the systematic capture of a new NYC Agencies revenue stream. The goal is to deploy the MBE status as tactical leverage to establish a permanent foothold within the Parks Department and eliminate all non-certified competition. The target and the stakes. Location: Roberto Clemente State Park, Bronx, NY. Agency stakeholder: Francis Rodriguez, Park Director. The scope of work: a zero-tolerance operation involving concrete stairs repair and precision replacement of pool fencing and gates. Any error in the structural repair or the mandated safety mechanisms compromises the entire park's liability and permanently damages the firm's credibility. Flawless execution here secures the next 10 contracts. The power of the MBE mandate. The MBE certification is not a bonus. It is the exclusive key to a legally secured market share. Erector Masters uses this certification to dictate its competitive position. 1. Mandated access. Public contracts have participation goals that are imperative. MBE certification is your systemic right to the front of the line on contracts, specifically set aside for minority-owned firms. 2. Undisputed credibility. Certification is the digital seal of approval. It eliminates the agency's political risk and serves as an external declaration of your capacity, often the decisive factor when bids are technically equal. 3. Intelligence network. The MBE network is a strategic information exchange. It connects you to other certified firms for alliances and subcontracting, creating a closed-loop system of profitable, compliant partnerships. 4. Competitive weapon. Contracts are legally structured to favor you. This mandated advantage provides a necessary buffer against the thin margins that kill non-certified firms. Execution, the precision strike. This bid is a tactical operation requiring absolute compliance and preparation. Bid architecture. The quotation must be a financial fortress. Every specification must be met, and the labor cost breakdown and insurance documents must be unassailable to eliminate any room for challenge. Field reconnaissance. A mandatory site visit is not a courtesy, it is an intelligence mission. Contact Francis Rodriguez to preemptively identify any site conditions that can be used to justify a change order or disqualify a less prepared competitor. Quotation submission. Complete the form with surgical precision by the deadline. This must be a flawless submission. Errors in paperwork are the self-inflicted wound that disqualifies the weak. Compliance lockdown. Immediately prepare to furnish certified payrolls and ensure absolute compliance with prevailing wage. Your adherence to local regulations is the digital shield that protects you from penalties. Post-submission pressure. After submission, follow-up is not an inquiry, it's a declaration of intent. Maintain contact with the Parks Department to reinforce your commitment and ensure your proposal remains the active subject of discussion. The bureaucratic conquest. Locking down NYC parks. The true barrier to this market is bureaucracy. You must treat the certification process not as a hurdle, but as a mandatory conquest to acquire the keys to the entire agency. Mastering the MWBE certification process. 1. Assert operational control. Verify that your firm is at least 51% owned and controlled by a minority or woman. Assert your operational control for the review process. 2. Weaponize documentation. Gather every required document, financial statements, tax returns, formation papers. Every piece of paper is proof of your capacity. Submit through the Empire State Development Portal. 3. Survive the vetting. Prepare for the site visit and interview. This is your final proving ground to verify the information. Do not fail the verification phase. 4. Defend the status. Certification is perpetual warfare. Submit annual updates to ESD to defend your MBE status and ensure your revenue stream remains protected. 1. Establishing digital footholds. You must master the agency's digital gatekeepers to access the money flow. 1. Payee Information Portal. Establish your account to seize payment. This is your direct line to the Treasury. 2. Passport registration. This is the mandatory gateway for all contracting actions. Master this system immediately. 3. Pre-qualified list. Apply for NYC Parks pre-qualified list for small building renovations. This is a strategic shortcut to increase your contracting velocity. Mandatory compliance checkpoint. The kill switch effective. December 30th, 2024. All construction bids must include a copy of the bidder's certificate of registration with the New York State Department of Labor. This is a new, necessary compliance checkpoint that will automatically disqualify every unprepared competitor. Master the DOL registration now. Conclusion. The Roberto Clemente project was our entry point. By leveraging the MBE mandate and deploying flawless execution, Erector Masters does not just win a contract, it establishes a permanent beachhead in NYC Parks procurement, setting the precedent for its capacity to dominate large-scale public sector work. From Roberto Clemente State Park to Tribe of Mentors, the Roberto Clemente project is empirical proof that your firm can convert an MBE mandate into decisive execution, locking down new agency revenue streams through sheer operational dominance and mastering the digital bureaucracy of Passport and the new DOL registration requirements. But sustained, aggressive market capture is a fatal risk if you lack foresight. Every successful job you win increases your firm's complexity, its liability, and the volume of unexpected political and financial landmines. You need more than a flawless compliance checklist. You need predictive intelligence to navigate the unforeseen. You need external counsel from those who have already fought and survived the high-stakes confrontation you are about to encounter. To maintain this speed without a catastrophic leadership error, you must build an external shield of wisdom. The operational blueprint is finished. Now we build the strategic advisory board by leveraging the insights and hard-won wisdom of Timothy Ferriss's Tribe of Mentors. You have now mastered the game in every field. You have the administrative power, the legal protection, the financial acumen, the political awareness, and the internal team structure to succeed. But the biggest challenge in scaling your business isn't a lack of opportunity. It's the lack of a roadmap from those who have already scaled. You've been reading books, but generalized principles can only take you so far. The time has come to stop guessing and start learning directly from those who are actively achieving global success, applying their unfiltered tactics directly to the crucible of the New York construction industry. This is the transition from studying the masters to gaining them as your direct counselors. High performance, Tribe of Mentors, learning from the best. How Tribe of Mentors can empower MWBE contractors in union-based government contracting. Bidding for government contracts, especially those requiring union labor and project labor agreements, is not just about submitting documents. It's about being resilient, strategic, adaptable, and excellent under pressure. These are the very qualities shared by the high performers featured in Tribe of Mentors by Timothy Ferriss. The book compiles short, actionable insights from some of the world's most successful people, athletes, entrepreneurs, investors, creatives, offering a roadmap to peak performance that MWBE contractors can use in a complex and competitive space. Tribe of Mentors is not a construction manual, but it offers something even more important: mental frameworks and mindset strategies for navigating uncertainty, building confidence, and achieving long-term success. These lessons are invaluable for MWBE contractors working to win PLA government contracts where union coordination, compliance, and competition are fierce. 1. Build a resilient mindset for a long-game government contracting, especially in PLA environments, is not a fast game. It involves weeks or months of paperwork, intense vetting, and navigating union relationships. One of the common themes in Tribe of Mentors is that resilience is more important than talent. Contractors often face uphill battles: smaller networks, fewer resources, or lack of generational experience in government work. Ferriss's mentors encourage readers to embrace discomfort and use it as a training ground, reminding us that setbacks are stepping stones, not failures. This mindset helps firms push through rejected bids, administrative delays, or conflicts on union labor terms with strategic patience. 1. Ask better questions, get better outcomes. Ferriss is known for his belief in the power of great questions. Many of his mentors say their biggest breakthroughs came from asking different questions than everyone else. For contractors, that means asking: 1. How can we add unique value to this PLA job that others can't? 2. What systems can we build now to handle multiple union contracts later? 3. Who can mentor us through this phase of growth? These questions push contractors to shift from a reactive mindset to a proactive, growth-oriented strategy. Instead of only focusing on compliance, they start focusing on opportunity. 1. Master relationship capital. Many of Ferris's mentors talk about the importance of building authentic, long-term relationships, not transactional ones. In the world of union-based government work, this is critical. Success doesn't just come from meeting union requirements on paper. It comes from building trust with labor reps, general contractors, and government agencies. Contractors who view relationship building as part of their growth strategy, not a secondary concern, create partnerships that lead to repeat business and referrals. 1. Systems beat willpower. Another powerful insight from Tribe of Mentors is that systems matter more than motivation. Willpower fades, but systems create consistency. This is especially true in managing. 1. Certified payroll tracking. 2. Union hour reporting. 3. Prevailing wage compliance. 4. Bonding and bid prep. Firms that create repeatable, scalable back-office systems gain a strategic edge. They submit bids faster, resolve compliance issues quicker, and operate with confidence in high-pressure environments. Mentors in Ferris's book often attribute their success not to working harder, but to working smarter through systems. 1. Seek mentorship and give it back. As the title suggests, Tribe of Mentors is a celebration of learning from others. Contractors can fast-track their success by seeking mentors in public contracting, union operations, and compliance. Whether it's joining local union boards, connecting with general contractors, or participating in government training programs, the path to winning more contracts starts with learning from those who've done it. Just as important, successful firms should give back, becoming mentors themselves. That builds community, credibility, and long-term sustainability within the ecosystem. Conclusion: a playbook for building beyond bids. You have mastered the tactical fight, the certifications, the bids, the payroll, and the internal team structure. You are no longer just a contractor. You are a strategic operator. Tribe of Mentors provides the final, non-construction specific edge, the strategic blueprint for the entrepreneur. This book is your virtual board of advisors, offering the daily disciplines of peak performers, how they manage time, handle systemic failure, invest capital, and cultivate the extreme mental resilience required to weather economic storms. This advanced wisdom isn't just about winning the next project. It's about optimizing your life, multiplying your capital, and transitioning from a successful contractor into a visionary leader and wealth builder. By synthesizing the best advice on the planet, you move beyond mere survival and into a space of lasting, generational legacy. The foundation is complete. Now you build the empire. The transition from a successful contractor to a visionary, wealth-building leader is the final frontier. It is the shift from earning a living to building a legacy. Tribe of Mentors provided the blueprint for how the world's elite manage their time and capital. Now, you must apply that blueprint to your most important asset, your community. Your success is no longer defined just by the profit margin of your last MTA project. It is defined by the human capital you create. This is the ultimate leverage, turning your payroll into a pipeline, transforming social responsibility from a cost into a strategic, self-sustaining system for growth and talent acquisition. A true empire invests in the ground it stands on. This case study is not about charity. It is about strategic, reciprocal investment. It demonstrates how Erector Masters integrates workforce development and education into its core business model, ensuring a continuous supply of skilled, loyal, and locally sourced union talent, while cementing our reputation as a community partner that dictates terms but also gives back. Case study: Legacy Building, Erector Masters' commitment to community development. Overview: Erector Masters exemplify strategic corporate social responsibility. By focusing on workforce development, education, and skill-building programs, we achieve two goals. We empower local youth and underserved populations, and we strengthen our own pipeline of skilled, union-compliant labor. This is the definition of a sustainable model. A. Strategic talent pipeline, training and apprenticeships. We eliminate the talent gap by building the skills we need in-house. 1. On-the-job paid training. This is not unpaid mentorship. Participants earn while they learn, gaining hands-on experience and project management skills. It turns our project sites into paid training academies. 2. Hiring union apprentices. We actively recruit union apprentices, ensuring our talent pool is trained to the highest industry standards and best practices while supporting the sustainability of union labor. B. Educational and community partnerships. Sourcing future leaders. 1. We look beyond standard recruitment by investing directly in educational and social programs, securing access to motivated, diverse talent. 2. Collaboration with the Industry Scholars Program. By partnering with ISP, we contribute to educational excellence and provide students with real-world construction exposure, transforming them into career-connected learners. 3. Collaboration with Hope programs. This partnership focuses on inclusivity, providing opportunities for individuals facing barriers to employment. Erector Masters provides mentorship and job placement assistance, ensuring loyalty and transforming potential liabilities into motivated, skilled workers. Erector Master Construction Immersion Program. This is our flagship initiative, designed to equip local youth with both project management skills and hands-on training. By hosting interns, we mentor future talent and ensure our company remains the first choice for the city's best and most ambitious young workers. Conclusion: Erector Master's commitment to community development is a strategic asset. By integrating training, union apprenticeships, and deep community partnerships into our operations, we create a sustainable model for workforce development that guarantees a supply of skilled labor and enhances our reputation. This holistic approach to social responsibility is not charity. It is the final, essential investment required to secure the long-term success of the empire. The final, strategic investment in your legacy is complete. Through on-the-job training and robust community partnerships, you secured a sustainable, skilled union talent pipeline, transforming social responsibility into a self-sustaining business model. The foundation is set. The generational success is secured. But once you reach this level of leadership, managing multi-million-dollar contracts and hundreds of lives, a lethal enemy emerges: mental entropy. The daily, grinding stress of constant emails, minor site delays, and endless compliance friction is the final obstacle. If you let this noise erode your focus, it will kill your perspective and your ability to lead the empire you built. Running a business like 809 Solutions or leading projects at Erector Masters teaches you quickly, winning union-based government contracts isn't just about skills or credentials, it's about mindset under pressure. Timothy Ferriss's Tribe of Mentors gives us a window into the mental habits of elite performers, from athletes to entrepreneurs, showing MWBE contractors how to thrive amidst complexity. But navigating the chaos of PLAs, strict compliance, and union coordination also requires emotional resilience and perspective, a space where Richard Carlson's "Don't Sweat the Small Stuff" becomes essential. While Ferriss teaches how to think like a high performer, Carlson reminds us how to stay steady when the pressure mounts. Together, these frameworks equip contractors to act decisively without letting bureaucracy, delays, or minor setbacks derail progress. In Don't Sweat the Small Stuff, and It's All Small Stuff, psychologist Richard Carlson offers a collection of life lessons focused on emotional resilience, mindfulness, and perspective. While the book is centered on individual well-being, its wisdom is incredibly valuable for construction companies, especially those involved in the high-pressure world of government contracts. Construction is a chaotic business. Government work adds even more complexity: rigid timelines, strict regulations, budget oversight, compliance audits, and the risk of public scrutiny. When stress runs high, small problems often get blown out of proportion, relationships fracture, and companies crumble. "Don't sweat the small stuff" reminds us that success comes from keeping calm, focusing on what matters, and letting go of what doesn't. Here's how construction companies can use Carlson's principles to avoid failure and build lasting success. 1. Don't let the little things destroy the big picture. Government projects often involve thousands of moving parts. Misfired paperwork, a late material delivery, or a subcontractor mistake can trigger stress, but panicking only makes things worse. Application. Focus on solutions, not blame. Develop systems for calmly managing small issues before they grow. Teach project managers and foremen how to triage problems, what needs urgent action, what can wait, and what doesn't matter long-term. 2. Choose your battles wisely. Carlson advises readers not to react to every irritation. In construction, many leaders burn out by micromanaging or reacting emotionally to every delay or disagreement. Application. On government projects, not every issue deserves escalation. Don't waste time or goodwill arguing over things that don't impact compliance or delivery. Prioritize diplomacy with inspectors, vendors, and agency reps, even when tensions rise. 3. Make peace with imperfection. In construction, perfection is the goal, but not always the reality. Mistakes happen. Delays occur. People fail. What matters is how a company responds. Application. Build a culture that values progress over perfection. This doesn't mean accepting mediocrity. It means accepting that not everything will go exactly as planned. Stay flexible and forward-focused when minor imperfections appear. 1. Practice patience. It's a business asset. Patience is a recurring theme in Carlson's book. Government construction often involves slow-moving bureaucracy, drawn-out procurement, and regulatory red tape. Application. Train teams to expect delays and plan for them. Avoid overpromising and under-delivering due to impatience. The companies that survive government work are the ones that can keep calm through administrative storms. 1. Keep your cool, especially under pressure. Carlson emphasizes emotional control. In construction, leaders who lose their tempers under pressure damage team application. Encourage emotional intelligence among supervisors. A calm leader earns respect and reduces job site chaos. When government officials are watching, composure becomes a competitive advantage. 1. See the bigger picture. Construction businesses often get caught in short-term fires, change orders, client frustrations, equipment breakdowns. But Don't Sweat the Small Stuff urges readers to zoom out and remember what really matters. Application. Use regular team check-ins and post-mortems to remind employees of the larger mission, building quality infrastructure, meeting client needs, and maintaining long-term partnerships. This mindset prevents burnout and supports strategic decisions. 1. Let go of the need to be right. Carlson writes about the trap of needing to win arguments. In construction, this can appear in disputes with subs, inspectors, or even clients. Application. Train your team to focus on solutions over ego. It's not about who's right, it's about what gets the project back on track, keeps you in compliance, and protects your reputation. 1. Live in the present moment. Construction is fast-paced, and minds can become scattered. Peterson reminds us that staying in the moment improves focus and reduces stress. Application. Encourage mindfulness, especially on job sites. Help workers stay focused on current tasks and immediate safety protocols. This reduces errors and boosts quality, which are essential in government-regulated environments. 1. Simplify where you can. Carlson promotes simplicity to reduce overwhelm. For construction firms, overcomplicated systems and communication failures often lead to avoidable mistakes. Application. Simplify internal processes. Use clear project management systems. Create checklists for compliance, inspections, and handovers. Clarity reduces stress and risk. 1. Be grateful, even when it's hard. One of Carlson's final lessons is about gratitude. In construction, especially during tough times, it's easy to focus only on what's wrong. Application. Lead with appreciation. Celebrate wins, acknowledge team efforts, and show gratitude for stable contracts even when the work is difficult. This keeps morale high and helps the team push through challenges. Conclusion. In the fast-paced, regulation-heavy world of government construction projects, stress can quietly destroy even the most well-resourced companies. Don't Sweat the Small Stuff offers timeless advice. Stay calm, don't overreact, and focus on what truly matters. By applying these principles, construction companies can create healthier teams, make better decisions, and build the emotional resilience needed to survive the high-stakes environment of government work. In short, when the pressure rises, those who sweat the small stuff fall. Those who stay focused, steady, and flexible can endure and win. Self-image, psycho-cybernetics key themes. Visualizing success to overcome imposter syndrome. As the owner of 809 Solutions and Erector Masters, I've learned that construction isn't just about steel, schedules, or budgets. It's about mindset under pressure. Government contracts, especially those involving PLAs and union labor, amplify stress. Strict compliance, tight deadlines, and high stakes can overwhelm even experienced teams. Richard Carlson's Don't Sweat the Small Stuff teaches us how to manage stress, maintain perspective, and keep teams functioning smoothly. But managing external stress is only part of the equation. To truly excel, contractors need the internal confidence and self-image that Maxwell Maltz outlines in Psycho-Cybernetics. In the high-pressure world of government contracting, especially when working under the complex terms of project labor agreements and union labor requirements, contractors face challenges that go beyond logistics, pricing, or compliance. Many face invisible barriers rooted in mindset, self-doubt, fear of failure, or the pressure of proving themselves in spaces historically closed to them. In his groundbreaking book, Psycho-Cybernetics, Dr. Maxwell Maltz offers powerful insights that can help these contractors shift their thinking, unlock their potential, and show up with the confidence and clarity needed to win. Originally published in 1960 by a plastic surgeon turned self-image expert, Psycho-Cybernetics focuses on one core idea: your self-image determines your level of success. Maltz explains that humans are goal-striving beings guided by their internal servo mechanism, essentially a built-in system that moves us toward what we believe to be true about ourselves. This principle is especially relevant to contractors competing in the highly regulated, often intimidating world of union labor government contracts. One of the greatest benefits of this book for contractors is its emphasis on reprogramming limiting beliefs. Many contractors may carry mental baggage, feeling that they are too small, not experienced enough, or unlikely to be chosen for a high-value PLA project. These beliefs often stem not from facts, but from years of systemic exclusion or personal setbacks. Psycho-Cybernetics teaches that these negative self-images can be replaced by new, empowering ones through mental rehearsal, visualization, and conscious goal setting. For example, a contractor bidding for a $10 million city project involving union partnerships might feel intimidated. But instead of focusing on past failures or what competitors might say, Psycho-Cybernetics teaches them to visualize success, walking into the bid interview with confidence, communicating value clearly, and shaking hands with union leaders as a trusted partner. This mental rehearsal isn't just feel-good advice. Maltz argues that the subconscious mind accepts vividly imagined experiences as real, making confident action more natural over time. Another way this book helps is by encouraging readers to detach from fear of failure. Bidding on government jobs is inherently risky. Contractors may invest significant time and energy with no guarantee of a win. However, Psycho-Cybernetics reframes failure not as a permanent reflection of worth, but as feedback in a larger goal-seeking process. This growth-oriented mindset can prevent contractors from getting discouraged after a lost bid and instead encourage them to analyze, adapt, and try again stronger and smarter. In the world of PLA and union labor, relationships and reputation matter. Contractors often need to persuade both government agencies and union leaders that they can manage skilled labor, maintain compliance, and deliver on time. This requires presence and confidence in communication. Psychocybernetics provides tools for managing nerves, silencing negative inner dialogue, and projecting a calm, capable persona, all of which are critical when presenting in bid meetings or negotiating workforce plans. Importantly, the book also introduces the idea of setting specific, emotionally charged goals. For contractors, this might mean aiming not just to win a contract, but to become a long-term union partner in their city, create 50 new jobs in underserved communities, or build a multi-million-dollar pipeline of government work. By visualizing and affirming these goals regularly, contractors keep their internal systems focused on achievement, even when external challenges arise. Conclusion: Psychocybernetics by Maxwell Maltz is not a business manual or a bidding strategy guide. But for contractors competing for government contracts involving PLA and union labor, it offers something even more foundational: the mindset to succeed. It reminds contractors that the most important battles are often internal, fought in the space between fear and belief, doubt and determination. By reshaping their self-image, visualizing success, embracing failure as feedback, and committing to focused goals, contractors can show up stronger, speak more confidently, and win contracts that once felt out of reach. Communication, the art of public speaking. We just finished reprogramming the machine. Psychocybernetics taught us that the greatest leverage point isn't on a balance sheet, it's inside your skull. We killed the failure programming, the negative self-image that makes us hesitant, apologetic, or insecure in a room full of suits. We installed the mental blueprint of a winning, scalable team, 809, competent, trustworthy, and dominant. In the world of government contracting, especially on projects involving project labor agreements and union labor, technical expertise alone is not enough. Contractors must also master the art of clear, confident, and persuasive communication to stand out in a highly competitive field. The Art of Public Speaking, originally authored by Dale Carnegie and widely regarded as a foundational text on effective communication, offers timeless strategies that can dramatically enhance how contractors present themselves, their businesses, and their value to decision-makers. At its core, the art of public speaking teaches that public speaking is not just about talking, it's about influencing. For contractors, this influence is essential when presenting during pre-bid meetings, negotiating with unions, or participating in interviews with procurement officers. Government agencies and union leaders must be convinced not only of a contractor's qualifications, but also of their reliability, professionalism, and ability to collaborate effectively within PLA frameworks. By applying Carnegie's principles, contractors can turn every presentation into a persuasive argument for why they are the best fit for the job. One of the book's primary lessons is the importance of preparation and knowledge. Carnegie stresses that thorough preparation builds confidence and credibility, two qualities that contractors must demonstrate consistently. In the context of union labor projects, this means understanding PLA requirements, speaking knowledgeably about workforce development, and addressing labor standards proactively. A contractor who can speak clearly and confidently about how they will comply with union rules, employ skilled labor, and ensure job site safety immediately earns the respect of both government and union stakeholders. Another key principle from the art of public speaking is the power of speaking with conviction and sincerity. Carnegie believed that passion and authenticity connect with audiences more effectively than technical jargon. Contractors can use this principle to their advantage by communicating their mission, their community impact, and the why behind their business. Many firms have powerful stories of resilience, purpose, and social contribution. When delivered with sincerity, these stories can resonate deeply with agencies that are increasingly committed to equity, inclusion, and local economic empowerment. Many firms have powerful stories of resilience, purpose, and social contribution. When delivered with sincerity, these stories can resonate deeply with agencies that are increasingly committed to equity, inclusion, and local economic empowerment. The book also emphasizes the structure of a persuasive speech, a clear opening, compelling body, and strong conclusion. Contractors can use this structure to craft compelling presentations during the bidding process. For example, a contractor might open with a short story about a successful PLA project, present data on past performance and union collaboration, and close with a call to action that reinforces their readiness to deliver high-quality results. This kind of structured, confident delivery can leave a lasting impression on selection committees and union representatives. Finally, the art of public speaking encourages speakers to practice, get feedback, and continuously improve. For contractors, this mindset is crucial. Rehearsing key messages, refining pitch decks, and seeking input from peers or mentors can transform a generic presentation into a winning one. In high-stakes situations, such as responding to a request for proposal or being interviewed during the evaluation phase, this preparation can mean the difference between winning or losing a contract. In conclusion, the art of public speaking provides more than just techniques for addressing an audience. It offers a framework for building confidence, credibility, and connection. For contractors competing for PLA union labor government contracts, mastering these skills is a strategic advantage. By speaking clearly, authentically, and persuasively, contractors can overcome skepticism, inspire trust, and secure the opportunities they deserve. Dale Carnegie's The Art of Public Speaking is the first required text. It establishes the minimum for professional delivery, rigid preparation, clarity, and an authentic presentation of facts. For a contractor navigating the union halls and government procurement panels, this discipline is crucial for establishing baseline credibility. You must be able to state your value with unshakable sincerity. But in the high-stakes theater of public works, mere sincerity is insufficient. Chris Anderson's TED Talks elevates communication from a presentation to a strategic operation. Where Carnegie teaches you to deliver a well-structured speech, TED teaches you to seize the audience's belief. It shifts the focus from simple data transfer to crafting a compelling narrative, demonstrating radical empathy, and projecting an undiluted presence. For the firm, this means every compliance-heavy pre-bid meeting must be re-engineered from a technical drill into an event that conquers doubt. You are not just showcasing compliance. You are leveraging storytelling and conviction to make project stakeholders bet on your firm as the safest and most compelling investment. In TED Talks, the official TED Guide to Public Speaking, Chris Anderson, the curator of TED, offers a masterclass in how to present ideas in a compelling, clear, and authentic way. While the book is primarily geared toward public speaking in front of live audiences, its lessons offer powerful insights for contractors seeking to excel at managing complexities of government contracting, particularly when it involves PLA and union labor. For these contractors, effective communication is not just a soft skill, it is a strategic tool that can build trust, demonstrate competence, and win contracts. One of the central lessons from TED Talks is the importance of framing an idea that is worth sharing. Anderson stresses that speakers must identify a core message and then build everything around that central idea. For contractors, this approach can help crystallize their value proposition when bidding on government jobs. Whether pitching to a procurement panel, union representatives, or project stakeholders, clearly articulating how their business can meet project needs, support union labor goals, and add community value is essential. In PLA contracts, where union cooperation is often mandated, there can be skepticism toward newer, smaller, or minority and women-owned businesses. Anderson's guidance on building empathy with your audience becomes especially useful here. By showing genuine understanding of union priorities like safety, fair wages, and skilled labor, contractors can bridge gaps and gain trust. For example, a contractor might use a presentation opportunity to show how their team works seamlessly with union labor, complies with all PLA requirements, and shares the same commitment to worker dignity and high-quality results. Another key takeaway from the book is the importance of storytelling. Anderson explains that stories are what stick in people's minds. They build connection, show impact, and make facts relatable. Contractors can use storytelling to highlight past project successes, community impact, or challenges they've overcome in union settings. These narratives not only humanize the business, but also provide concrete proof of capability, reliability, and commitment to equity and excellence. Furthermore, TED Talks offers valuable advice on the use of visuals and delivery. In high-stakes presentations, such as pre-bid meetings or compliance reviews, contractors must be clear, organized, and confident. Anderson teaches how to use visuals to support rather than distract from the message, and how pacing, tone, and presence can turn a nervous pitch into a persuasive performance. These techniques can differentiate a firm from the competition, especially when communicating to experienced government or union audiences who've seen it all. Finally, Anderson champions authenticity and passion. Government bidding processes can be bureaucratic, but personal conviction still matters. Contractors who authentically express why their business exists, who they serve, and what drives them are more likely to connect with decision-makers. For firms in particular, this can be a chance to underscore not just capability, but purpose. Why inclusion, diversity, and economic empowerment make them the right choice for the job. In conclusion, TED Talks by Chris Anderson is more than a guide to public speaking. It's a guide to persuasive, strategic communication. For contractors entering the competitive world of PLA, union government contracting, the ability to pitch ideas effectively, tell powerful stories, and build trust through clear and passionate communication can be a game changer. Anderson's insights empower these entrepreneurs to not just be heard, but to win. Chris Anderson's TED Talks teaches us that compelling communication is about clarity, connection, and authenticity. Contractors navigating PLA and union government contracts can leverage these lessons to articulate their value, build trust with agencies and labor partners, and stand out in a crowded, competitive field. But while TED emphasizes persuasion and presentation, Unreasonable Hospitality by Will Guidara takes this a step further. It's not just what you say, it's how you make people feel. Where TED teaches contractors to frame ideas worth sharing, Guidara teaches them to create experiences worth remembering. For contractors, this means moving beyond transactional interactions, bids, compliance checks, and procedural meetings to infuse human connection into every touchpoint with clients, unions, and stakeholders. Just like a TED speaker carefully crafts a talk that resonates, a contractor can craft proposals, meetings, and site interactions that leave a lasting impression of care, professionalism, and partnership. Chapter 10. Service. Unreasonable Hospitality. Key themes. Creating human-centered proposals. In Unreasonable Hospitality, author and restaurateur Will Guidara explores how going beyond the expected, creating deeply personal, meaningful experiences for clients and guests can transform a business from good to extraordinary. While the book is rooted in the world of fine dining, its lessons on intentional service, empathy, and excellence hold profound value for MWBE contractors navigating the highly competitive landscape of government contracts requiring union labor and project labor agreements. As public sector projects grow in complexity and scrutiny, agencies and unions aren't just awarding contracts based on numbers. They're looking for partners who bring value, trust, and relationships, qualities that align perfectly with the ethos of unreasonable hospitality. For MWBE contractors, many of whom are fighting to overcome historic disadvantages in a crowded market, embracing this mindset can be a game changer. Going beyond the bid, creating human-centered proposals. In government bidding, the traditional approach is highly transactional. Submit documents, meet minimums, comply with PLA terms, and hope for the best. But Guidara's philosophy suggests something more powerful, creating moments of connection, personalization, and care that show clients you're not just checking boxes, you're invested in their mission. Imagine submitting a bid that includes not just technical compliance, but a personal letter explaining how your company has hired from underserved communities or partnered with local unions to create job pathways. These small but human touches differentiate you from competitors who may be larger or more resourced but less intentional. This is unreasonable hospitality in action, going above and beyond what's expected to create a lasting impression. Building relationships with union leaders and stakeholders. Union projects require strong relationships, not just technical compliance. Contractors often face skepticism about their capacity to scale or deliver on PLA terms. One way to build trust is by adopting the hospitality mindset. Treat every interaction with unions, agencies, and labor reps as a chance to build genuine rapport. That means showing up early for meetings, listening actively to union concerns, and proactively addressing labor needs in your project planning. It also means creating a sense of shared purpose. For example, including union reps in pre-bid planning or inviting them to walk job sites in advance demonstrates respect, collaboration, and a willingness to serve, a core principle of the book. Crafting a culture of excellence inside your team, Guidera emphasizes that exceptional service starts within. Your team must feel valued in order to deliver value. For contractors, that means building a workplace culture where employees, supervisors, and union tradespeople feel heard, respected, and empowered. Union jobs bring together diverse teams across companies and trades. When a contractor leads with hospitality, providing clear communication, recognizing good work, and resolving issues with empathy, it creates a ripple effect. Jobs go smoother, crews stay longer, agencies take notice, excellence becomes your brand. This also reflects Predictably Irrational's idea of social norms. When people feel they are treated as humans, not just employees, they perform better and stay more loyal. Surprising and delighting decision-makers. Government contracting isn't usually associated with creativity or delight, but that's exactly why it's powerful when it happens. Unreasonable hospitality teaches us that people remember how you made them feel, not just what you did. Contractors can harness this by surprising and delighting stakeholders with extra effort. This could be as simple as showing up to a post-award meeting with personalized thank you folders, or hosting a kickoff breakfast for union crews to show appreciation before work begins. It could mean following up a bid submission with a video testimonial from community partners or a union apprentice who benefited from your past projects. These touches aren't required, but they show heart, professionalism, and care, and they stick in people's minds. Conclusion. Stand out by caring more. In the world of government contracting, where bids are often judged by rigid scoring systems, it's easy to assume there's no room for human touch. But as Unreasonable Hospitality reveals, the most powerful way to stand out is to care more than anyone else. For contractors, this mindset is not only empowering, it's strategic. By embracing hospitality, not just in customer service, but in culture, communication, and commitment, firms can build trust, deliver excellence, and win contracts not just because they qualify, but because they connect. In a world of expectations, they exceed them, and that's how leaders are made. In the construction economy, providing unreasonable hospitality creates a reputational moat that prevents your firm from becoming a generic commodity. It turns a standard contract into a human-centered relationship, serving as a strategic differentiator that inspires confidence with union stakeholders and government agencies alike. But this level of extraordinary service is not a single grand gesture. It is the culmination of thousands of precise, minor adjustments over time. To defend this moat, you must treat your market presence as a battlefield where every interaction is a tactical move. Strategic Essay: The 33 Strategies of War and How MWBE Contractors Can Win in a Shifting Political Battlefield. Robert Greene's The 33 Strategies of War is less a manual for battlefield maneuvers than a primer on competitive clarity. How to view conflict as a landscape, choose your battles, organize resources, and move with deliberate psychological insight. Green breaks strategy into self-directed discipline, organizational strategy, offensive-defensive maneuvers, and unconventional tactics. For minority and women-owned business enterprise contractors operating today, those same lessons translate directly into survival and advantage, not by seeking political shelter, but by becoming more adaptable, credibility-driven, and strategically networked. Read the terrain first. Clarity beats wishful thinking. Green's core lesson is reconnaissance. Know the battlefield before engaging. For MWBEs, that means mapping the procurement ecosystem, understanding which agencies still value diversity metrics, and spotting where legal or executive shifts change the rules of engagement. Recent court rulings and policy reversals have altered how race and gender-based considerations are applied to contracting, making this recon essential. Practical step. Commit the first 30-60 days to an intelligence audit. Active solicitations, past award patterns, prime contractor pipelines, and litigation developments that affect certification value. Build a resilient organization, the force you can reliably deploy. Green emphasizes preparing the organization so it can execute under pressure. MWBE firms should institutionalize capabilities that matter to buyers: strong compliance documentation, demonstrated past performance, and scalable subcontracts. Where certification may be questioned or de-emphasized by policy, credibility becomes the decisive proxy for trust. Practical step. Create a government readiness kit, audited financial snapshot, performance matrix, insurance and safety docs that can be shared with buyers within 24-72 hours. Use offensive and defensive tactics. Diversify and partner. Green teaches the power of offense and defense. For MWBEs, the best defense is diversification. Do not rely on a single program or agency. On offense, form strategic alliances with non-MWBE primes and other MWBEs. Joint ventures turn small capacity into larger capability. Practical step. Identify 3 complementary firms and propose a pilot joint bid on a targeted RFP to demonstrate combined capacity. Exploit asymmetry. Find the unconventional avenues. Green values asymmetric tactics. Where you are weak, be clever. MWBEs can deploy asymmetric advantages: rapid decision cycles, niche technical expertise, and local knowledge that large incumbents lack. Show how your smaller size produces faster delivery and closer stakeholder engagement. Practical step. Rework your capability statement to foreground asymmetric advantages rather than only the label. Control perceptions. The psychology of procurement. Green repeatedly emphasizes perception as a battlefield. Procurement officers are human. They trust track records and risk mitigation. MWBEs should invest in polished, data-driven materials. If public policy removes presumptions of disadvantage, contractors must compensate with unquestionable proof of value and reliability. Practical step. Collect 3 measurable case studies and incorporate them into all proposals. Final posture. A strategy of continuous adaptation. The path to effectiveness under shifting political influence is straightforward and hard. Get smarter about the landscape, institutionalize credibility, diversify revenue, form pragmatic partnerships, and communicate measurable value relentlessly. In the uncertain terrain of modern procurement, the firms that win will be those that think like strategists. They prepare, act where advantage exists, and convert political change into operational clarity. That is how mission-driven contractors transform disruption into advantage. This strategic cycle of reconnaissance and organizational hardening brings us to the core principles of Richard Dawkins' The Blind Watchmaker. Just as evolution succeeds through incremental adaptation, a construction firm thrives by compounding its service and operational improvements. The 33 Strategies of War provides the tactical maneuvers, but the blind watchmaker mindset provides the iterative machine that evolves those moves into long-term market dominance. The Blind Watchmaker. Reading Richard Dawkins' The Blind Watchmaker really opened my eyes to how complex systems and successful businesses can emerge from small, consistent changes over time. The concept is simple but powerful. Evolution works because of incremental improvements, adaptation, and resilience. Construction companies face a similarly competitive and complex environment with government contracts and union labor. Success doesn't come overnight. It comes from a series of deliberate, thoughtful steps that compound over time. Leveraging the principles of The Blind Watchmaker, a guide for contractors bidding for government jobs. In The Blind Watchmaker, Richard Dawkins challenges traditional notions of design and purpose by introducing the concept of blind, undirected processes in the evolution of life. Using the metaphor of a watchmaker, Dawkins illustrates how complex systems and intricate designs can emerge from random, gradual changes without a conscious designer behind them. The book emphasizes the power of natural selection and the idea that small, iterative changes over time lead to the emergence of complex, highly functional systems. This approach, rooted in evolution, can be a powerful metaphor for how contractors can strategically bridge the gap between government specifications and union operational standards. For contractors bidding on government jobs, The Blind Watchmaker offers valuable insights into how they can leverage incremental, adaptive strategies to gradually build success, optimize operations, and overcome obstacles in their path. By applying the book's key themes of gradual adaptation, iterative improvements, and the importance of resilience, contractors can create a sustainable business model capable of thriving in the competitive world of government contracts and unionized environments. Dawkins' concept of gradual adaptation and evolution plays a significant role in how complex systems evolve. In the context of contractors bidding for government jobs, this means recognizing that success rarely happens overnight. Instead, it comes through gradual, sustained improvement. Government contracts are highly competitive, especially for small businesses that may be new to the industry or dealing with unionized labor forces. By focusing on incremental improvements over time, contractors can adapt to the specific needs of government agencies, build relationships with unions, and improve their bidding strategies. For example, contractors might start by securing smaller government contracts to gain experience and refine their processes. As they complete projects successfully and demonstrate their reliability, they can gradually scale up to larger, more complex government projects. Just as Dawkins describes how species evolve by making small, beneficial changes that increase their fitness, contractors can make incremental improvements in their operations, communication, and project management skills to become more competitive in the bidding process. 2. Iterative improvements, enhancing bidding strategies and processes. A central theme in Dawkins' work is that complexity can arise from simple, often random processes. In government contracting, contractors might initially see the bureaucratic processes and union labor requirements as complex and overwhelming. However, by breaking down these complex systems into simpler components and tackling them step by step, contractors can manage even the most complicated projects with greater efficiency. For example, rather than becoming overwhelmed by the paperwork and regulations of a government project, contractors can develop a systematic approach to handling documentation, compliance, and communication with government agencies and union representatives. This approach, much like Dawkins' evolutionary model, allows contractors to simplify the complex systems around them, creating more effective and streamlined processes. By treating each part of the project as an opportunity for improvement and adaptation, contractors can steadily reduce the complexity of their operations over time. 1. Natural selection in business, identifying and leveraging core competencies. In The Blind Watchmaker, natural selection plays a crucial role in shaping the characteristics of successful organisms. Similarly, contractors must identify and leverage their core competencies in a highly competitive environment. These core competencies could include specialized expertise, innovative construction techniques, or the ability to build strong relationships with government agencies and unions. By focusing on their strengths and refining their competitive edge, contractors can position themselves to stand out in the bidding process. Whether it's through a reputation for high-quality work, exceptional project management, or effective collaboration with union labor, contractors who know how to leverage their core competencies are more likely to win government contracts and build long-term success. Just as natural selection favors the traits that best serve an organism's survival, MWBE contractors should focus on cultivating the skills and relationships that best position them for success in government contracting. Conclusion. The Blind Watchmaker by Richard Dawkins provides powerful insights into the process of gradual adaptation and improvement, which can be applied to the world of government contracting for construction business owners. By taking an iterative approach to refining their bidding strategies, building resilience in the face of challenges, and simplifying complex systems, contractors can improve their chances of success in bidding for government jobs and working with union labor. The key is to view government contracting as a dynamic process of adaptation, where incremental improvements, a focus on core competencies, and resilience in the face of obstacles will lead to long-term growth and success. Through a careful and strategic application of Dawkins' principles, contractors can evolve their business practices to thrive in the competitive and the governance framework for public works contracts. The Money Code. We just finished the deep dive into the Blind Watchmaker. You now understand that success in the world, especially fighting through bureaucracy and union politics, isn't a lottery win. It's a process of blind, iterative evolution. We proved that small, continuous, adaptive changes are the only way to build a highly functional, resilient organism that can survive in this ecosystem. But let me be clear. Adaptation for survival is not the same as design for wealth. A strong, resilient business is only capable of making money. It doesn't guarantee you keep it. The evolutionary process we mastered ensures you are fit to compete. But now we must stop merely adapting and start designing your financial outcome. We are now moving into the Money Code. This book is the blueprint for converting every operational gain, every cost control, and every successfully executed contract into a specific, guaranteed financial result. It's the framework that transforms your resilient, evolved business model into a machine that prints money. We stop being reactive organisms and become the architects of our own financial destiny. Winning with wisdom. What construction firms can learn from the Money Code? The Money Code by Joe John Duran is a short but powerful book that dives into how our relationship with money affects our decisions, stress levels, and long-term success. While it's written for individuals trying to understand their financial behavior, its core ideas are just as valuable for businesses, especially construction companies. These businesses often face unique obstacles like tight cash flow, delayed government payments, and the complexity of union labor. By applying the principles of the Money Code, construction firms can build healthier financial habits, avoid common pitfalls, and position themselves for long-term stability and success. Understanding the real enemy, fear and emotion around money. Duran explains that most people make bad financial decisions because of fear, stress, or a deep misunderstanding of what money really means to them. Construction companies, especially smaller ones, can fall into the same trap, accepting underpriced contracts, overhiring union labor, or taking on risky debt just to survive. Instead of reacting emotionally, the Money Code urges us to identify our money mind, whether we're a spender, saver, or protector, and make intentional decisions. In the construction world, this means recognizing the why behind every financial choice. Are you bidding low on a government contract because you're afraid of losing work? Are you hiring too quickly out of panic, not planning for union labor overhead? By understanding the emotional drivers, firms can start making smart, proactive moves instead of reactive ones. Plan like a saver. Operate like a strategist. One of the core lessons of the book is about balance, balancing risk, safety, and growth. For companies, this could mean maintaining a cash buffer instead of spending every dollar to expand too fast. It also means having a solid understanding of your financial pipeline, especially when working on government projects where payment delays can stretch for months. Without strong budgeting and forecasting, even profitable firms can go bankrupt simply because they run out of cash. Duran encourages using systems and structure to remove emotion from decision-making. Firms can apply this by investing in proper bookkeeping, cash flow projections, and labor cost tracking, especially with union jobs that come with higher wage and benefit obligations. When you know your numbers, you don't have to fear them. Build trust and relationships, not just transactions. Another valuable insight from the Money Code is that success with money and in business is deeply tied to trust. Construction firms can apply this lesson by focusing on building long-term relationships with government agencies, union representatives, and general contractors. Instead of jumping from one quick-win project to another, build a reputation for reliability, clear communication, and quality work. Trust brings repeat business, and with government work, that's the key to sustainability. But also, not tying the business identity to one political figure or waiting for politicians to fix the system. Awareness without dependency is power. 5. Resilient confidence, a required trait. Hypomanic leadership includes a strong belief in future success, essential for contractors who often face project rejections, funding delays, or political disruptions. A resilient leader interprets setbacks as 1. Data and redirection. 2. Fuel for momentum. 3. A signal to evolve. This mindset keeps the firm moving even when politics creates turbulence. 6. Building high-energy, high-output teams. A hypomanic leader energizes their organization. Inside 809 Solutions LLC, this looks like fast decision-making and quick pivots, weekly execution-focused goals and high communication, empowered staff and a momentum-driven culture with no bureaucracy. In a shifting political climate, the enterprise with internal velocity outpaces competitors who are waiting for clarity. Conclusion: the future belongs to firms with hypomanic drive. Political changes will continue, but the contractors who succeed will be the ones who embrace high energy, fast adaptation, creative problem-solving, unshakable confidence, and relentless execution. Hypomanic leadership is not chaos. It is momentum with direction. It is the ability to turn political uncertainty into opportunity. This is how you generate the kind of momentum that only true champions possess. This relentless drive is the engine that allows you to crush the competition, leading directly to the uncompromising mindset required for winning by Tim Grover. In his powerful and unapologetic book Winning, Tim S. Grover, trainer to elite athletes like Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, explores the raw, relentless mindset it takes to rise to the top and stay there. While the book is grounded in sports and high-performance psychology, its insights are equally valuable in business, especially for construction companies navigating the demanding world of government contracts and union labor. Grover's message is clear. Winning is not for the comfortable or the cautious. It's for those willing to outwork, outthink, and outlast everyone else. The winning mindset, relentless commitment. Grover emphasizes that winners don't just show up, they command by preparing harder, pushing limits, and refusing to accept average. For construction firms, this mindset is essential. Government contracts often come with intense scrutiny, red tape, and fierce competition. These firms must approach each bid and job with the same hunger Grover describes. Instead of relying solely on status to secure work, they must build reputations for execution, precision, and reliability. Winning companies in Grover's world are not satisfied with getting through the job. They want to master it and set a new standard. Discipline and adaptability. Surviving union and bureaucratic challenges. Contractors working with union labor face complex challenges. High labor costs, strict regulations, and workforce dynamics that may not always align with the contractor's financial structure. Grover argues that winners don't complain about challenges, they prepare for them. Successful firms can apply this principle by building systems to manage compliance, scheduling, and workforce relations in advance. That might include hiring experienced union navigators, creating strong HR structures, or investing in project managers who understand how to work with both union reps and public agencies. In Winning, Grover talks about how high performers are not thrown off by chaos, they thrive in it. The same applies in construction. Delays, disputes, and change orders are inevitable in government work. The key is to anticipate problems and train your team to respond with solutions, not excuses. Ruthless accountability: how to prevent failure. Many small firms struggle not because they lack talent, but because they lack structure, consistency, and accountability, traits Grover insists are absolute for winners. To prevent going out of business, these companies must manage finances ruthlessly, ensure every project is profitable, and avoid the common trap of underbidding just to win contracts. Grover warns against sacrificing standards for short-term gains. A job that drains your resources or damages your reputation is not a win, it's a setback. Moreover, Grover's insistence on knowing who you are is vital for firms. These companies must build a brand not around their status, but their value. What do you do better than your competitors? Why should a government agency or general contractor choose you beyond the diversity requirement? Firms that answer those questions clearly and back them up in the field are the ones that endure. Conclusion: turning survival into dominance. Tim Grover's Winning teaches us how to push harder, think sharper, and operate at a level most companies never reach. His philosophy is about absolute commitment, discipline, and domination. But here's the truth Grover doesn't sugarcoat. The biggest enemy of winning isn't the competition, it's you. And this is exactly where the psychology of stupidity becomes the next essential chapter. Because once you understand what it takes to win at an elite level, the next question is, so why do smart companies still lose? Why do capable contractors sabotage themselves? Grover teaches the mindset of winners. Marmion teaches the traps that prevent you from ever becoming one. Winning demands clarity, discipline, and accountability. Stupidity thrives on the opposite: overconfidence, assumptions, groupthink, poor communication, ego, and emotional decision-making. The Psychology of Stupidity, edited by Jean-François Marmion, explores why intelligent people make irrational decisions, ignore facts, and fall into destructive habits. It blends humor, science, and psychology to examine the biases and behaviors that often sabotage success. For people in the construction industry, especially those working within the complex systems of government contracts and union labor, understanding this book can be a powerful survival tool. Recognizing and avoiding stupid mistakes can mean the difference between thriving and going out of business. One of the book's central lessons is that overconfidence leads to costly errors. Many people, especially when under pressure, believe they know more than they actually do. In construction, this might look like underestimating project timelines, overpromising during a bid, or skipping due diligence when signing contracts. Firms often face extra scrutiny and limited margins for error. By understanding the psychology behind overconfidence, these companies can train their teams to ask more questions, double-check facts, and seek expert advice before making critical decisions. Humility and curiosity, rather than pride and assumption, can prevent costly setbacks. The book also explores groupthink and blind loyalty to bad ideas, both common in bureaucratic and union environments. Sometimes decisions are made because that's how it's always been done, even when it doesn't make sense anymore. Construction leaders must learn to think independently and not be afraid to challenge outdated practices, whether it's pushing for a more efficient project plan or requesting fairer terms in union negotiations. Understanding this pattern helps them avoid blindly following others into failure and instead lead with critical thinking and creative problem solving. Another key insight is how fear of looking stupid stops people from speaking up. This fear can paralyze owners or staff, especially when dealing with powerful union reps or government agencies. They may stay silent during contract discussions, avoid asking clarifying questions, or agree to terms they don't fully understand, just to avoid embarrassment. The psychology of stupidity teaches that asking questions and admitting you don't know something is not weakness, it's wisdom. Firms that build a culture where it's safe to speak up will avoid hidden mistakes and make better-informed decisions. In conclusion, the psychology of stupidity offers a surprisingly practical guide for construction companies. By recognizing the mental traps of overconfidence, groupthink, and fear of judgment, these firms can avoid unnecessary mistakes that lead to delays, lawsuits, or financial loss. In high-stakes environments like government contracting and union labor, success isn't just about working hard, it's about thinking smart. And sometimes the smartest thing a company can do is learn how not to act stupid. Case study: the high-stakes fishbowl. When you work for a client like Gramercy Group USA in a neighborhood like Hudson Square, you aren't just a contractor, you are performing on a stage. The entire industry is watching. Project Overview 1. Project: Erection of Non-Stop Scaffold System. 2. Location: 7 Hudson Square, New York City. 3. Contractor: Erector Masters 4. Amin Soriano, Scaffold Project Management Skills. The challenge: no room for error. Building in New York City is always hard, but this project was a logistical vice grip. 1. The constraint: we were working in a dense urban environment with zero laydown space. 2. The stakes: high pedestrian traffic meant safety wasn't just a priority, it was a public relations necessity. One drop tool could shut down the job. 3. The timeline: the schedule was aggressive. We utilized a non-stop scaffold system to allow continuous vertical access, but installing it required surgical precision. Strategies: weaponizing compliance. We neutralized these risks by treating safety and planning as intelligence gathering and preventative skirmishes, not paperwork. 1. Job hazard analysis: the daily intel brief. We didn't identify potential hazards. We ran predictive risk modeling on every phase of the scaffold system. For every bolt and every lift, we engineered specific countermeasures to eliminate the possibility of failure. The JHA was our first line of defense, the document that proves we thought 10 steps ahead of the accident. 2. Toolbox talks: the vigilance drill. These were not casual meetings about hard hats. They were mandatory, short-burst vigilance drills to reinforce specialized scaffold assembly techniques and emergency protocols. We used them to maintain a high-alert mindset and ensure no worker defaulted to complacency. 3. The EMR scorecard. Maintaining a low experience modification rate is not a cost-saving measure, it's a financial weapon. By enforcing continuous training and aggressive incident reporting, we rigged the scorecard in our favor, controlling our liability and maintaining a competitive edge that smaller, riskier firms cannot match. Union synchronization: the decisive advantage. The success of the complex, non-stop scaffold system installation for the demolition of a building to clear the space for the new construction of the Disney New York headquarters was not due to simple collaboration. It was due to the precision synchronization of highly specialized labor, which is accessible through Erector Masters. Project management as weaponized expertise. Amin Soriano's project management systems didn't just utilize specialized skill, it weaponized it. The project management discipline dictated a workflow that converted high-level trade expertise into unparalleled operational velocity and absolute reliability. This wasn't execution by raw manpower. It was precision engineering that ensured every hour of specialized labor generated maximum, quantifiable efficiency and profit margin. Eliminating downtime. The non-stop system relies on seamless, uninterrupted access. The union teams delivered a workflow so efficient it minimized downtime to a fraction of what non-union sites tolerate, guaranteeing the timeline. Safety as a baseline. Union workers adhere to a higher, more rigorous safety culture. This commitment was the armor that protected our crew and GRAMARC Group's EMR score from the high-risk environment. Conclusion. The successful deployment of the nonstop scaffold at Disney headquarters was the ultimate proof of concept. It proved that Amin Suriano's project management system, which treated labor as weaponized expertise, was the decisive strategic advantage. The system was founded on precision engineering, a method that converted high-level trade expertise into unparalleled operational velocity and absolute reliability. This was not a collaborative effort. It was project management as a strategic operation that allowed erector masters to conquer a complex, high-stakes urban environment and meet an unyielding deadline through sheer systems-driven speed. This project is the blueprint for how organized labor, backed by ruthless operational discipline, creates a category of one in the public sector market. The successful deployment of the scaffold at Disney headquarters was the ultimate proof of concept. It proved that discipline, union synchronization, and ruthless planning neutralize urban risk. It proved we are the best operators in the city. But here is the bitter truth. Perfect execution doesn't solve your mental friction. You can build the most beautiful, complex scaffold system in Manhattan, but if the man running the company still fights self-doubt, still accepts excuses, or still tolerates the whispers of fear, the entire empire is a time bomb. Your systems are only as strong as the mind that commands them. You have mastered the external game. Now it's time to master the inner game and clear out the final poison. We move from operational systems to brutal psychological housekeeping. It's time to look at the only necessary instruction for sustainable dominance. Unfuck yourself. Unfuck yourself key themes. Getting out of your head and into execution. When Gary John Bishop wrote Unfuck Yourself, he wasn't offering another feel-good pep talk. He delivered a blunt, action-first manual about how to stop sabotaging your own outcomes. The book's backbone is simple. Take responsibility for your inner narrative, cut the excuses, and move deliberately from thinking to doing. Those lessons aren't just personal. They are business doctrine. I read Bishop's call to action as an operational strategy for MWBE contractors navigating a marketplace reshaped by political change. 1. The central lesson, mindset drives strategy. The Bishop teaches that language and belief shape behavior. In contracting, the equivalent is how a company talks about risk, capacity, and opportunity. If we tell ourselves we can't compete on big jobs, we won't build the systems to ever win them. Flip that script. Treat every bid, partner meeting, and certification as a trainable skill. That mental pivot is the first operational advantage a contractor can seize. 2. Read the political changes and stop being surprised. Over the last couple of years, governments and agencies have changed procurement priorities and the rules that steer who wins public work. At the federal level, there have been directives and policy shifts affecting how DEI and small business participation are weighed in procurement decisions, shifts that can remove or reduce explicit diversity considerations in some procurements. At the same time, federal small business contracting dollars remain large, and new tools and initiatives aim to connect small firms to opportunities. Programs at state and city levels are also being revised, extended, or litigated in different jurisdictions. In short, the rules of the playground are moving fast. 3. Translate Unfuck Yourself into an MWBE playbook. Bishop's practical discipline maps neatly to hard steps contractors must take. Own the situation. Stop framing political change as someone else's problem. Audit how those changes affect your pipelines, certification dependents, and contract vehicles. Then own a mitigation plan. Rewrite your self-talk into a bid pipeline. Replace "we can't handle prime contracting" with "we will win one prime job this year by building a two-partner JV and hiring a compliance manager." Break big goals into immediate, measurable tasks. Act before perfection. Train teams, submit proposals, pilot service lines on smaller municipal or private contracts. Bishop's insistence on imperfect action is how you build capability under changing rules. 4. Concrete tactics for contractors. 1. Diversify revenue sources. Relying exclusively on certification-based preferences is risky when political winds shift. Pursue municipal, state work, private developers, maintenance contracts, and private sector facility managers alongside federal work. 2. Lean into capability and compliance, not just status. Strengthen past performance narratives, provide audited financials, and maintain robust safety quality systems. When preference points are reduced, capability sells contracts. 3. Use new federal, state, small business platforms and tools. Sign up for and optimize profiles on MySBA certifications, GovCon Match, state portals, and local MWBE directories. Proactive visibility cuts through political noise. Small business administration. 4. Form strategic joint ventures and mentor-protege arrangements. Partner with established primes to gain past performance credit and share overhead. Joint ventures are a short path to larger scopes without over-leveraging your company. 5. Bid smarter, unbundle, and target. Political pressure and litigation can reduce large set-asides. Legislative guidance also encourages avoiding unnecessary contract bundling. Focus on packages sized to win for firms and lobby for projects to be bid in smaller, discrete work packages. New York State Senate 6. Advocacy plus relationships. Maintain an active voice in procurement discussions. If city-state rules are being rewritten, MWBEs must be at the table, not only to defend programs, but to shape resilient alternatives that survive political turnover. Recent local changes show how quickly program details can be adjusted. 1. Operational investments we'd prioritize at Erector Masters. Compliance Officer, Contract Administrator. Ensure every contract has a compliance playbook. This lowers de-risking objections from primes and owners. Capability Marketing. Convert smaller wins into persuasive, measurable storyboards for future proposals. Financial resilience. Build a line of credit and cash flow model that supports retainage, slow pay, and staged mobilizations so political blips don't choke operations. Tech and data. Use pipeline CRMs and bid tracking so opportunities aren't missed when programs shift. 1. Leadership posture. The Bishop prescription. Bishop's bluntness demands that leaders stop rationalizing and start doing. My pledge would be twofold. Enforce relentless accountability, weekly milestones on bids, certifications, and partnerships. Cultivate a culture that reframes setbacks as discovery, not defeat. When public policy changes, the firm's center must be its capacity to act, not its dependence on a policy preference that might evaporate overnight. Tactical checklist. Update all registrations and verify NAICS codes. Run a 3-month cash flow stress test and secure a credit line. Identify 3 prime contractors for JV pilots and offer a clear value package. Create 2 tight case studies showing measurable outcomes for previous projects. Assign a staffer to monitor procurement policy announcements and local council agendas in target jurisdictions. 1. Final thought. Resilience over dependency. Unfuck yourself is blunt about accountability. Excuses don't create outcomes. For contractors, political changes are a test of organizational maturity. Firms that survive and thrive will be those that treat policy as one variable in a crowded landscape and prioritize capability, diversification, and rapid action over reliance on preferential access alone. At 809 Solutions LLC, that means hiring for capability, cultivating partners, strengthening finance, and committing to a culture that acts, not waits. We used unfuck yourself to destroy the internal resistance that made us sloppy, undisciplined, and financially vulnerable. We achieved radical self-accountability. We are now masters of our own minds and our own systems. But the moment you leave your own head and talk to another human being, a client, a PM, a union rep, you realize they are not wired like you. The same directness that you use to fix yourself can cause conflict when applied to someone with a different personality. You can't just tell a detail-oriented client to get out of your head or tell a volatile PM to get off their ass. We have to move from mastering our own internal world to mastering our external communication. We need a framework to quickly categorize people, understand their motivations, and communicate in the language they can actually hear. Why surrounded by idiots matters in construction and contracting. Construction is communication-driven. Project managers talk to inspectors. Estimators talk to procurement officers, talk to elected officials and agency leadership. Subcontractors talk to primes. When political changes shift procurement rules, including how participation is evaluated, how DEI language appears in RFPs, and how agencies justify award decisions, your ability to communicate across personality types becomes a competitive advantage. Firms don't just compete on capability. They compete on clarity, influence, and trust. 1. The 4 colors and how they appear in the construction MWBE world. Red, direct, results-driven. Found in inspectors, superintendents, agency directors, aggressive primes. They want results, speed, confidence. How to engage red personalities. Speak directly. Will deliver by the 15th. Don't waste time with unnecessary details. Present solutions, not problems. Yellow, visionary, talkative, relational. Found in community leaders, outreach specialists, networking events, program reps. They want enthusiasm, big picture alignment, partnership energy. How to engage yellow personalities. Lead with possibilities and collaboration. Present how your business impact aligns with their social or policy goals. Keep the interaction warm, positive, and engaging. Green, calm, supportive, stability-focused. Found in office administrators, contract compliance staff, permitting offices. They want predictability, patience, harmony. How to engage green personalities. Avoid aggressive negotiations. Give clear timelines and stick to them. Blue, analytical, detail-heavy, compliance-oriented. Found in procurement officers, auditors, estimators, federal reviewers. They want facts, documentation, accuracy. How to engage blue personalities? Provide clean, complete paperwork. Show exact numbers, dates, and specs. Avoid exaggeration. They will fact-check everything. 1. Applying the book to contractors during political shifts. Recent political shifts have changed how agencies talk about DEI, MWBE programs, small business participation, and outreach requirements. Some jurisdictions have reduced language tied specifically to race-based preferences. Others have strengthened small business initiatives. In short, the landscape is inconsistent and rapidly evolving. Here's where surrounded by idiots becomes tactical. A. Know what color the political environment is operating in. Compliance offices operate like greens. They need calm, correct, and steady documentation. The winning contractor adapts, not complains. B. Build proposals that speak to all colors at once. Your bid should include blue, exact specs, clean estimating sheets, safety metrics, financials. Red, a strong execution plan with clear outcomes and milestones. Green, documented processes, clear communication plans, org charts. Yellow, community impact, value, collaborative language. A proposal that only speaks red or blue loses points in modern procurement. 1. How 809 Solutions LLC can use the book to become more effective. 2. Build a color-driven leadership team. A red to drive operations. A blue to control estimating, quality, and compliance. A green to manage office support and client relationships. A yellow to lead business development and networking. Most firms underperform because all leadership is one color, usually red or yellow. 1. Improve communication with primes and agencies. Primes complain about inconsistent communication from small contractors. With the color system, send information to blues early and with documentation. Use concise updates for reds. Maintain rapport with yellows, even between bids. Provide calm, predictable updates for greens. This reduces conflict, increases trust, and improves your subcontracting pipeline. 1. Navigate political changes without losing leverage. Political shifts change rules, but human behavior stays constant. 1. Strategic actions for contractors based on the book A. Conduct a color audit of your team. Identify each employee's style and reposition them where they naturally excel. B. Map colors of your clients and primes. This influences how you negotiate, coordinate, or escalate issues. C. Train staff in color-based communication. You reduce bid errors, field disputes, and schedule delays instantly. D. Use color strategy in political advocacy. Yellows. Emphasize opportunity and empowerment. Surrounded by Idiots teaches one timeless truth. You can't control people, only your approach to them. I would use this book to build a communication-driven competitive edge, one that allows contractors not just to survive political changes, but to outperform competitors who can't adapt. In a world where rules keep changing, communication becomes the strategy. How money works, key themes, opportunity zones, and sophisticated capital management. We have completed the essential cycle of external mastery. Surrounded by Idiots taught us to conquer the communication battlefield, categorizing people and tailoring our message for maximum impact. We now have the strategic advantage in every meeting room and on every job site. But this external leverage is only useful if our foundation is sound. We learned this the hard way. You can negotiate the perfect deal and be ruined by poor cash flow, inadequate profit margins, and a lack of financial foresight. Flawless external communication is meaningless if your internal financial house is built on sand. We must now move from understanding the psychology of people to understanding the psychology of money. We must view our business's financial structure not as a set of simple accounts, but as a robust, resilient machine. Your knowledge of scaffolding and concrete must be matched by your knowledge of capital and compounding. It's time to stop guessing and start building financial architecture, a defense system against inflation and economic shifts. This is where we turn to the definitive guide on financial literacy, How Money Works. When I read How Money Works, what hit me most was how simple rules, budgeting, cash flow, risk management, and understanding how capital moves translate into power for small businesses. The book strips away jargon and shows that money is not mystical. It's a set of systems you can learn, measure, and influence. That's the mindset 809 Solutions needs. Treat finance as a tool, not a guessing game. DK translating that thinking into action for contractors means two things. Get the fundamentals right, and then use the policy environment strategically. The recent political landscape, from federal rule updates around WOSB set-asides, to aggressive state procurement goals and program changes, creates both opportunities and obligations. MWBEs that are prepared will capture more of that opportunity. Core financial lessons contractors must own. 1. Cash flow is king. The book emphasizes that profitability means little if you can't pay payroll or buy materials. Create rolling 90-day cash flow forecasts. Build a reserve for 30-60 days of operating expenses. And use short-term financing only when it improves margin or unlocks growth. DK2. Know your unit economics. Break projects into per-unit margins, not just overall project numbers. If a subcontracted trade is bleeding margin, renegotiate scope, change procurement, or drop that trade. This is how you scale profitably. DK3. Speak the language of buyers. Learn to read and present simple P&Ls, balance sheets, and cash flow statements. When a public agency or prime contractor asks for financials, they need quick clarity, not a blurred accounting picture. How money works shows the power of clear visuals. Adopt the same clarity in your proposals. DK. How recent political shifts change the playing field and how MWBEs should respond. Several concrete policy changes and political developments matter right now. States like New York have pushed record spending goals, raised discretionary purchasing thresholds, and moved to streamline certification, all intended to increase MWBE participation in public contracting. These shifts create more prime and direct award opportunities for certified MWBEs. At the federal level, the SBA and procurement policy updates mean more reserved opportunities and clearer rules for WOSB, DOSB eligibility if you are certified and positioned to capture them. Federal Register. Political debates over DEI and executive actions at the federal level can produce uncertainty, sometimes tightening requirements or pushing new compliance checks for contractors. That uncertainty rewards firms that are compliant, transparent, and adaptable. Operational Playbook. Practical moves for 809 solutions. 1. Get certified and keep certification current. Certs unlock set-asides and direct awards. Track state, city, and federal portals closely and plan applications and renewals on a calendar. Federal Register. 2. Build a capture pipeline tied to policy windows. If a state raises discretionary limits, there will be a wave of solicitations and direct purchasing opportunities. Be ready with capability statements, price templates, and pre-qualified subcontractors. 3. Partner with primes and other minority businesses. Use joint ventures, teaming agreements, and subcontracting to enter larger projects. Many primes are required to meet minority business utilization goals. Make it easy for them to choose you by offering excellent performance history, bondability, and competitive rates. 4. Upgrade your financial presentation. Use the visual-first approach from How Money Works, dashboards, one-page project economics, and a simple 12-month cash flow graphic. When procurement officers see you manage money like a mature firm, you move from risky small vendor to trusted partner. 5. Invest in compliance and documentation. Recent political back and forth around procurement rules increases audits and documentation requests. Keep contract files, payroll, DBE, MWBE usage, evidence, and subcontractor certifications tidy so you can respond quickly and pass audits. 6. Lobby locally, engage in coalitions. Minority enterprise success is partly political. Join local trade groups and MWBE coalitions to help shape implementation details of new rules. The faster policy is refined, the faster you can capture its benefits. Culture and long-term finance posture, How Money Works, reminds us that financial literacy is not a one-day task, it's an organizational habit. Build that habit. Train project managers on margin metrics. Tie part of leadership compensation to cash flow and on-time delivery. And keep a disciplined capital plan that prioritizes working capital over flashy expansion. When politics shifts again, a disciplined financial core lets you move fast and sustainably. DK Closing, an owner's mindset, I'd say this plainly. Policy tailwinds can open doors, but only firms with the fundamentals will walk through them. Learn how money flows, make your numbers transparent, get certified, and design your operations to exploit the procurement windows that political changes create. Treat every rule change as a sourcing and capture signal, then execute with financial rigor. Do that, and MWBE contractors won't just survive political shifts, they'll use them to grow. Here's my adaptation of Only the Rich Can Play, based on my personal experience in the construction industry. We have completed the foundational education of our company's financial architecture. How Money Works dismantled the myths of inflation and compounding, teaching us that our business must be run as a resilient financial engine. We secured our back office and established discipline. But if your only goal is to reinvest profits back into more scaffold frames and trucks, you are committing a cardinal sin of capital management. You are working for your money instead of making your money work for you. To truly build generational wealth and secure your family's future outside the volatility of the construction market, you need access to the sophisticated tax strategies, asset classes, and complex financial instruments that the high net worth players use. It is time to move beyond balance sheets and into true wealth strategy. This is the moment to learn the ultimate financial truth. Only the rich can play power, policy, and MWBE strategy, lessons from Only the Rich Can Play. I recently read Only the Rich Can Play by David Wessel and found its exploration of political economy deeply instructive, not just as a cautionary tale, but as a playbook for how MWBE contractors can navigate, adapt to, and even leverage the system. Understanding the system through Wessel's lens. Wessel's book tells a powerful, unsettling story. An idea intended to help depressed communities, opportunity zones, was born at a high-level dinner in Washington, championed by a Silicon Valley billionaire and inserted into the 2017 tax law. The result wasn't always what was promised. The core of the book revolves around how political influence, lobbying, and policy design can tilt systems in favor of the wealthy. What was pitched as a place-based policy to revitalize blighted areas ended up benefiting many investments that had little to do with genuine community development. Think luxury real estate, self-storage, high-end developments. Moreover, the book underscores a painful political truth. Place-based policies, even when well-intentioned, are extremely vulnerable in a system where influence, money, and lobbying shape the architecture of change. What this means for MWBE contractors. For MWBE contractors like 809 Solutions, Wessel's narrative is not only a warning, it's a call to action. Here are how the lessons translate into real strategy. 1. Know the policy landscape. Don't be naive. Understanding how opportunity zones work is critical. Many public agencies and community development initiatives still lean on OZs or related incentives. As MWBE contractors, we must be savvy about where funds are flowing, who is behind them, and where the real opportunity lies. We should engage in policy discussions, attend public hearings, and be aware of how economic development programs are designed, not just as beneficiaries, but as stakeholders who can influence better outcomes. 2. Build strong relationships with developers and investors. Sometimes the richest players in OZ projects are private equity firms or developers. Rather than seeing them as adversaries, MWBE firms can partner. We bring local knowledge, community credibility, and often a mission-driven approach. By positioning 809 Solutions as a reliable, mission-aligned contractor, we can become preferred partners in projects that aspire to real social impact, not just tax-driven development. 3. Leverage certification and positioning. As an MWBE, we have a differentiated identity. Not just a builder, but a business deeply rooted in community uplift. We can use that to bid for projects tied to economic development, affordable housing, or community infrastructure. We should highlight our MWBE status in proposals, but also show financial sophistication. We can present not just our capacity to build, but our capacity to deliver social value and comply with tax-incentivized deals. 4. Advocate for accountability and transparency. Wessel's book reveals how lack of oversight allowed capital to flow into places that didn't need it or serve the intended population. MWBE firms should push for stronger community benefit agreements, proper reporting, and genuine accountability in incentive-driven projects. By participating in local business coalitions, economic development groups, and public-private forums, we can advocate for transparency, ensuring incentive programs remain grounded in community needs, not just tax arbitrage. 5. Strengthen financial and risk management capacity. Opportunity zone-driven developments can be lucrative but also complex and risky. As a contractor, 809 Solutions must build robust financial modeling, project risk analysis, and capacity to absorb cyclical or delayed payouts. We should invest in accountants and financial advisors who deeply understand real estate incentives, tax-advantaged capital, and the regulatory structures around OZs or similar programs. 6. Educate our team and community. Part of our mission as an MWBE should be to educate our clients, subcontractors, and community about the realities behind economic revitalization policies. Not all development is equal. Understanding who profits and how helps avoid exploitation or tokenism. We can host or sponsor workshops, partner with local nonprofits, or serve on advisory boards, bringing our insight from Wessel's lessons to inform more equitable development. The strategic advantage of MWBE in this political moment. Given recent political dynamics, the growing scrutiny of wealth inequality, renewed interest in economic justice, and pressure to make development more inclusive, MWBEs have a unique opportunity. Policies like OZs, when properly leveraged, can be tools not just for profit, but for community transformation. But only if MWBE firms are strategic, educated, and proactive. I see erector masters stepping into this moment not as a passive beneficiary, but as an active shaper. We have the agility, the moral imperative, and the community connections to drive better projects. By aligning our business model with high-integrity economic development, we can compete on value, not just price, and help guide capital where it matters. Conclusion. Only the rich can play is more than a critique of tax policy. It's a reminder that policy is power, and power shapes who wins. For MWBE contractors, the book's lessons are both warnings and blueprints. If 809 Solutions plays it intelligently, leveraging our certification, relationships, financial discipline, and voice, we don't just survive this landscape, we help redefine it. You've executed the blueprint of only the rich can play and successfully moved your capital into sophisticated assets. You've won the long game and built the vault against the financial volatility of construction. But financial security is the ultimate softening agent. This success creates the most lethal vulnerability, the arrogance of the exception. Ego is the internal enemy that whispers that the rules no longer apply to you. It convinces the powerful contractor that victory was the result of his genius, not his discipline, making him rigid and reckless on the next bid. This hubris leads to sudden, catastrophic mistakes. To safeguard the wealth and continue building, you must actively terminate the complacency that success implants. You must retain the cold, sharp hunger of the beginner. The final boss is not on the job site, it's the man in the mirror. This necessary, constant self-assessment brings us to the ultimate weapon for endurance. Ryan Holiday's Ego is the Enemy. Ego is the Enemy, a CEO's blueprint for MWB growth in a changing political climate by Erector Masters. When I read Ego is the Enemy by Ryan Holiday, one lesson hit me harder than any business book I've picked up in years. Ego is the silent killer of progress. For entrepreneurs, especially those of us in construction, government contracting, and MWB work, ego doesn't just create blind spots. It can derail opportunities, relationships, and long-term success. Operating in a competitive, politically sensitive, and rapidly evolving environment, I've learned that humility, discipline, and strategic awareness are now more valuable than raw ambition. Holiday's message is simple. The world rewards the prepared, not the arrogant. And right now, with political priorities shifting and procurement rules evolving across federal, state, and local levels, the MWB community must internalize this lesson more than ever. Ego blocks growth. Humility unlocks it. Holiday explains that ego convinces us we've arrived. It stops us from learning, collaborating, or adapting. In the MWBE space, ego can show up as feeling entitled to awards because we're certified, refusing to partner with primes because we want full control, thinking we don't need to improve operations or compliance, Believing relationships don't matter because the work speaks for itself. But the truth, backed by every agency, procurement officer, and prime contractor I've ever met, is this: MWBEs don't succeed because they're certified. They succeed because they're excellent. Holiday says to embrace the beginner's mindset. For MWBEs, that means listening more than talking, accepting feedback without taking it personally, being willing to adjust our systems, pricing, and project approach, seeking mentorship, partnerships, and alliances. Humility makes a contractor scalable. Ego keeps you stuck. Political shifts demand adaptability, not entitlement. Across the country, political influences are reshaping MWBE opportunities. Some states are expanding MWBE goals and discretionary thresholds. Others are reducing DEI programs or challenging their legality. Federal procurement priorities are shifting with each administration. Labor, compliance, and reporting standards are tightening. More public agencies now require MWBEs to prove value, not just status. In Ego is the Enemy, Holiday explains how ego makes people cling to the past and get blindsided by change. For MWBE contractors, this is fatal. If the political landscape shifts, we must shift with it, not argue with it. Successful MWBs today: stay informed on policy changes, update processes quickly, strengthen compliance documentation, build alliances with both political and business stakeholders, diversify so one policy change doesn't collapse their revenue, position themselves as partners, not protesters. Ego wants to fight the system. Humility learns the system and wins through it. The discipline to execute, not perform. Holiday writes, "The ego wants to perform. The humble want to do the work." In construction and government contracting, survival comes down to execution. Safety, scheduling, quality, documentation, financial discipline, workforce management, closeout and reporting, delivering under pressure. Ego gets loud when a company grows. We don't need systems. We can handle bigger jobs without upgrading. We don't need to hire specialists. We already know what we're doing. But the new political environment rewards only those contractors who operate like prime-level firms, even if they're small. The MWBEs who dominate today are the ones who invest in training, build real accounting systems, upgrade project management tools, strengthen compliance, deliver consistent quality, develop repeatable processes, stay hungry even after winning. Execution, not entitlement, is the difference between surviving and scaling. Collaboration over competition. Holiday reminds us that ego isolates. It makes us believe we must do everything alone, that sharing the spotlight is a weakness. But in government contracting, collaboration is power. Today's MWBE contractors must partner with primes, team with other MWBEs, join consortiums and coalitions, build reciprocal relationships, provide value that makes them irreplaceable. The political climate increasingly rewards team performance, community impact, and multi-contractor collaboration. Humility doesn't diminish the company, it elevates its reach. At 809 Solutions LLC, our most successful moves came from relationships, not ego-driven independence. Resilience, using setbacks as fuel. One of the book's most powerful lessons is that ego turns setbacks into identity wounds. Humility turns them into growth. In the MWBE landscape, we will face rejected bids, missed opportunities, certification bureaucracy, prejudgment and bias, financial constraints, political reversals. Many contractors quit because they take these obstacles personally. But Holiday says obstacles are part of the path. For MWBEs, resilience is a competitive advantage. Every setback is data. Every barrier is training. Every no sharpens the next yes. Conclusion, check the ego, elevate the mission. If there is one message I'd share with every MWBE contractor today, it's this. The political environment will change. Opportunities will shift. But ego will always be the biggest enemy, and humility the greatest advantage. I've learned that progress comes from staying teachable, leading with purpose, operating with discipline, focusing on execution, building real relationships, adapting to political realities quickly, remaining committed to the work, not the spotlight. Ego is the enemy reminds us that greatness belongs to those who stay hungry, humble, and prepared. And in the world, that's the mindset that wins contracts, builds communities, and creates generational success. The blueprint, the Forbes list strategy. We crushed our ego. Ego is the enemy forced us to replace arrogance with discipline. We are now stable, disciplined masters of our internal world. But success must be leveraged externally. Top-tier clients demand validation that you are not just competent, but exceptional. It is no longer enough to be the best-kept secret. We must elevate our reputation through an authoritative source to prove we are an industry leader. This final step is about gaining the powerful external credibility that opens the biggest doors. This brings us to the Forbes Book of Great Business Success. Seeing through the Forbes lens, wealth, power, and strategy in a shifting political era. When most people look at the Forbes lists, the Forbes 400, the Billionaires List, 30 Under 30, they see glamour, wealth, and extraordinary success. When I look at these lists, I see something else entirely: patterns, systems, behaviors, habits, structures. The traits that consistently elevate people and companies into the upper tiers of wealth are not random. They follow repeatable strategies: access to capital, relationships, political awareness, adaptability, and the ability to leverage opportunity structures. And for MWBE contractors operating in today's politically dynamic environment, understanding these patterns is not optional. It's a competitive requirement. What the Forbes lists really teach us. To most, the Forbes lists highlight who is winning. To me, they highlight how they're winning. 1. Strategic positioning. The top names on Forbes never succeed by accident. They place themselves where policy, technology, money, and timing intersect. No billionaire is self-made. Every one of them leveraged relationships, coalitions, mentorship, and networks. 3. Adaptability. Forbes winners pivot quickly when political winds change. They don't complain, they adjust and capitalize. 4. Mastery of capital and systems. They understand financial flow, incentives, tax structures, and procurement systems better than anyone else. 5. Leverage, not labor. They scale through systems, processes, talent, and structure, not by doing everything themselves. These are not the exclusive lessons of billionaires. These are tools any contractor can use if we adopt the mindset. 2. How contractors must apply these lessons now. Political change is accelerating across the country. Some states are increasing goals. Others are rolling back DEI protections. Federal procurement priorities are shifting. Compliance demands are tightening. Discretionary thresholds for small businesses are being adjusted. Infrastructure funding is rising in some sectors and shrinking in others. In this environment, MWBEs must operate more like the entrepreneurs who appear on Forbes, not the small businesses that get left behind. 1. Position where the money is going, not where it went. Forbes leaders chase emerging markets early. MWBEs must do the same. Infrastructure projects, green energy, housing development, digital construction technology, government modernization, transportation, labor-intensive projects with workforce requirements. Instead of waiting for an RFP, we must anticipate where political funding is headed next. 3. Partnerships, a lesson straight from the Forbes playbook. No one on the Forbes list scaled alone. This is the #1 mistake many businesses make. Ego isolates. Partnership elevates. To grow, partner with primes. Team with other MWBEs. Build subcontractor networks.
Form JV alliances for bigger bids. Work with labor unions. Align with community organizations. Build relationships with policymakers and procurement officers. Success is not about who you know, it's about who respects your execution enough to invite you into bigger rooms.
I. Understanding policy like a Forbes-level operator. Forbes-level entrepreneurs have one shared trait. They understand how policy creates opportunity. MWBs must do the same. Track state and federal law changes. Monitor new public spending bills. Stay ahead of compliance rules. Position for any increase in discretionary purchasing. Prepare for new reporting requirements. Anticipate DEI legal challenges. Diversify in case political priorities shift. Instead of reacting to politics, we must read it like a roadmap. Minority businesses must adopt that same lens. V. Mastering capital, not struggling for it. What you learn from the Forbes 400 is simple. They use money as a tool, not a burden. This means building stronger financial systems, managing cash flow aggressively, using accountants who understand government contracting, leveraging grant programs, using bonding effectively, preparing for project delays, maintaining clean books for audits, presenting financials in a sophisticated, organized way. To grow, you must think like investors, not just operators. V. Scaling through systems, like the Forbes class. Every Forbes company has standard operating procedures, repeatable processes, documented workflows, CRM systems, project management tools, compliance tracking systems, data-driven performance metrics. They must professionalize in the same way. Upgrade project controls, build quality assurance workflows, standardize safety protocols, track performance data, build scalable administrative systems. Scale doesn't happen by accident. It happens by design. 7. Conclusion. MWBEs must think like the winners we study. If there is one message I would deliver to every minority enterprise in America, it's this. Success is not a certification. Success is a system. The Forbes lists are not just entertainment, they are maps. They show us how the most successful leaders think, react, invest, and align themselves. As businesses, especially in a volatile political moment, we must adopt 1. The strategic mindset. 2. The disciplined execution. 3. The partnership mentality. 4. The financial intelligence. 5. The policy awareness. 6. The scalability systems. 7. That the highest performers rely on. At 809 Solutions LLC, this is our approach. Operate like a Forbes-level company long before the world sees us as one. That mindset, not ego, not entitlement, is how minority contractors will not only survive political change, but grow through it. Consistency, the slight edge. We've spent enough time looking at the Forbes list, the mountaintop, the 9 zeros, the ultimate goal for any serious entrepreneur. That's the result you're striving for. But let me tell you something, that list is meaningless. It's just the scoreboard at the end of the game, a tally of the cash you've retained. People obsess over the what, but they ignore the raw, daily, unsexy process required to get there. You don't build a legacy in one heroic moment, you build it in a million small, boring decisions. We need to move from dreaming about the peak to mastering the most fundamental law of success. We turn now to the slight edge. This book is about the physics of compounding. It proves that the difference between failure and the Forbes list isn't talent or luck. It's the small, easy-to-do, but also easy-not-to-do actions you execute every single day. We're going to stop chasing grand slams and start drilling the fundamentals that guarantee the win. Jeff Olson's The Slight Edge revolves around the idea that simple, small daily disciplines, when compounded over time, lead to remarkable success, while neglecting them results in slow decline. For construction companies working on government contracts where margins are thin, cash flow is often delayed, and regulatory demands are strict, adopting the slight edge mindset can spell the difference between thriving and folding. This piece will summarize the book's core tenets and translate them into actionable strategies that help government contracting builders stay profitable, compliant, and resilient. Core Principles of the Slight Edge 1. 1. The power of small actions. Every minor decision, whether reviewing a safety checklist, updating a cost estimate, or touching base with a project manager, behaves like an investment. Over weeks and months, these tiny deposits of effort compound into reliability, reputation, and smoother operations. 2. Consistent repetition. Success isn't an overnight phenomenon, but the result of doing the right things consistently. Just as skipping a single workout won't topple your fitness, skipping one quality control step may not sink a project until it does. What matters is making the positive habit unbreakable. 3. Attitude and philosophy. Seeing obstacles as feedback rather than failures cultivates continuous learning. This growth mindset enables teams to adapt rapidly to evolving regulations or unexpected site conditions. Challenges in government construction work edge disciplines. It's crucial to understand the typical risks in public sector projects. 1. Regulatory compliance. Complex safety standards, bonding requirements, and reporting protocols. 2. Delayed payments. Invoices often take 60-90 days to process, straining cash flow. 3. Competitive bidding. Winning against rivals means submitting tight margins, leaving little room for error. 4. Change orders and scope creep. Unforeseen conditions or design adjustments can erode profitability. Actionable strategies for construction firms' daily compliance micro-habits. 1. Practice. Dedicate 10 minutes each morning to update compliance logs, record safety inspections, submittal statuses, and bonding renewals. 2. Impact. By maintaining real-time records, your team avoids last-minute scrambles before audits or missed deadlines that trigger penalties. Over a year, this habit can reduce compliance-related fines by up to 50%. Weekly cash flow health checks. Practice. Every Friday afternoon, review the week's receivables and payables, flagging any invoices older than 30 days. Impact. Early detection of delayed payments gives your finance team time to follow up, initiate partial draws on retainage, or arrange bridge financing before cash shortages escalate into project stoppages. Post-bid improvement sessions practice. After each bid, whether won or lost, hold a 30-minute debrief. Identify one improvement: better material pricing data, more accurate labor hour estimates, or refined markup calculations. Impact. If each bid process improves by just 1% in accuracy or competitiveness, the compounding effect across dozens of bids can boost your win rate significantly, ensuring a steadier pipeline of profitable work. 1. Toolbox Lessons Learned Practice. At every weekly Toolbox talk, ask team members to share one recent lesson, good or bad, from the field. Record these insights in a central repository. Impact. Accumulating and circulating real-world feedback accelerates problem-solving and prevents recurring mistakes. Within 6 months, your crews internalize best practices, reducing on-site errors and rework by an observable margin. 1. Incremental safety drills practice. Integrate a 2-minute safety drill at the start of each shift. Focus on one specific hazard. Confined space procedures one day, fall protection checks the next. Impact. These micro-drills reinforce critical protocols without disrupting productivity. Over time, safety incidents decline, lowering insurance premiums and enhancing your standing in future bid evaluations. Implementing the Slight Edge, a 6-month roadmap. 1. Month 1. Launch daily compliance log and weekly cash flow review. Assign clear responsibilities. 2. Month 2-3. Introducing post-bid debriefs and Toolbox Lessons Learned. Track and quantify improvements. 3. Month 4. Add incremental safety drills. Monitor incident rates and adjust topics based on near-miss data. 4. Month 5, 6. Review all collected metrics, compliance fines, days sales outstanding, bid win percentage, error rates, and safety incidents. Celebrate early wins and refine any lagging processes. Conclusion. By embracing the slight edge, focusing on small, consistent actions rather than grand, sporadic initiatives, construction firms can transform how they manage government work. Over time, these micro-habits compound into stronger compliance, healthier cash flows, improved bid success, and safer job sites. The cumulative effect not only shields companies from the unique pitfalls of public sector contracts, but also positions them for sustained growth and profitability in an unforgiving market. As a contractor, a business owner, and someone who built a Rector Masters from nothing, I've learned this the hard way. Consistent habits move a company forward long after hustle stops working. Jeff Olson's The Slight Edge teaches exactly that, but it only becomes powerful after you've freed yourself from the daily grind. Dan Martell shows you how to reclaim your hours. Olson shows you how to compound those hours into long-term success. Most construction companies never make it past the first step. They buy back their time but waste their freedom. Olson's philosophy becomes the missing link, the discipline, direction, and daily habits that turn reclaimed time into real growth. Government contracts represent major opportunities for construction companies, but also major risks. Delays, complex compliance rules, and stretched budgets can quickly threaten a firm's survival. In his book, Buy Back Your Time, entrepreneur Dan Martell offers a powerful idea. Time is your most valuable asset, and successful business owners must learn to buy it back. While the book targets entrepreneurs and executives, its lessons are perfectly suited to construction firms that want to streamline operations, scale sustainably, and survive the challenges of public sector work. The core concept: what does buy back your time mean? Martell's central idea is simple but transformative. If you're doing tasks that someone else can do at a lower cost or more efficiently, you're not running your business, you're being run by it. To grow and succeed, you need to offload, delegate, and automate so you can focus on high-leverage activities, those that generate the most impact. For construction companies, particularly those tied up in government projects with tight deliverables, the time you spend on the wrong tasks can mean lost bids, blown budgets, and ultimately bankruptcy. Lesson 1. Identify your buyback rate. Martell introduces the concept of your buyback rate, the amount you can afford to pay someone else to do a task based on your own hourly value. If a project manager making $100 an hour is doing a $20 an hour task like data entry, the company is losing $80 an hour in productivity. Construction application. 1. Don't have top-level managers tracking permit status or emailing subcontractors. 2. Hire admin or operations support to handle routine logistics, scheduling, and follow-ups. 3. Use this save time for estimating, client relations, and change order management, the work that drives profit and protects contracts. Lesson 2. Build systems, not chaos. Martell emphasizes building repeatable systems for everything: onboarding, communication, reporting, etc. Government projects thrive on predictable workflows and documentation. Construction application. 1. Create standard processes for submitting bids, tracking change orders, and managing punch lists. 2. Use project management tools to streamline approvals and compliance. 3. This reduces bottlenecks, increases reliability, and avoids penalties from late reports or missed inspections. Lesson 3. Delegate before you break. Many firms collapse because they wait too long to delegate. Martell says if you're feeling overwhelmed, you're already too late. Construction application. 1. Don't wait until a project is off the rails to bring in help. 2. Proactively hire field coordinators, virtual assistants, or contract compliance officers. 3. Delegating early prevents burnout, improves quality, and keeps you focused on high-level leadership. Lesson 4. Focus on energy tasks. Martell talks about buying back energy, not just time. Tasks that drain you mentally, even if they're quick, can kill momentum. Construction application. 1. If you hate compliance paperwork, hire someone who loves it. 2. If managing vendors exhausts you, assign a procurement specialist. 3. Freeing up your energy helps you make clearer decisions and lead teams with confidence, essential in high-stress government projects. Lesson 5. Buy back time to scale. When you reclaim time and systematize operations, you open the door to scaling, bidding more projects, managing bigger teams, and diversifying income. Construction application. 1. Focus on scaling government contracts through repeatable, low-risk wins. 2. Build a proposal team so you're not stuck writing RFP responses yourself. 3. Use free time to build relationships with government agencies and stay ahead of new bid opportunities. Conclusion. Buy back time before it costs you everything. In the world of government contracting, time is not just money, it's survival. Buy back your time teaches construction companies to value their time as their most strategic asset. By delegating low-value tasks, systematizing operations, and protecting mental energy, construction leaders can focus on what really matters, delivering results, growing intelligently, and avoiding the burnout and chaos that sends so many firms into financial ruin. The companies that thrive in public work aren't the ones who work harder, they're the ones who work smarter, and that starts when you decide to buy back your time. As MWBE contractors, once we master the discipline of building systems, extricating ourselves from the petty administrative prison of low-value tasks, we acquire something far more valuable than hours: mental capacity. Time is the barren earth. Innovation is the only seed that delivers a high-yield harvest. It's one thing to seize control of your clock. It's another to deploy that liberated focus to design a service that no competitor can copy. That's where Lori Grainer's invent it, sell it, bank it becomes essential. Dan Martell provides the escape route. Grainer provides the blueprint for monetizing the freedom you just fought for. Most MWBE construction firms plateau not because they lack skill, but because they lack market differentiation, not in the quality of their hammers, but in the architecture of their business model. They fail to position themselves, sell their unique value, and establish a niche that allows them to dictate terms in the government contracting space. Invent It, Sell It, Bank It by Lori Grainer is a guide to turning ideas into successful businesses. While the book is based on product innovation and entrepreneurship, its principles are incredibly useful in the construction industry, especially those navigating the complexities of government contracts and union labor. Grainer's approach to branding, persistence, and strategic business thinking offers firms a clear playbook to grow, stand out, and stay in business. One of the central ideas in the book is the importance of innovation and differentiation. Construction firms are often in competitive spaces, fighting for the same contracts as larger, more established companies. Grainer urges entrepreneurs to ask, what makes me different? For firms, the answer could be a unique safety process, a faster delivery method, or a deeper understanding of local community needs. By packaging these strengths into a clear value proposition, companies can stand out when bidding on government projects or working within union-regulated environments. It's not just about what you do, it's about how you present what you do. Another powerful lesson from the book is about selling yourself and your company with confidence. Grainer stresses that a great product or service means nothing if people don't know it exists or trust its value. For construction companies, this means mastering the pitch, whether that's in a pre-bid meeting, a union negotiation, or a one-on-one with a government agency. Clear communication, polished proposals, and professional presentation can win contracts even when the competition is tough. Grainer reminds us that people don't just buy services, they buy trust, reliability, and the belief that you can deliver. Finally, the bank it part of the book reminds firms to think financially smart. Many small companies go out of business not because they lack talent, but because they mismanage cash flow. This is especially dangerous when working with government contracts that pay slowly, or when union work adds cost pressure. Greiner emphasizes budgeting for growth, saving during high earning periods, and avoiding unnecessary spending. For construction firms, this could mean using financial software, hiring a project accountant, or negotiating better payment terms up front so the business isn't caught off guard by delays or extra union costs. In conclusion, invent it, sell it, bank it is not just for inventors. It's for builders, leaders, and innovators in every industry. Construction companies can apply Lori Grainer's methods to strengthen their brand, sell their value, and secure their finances. By doing so, they can thrive, not just survive, in the challenging world of government contracts and union labor. Success isn't just built on the job site. It starts with smart thinking, strategic action, and the belief that your business deserves to win. Delivering happiness. We used invent it, sell it, bank it to establish our unique service proposition, secure profits, and crush the ego that threatens every successful business. We are financially sound and technically superior, but I'll tell you straight, you cannot scale a construction company beyond your own shadow unless you solve the culture problem. When our business grew, and the moment I stepped away, my personal discipline was replaced by the team's culture. A strong balance sheet is secondary to the collective spirit of your workforce. We aren't just putting up scaffold frames. We are delivering an experience of safety, reliability, and trust. If the guy on the ground doesn't feel valued, the client won't feel valued. To hit the next level, we must stop viewing culture as a soft HR problem and start seeing it as a profit driver. We need a definitive system for building an intentional, passionate company mission that infects every employee. This moves us from selling a product to scaling a feeling. This brings us to the ultimate lesson on sustained, scalable success: delivering happiness. Delivering Happiness by Tony Hsieh, the late CEO of Zappos, is more than a story about building a billion-dollar company. It's a blueprint for creating a strong company culture, prioritizing customer service, and building a sustainable, values-driven business. While the book focuses on e-commerce and customer service, its core messages are deeply relevant for construction firms facing the real challenges of government work and union labor. Too often, construction companies are overwhelmed by compliance issues, delayed payments, union requirements, and undercapitalization. By adopting the mindset of delivering happiness, not just to customers, but also to employees, partners, and agencies, these companies can build more resilient businesses and avoid the common pitfalls that lead to closure. 1. Company culture is everything. Tony Hsieh believed that culture wasn't just a part of the business, it was the business. At Zappos, culture shaped hiring, customer service, and innovation. Application. In construction, culture can easily be overlooked in the race to win bids and manage compliance. But for firms especially, a strong internal culture that values integrity, teamwork, and pride in quality work leads to better employee retention, fewer job site issues, and a stronger brand reputation. This is crucial when dealing with union labor, where workforce coordination and respect are essential for productivity. Owners should focus on hiring people who align with their values and investing in team morale, even if budgets are tight. 2. Customer service isn't just for retail. Zappos was legendary for customer service, free returns, 24/7 support, and a relentless focus on the customer experience. Application. Your customers as a construction firm include government agencies, general contractors, community stakeholders, and unions. By applying Hsieh's principle of service, firms can stand out in a crowded field. Being responsive to contracting officers, proactive with paperwork, and respectful on job sites builds trust and leads to repeat work. Many companies lose contracts not because of quality, but because of poor communication or non-compliance. Delivering happiness to clients can mean being the easiest and most reliable vendor to work with. 3. Create a long-term vision beyond money. One of the major insights from delivering happiness is that sustainable success is about purpose, not just profits. Zappos wasn't trying to be the biggest shoe store. It wanted to deliver happiness to people's lives. Application. Many construction firms get caught in short-term survival mode, especially when dealing with delayed government payments or costly union labor obligations. But companies with a clear, long-term vision are more resilient. Ask, why does your business exist beyond winning bids? Is it to create jobs in your community? Train the next generation of skilled workers? Build equity in underserved neighborhoods? A strong purpose keeps your team motivated, helps you attract partnerships, and gives your business direction even in tough times. 4. Embrace change and innovation. She constantly pushed Zappos to evolve, from selling shoes to becoming a service company and later merging with Amazon. Change was not a threat, but an opportunity. Application. Government work and union jobs come with bureaucracy, but that doesn't mean companies can't innovate. Use construction software to streamline payroll and compliance reporting. Embrace digital tools to submit bids more efficiently. Offer project transparency to government clients using cloud-based dashboards. In a world where contractors are often seen as outdated or inflexible, innovation can set you apart. 5. Empower employees and partners. She believed in empowering employees to act independently, make decisions, and deliver amazing service without needing constant approval. Application. Construction sites move fast, and delays cost money. Firms should empower their foremen, project managers, and administrative staff to solve problems quickly and creatively. Similarly, empower subcontractors by treating them as partners, not just vendors. This is especially helpful on union projects where flexibility is limited. When your team is trusted and respected, they're more accountable and more invested in your success. Conclusion. Happiness builds longevity. The construction industry is one of the most demanding, especially for small and underrepresented businesses. Yet the principles from delivering happiness, culture, service, purpose, empowerment, and adaptability offer construction firms a powerful roadmap not only to survive, but to thrive. By treating every relationship as an opportunity to deliver happiness to your employees, clients, unions, and community, you build a reputation that attracts business, retains talent, and withstands the ups and downs of public contracting. In construction, it's easy to focus on bricks, beams, and budgets. But if firms can focus on people, purpose, and culture, they'll not only stay in business, they'll build something that truly lasts. As the owner of 809 Solutions Erector Masters, I've seen firsthand how small construction firms struggle with government contracts. Tony Hsieh's Delivering Happiness taught me that success hinges on culture, creating trust, loyalty, and excellence by treating clients and union reps as customers. But culture is only half the battle. Florence Scovel Shinn's The Game of Life takes this a step further. While Delivering Happiness focuses on external relationships and energy, these books provide a blueprint for mental discipline and visualization. To survive high-stakes government work, you must transition from managing what people see to controlling what you believe. This internal alignment is what attracts the right contracts and opportunities, turning potential into profit. Tony Hsieh's Delivering Happiness lays the operational foundation. Build an excellent culture. Treat all stakeholders as vital customers, and ensure your reputation is one of integrity and reliability. This stable, positive energy is the precondition for growth. However, operational excellence alone is insufficient for securing major contracts. The transition to the law of attraction is the required mindset upgrade. It teaches contractors to stop focusing on competition and scarcity. Instead, they must intentionally visualize and affirm winning bids and forging ideal partnerships, transforming internal belief into external manifestation, which ultimately attracts high-value government work. Mindfulness, presence, and ethical grounding are the foundations that keep a construction firm steady in the unpredictable world of government contracts. Mark Nepo's The Book of Awakening teaches us to notice, reflect, and act with awareness, skills that prevent costly mistakes and build long-term resilience. But awareness alone, while vital, is only part of the equation. Because surviving government projects is not just about avoiding errors. It's also about creating opportunities, drawing the right partners, and stepping into projects with confidence and momentum. This is where the mindset of the law of attraction becomes essential. In the law of attraction, Michael J. Lozier explores the concept that our thoughts, feelings, and beliefs can shape our reality. According to Lozier, we attract the circumstances, opportunities, and people into our lives based on our dominant thoughts and emotions. He introduces a practical approach to manifesting one's desires by focusing on positive thinking, visualization, and intentional action. For contractors bidding on government jobs, especially those navigating union labor requirements, the law of attraction offers invaluable insights. Government contracting often involves high levels of competition, stringent regulations, and the need to align with unionized labor forces. In this challenging environment, the techniques Lozier outlines in his book can empower MWBE contractors to attract the opportunities, partnerships, and success they desire by cultivating a mindset of abundance, positivity, and strategic action. 1. The power of focus, attracting the right opportunities. One of the core principles in the law of attraction is that we attract what we focus on. For MWBE contractors, this means focusing on the type of government contracts they want to secure, the ideal clients, and the types of projects that align with their business's values and skills. By visualizing their success, seeing themselves winning bids, managing successful projects, and building strong relationships with government officials and unions, they can create a mental roadmap for their success. The key is to focus not on the obstacles, such as competition or union requirements, but on the positive aspects of the opportunity. When bidding for government jobs, contractors should also align their thoughts with a sense of abundance. Instead of focusing on limited opportunities, they should embrace the belief that the right contracts are available to them and that their business is worthy of winning them. This shift in mindset can attract the opportunities that align with their capabilities and aspirations. 1. Intentional thinking. Aligning with government and union expectations. Lozier stresses the importance of intentional thinking, being deliberate about the thoughts and emotions we focus on. For contractors bidding for government jobs, this translates into aligning their business practices with the needs of government agencies and union requirements. The first step is ensuring that they understand the union labor laws, policies, and the government's expectations for contracting businesses. Once contractors are aligned with these expectations, they can use intentional thinking to focus on how their business can meet these needs in a way that adds value. For example, contractors can consciously affirm their commitment to safety, efficiency, and fair labor practices in their bids. They can visualize themselves negotiating successful labor agreements, hiring skilled union workers, and maintaining strong relationships with both the government and union officials. Intentional thinking empowers contractors to stay proactive and solution-oriented, ensuring that their bids meet the specific criteria set forth in the project proposals. 1. Practicing gratitude. Building positive relationships. A key technique Lozier advocates for is the practice of gratitude. By focusing on what is going well and expressing gratitude for the opportunities at hand, contractors can raise their energy levels and attract even more success. In the context of government contracting, this means cultivating gratitude for every successful step in the process, whether it's securing a meeting with a government agency, receiving positive feedback from a union representative, or successfully completing a project. Gratitude fosters positive relationships, which are essential when working with both government agencies and unionized labor forces. When contractors express genuine appreciation for the collaboration, they build rapport and trust with key stakeholders. This trust can make a big difference in the long-term success of their business, as government agencies and union representatives are more likely to continue working with contractors who maintain a positive, professional relationship. 1. Taking inspired action. Moving beyond visualization. While the law of attraction emphasizes the importance of positive thinking and visualization, Lozier also stresses that action is necessary to bring about results. In government contracting, this means actively seeking out opportunities, researching available bids, networking with key decision-makers, and submitting well-prepared proposals. Contractors cannot rely solely on their thoughts. They must also take consistent, inspired action toward their goals. This action should be aligned with the positive energy they have cultivated through visualization and intentional thinking. For example, if a contractor envisions themselves leading a successful team of unionized workers on a government project, they can take inspired action by attending union meetings, networking with potential union partners, and building relationships with government contracting officers. Each small, intentional step taken with a positive mindset brings them closer to their ultimate goal. 1. Overcoming resistance, letting go of negative beliefs. Lozier emphasizes the importance of letting go of negative beliefs and resistance that may block the flow of abundance. For many contractors, especially those from historically underrepresented groups, there may be deep-seated beliefs about competition, barriers to entry, or even doubts about the viability of winning government contracts. These limiting beliefs can create mental blocks that hinder success. Using the techniques in the law of attraction, contractors can consciously release these negative thoughts and replace them with empowering beliefs. By affirming their capabilities, their value in the marketplace, and their deservingness of success, they can clear the mental and emotional clutter that prevents them from attracting opportunities. The key is to maintain an open, optimistic mindset, ready to receive the opportunities that come their way. Conclusion. The law of attraction offers MWBE contractors a powerful framework for success when bidding for government jobs. By focusing on positive thinking, aligning with government and union expectations, practicing gratitude, taking inspired action, and overcoming limiting beliefs, contractors can tap into the full potential of their entrepreneurial endeavors. While navigating government contracts and union labor requirements can be complex, the principles in Lozier's book help contractors stay focused, positive, and resilient, ensuring they are ready to seize the opportunities that align with their business goals. The law of attraction established your internal magnetism. It taught you how to focus your intent and energy to pull major project opportunities into your orbit. You have the mindset required to attract high-value contracts. You have cleared the mental space to believe in your expansion. But once the universe delivers the opportunity, you find yourself sitting across a mahogany table from a government procurement officer or a seasoned union representative. Manifestation gets you into the room, but human intelligence wins the deal. To move from a dreamer to a closer, you must master the high-stakes psychology of interpersonal warfare. You need the ability to peer behind the professional masks of your adversaries and partners alike. This is the shift from attracting power to reading it in real time. Essay, How You Can Read Anyone by David J. Lieberman can help minority enterprises succeed in government bids requiring PLA union labor. David J. Lieberman's book, You Can Read Anyone, reveals powerful techniques to understand people's thoughts, emotions, and intentions through their words, body language, and behaviors. For contractor firms navigating the competitive, regulated environment of government contracts with project labor agreements and union labor, the ability to read others is an invaluable skill. It enhances communication, negotiation, and relationship building, key elements that can help minority enterprises secure and successfully execute public sector jobs. 1. Understanding union representatives and government officials. Bidding on government contracts involving PLA and union labor requires frequent interaction with union representatives, government procurement officers, and compliance officials. Lieberman's techniques teach contractors to observe subtle cues such as tone, facial expressions, and body language, providing insights beyond words. This helps firms detect unspoken concerns, hesitations, or openness, allowing them to tailor their proposals and communications more effectively. 1. Improving negotiation outcomes. Negotiations involving PLA projects often include complex discussions on labor costs, schedules, and compliance rules. By reading the emotional states and intentions of negotiating parties, enterprises can better time their offers, address objections before they arise, and adapt their strategies to build trust. Lieberman's methods help identify when to push forward, when to concede, and how to frame arguments to create win-win agreements. 1. Building stronger relationships with union labor. Positive working relationships with union labor are crucial to avoiding disputes and delays on PLA projects. Understanding workers' and union leaders' nonverbal signals can alert firms to emerging dissatisfaction or morale issues before they escalate. This awareness enables proactive communication and conflict resolution, fostering a collaborative project environment that benefits all parties. 1. Enhancing team leadership and communication. Effective leadership requires more than issuing instructions. It demands reading the moods and motivations of your team. Contractor firms skilled at interpreting nonverbal cues can respond empathetically, boost team morale, and improve productivity on challenging union job sites. This emotional attunement aligns well with the goals of PLA agreements, which emphasize cooperation and skilled labor utilization. 1. Increasing confidence and professionalism. Understanding the true feelings behind words helps minority enterprises present themselves confidently and professionally. Detecting whether a government official or union representative is receptive or skeptical can guide how contractors engage, helping them avoid misunderstandings and demonstrate credibility, essential in the competitive government contracting arena. Conclusion. The psychological advantage, you can read anyone, equips enterprises with the powerful ability to interpret hidden emotions and intentions through observation and analysis. In the complex environment of government bidding with PLA and union labor requirements, this skill enhances negotiation, communication, leadership, and relationship building. By reading others accurately, contractor firms gain a strategic advantage that can increase their chances of winning contracts and delivering successful projects, transforming complex interactions into opportunities for growth, leverage, and sustainable partnership. This isn't just about soft skills. It is about establishing a sensory advantage that ensures you are never the last person in the room to understand the true agenda. By establishing this state of hyper-awareness, you transition from being a passive observer to an active operator. Once you can read the room, the next tactical evolution is learning how to manipulate the environment using specific trade terminology and the silent signals that only insiders recognize. This is the move from reading the narrative to writing it, leading us directly into the power of invisible words. The book Invisible Words by Frederick J. Marx explores the unspoken forces that shape human behavior and relationships, emphasizing the silent but powerful messages conveyed through body language, emotional undercurrents, and unexpressed expectations. For in the construction industry, especially those working in complex environments like government contracts and union labor, these invisible dynamics are just as critical as technical skills or budgets. By understanding the lessons of invisible words, firms can improve communication, build trust, and avoid the silent misunderstandings that often lead to costly setbacks or even going out of business. One key takeaway from invisible words is that communication is more than words. In construction, especially in unionized, government-funded projects, miscommunication is often not about what is said, but what isn't. Firms must learn to recognize hidden expectations from general contractors, government agencies, and labor unions. For example, an unspoken assumption might be that smaller or minority-run companies can't meet strict deadlines or union rules. If firms understand and address these assumptions proactively through transparent timelines, regular updates, and consistent quality, they can shatter those silent doubts and earn long-term respect. The book also emphasizes the importance of emotional intelligence. Owners who can read the invisible emotions behind a contractor's tone or a union rep's frustration will be better equipped to respond calmly and strategically. For instance, if a union foreman is resistant to working with a newer subcontractor, the issue may not be the subcontractor's capability, but the foreman's fear of losing control. Recognizing that hidden fear and responding with collaboration instead of defensiveness can turn potential conflict into partnership. Emotional intelligence leads to stronger relationships, and strong relationships lead to repeat business and protection from economic failure. Lastly, invisible words shows the importance of addressing silence. Many small businesses fail not because of incompetence, but because they ignore subtle warnings. A lack of response from a government agency, vague comments from a project manager, or long pauses in union meetings. Firms should take silence as a signal, not of peace, but of potential trouble. Asking questions, confirming expectations in writing, and documenting all communication can protect against misunderstandings and legal disputes. In doing so, MWBEs can ensure they remain visible, heard, and valued in a competitive and often unequal system. In conclusion, Invisible Words is more than a psychological exploration. It's a survival guide for construction companies navigating the silent rules of government contracts and union labor. By understanding the power of unspoken communication, emotional intelligence, and active engagement, firms can strengthen their reputation, secure more contracts, and ultimately stay in business. In a field where what's not said can cost you everything, learning to read the invisible might be the most powerful business skill of all. You have now mastered the art of invisible words, the tactical use of industry-specific language and silent signals to control the perception of your firm. You have the psychological insight to decode the room and the verbal weaponry to shape the narrative. But knowing the language of power is useless if you are afraid to use it. The ability to read the terrain must be paired with the courage to act in politically shifting, high-risk environments. This brings us to the ultimate strategic manual for converting adversity into ruthless advantage, the 50th Law. Essay: Fearlessness, Strategy, and the Contractor. Reading the 50th Law through the lens of 809 Solutions, LLC, I read Robert Greene and 50 Cent's The 50th Law not just as a memoir strategy hybrid, but as a practical playbook for small, disadvantaged contractors who must navigate risk, scarcity, and shifting political winds. The book's central premise is that fear is the single greatest limiter of action, and fearlessness, disciplined, realistic, opportunistic, courage, is what lets people convert adversity into advantage. This orientation toward intense realism, self-reliance, opportunism, and momentum has direct, actionable lessons for firms in the construction industry facing recent political and regulatory changes. Read Reality First, Intense Realism as a Procurement Advantage. Greene and 50 Cent insist on seeing things for what they are. For enterprises in the construction industry, that means mapping the procurement landscape without wishful thinking. Identify which agencies still value identity-conscious contracting, which jurisdictions are rolling those policies back, and where performance or price-driven selections dominate. Recent national and state actions have produced real discontinuities, requiring contractors to treat policy shifts as material facts to plan around, not abstractions to hope away. 1. Actionable step. Build a procurement map that lists target buyers, their certification requirements, any pending litigation or rule changes, and the agency's recent contract awards. Updated quarterly and prioritize opportunities where the rules still favor or actively support your participation. Self-reliance and capability building. Own your product, own your price. One chapter's prescription, Make Everything Your Own, translates directly into capability investments for contractors. When political support ebbs, superior capability becomes the durable advantage. That means investing revenues into certifications, staff training, reliable equipment, and quality control systems so your firm can compete on performance and not only identity. The goal is simple. Be so reliably excellent that evaluators and primes choose your bid on merit even if preference factors change. 1. Actionable step. Convert a portion of every contract profit into a capability fund dedicated to certifications, technology, and documented past performance packages. Turn shit into sugar. Opportunism in a shifting policy climate. Greens and 50s celebration of opportunism is the disciplined habit of converting setbacks into openings. As federal and state programs evolve, new niches will open. For example, agencies that must comply with race-neutral economic disadvantage criteria or those seeking reliable small business subcontractors. Enterprises that quickly repackage their value can capture work abandoned by larger incumbents. 1. Actionable step. Create 2 playbooks, one for preference-intact scenarios and one for preference-reduced scenarios. Have joint venture templates ready to sign with complementary firms. Calculated momentum. Steadily build pipelines and relationships. The book stresses keeping momentum, small, irreversible steps that create advantages over time. For firms, this translates to predictable business development, consistent outreach to primes, regular small bids to build win rates, and a CRM-driven follow-up cadence with procurement officers. Momentum reduces vulnerability. A pipeline of smaller contracts creates resilience when larger, politically sensitive awards become uncertain. 1. Actionable step. Track a rolling 12-month pipeline with monthly milestones and assign an internal momentum owner to ensure follow-through. Lead from the front. Decisive pricing and negotiation posture. Green and 50 talk about authority and when to be aggressive. Contractors often concede too much in negotiations to get in the door. Leading from the front means pricing to sustain capability, setting clear performance guarantees, and packaging optional add-ons rather than discounting core scope. Strong negotiation posture builds financial buffers for policy shocks. Actionable step. Standardize bid templates that include baseline scope, optional value adds, and non-negotiable minimum margins. Train one negotiator per team to defend those thresholds. Connect from the inside out, relationships and reputation. One of the book's practical points is learning your environment from the inside. Entrepreneurs in the construction industry should cultivate relationships with procurement staff, elected officials, and community partners. In jurisdictions where policy is under debate, being part of advisory groups will give advance notice of changes and a voice in their design. Even when a program is rescinded, those relationships can open alternative contracting routes. 1. Actionable step. Allocate time each month for outreach, at least 2 procurement officer meetings, 1 community board attendance, and participation in relevant trade or advocacy groups. Final note, institutionalize fearlessness, not recklessness. The 50th law encourages boldness, but practical strategy requires disciplined boldness. Take calculated risks, document outcomes, and iterate. Political change is real and may remove some policy tailwinds, but firms that practice intense realism, invest in capability, pivot opportunistically, keep momentum, and cultivate relationships will not just survive, they'll grow. The tactical fearlessness of the 50th law provides the external armor needed to confront the chaotic political and procurement landscape. But true resilience requires understanding the source of fear, the internal, unconscious drivers that sabotage strategic decisions. You must understand the mind to master the market. This brings us directly to the foundational psychological principles needed to conquer internal fear and ego. Sigmund Freud's theories. Building with insight, how Freud's theories can help MWBE construction firms succeed. Sigmund Freud is best known for his work in psychology, not business. His theories about the human mind, conscious and unconscious thoughts, defense mechanisms, and the powerful influence of emotion have changed how we understand behavior. While his focus was on individuals, Freud's insights can also apply to how people lead, communicate, and make decisions in high-stress industries like construction. For MWBE construction companies, applying Freud's psychological principles can help them navigate the emotional and interpersonal challenges of working with government clients and union labor and avoid the mental traps that often lead to business failure.
The unconscious drives business behavior. Freud's central idea was that we are often driven by unconscious motives, desires, and fears we don't always recognize. For firms, especially smaller growing ones, it's easy to fall into unconscious patterns that hurt the business. For example, fear of losing contracts may cause a business owner to accept underpriced jobs, or pride might prevent them from asking for help, hiring the right consultants, or admitting gaps in their financial systems. By applying Freud's concept of the unconscious, leaders can become more aware of their emotional reactions during stressful decisions, such as negotiating with unions, disputing contract delays, or bidding on government work. They can pause, reflect, and ask, "Am I making this decision from logic or from fear, ego, or pressure?" That awareness alone can lead to smarter, more stable business choices. Defense mechanisms. Recognize and replace them. Freud also introduced the idea of defense mechanisms, mental strategies people use to protect themselves from uncomfortable truths. Common ones include denial, projection, and rationalization. In a construction business, this might look like denying poor financial health, blaming the union for every delay, or justifying bad hiring decisions. These reactions protect the ego, but they also prevent growth. Instead, MWBE companies must be willing to face reality, even when it's uncomfortable. Facing financial shortfalls, underperforming staff, or regulatory issues head-on allows the business to course-correct before it's too late. Freud teaches us that growth only happens when we stop hiding from problems and start working through them. Managing human behavior on the job site. Firms working with union labor often face emotional tensions, personality clashes, power struggles, and miscommunication. Freud's theories about the id, ego, and superego can help managers understand these dynamics. The id is our instinctive side, the superego is our moral guide, and the ego is the negotiator between them. On a job site, workers may act out emotionally, while managers are stuck trying to balance productivity with fairness. Understanding that people aren't just rational, they're emotional, can help MWB owners and supervisors lead more effectively. Rather than reacting to anger with more anger or ignoring tension until it explodes, they can create structured communication systems, clear roles, and conflict resolution policies. These strategies build trust and stability, especially in union environments where relationships are critical. Conclusion: psychology is a business tool. Sigmund Freud's theories may seem far from construction, but they offer powerful lessons for companies. Business isn't just about tools, contracts, and crews, it's about people. And Freud understood people better than most. By becoming more aware of unconscious fears, replacing defense mechanisms with honesty, and managing the emotions on the job site, construction leaders can make better decisions, reduce conflict, and create long-lasting success. In today's high-pressure construction world, mental insight might be just as important as structural steel. You have used the theories of Sigmund Freud to expose the unconscious fears and defense mechanisms that sabotage internal business decisions. You understand that emotional volatility is the enemy of strategy. The next strategic step is to ensure that this internal control is maintained when dealing with the highest stakes external pressures. Every major negotiation with a prime contractor, government official, or union leader is a powder keg. If you allow emotion or ego to hijack the discussion, your strategic position crumbles. This is the imperative of crucial conversations, the ability to hold dialogue under pressure when opinions differ and emotions run strong. You must bring the stability you found in the unconscious mind directly into the negotiation room. Strategic brief: leading through crucial conversations. A strategy for today's political climate. By Erector Masters. In the world of minority enterprises, survival and growth depend on more than operational capacity. They depend on the ability to navigate high-stakes conversations with prime contractors, government agencies, elected officials, and even our own teams. This is why the principles laid out in the book Crucial Conversations are not just useful for firms, they are essential. In an era where political shifts affect funding streams, procurement goals, and contract accessibility, the enterprise that masters communication becomes the one that thrives. 1. The Foundation: Mastering High-Stakes Conversations. Crucial Conversations teaches us that the most important interactions are those where stakes are high, opinions differ, and emotions run strong. For contractors, these conditions are daily reality. Whether negotiating fair pricing or advocating for equitable opportunities in a politically charged environment, these conversations often determine if we win or lose. I've learned that mastering these conversations isn't optional. It's strategic positioning. 2. Creating safe dialogue in politically volatile times. Political environments shift rapidly. In these moments, contractors must maintain a safe dialogue with stakeholders. Safety, according to the book, comes from two commitments. 1. Mutual purpose. We must show public agencies and primes that our goal is not conflict. It is project success, community value, and equitable participation. 2. Mutual respect. Even when political decisions disadvantage enterprises, we must communicate professionally and factually. Respect keeps the conversation open. Disrespect shuts it down. When firms position themselves as solutions-focused partners, not political adversaries, we gain a voice even during change. 3. Turning political pressure into opportunity. Political shifts often make minority enterprises feel unpredictable. But those who apply crucial conversations principles turn volatility into advantage. 1. Speak up with facts, not frustration. Start with the core facts. This means presenting performance metrics, cost efficiencies, and successful past projects. The political system rewards the contractor who brings data and measurable value. 2. Advocacy through dialogue, not demands. Instead of reacting with fear or anger, effective leaders initiate new conversations, requesting transparency on procurement changes or offering partnership models that align with new political priorities. The firm who leads the conversation shapes the outcome. 4. Strengthening partnerships through honest dialogue. Firms must also master crucial conversations internally. I've had to confront underperformance, address gaps in capacity honestly, and encourage staff to raise concerns early. The book teaches that open dialogue increases trust and performance, something that matters even more when operating in a politically unstable environment. 5. Building coalitions and influence political influence. Political influence often comes from collective voices. Entrepreneurs in the construction industry who collaborate rather than view each other as competitors gain. 1. Shared advocacy power and joint venture access. 2. Stronger relationships with policymakers. 3. A unified message during political shifts. Dialogue builds coalitions, and coalitions influence outcomes. Conclusion: influence through communication. The real question for contractors is, are we prepared to navigate these political shifts through effective, high-stakes communication? Crucial Conversations gives us the framework. Focus on purpose, stay grounded in facts, create safe dialogue, and master our emotions. Our power grows when our voice grows. In the competitive landscape ahead, the enterprise that masters crucial conversations becomes the one that wins. Before we continue into our final book, these next 4 are the lifeblood that enlightened my knowledge of not only the construction industry, but my knowledge of how to become a true entrepreneur. If you truly wish to dominate this cutthroat industry, imprint these books in your head like a manifesto. The first book I'd like to introduce is Think and Grow Rich Strategic Brief, Thinking Big, Think and Grow Rich for Contractor Firms. The core premise of Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich is that success is architected from the inside out, with definite purpose, burning desire, faith, and organized planning. For contractors today, especially firms like 809 Solutions LLC, this internal clarity is the most powerful countermeasure to unstable political winds, shifting procurement policies, and evolving competition.
By internalizing Hill's principles, enterprises can build resilience and strategic agility that external policies cannot touch. Core principles for construction entrepreneurs. 1. Desire plus definite purpose. Hill argues that desire is the starting point of all achievement. Ambiguous ambition is ineffective. A concrete target is required. For an entrepreneur in the construction industry, this means defining a measurable mission. This definite purpose fuels persistence through bureaucratic setbacks. 2. Faith plus positive mental attitude. Repeatedly affirming goals through autosuggestion programs the subconscious mind for success. This positive mental attitude sustains morale, fosters leadership conviction, and helps the team rally behind a shared vision, even when the external environment feels unstable. 3. Specialized knowledge and continuous learning. General knowledge is insufficient. You need specialized, applicable knowledge. For a contractor firm, this means continuous investment in technical expertise, regulatory compliance know-how, project management capabilities, and updated procurement rules. Expertise builds credibility regardless of political shifts. 4. Imagination plus organized planning. Imagination is the workshop of the mind, driving creative strategies and unique offerings. But ideas are useless without a concrete plan. Hill advocates for breaking down the goal into actionable steps, assigning responsibility, and executing decisively. This could mean a formal business development plan, a capacity-building roadmap, and partnership strategies. 5. Persistence and decisive action. The path to meaningful work is rarely smooth. Persistence and decisive action are critical for overcoming bureaucratic delays and regulatory shifts. 6. Mastermind and network forming. Forming a mastermind group, surrounding yourself with ambitious partners, mentors, and advisors amplifies intelligence and opportunity. For firms, this means forming alliances with other enterprises, networking with procurement officers, and engaging in industry associations to gain early intelligence on regulatory changes. As a part of our Mastermind Alliance, we engage directly with groups such as the unions, labor unions broadly, and the BCA. Application. Building resilience in a shifting landscape. Current political and regulatory shifts mean that socioeconomic status alone may no longer guarantee competitive advantage. For 809 Solutions LLC, this turbulent landscape presents opportunities for those who are prepared, adaptable, and proactive. 1. Build internal capability, not rely on preference. Invest in compliance systems, risk management, and high-quality performance. Use specialized knowledge to win on merit, ensuring you can deliver even if historical socioeconomic advantages loosen. 2. Use creativity to identify niches. With traditional preference niches potentially shrinking, novel opportunities emerge. Small business set-asides, economic disadvantage-based awards, or joint ventures with larger contractors needing reliable partners. Position the firm strategically using imagination and planning. 3. Maintain persistence through uncertainty. Political change inevitably brings setbacks. Through persistence, patience, and unwavering belief, 809 Solutions must continue to bid, build relationships, refine capability, and seize new windows as they open. 4. Plan proactively. Build a formal business strategy, pipeline plan, and capability roadmap as if the firm is thriving without relying on external policy perks. This reduces vulnerability and positions the enterprise to thrive long-term. Conclusion. Success begins with inner architecture. As the owner of Erector Masters LLC, reading Think and Grow Rich reinforces that real competitive advantage, especially in uncertain political times, comes from mindset, clarity, planning, knowledge, persistence, and relationships. External policies are inherently unstable. By internalizing Hill's principles, firms can build a solid foundation that stands regardless of which way the political wind blows. In an era when policies may be reshaped, contractors must rely less on external safety nets and more on internal strength. That shift is an opportunity for 809 Solutions LLC to not only survive but flourish. From internal architecture to external network power, you have established the definite purpose and specialized knowledge required by Think and Grow Rich. You have built the inner architecture of success. You know what you want, and you have the expertise to execute. But Hill's final and most powerful principle is the mastermind group. Success in construction today is not achieved by individual genius. It is achieved by leveraged networks and systems of collaboration. When the political environment shifts and policy becomes unpredictable, your network is the most reliable source of stability. This brings us to the operational philosophy of network marketing, which teaches the rigorous, intentional strategy required to build, leverage, and duplicate relationships for exponential, defensible growth. This is how you take your internal belief and convert it into external influence. Strategic brief: network marketing principles and contractor effectiveness in a changing political landscape. Network marketing is a philosophy of leverage, relationship building, duplication, and strategic influence. It teaches entrepreneurs in the construction industry to build systems and generate exponential growth through collaboration instead of isolation. As I reflect on these concepts, I see powerful parallels for how firms can navigate today's political environment, where procurement policies are evolving or tightening. 1. Network marketing equals power in relationships. Your success is directly tied to the strength of your network. Political changes might limit preference-based opportunities, but no policy can limit the power of intentional relationships. 2. Deep ties with procurement officers and prime contractors. 3. Trust built through performance and communication. 4. Visibility in industry associations, chambers, and community boards. When policy becomes unpredictable, relationships remain the most reliable supply chain. 1. The law of duplication: building systems, not just completing projects. Network marketing succeeds because people build repeatable systems that others can follow. The goal is to create processes that scale rather than hustle harder. For contractors like 809 Solutions LLC, duplication means: 1. Standardizing bidding templates and subcontractor onboarding. 2. Developing predictable, replicable project delivery workflows. 3. Documenting compliance and safety protocols to reassure buyers of reliability. 4. Leveraging networks, not competing alone. Collaboration is key. Firms grow by aligning with mentors, partners, and strategic alliances who share their goals. Entrepreneurs can apply this through: 1. Joint ventures with larger primes. 2. Strategic alliances with other small enterprises. 3. Shared bonding, insurance, and administrative resources. Political changes may restrict certain set-asides, but collaboration creates new pathways through teaming agreements and mentor-protege programs. 1. Adaptability, a core strategic principle. Network marketing thrives because participants constantly adjust to new markets and strategies. Contractor firms must adopt the same mindset as contract evaluation methods and policies shift. 1. Pivot focuses on agencies with stable programs or strong local hiring laws. 2. Enter recession-proof sectors like infrastructure and public safety. 3. Invest in certifications beyond socioeconomic status. Agility becomes the competitive advantage when the political environment is uncertain. 5. Personal development, the foundation of growth. Business growth is tied to personal growth. This means sharpening leadership skills, training teams on procurement rules, improving negotiation abilities, and replacing reactive habits with proactive strategy. Skill upgrades create stability no matter which policies shift. 1. The power of belief, the strategic asset. Every major network marketing leader emphasizes belief. Belief in yourself, your mission, and your people. As an entrepreneur, belief is not a motivational cliché. It's a strategic asset that fuels persistence, courage, and consistency when policies become uncertain. Belief keeps a company moving when other firms freeze in fear. Conclusion: network marketing mindset and Think and Grow Rich. Think and Grow Rich commands you to build the foundation of definite purpose and specialized knowledge. Network marketing provides the execution layer, the mastermind group formalized into systems of duplication and leveraged relationships. Firms that apply network marketing principles will not just survive the current political environment, they will dominate. Their growth is not dependent on political stability. It is dependent on the strength of their network, the clarity of their mission, and the deliberate application of mastermind leverage. This seamless integration of internal belief and external network power is the ultimate formula for success. You have mastered the law of duplication, the network marketing principle of creating repeatable systems that can scale your growth. You are operationally sound, and your processes are reliable. Now, you must apply the most powerful lesson of the network marketing philosophy: exponential leverage through alliances. You cannot win by simply duplicating internally. You must expand your reach externally. Your systems are the engine, but the network is the essential fuel line, providing the opportunity, capital, and political access that drives true scale. This is the shift from building systems to building influence, a concept that the great business philosopher Jim Rohn taught so well. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. The modern contractor must intentionally cultivate the relationships that elevate his or her entire enterprise. Strategic brief: building your network, the new imperative for contractor firms. In today's business world, the importance of building your network is not a suggestion, it is a survival requirement. The strongest companies and the most resilient entrepreneurs in the construction industry all cultivate relationships that support growth, open doors, and create long-term stability. I've learned firsthand that our competitive advantage doesn't come only from capability or pricing. It comes from the strength of our network, the people who believe in our mission, trust our performance, and advocate for our inclusion. With recent shifts in political priorities and the evolving landscape of programs for minority enterprises, relationship building has become more crucial than ever. 1. The foundation: a strong, intentional network. A network is more than a contact list. It is a living ecosystem of people who share information and support. In government contracting, relationships determine: 1. Who hears about opportunities early? 2. Who gets invited to bid or partner? 3. Who is trusted during compliance reviews? When political changes reduce mandates or shift priorities, a strong network becomes a competitive shield. Even when the rules change, people remain the gatekeepers. 1. The political climate: why networking matters now. Recent political influences have led to: 1. Reductions or reevaluations of targets for minority enterprises. 2. Increased scrutiny on identity-conscious contracting. 3. More aggressive competition from larger firms. These shifts mean that contractors can't rely on policy alone. What used to be an advantage may now be a baseline requirement. In this environment, firms must differentiate themselves through relationships, capability, and visibility. 1. Network building as a strategic weapon. To thrive under changing political conditions, contractors must embrace network building as a business discipline. 1. Procurement officers. Attend vendor days and agency outreach. When policies tighten, officers lean on firms they know and trust. 2. Prime contractors. A strong relationship leads to subcontracting opportunities even when the preference math no longer guarantees a spot. 3. Other enterprises. Joint ventures, teaming agreements, and shared resources create scale and resilience. 4. Community leaders. Local institutions and community groups can influence project priorities and visibility. A well-built network can produce more opportunities than any single policy ever could. 1. The new mindset: from certification-dependent to network-driven. The companies that survive this era will be those that treat networking as a strategic investment. Certification becomes one tool, not the entire toolkit. Minority enterprises must evolve into companies that win because of 1. Strong performance and proven reliability. 2. Strategic relationships and market intelligence. 3. Consistent visibility and the ability to adapt. 4. Networking creates influence. Influence creates access. Policies change, programs shift, administrations come and go, but influence lasts. Influence is built through A.
Consistency and credibility. B. Communication and service. C. Visibility and reputation. Firms that build influence through strong networks will always find a path, even when political forces reshape the playing field. Conclusion: the ultimate asset. I believe that the most important asset an enterprise can develop is its network. Not equipment, not software, but its people, relationships, and alliances. The conclusion of the network marketing philosophy is clear. Success is not granted by external forces. It is built from the inside out through leveraged systems and strategic partnerships. When political winds shift, those who have built deep networks across agencies, primes, and communities will continue to secure opportunities through trust and visibility. In an era of uncertainty, the contractor that builds the strongest network becomes the firm that thrives, solidifying its growth through a web of unbreakable, politically immune relationships. Chapter 11. Networking with DASNY. You have mastered building your network, understanding that external alliances and relationships are the single most important competitive shield against political uncertainty. You know where to go to cultivate these connections. The next tactical step is to apply that networking strategy to a specific, high-value target in your market, a target that controls billions in state-level infrastructure development. This is the shift from theory to practice. Case study: From Connections to Contracts, Networking with DASNY. Introduction. The Dormitory Authority of the State of New York is a vital public benefit corporation established in 1944. Its primary mission is to finance and construct dormitories for New York State teachers' colleges, while also managing a diverse portfolio of projects across various state agencies. This case study explores effective networking strategies with DASNY, highlighting opportunities for collaboration and growth for contractors and firms. Overview of DASNY. 1. Established, 1944. 2. Core purpose: finance and construct educational and health-related facilities for New York State. 3. Key partners. DASNY's extensive partner network includes the City University of New York, State University of New York, the NYS Department of Mental Hygiene, and the NYC Department of Citywide Administrative Services. Customer agency revenue stream. DASNY generates revenue through various New York State agencies, demonstrating a massive geographic and fiscal footprint. Revenue breakdown. 1. Upstate projects. 334 projects totaling $3.6 billion. 2. Western projects. 145 projects totaling $420 million. 3. Downstate projects. 767 projects totaling $6.6 billion. Pipeline of opportunity. DASNY is currently managing over 1,000 projects, representing deep opportunity for enterprises. 1. Total projects. 1,051 full and modified service projects. 2. Projected value. Downstate has a projected value of $7.1 billion, and Upstate has a projected value of $3.7 billion. 3. Specific major focuses: CUNY, Mental Hygiene, and Department of Health. Upcoming projects and professional service contracts. Several projects are slated for release, presenting valuable, near-term networking opportunities for entrepreneurs. 1. Design-Build RFQ. SUNY Cortland is seeking an RFQ for a new 200-bed residence hall. 2. Architectural services. Baruch College has an RFP for the Newman Vertical Campus elevator upgrade. 3. Major capital projects. Forthcoming RFP releases include a youth detention facility parking garage in Westchester County and construction renovation for the Staten Island Courthouse. 4.
Professional services. DASNY actively seeks contracts for construction managers, design builders, and specialized architectural engineering services. Opportunity Programs Group. DASNY demonstrates a strong commitment to inclusion through its OPG, which is a direct channel for minority enterprises to secure work. 1. Utilization goals. The agency targets 30% MWBE utilization and 6% SDVOB utilization. 2. Diversity achievement. In FY 24-25, DASNY achieved over $199 million in MWBE utilization involving 747 firms. Strategies for effective networking. 1. Engagement. Attend DASNY-sponsored events, pre-bid meetings, and outreach programs to establish direct connections with project managers and OPG staff. 2. Research. Utilize DASNY's announcements to understand current projects and funding opportunities. Tailor your firm's presentation to specific needs. 3. Partnership development. Collaborate with larger contractors and identified businesses to align with DASNY's goals, leveraging the collective strength of your network. 4. Utilize OPG. Engage directly with the Opportunity Programs Group for guidance on navigating contracts and compliance, treating them as a strategic resource. Conclusion. Networking with DASNY presents significant opportunities for contractors, architects, and service providers interested in contributing to New York State's infrastructure. By proactively leveraging these strategies and building intentional relationships, enterprises can enhance their chances of securing contracts and fostering long-term partnerships with an agency that manages over $10 billion in projected value. You now have a clear, actionable target for applying your networking power. But seizing these massive state contracts requires a level of energy, belief, and drive that transcends basic compliance and operational capacity. You must operate with a bold, relentless energy that makes your presence undeniable, leading us directly to the philosophy of over the top. Strategic brief, over the top, rising above limits in a changing political landscape by Erector Masters. The book, Over the Top, teaches one central truth. Individuals and businesses that achieve the highest levels of success don't do it by staying average. They rise above expectations. They push past fear, past excuses, and past whatever boundaries society tries to place around them. I've learned that going over the top is not just a motivational phrase. It is a strategic requirement. Especially now, as the political environment around programs for minority enterprises is shifting and sometimes tightening, contractors must rise above the limits of policy dependence and outperform through ability, relationships, and resilience. 1. Mindset. Refuse to be limited. The biggest barrier to success is the mental ceiling we place on ourselves. For firms in the construction industry, a similar trap exists, relying only on policy preference to open the door. To go over the top, enterprises must think like top-performing firms, not like contractors waiting for assistance. That means 1. Expecting to compete at the highest level. 2. Operating like a prime contractor, even when working as a subcontractor. 3. Leading with performance, not paperwork. When political support becomes unstable, this mindset becomes the strongest asset. 2. Visibility and presence. Stand out and be known. Over the top emphasizes being bold, memorable, and impossible to ignore. In today's contracting environment, a minority enterprise must stand out to be chosen. This means 1. Showing up consistently at every industry and pre-bid meeting. 2. Introducing yourself directly to procurement officers. 3. Being known for reliability, respect, and results. When political preferences shrink, personal and company visibility becomes the new advantage. 3. Delivering excellence. Outperform, over-deliver, and outshine. To go over the top is to outperform. In a more competitive, politically shifting environment, firms must deliver. 1. Higher quality and faster execution. 2. Stronger compliance and better documentation. 3. Cleaner safety records and reliable subcontracting relationships. The contractors that excel operationally will win regardless of political changes because agencies and primes always reward performance. When the policy advantage weakens, the performance advantage becomes everything. 4. Rising above political shifts through adaptation. People who achieve greatness adapt quickly. For entrepreneurs in the construction industry, adaptability is key when political changes occur. This requires 1. Entering new markets and building relationships in new agencies. 2. Securing new certifications. 3. Forming joint ventures to expand capacity and diversifying services. Firms must behave like companies preparing for the future, not relying on the past. 5. Building a powerful network. Support is the engine of success. No one achieves over-the-top success alone. A strong network allows enterprises to 1. Gain mentorship from industry leaders. 2. Form alliances with larger primes. 3. Identify upcoming bids early and access political insight. A strong network can outlast any policy change. 6. Operating with integrity, confidence, and leadership. Over the top emphasizes character. In public contracting, integrity is currency. When agencies and primes face political scrutiny, they seek trustworthy contractors with clean project histories, transparent communication, and ethical billing practices. This is what allows firms to thrive even when the political ground shifts. Conclusion: undeniable excellence is the only policy. Political change is real, and policy support is evolving. But minority enterprises that choose to go over the top mentally, operationally, strategically, and relationally will not only survive but dominate. The path forward is clear. Build unmatched capability, strengthen visibility, form powerful networks, and over-deliver on every project. Rising above average is no longer optional. It is the only way to win. This strategic philosophy of undeniable excellence is the ultimate key to achieving the final level of financial liberation. It transitions us from operating based on external rules to controlling the financial systems themselves. We turn now to Robert T. Kiyosaki's The Cash Flow Quadrant. This book is the blueprint for taking the social control we gained through Zig Ziglar and applying it to the systems, assets, and leverage necessary to scale any firm. We are shifting from mastering communication to mastering the 4 quadrants of wealth generation, moving decisively from being the self-employed person whose business is run by their ego to the business owner who commands systems and controls capital. This is how you build a business that is not just psychologically sound, but financially unstoppable. Mastering the Cash Flow Quadrant, a guide for MWBE construction business owners bidding for government jobs. In the Cash Flow Quadrant, Robert T. Kiyosaki introduces a powerful framework that categorizes individuals into 4 distinct quadrants based on their approach to income generation. These quadrants are the employee, the self-employed, the business owner, and the investor. Kiyosaki argues that to achieve financial freedom and long-term success, one must transition from the left side of the quadrant to the right side. For construction business owners, especially those bidding for government jobs and navigating union labor requirements, Kiyosaki's principles offer valuable strategies for success. Government contracting presents both immense opportunities and considerable challenges, particularly for small businesses that are still in the growth phase. By applying the lessons from the cash flow quadrant, construction business owners can shift their approach from being self-employed to becoming true business owners who can leverage their skills, relationships, and resources to succeed in this highly competitive space. 1. Transitioning from self-employed to business owner. The first key lesson in the cash flow quadrant is the distinction between being self-employed and being a business owner. Self-employed individuals work in their business, doing the day-to-day tasks themselves. While they may have some flexibility, they are still trading time for money and are limited by their own capacity to work. On the other hand, business owners leverage systems, processes, and teams to scale their operations, allowing them to generate income without being directly involved in every task. Construction business owners bidding for government jobs should aim to move from being self-employed to becoming true business owners. This shift involves creating systems that allow the business to operate efficiently without constant hands-on involvement. For example, owners can develop a reliable team of subcontractors, project managers, and administrative staff to handle the daily tasks of a project. They should also establish clear processes for handling government bids, managing union labor, and ensuring compliance with local regulations. By making this transition, business owners can focus on strategic growth, building relationships, and pursuing more lucrative government contracts. Kiyosaki emphasizes that business owners are those who focus on building systems and leveraging other people's time, talents, and resources. For MWBE construction business owners, building scalable systems is key to competing in the government contracting arena. Government jobs often require a significant amount of paperwork, compliance with union labor rules, and project management oversight. To win bids consistently, contractors must create streamlined processes for managing these complexities. For instance, business owners can invest in project management software that tracks bids, deadlines, and milestones. They can also create a network of reliable subcontractors who are familiar with union labor rules and government compliance standards. By leveraging systems and outsourcing tasks, contractors can focus on developing winning proposals, building relationships with government agencies, and positioning themselves as trustworthy partners in large-scale public projects. 3. Understanding the role of union labor in government projects. Kiyosaki's quadrant stresses that business owners must focus on managing people effectively. When it comes to union labor, contractors should recognize that government projects often require unionized workers. This adds a layer of complexity, as contractors must comply with union agreements, wage rates, and work rules. To successfully navigate this, contractors must build strong relationships with union representatives and understand the legal and operational nuances of working with union labor. The key here is to position oneself as a business owner who understands both the technical requirements of construction and the strategic importance of managing union relationships. Business owners should proactively negotiate with unions to ensure that their bids are competitive while still complying with all contractual obligations. A collaborative relationship with unions can make a big difference in the success of government projects, helping contractors avoid unnecessary delays or disputes. 4. Shifting focus from earning income to creating assets. A fundamental concept in the cash flow quadrant is the importance of creating assets that generate passive income. While government contracting can provide immediate revenue opportunities, Kiyosaki urges business owners to think long-term by building assets that continue to provide value over time. For contractors, this could mean diversifying their portfolio of government contracts or investing in real estate development or other related industries. By diversifying income streams, MWBE contractors can reduce their reliance on any single contract or client and build financial resilience. For example, contractors who successfully complete a government project can reinvest their profits into future projects or diversify into property management, where they can earn passive income from rental properties. This mindset shift from focusing solely on short-term earnings to building long-term wealth can help contractors weather economic downturns and become more competitive in the government contracting space. 5. Developing financial intelligence and empowering the team. Kiyosaki's approach emphasizes the importance of financial intelligence, understanding how money flows through a business, and knowing how to use financial resources effectively. For MWBE construction business owners, this means being well-versed in the financial aspects of bidding on government contracts, managing cash flow, and understanding how to access funding or lines of credit. A key aspect of financial intelligence is knowing when to leverage external resources, such as financing options or government-backed loans, to fund growth. Contractors can empower their teams by educating them on the financial side of the business, including budgeting, forecasting, and managing project costs. With a financially literate team, the business owner can focus on expanding the business rather than micromanaging every financial decision. 6. Scaling to the investor quadrant. Once a contractor has built a successful and scalable construction business, they can move toward the investor quadrant of Kiyosaki's model. At this stage, the business is generating steady profits, and the contractor can begin to invest in additional income-generating ventures. For construction business owners, this could mean diversifying into new geographic regions, expanding into commercial or residential real estate, or even investing in other businesses within the construction industry. By continuing to invest and grow, contractors can secure long-term financial stability and wealth. They will no longer be dependent on bidding for government contracts alone, but will have multiple income streams that allow them to expand their reach and impact in the industry. Conclusion. The Cash Flow Quadrant by Robert T. Kiyosaki provides essential insights for construction business owners who want to succeed in government jobs. By transitioning from a self-employed mindset to a true business owner mentality, leveraging systems to scale, managing union labor effectively, and focusing on building long-term wealth, contractors can achieve excellence in the highly competitive sphere of public procurement. By adopting Kiyosaki's principles and focusing on creating valuable assets, these business owners can not only secure more government contracts, but also position themselves for sustainable growth and financial freedom. Chapter 12. How to take action. Process to form a corporation and become a contractor in New York. The general process for forming a business entity and becoming a certified contractor capable of bidding on New York government projects involves these steps. 1. Entity formation. This step formally creates your business as a legal person separate from you. 1. Choose a name. Select a unique business name and check its availability with the New York Department of State. 2. File formation documents. File the Certificate of Incorporation or the Articles of Organization with the DOS. 3. Create internal documents. Draft bylaws or an operating agreement. These documents govern the internal operations of your company. 4. Obtain EIN. Secure an employer identification number from the IRS for tax purposes. 2. Licensing and registration. 1. Contractor license. Depending on the type of work and location, obtain the necessary trade-specific licenses. General contractors in many parts of New York State are only required to register, but New York City requires specific general contractor registration with the Department of Buildings. 2. Tax registration. Register for all applicable state and local taxes, including sales tax and withholding tax, with the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance. 3. Certification. To gain the opportunities mentioned in the provided piece, the entity must pursue certification. 1. Apply for certification through the New York State Department of Economic Development or the relevant city-county agency. This process verifies ownership, control, and operational capacity. Comparison of business entities for New York contractors. The choice of business entity dictates your tax structure, liability protection, and administrative burden. For firms looking to scale and handle government contracts, liability protection and financial flexibility are key, which often leads owners away from the sole proprietorship and towards the corporate LLC structures. The legal scaffolding, choosing your entity for the B quadrant. Having committed to the business owner mindset, the core lesson of the cash flow quadrant, your very next step is to choose the legal vessel that will carry your business to scale. In the high-risk, high-reward world of New York construction, where multi-million-dollar government contracts and complex union agreements are at stake, your entity choice is the first and most critical layer of defense, dictating your liability, taxation, and growth potential. A critical disclosure: we are construction leaders, not licensed financial professionals. The following information is for general reference and strategic discussion only. It is based on common business structures and requirements in New York State. We are not certified CPAs, tax accountants, attorneys, or investment professionals. Before making any decision regarding your legal entity, tax election, or financial structure, you must consult with qualified professionals licensed in New York. Relying on this section for legal compliance is unwise and potentially dangerous. 1. The death trap, avoiding the sole proprietorship. The sole proprietorship is the simplest structure, but in contracting, it's a death trap. It aligns squarely with the self-employed quadrant because it creates no legal separation. If your business fails to pay a supplier, is hit with a major lawsuit related to a job site accident, or defaults on a large bond, you are personally liable. Your house, your savings, and your family's assets are exposed. For any firm seeking to scale and take on union or government contracts, this entity must be immediately discarded. The inherent risk of construction demands a liability shield. 1. The contractor's workhorse, the limited liability company. The limited liability company is the most common choice for scaling contractors because it offers the perfect blend of excellent liability protection and tax flexibility. 1. Liability. It separates your personal assets from your business liabilities. This shield is a need when dealing with large government projects and the litigation risks associated with job sites. 2. Taxation. By default, it operates as a pass-through entity. Profits are only taxed once at the personal level, avoiding the double taxation of a C Corp. This is efficient for growth. 3. Drawback. For New York businesses, the LLC structure carries a relatively high, mandatory publication requirement fee. You must publish a notice of formation in 2 local newspapers, which can be an unexpected cost. 4. The tax strategist. The S Corporation. The S Corporation is not a separate legal entity like the LLC. It's an IRS tax election that an LLC or corporation can choose. It retains the excellent liability protection of a corporation while also offering pass-through taxation. 1. The key benefit. The primary strategic advantage is potential payroll tax savings. An S-Corp allows the owner to pay themselves a reasonable salary and take the remaining profits as distributions. As the business's profits grow, this strategy can yield significant tax savings, directly boosting the value of your assets in the B quadrant. 2. The cost. This structure requires stricter compliance, formal corporate meetings, and limitations on who can be a shareholder. 3. The investor's choice. The C Corporation. 1. Benefit. It offers the strongest liability shield and is the only entity that can issue multiple classes of stock, making it the preferred structure for firms intending to move into the investor quadrant by seeking venture capital or selling equity to passive investors. 2. Drawback. It is subject to double taxation. The business pays corporate tax on its profits, and the owners pay personal tax again on any dividends they receive. This structure is typically too complex and tax inefficient for small to mid-sized contractors focused on organic growth. The decision between an LLC and an S-Corp defines the legal foundation of your transition from the S quadrant to the scalable B quadrant. You've done the hard work. We dissected the cash flow quadrant, chose the right legal vehicle, the LLC or S-Corp, and built an impenetrable liability shield. That corporate structure is the foundation of your B quadrant empire. It protects your personal money so you can play on the next level. The conclusion of the cash flow quadrant leaves us with a fundamental truth. Financial freedom is not found in working harder within the employee or self-employed quadrants, but in transitioning to the business owner and investor quadrants. This transition requires a shift from being the doer to becoming the architect of systems that generate wealth independent of your personal labor. However, once you have decided to leave the rat race and build a true business system, the question changes from "how do I do the work" to "what is my strategy for growth?" You cannot build a business system by reacting to daily fires. You must anticipate the future. This demand for high-level strategic foresight is exactly where Patrick Bet-David picks up the torch. Strategic leadership in uncertain times. Lessons from your next 5 moves for contractors. As the CEO of Erector Masters, I have come to understand that success in business is not defined by luck or timing alone, but by strategic thinking and disciplined preparation. In your next 5 moves, Patrick Bet-David challenges leaders to think beyond immediate decisions and instead focus on long-term positioning, power dynamics, and adaptability. These lessons are especially relevant for contractors who operate in an environment where political influence, public policy, and economic conditions can shift rapidly and without warning. One of the core messages of your next 5 moves is the importance of clarity. Leaders must understand who they are, what they stand for, and where they are going before making strategic decisions. For contractors, clarity is essential in navigating recent political changes that have affected government contracting, diversity initiatives, and certification programs. Shifts in political leadership often bring changes in procurement priorities, compliance requirements, and funding structures. Contractors who lack a clear business identity and strategic plan may struggle to adapt, while those with well-defined goals can pivot more effectively. Bet-David also emphasizes thinking multiple moves ahead, much like a chess player. This approach is critical for contractors who must anticipate policy changes rather than simply react to them. For example, as political debates continue around equity programs and set-aside contracts, contractors cannot rely solely on protected opportunities. Instead, they must strengthen their operational capacity, invest in workforce development, and expand into private sector markets. By planning several steps ahead, contractors can reduce risk and build long-term sustainability regardless of political outcomes. Another key concept in your next 5 moves is understanding power and leverage. In the context of contracting, power does not come from political favoritism, but from preparation, performance, and credibility. Contractors who maintain strong compliance systems, financial discipline, and high-quality service gain leverage in negotiations and partnerships. Political influence may open doors, but it is performance that keeps them open. This understanding allows contractors to position themselves as indispensable partners rather than beneficiaries of policy. The book also addresses the importance of environment and alliances. Bet-David argues that leaders must place themselves in environments that support growth and surround themselves with people who challenge and elevate them. For contractors, this means building strategic relationships with prime contractors, policymakers, industry organizations, and financial institutions. In times of political uncertainty, strong networks provide stability, information, and opportunity. Collaboration becomes a strategic advantage, allowing contractors to remain competitive even as political landscapes shift. Recent political influences have also increased scrutiny around accountability, transparency, and results. Contractors must respond by elevating their standards and embracing data-driven decision-making. Your next 5 moves reinforces the idea that leaders must be brutally honest about their weaknesses and take responsibility for improvement. By investing in training, technology, and internal controls, contractors can demonstrate readiness and professionalism that transcend political narratives. Ultimately, your next 5 moves is a call to intentional leadership. It reminds business owners that uncertainty is not a barrier to success, but a test of preparedness. For contractors, the ability to think strategically, adapt to political change, and maintain long-term vision is what separates survival from growth. As leaders, we must not wait for favorable conditions, we must create them. In conclusion, your next 5 moves offers a powerful framework for contractors seeking to thrive in a politically dynamic environment. By focusing on clarity, strategic foresight, leverage, and strong alliances, contractors can remain effective and resilient regardless of shifting political influences. At Erector Masters, these principles guide our leadership approach and reinforce our commitment to sustainable growth, excellence, and opportunity for the communities we serve. With the strategic mindset of your next 5 moves firmly in place, the abstract concept of planning ahead must now be translated into the specific, tactical action of securing work. The next move for any growing contractor is not theoretical, it is the practical act of identifying and winning contracts. This brings us directly to the battlefield of public procurement and bidding. The 5 moves execution plan for Erector Masters. Move 1. Clarity. You must decide if you are a volume player or a specialist partner. The volume lane. If you choose volume to build steady cash flow, your primary target is NY Parks and NYSCA. These projects, such as the rolling doors installation or school capacity projects, are smaller in scale and less operationally complex. You can bid these as a prime contractor to control the job entirely. The specialist lane. If you choose specialization to build reputation, your target is the MTA and the casinos. The MTA flood mitigation project and Bally's Casino are too large for a small firm to prime alone. Here, your clarity is defining yourself as a specialized subcontractor, for example, the go-to firm for flood-resilient concrete in the Bronx. Move 2. Strategy, the conclusion link. Do not chase every rabbit. You must distinguish between immediate cash flow and pipeline positioning. The now move, immediate action. You have 3 hard deadlines in the same week: MTA Design Services, NY Parks Rolling Doors, and Dasney Westchester RTA. Strategic choice. You likely cannot bid all 3 effectively. If you need immediate revenue with a lower barrier to entry, prioritize the NY Parks bid. If you are positioning for future transit work, prioritize the MTA bid simply to get your foot in the door for the larger 2026 bundles. The NYCA IDIQ contract, closing January 9, 2026, is a long-term play. It guarantees no money up front, but secures a spot on the bench for 3-5 years of recurring work. This is how you stabilize the business for the long haul. Move 3. Power and leverage. The conclusion link. Leverage is your ability to force a negotiation. As an MWBE, your certification is your leverage, but only if applied to the right targets where the pain of compliance is highest. The weak link. NYSCA pre-qualification is standard. Your MWBE status is less unique here because the pool of pre-qualified vendors is large. The strong link. The MTA solicitation explicitly demands 15% MBE, 15% WBE. On a $50 million contract, the prime contractor must spend $7.5 million with MBEs. You hold the leverage here. You don't beg for work, you solve their compliance problem. The Grandmaster link. Bally's Bronx. Major casino proposals often carry a voluntary or mandated 30-35% MWBE goal. The math. $1.5 billion, 30% equals $450 million set aside for firms like yours. Action. Your leverage is highest here. The casino developers need local Bronx MWBE partners to secure political approval. Move 4. Alliances. The conclusion link. You cannot win the big wars alone. You need to form strategic alliances with larger firms or peer firms. The opportunity. Port Authority berths 1012 or MTA flood mitigation. The alliance. These are design build or heavy infrastructure jobs. A small firm cannot bond this alone. Strategy. Do not bid as a prime. Approach the likely primes now. Offer them your leverage in exchange for a protected role in their alliance. Structure. Propose a mentor-protege arrangement specifically for the Dasney job order contracting bid. JOCs are perfect for alliances because they strategy. Prime bid estimated value, $1 million to $1.5 million. Why? This is your highest probability win. It is a straightforward scope of work with a manageable contract size. It provides immediate cash flow and builds your past performance record as a prime contractor. Priority 2. MTA. Strategy. Subcontract leverage play. Estimated value, $10 million to $50 million. Why? You likely cannot bond this alone, but your MWBE status is critical here. The winning prime contractor needs you to hit their 30% utilization goal. This is a high leverage play where you negotiate good terms by being the compliance solution. Priority 3. Bally's Casino Strategy. Strategic Alliance. Estimated value, $1.5 billion. Why? This is the Grand Master move. The sheer scale means landing even a tiny fraction of this work changes your business forever. You must start building alliances with the developer team now before the shovels hit the ground. Priority 4. NYC. Strategy Pipeline Builder. Estimated value, $2 million, $15 million. Why? This is not for immediate money, but for long-term security. Winning an IDIQ contract means you are pre-vetted. When the economy slows down, having a 5-year NYC contract is a safety net that keeps your doors open. This entire book has been a strategic roadmap. We started with the simple belief that the obstacle is the way and ended with the knowledge that it's all small stuff. Along the way, you did not just read philosophy, you forged a systemic stockpile. You secured the administrative weapons, mastered the external strategy, and fortified the internal engine. Now you stand at the final frontier, innovation and legacy. Your ultimate goal is not to win the next bid by being the lowest cost, but to make your firm a category of one, a company so innovative in its positioning, so excellent in its culture, and so effective in its delivery that agencies and unions actively seek you out. The purpose of this entire journey was not merely to complete projects, but to build a self-sustaining empire that creates generational wealth and leaves an untouchable legacy in this city. To win in this industry and truly find success, one must move ruthlessly aggressive on the outside while being perfectly disciplined on the inside and truly know how to play the barbarian and how to play the bureaucrat. The construction idiocracy is a house built on sand and cemented by bureaucratic fear. But you, now equipped, are an architect of effectiveness. The foundation is finished. The empire awaits. Once you know the way, life is a highway. Welcome to the fast lane.